Chapter 001. About being loved by the Count's daughter. At the border of the Lionheart Duchy, outside Blackstone City, in the territory of Count Breeze, Blake, a girl with light blue hair, came running from a distance. Blake, who was lying in a haystack in the stable, perked up as he poked his head out to look around. Seeing no one, he finally let out a sigh of relief. "Miss Ellie, could you please stop looking for me?" Blake sighed. Ellie stood with her hands on her hips. "Blake, what do you mean?" Blake pulled a blade of dogtail grass from somewhere and stuffed it in his mouth, saying, "You are the jewel of the Breeze family, the only daughter of the Count, and the most talented young mage near Blackstone City. And I am just a mountain dweller from a remote area. Do you understand? I don't even deserve a surname. There are 3 people named Blake in my village." Ellie stroked her chin and said, "What does that matter? Even so, you risked your life to save me. Class, don't you understand? You are the moon, and I am just a rock. There can't be anything between us." Blake said 3 years ago, when Blake first crossed into this world, he had prepared himself to be a hunter for life based on his past experiences. Who would have thought that while out one day, he would stumble upon the injured Ellie? This aspiring young mage had encountered a second-tier magical beast, the Fury Tiger, and was seriously injured, relying solely on the Breeze amulet given by her father to keep her alive. The following story was quite cliche. Blake used his outdoor first aid knowledge to treat the young mage's wounds and drag her to safety before the Count's reinforcements arrived. Because he saved Ellie, Blake transformed from a mountain dweller into a knight attendant at the Count's estate. In simple terms, he became a trainee knight. Normally, one would expect things to end there, with Blake continuing to live a laid-back life at the Count's estate, enjoying a stable, bureaucratic existence. Ellie would go on to study at the Magic Academy, continuing her noble life. But the problem was that Ellie seemed to have developed feelings for Blake. Honestly, being liked by the Count's daughter felt quite nice. But the issue was Blake was just a mountain dweller without even a surname. She herself might not care, but Blake would be in big trouble. Count Breeze was a powerful noble and a formidable 5th-tier warrior. In the northern region, young Ellie was considered a highly desirable marriage candidate. Once this group of suitors saw Ellie having a somewhat ambiguous relationship with Blake, they resorted to all sorts of underhanded tactics. Fortunately, Blake was a master of survival in the wild and acted very cautiously, so these suitors couldn't just openly send someone to kill him. This allowed him to survive by a stroke of luck. But who would want to live such a life filled with anxiety? The night before last, Blake's dormitory mysteriously caught fire. If he had been a bit deeper in sleep, he would have perished right there. For the past couple of days, he had been sleeping in the haystack in the stable. The horses in the stable were valuable assets to the Count, and they wouldn't dare to set fire, making it relatively safe. In short, compared to the dream of marrying the Count's daughter, Blake preferred his laid-back little life. Ellie's small face wrinkled as she said softly, "Father has given me an ultimatum. I have to go to the Magic Academy in Blackstone City next week." Blake's eyes brightened. "That's great news. Wonderful news. I wish you all the best at the Magic Academy and hope you become a great mage soon." He couldn't wait for this Yama to leave. But Ellie frowned and said, "But if I go, I won't be able to see you every day." Blake sighed, "My lady, you're only 18 this year. You're still young. You will meet many people in the future. Whether I'm here or not doesn't matter. Let's look forward." Ellie's lips turned down, resembling a homeless kitten as she softly said, "Blake, do you really dislike me that much?" Seeing Ellie looking so pitiful, Blake swallowed hard, then pretended to look at the sky, taking a long time to speak. "How could I dislike you, my lady? You are the cutest girl in the world." Little Ellie was easy to please upon hearing Blake's words. She immediately smiled. "I knew you had feelings for me." She took a potion from her small pouch and shoved it into Blake's hands, saying, "This is a knight's secret potion. With your physique, if you drink it, you will definitely become a 1st-tier knight." Blake was taken aback. "A secret potion? This is too precious. I can't take it. I can't take it." Drinking a secret potion is the simplest way to gain an extraordinary profession in this world, but it comes with a flaw. That is, those who become extraordinary professionals through secret potions have a low ceiling, usually capped at 3rd tier. However, this stuff is still very valuable after all. In this world, professionals are akin to gods, and even the most useless 1st-tier professional is 100 times better than an ordinary citizen. That a 1st-tier knight can take on dozens of knight attendants. "Blake, as a Count's daughter, I command you to accept this secret potion," Ellie said, unusually serious. Blake was startled by her serious demeanor and could only comply. Seeing Blake comply so readily, Ellie regained her previous smile and cheerfully said, "Drink it now, and you'll become a first-tier knight. Then I can take you to school." Mages often keep knight attendants, and if Blake became a knight, he could indeed be taken along as a personal guard. "So you're waiting for me here," Blake thought to himself. But he still asked, "My lady, where did you get this secret potion?" Ellie hesitated for a long time before finally saying, "You don't need to know, just drink it. I promise it's fine." Seeing Ellie like this, Blake understood that this potion was most likely stolen from her father's study. From Blake's perspective, this secret potion was no longer drinkable. Ellie's stepmother, who was the Count Breeze's young wife, had always wanted her nephew to marry Ellie, so she frequently plotted against Blake. If Ellie could enter the Count's study, her stepmother could as well. This potion, which a naive girl like Ellie managed to get her hands on, was probably tampered with long ago. "Ellie, where are you?" Suddenly, a woman's voice called from outside. Ellie's brow furrowed as she complained, "My stepmother is probably trying to put on a show of filial piety in front of my father again. I need to go deal with her. Remember to drink it." She took a couple of steps, then turned back. "Make sure to drink it. Also, you must become a knight before next week." Blake smiled and waved goodbye to Ellie, turning away, but the corner of his mouth twitched. "The timing is just right. That woman probably overheard everything I just said to." Little Ellie, he tucked the potion into his pocket and swaggered toward the kitchen. "This potion is definitely not to be consumed. I'd better look for leftovers in the kitchen first," Blake muttered. Behind Blake, a young man dressed in training armor suddenly appeared and quietly followed him. Chapter 002: The Path to Knight Promotion. The promotion paths of various extraordinary professions are generally similar, yet slightly different. The promotion of knights essentially involves the knight embodying their 8 virtues: humility, honor, sacrifice, valor, compassion, spirituality, honesty, justice. Each of these 8 virtues can serve as a starting point for a knight, and with different starting points, the actual paths of evolution are also not the same. For example, a knight who starts from a spiritual perspective is likely to be affiliated with the church and will eventually grow towards becoming a Templar knight, that a knight who starts from a perspective of justice is likely to be a leader, and their growth path will generally lead them towards becoming a knight of order. However, regardless of the starting point, the 8 ranks of knights are meant to embody and implement these 8 virtues. Each 8th-tier knight is a living saint, a true paragon of virtue, rarer even than a 9th circle archmage. However, due to the relatively low difficulty of early promotions compared to all other extraordinary professions, this profession has the largest population worldwide. After all, achieving all 8 virtues is indeed very difficult, but adhering to just one virtue? That is relatively easier, but Blake's situation is a bit different. He walked into a narrow alley and stopped. "Hey kid, wait a minute." A nonchalant voice came from behind. Blake turned around and smiled. "I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's little Dick." Dick's eyes widened. "Kid, do you want to die? You should call me Captain Dick." Dick is the captain of the 7th Retinue Squad in the Count's territory, and it's said that his family had a first-tier ranger in their ancestry, living extravagantly. He bought his position as a retinue captain and usually acted with arrogance. But Blake knows that this Dick actually has another identity. He is, in fact, a retinue of the Night Guard for the youngest son of the Lord of Blackstone City. Well, that's a bit convoluted to put it simply. He is a spy, working for the youngest son of the Lord of Blackstone City, mainly tasked with monitoring Ellie and relaying information back at all times. Blake, with his exceptional archery skills, once intercepted a carrier pigeon sent by Dick. Making his identity clear, he dug in his ears and asked, "Captain Dick, what can I do for you?" Dick reached out, hand over the secret potion. Blake tossed the potion over. Dick snorted coldly. "At least you know your place." His eyes lit up upon seeing the potion in his hands, completely forgetting that Blake had just called him Little Dick. Blake waved his hand and said, "Since Captain Dick has spoken, how could I refuse?" Dick waved him off. "Go on, hurry up and get lost. Don't disturb my training." He had no talent on the knightly path, and with his despicable character and qualities, he had nothing to do with the 8 great virtues. Thus, during today's routine monitoring of Ellie, when he saw the secret potion in Blake's hand, his eyes lit up. Blake stepped back a couple of paces and looked at the panel in front of him. Humility. You have yielded the secret potion in your hand to your companion. Humility attribute increased. Yes, like many other transmigrators, Blake also has a personal cheat. This cheat emerged after Blake became a knight retinue, and its function is quite simple and straightforward. With the help of this cheat, all Blake's actions can be recognized as knightly virtues. Just like just now, the virtue of humility should be to maintain politeness and respect for the weak, the poor, and those of lower status, not to boast of achievements too. Acknowledge one's own mistakes and limitations to maintain grace and victory, without humiliating the opponent to attribute achievements to deities, lords, or companions. Ordinary knight retinues would not trigger the virtue power in the previous scenario. But with the help of the cheat, Blake directly twisted this virtue and successfully gained the power of humility. Looking at the filled progress bar on the panel, Blake was taken aback. Oh no, I'm about to promote. Humility attribute has been filled. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. A radiant light flashed from Blake, and before he could react, he was directly promoted to a first-tier humble knight. His various attributes significantly increased. Quantitatively speaking, he became over 10 times stronger than his previous self as a knight retinue. Moreover, as a first-tier practitioner, he gained a unique ability exclusive to humble knights. Ring of Humility. The knight creates a 30-yard aura around themselves, lasting 1 hour. Allies within the aura gain temporary vitality bonuses, the amount of which depends on the knight's own vitality. It also reduces spellcasting interference and stabilizes spell concentration. The knight's own mobility decreases by 50 and vitality decreases by 30 during the aura's duration. Indeed, the skill of a humble knight comes with a routine of sacrificing oneself to benefit others. Blake stroked his chin. Wait a minute. Soon, another skill appeared on the skill panel. Detected that the host's humility attribute is incompatible with knightly virtues, issuing exclusive skill. Ring of Humility Blake's Special Edition. Blake creates a 30-yard aura around himself, lasting half an hour. Allies within the aura will actively contribute their vitality to Blake, with the bonus amount depending on the strength difference between Blake and the allies. The allies being drawn from cannot perform spellcasting actions. Blake's mobility increases by 50 during the aura's duration. Blake was taken aback, scratching his head. What does this mean? In the eyes of the cheat, am I, Blake, so unworthy? He looked at Dick in the alley, who had eagerly consumed the enhanced secret potion and was now unconscious. He ran over to Dick, stroked his chin, and first released the genuine ring of humility. The aura rippled, and there was no change in Dick. As expected, this so-called ally is one I personally selected. Blake locked his gaze on Dick, and soon a feeling of sinking into mud and being very weak spread throughout his body. The ring of humility activated. Dick received the vitality Blake transmitted, and there was actually a risk of recovery. Blake sensed something was wrong and hurriedly switched skills to the special edition ring of humility. A gray aura burst forth from Blake, and he locked onto Dick. Just as Dick was showing some improvement, he suddenly slumped as if his soul had been drawn out, while Blake himself felt a rush of comfort, a sensation of vitality flooding through him that made his scalp tingle. But soon this feeling faded. It wasn't that the special edition ring of humility had stopped working, it was that Dick, this knight retinue, had been completely drained by Blake. Blake retracted the aura and scratched his head. Come on, dude, are you really that fragile? Bravery. You fearlessly faced a strong enemy and defeated retinue Captain Dick. Bravery attribute increased. Compassion. After the battle, you mocked Dick, revealing a hidden compassion attribute increased. Although it wasn't the first time seeing these entries, Blake still couldn't hold back. At this rate, this world might end up with another abnormal night. Blake's ears perked up, hearing some commotion nearby, and he ran off. After all, this was the Count's territory, surrounded by surveillance devices using extraordinary skills, just now probably alerted some form of detection. The two people approaching were the night guards of the Countess, Ellie's stepmother, who was also a mage and a relatively rare third-tier mage in Blackstone City. The two guards exchanged glances. One of them lifted Dick's unconscious body, while the other picked up the now empty secret potion and walked away. Half an hour later, in the Countess's secret chamber, Ellie's stepmother frowned and said, "Are you saying that the enhanced secret potion prepared for that bastard Blake was intercepted by this guy?" The two night guards exchanged a glance and nodded, saying, "Yes, ma'am." "And what about that lowly Blake? Was he at the scene?" Ellie's stepmother asked again. The night guards shook their heads. "No, ma'am, he was not at the scene." Ellie's stepmother frowned. That lucky lower-class person has survived again. But soon, her frown relaxed. However, little Ailey will be going to the Magic Academy next week, and as an ordinary attendant, Blake is not qualified to attend the Magic Academy. And my nephew has already been studying at the Magic Academy. Since last year, he can be Ailey's senior. By then, it won't matter whether that lower-class scum is alive or dead. Ha! Ha! Ha ha! Ailey's stepmother let out a villainous laugh. Chapter 003. The daughter slave. Speaking of the matriarch of this family, she really has some skills. Although she's a countess by remarriage, she can still wield power in the Windy Vale. Captain Dick, who died in the alley, was labeled as a thief who stole secret potions from the Lord's study. Meanwhile, Ellie's stepmother became the astute mistress who successfully apprehended this thief. Fortunately, the secret potion was stolen by Ellie, so her stepmother couldn't pin the blame on Blake. Otherwise, the blame for stealing the secret potion would likely fall on him. Blake hasn't dared to return to his dormitory these past few days. He has been hiding out all over Windy Vale. Stables, haystacks, kitchen warehouses, and rooftops of the tenement building have all become his homes. Given Blake's understanding of Ellie's petty-minded stepmother, one failed scheme would definitely lead to a second or third. Even if they were clumsy, they were still annoying. To avoid being harassed by this woman, Blake decided not to return to the dormitory. Anyway, once the new week starts and little Ellie goes to the Magic Academy, everything will come to an end. After Ellie leaves, there will be no point in targeting him. No matter how bad this stepmother is, she wouldn't lower herself to compete with a knight squire of peasant origin. However, the level of this knight does still pose a bit of risk. Blake rubbed his chin. Originally, Blake was 100% sure he wouldn't be chosen by little Ellie. After all, a non-professional knight squire is really not impressive. But now that he has become a first-tier knight, things have become a bit complicated. He now runs the risk of being selected. However, it's not all that pessimistic. There are quite a few knights attached to Count Windy, who is a 5th-tier warrior. There are 3 who are 3rd-tier or above. One of them is even a former comrade-in-arms of Count Windy, a loyal knight of 5th tier, and the captain of the entire Windy Vale Guard. A novice mage can typically only bring 1 to 2 knight escorts. Blake estimated that given Count Windy's nature, he would likely send over 2 3rd-tier knights to protect Ellie. Thinking of this, Blake felt more at ease. He lay among the junk on the rooftop of the tenement building, chewing on a piece of grass he found somewhere, enjoying the sunshine. Oh, speaking of which, little Ellie is preparing to go to the Magic Academy today. TSK, it would be a lie to say I don't miss her. But compared to my laid-back life, women can wait a little. After muttering a few words, Blake put his straw hat over his face, ready to start his sunbathing for the day. Buzz, buzz, 2 resounding horns echoed throughout Windy Vale. Blake reluctantly got up and spat out the grass. Is Count Windy crazy? Your daughter is just going out to study, not to fight. Is it really necessary to sound the assembly horn? Blake complained. The horn just now was the assembly signal for Windy Vale. After it sounds, all able-bodied young men in the Vale must gather at the training grounds. This horn also signifies that the Count is about to mobilize troops. Blake was well aware of the recent situation. The Count had no plans for battle recently, and the monsters in the wilderness had been quite calm, with no major problems. The only reason he would sound this horn would be to show off in front of his daughter and conveniently select 2 knight escorts. Blake sighed and jumped down from the 3-story tenement building. Ever since he became a 1st-tier knight, his physical fitness had been steadily increasing. Now, jumping down from a 10-meter-high building didn't even feel anything to his legs. Blake jogged toward the training grounds and slowed down only when he saw the main force. He couldn't be the first squire to enter the training grounds, nor could he be the last. The middle position was the most suitable. At the training grounds, Ellie sat beside her father, her small hands obediently placed on her lap. Her little face flushed. Daddy, I'm just going out to school. There's no need for such a big fuss, right? Count Windy, a lean middle-aged man, laughed heartily at Ellie's words. What is wrong with that? My daughter is going out for the first time for an extended period, of course. It has to be grand. Although the Count said this, his inner worries hadn't diminished at all. The incident 3 years ago when Ellie was severely injured left a significant shadow on him. At that time, Ellie's biological mother was also gravely ill, and the Count's energy was entirely focused on his wife. not noticing that little Ellie had been sent out by the former chief mage of Windy Vale to undergo trials alone. The former chief mage is now just a pile of bones. Without discussing whether the actions of this former chief who initiated Ellie's mage career were right or wrong. In the Count's heart, this event was undoubtedly a pain he couldn't forget in recent years. After Ellie's biological mother passed away, this pain became even more pronounced. Therefore, he placed great importance on Ellie's safety and went to great lengths to maintain her mood. Ellie could freely chat with Blake, the peasant, and still be unmarried at 18, largely due to the Count's attitude. Count Windy himself also came from humble beginnings, being part of the first generation of nobility. So he didn't place much importance on class. Moreover, his precious daughter was saved by Blake, so the Count had a favorable impression of him. In fact, the Count held Blake in high regard, especially for Blake's unfamiliar but effective wilderness first aid skills. He even once considered having Blake go to church for further training to become a battlefield priest. Unfortunately, Blake seemed to lack any resonance with the divine. After a few attempts, nothing effective came of it, and he almost got labeled as a heretic by the regional bishop of Blackstone City, so it was dropped. At the training grounds, the personnel quickly assembled. Count Windy's sharp eyes scanned over the crowd and finally nodded. Good, seeing everyone's spirit. I know you haven't been slack recently. Blake yawned in the training grounds. The Count is good everywhere, but he loves to give speeches. After waiting about half an hour, the Count finally finished his lengthy speech. He waved his hand and called out, "Knight Jenny." From the crowd, a tall blonde female knight stepped forward and stood at attention. "My Lord Count," Count Windy said, "you will mark your loyalty emblem on Ellie. From now on, you are Ellie's knight escort." Knight Jenny did not hesitate and marked her loyalty emblem on Ellie. She was a newly recruited third-tier knight in Windy Vale, having arrived for less than half a month and not yet assigned a position. From the situation today, it seemed Knight Jenny was recruited specifically for the Countess' daughter. As for the loyalty emblem, it is the signature skill of a loyal knight. It can significantly enhance one attribute of the marked individual and share the damage taken by the marked individual. This is a very powerful skill. With this skill, loyal knights have always been at the T0 tier in the extraordinary profession employment rankings. Every loyal knight is a coveted target for various nobles and high-tier extraordinary beings. However, it is not easy to become a loyal knight at the first job transfer. Extraordinary professions can undergo their first job change after reaching third tier, referred to as the first job transfer. First, the individual's strength must reach third tier. Secondly, they must awaken the virtues of sacrifice, honesty, spirituality. If someone awakens other virtues, they cannot transfer to become a loyal knight. For instance, Blake will never be able to become a hot commodity at his first job transfer. This also shows how much the Count cares for his daughter. Seeing the loyalty emblem flash on little Ellie, Blake couldn't help but nod. That's right. That's right. If the Count pairs Ellie with escorts based on this standard, then I definitely have no part in it. However, the Count's words made Blake's heart skip a beat. Little Ellie, according to the rules, you still have one guard slot available. I won't interfere with this slot. You can choose for yourself, the Count said. Chapter 004. What a coincidence. All non-professionals step back 5 paces. The stepmother, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Both Ellie and the Count were taken aback. The Count turned to Hill and asked, "What do you mean?" Stepmother Hill wrapped her arm around the Count's and whispered in his ear, "My lord, little Ellie is going to the Magic Academy. She can't very well take non-professional guards with her, can she? That would be too embarrassing for our Breeze territory." The Count frowned slightly. As a blood and iron aristocrat who had fought his way off the battlefield, he disliked Hill's overstepping behavior. However, it must be said that what this woman said made sense. The Count looked at the unmoving formation and nodded in satisfaction before speaking. Non-professionals stepped back 5 paces. At this, the formation finally moved. Hill watched this scene with little expression on her face, but she was already muttering to herself. If she wanted to become the true mistress of Breeze territory, there was still a long way to go. Ellie's heart was in her throat. She naturally knew about the incident where Captain Dick had taken the secret potion. Although the matter was ultimately resolved and had nothing to do with her and Blake, she had refrained from looking for Blake these past few days just to be cautious. With the potion drunk by Dick, Blake's chances of becoming a knight had greatly diminished. When Hill spoke, Ellie was only a little nervous. After all, her father was the lord of this territory, and her stepmother was just voicing her opinion. But now that her father had spoken, there was no turning back. Ellie and Hill's gazes turned to Blake in the crowd. Blake picked his nose, standing still with no intention of moving. Professionals could not hide their status. Experienced people could see it at a glance. Blake was not a fool. If he pretended not to be one at this moment and chose to step back 5 paces, he would be committing treason, and something big would happen. What? Hill exclaimed in surprise, her voice not loud, but caught by both the Count and his daughter. Great, Ellie said excitedly. Although she didn't know when Brother Blake had become a professional, the mere fact that he was standing there was thrilling. Hill continued, my lord. To give Ellie better protection, we should at least have a knight professional, right? I personally think other professions are not suitable for guards. The Count was somewhat annoyed, but he couldn't refute her. Not because Hill's argument was reasonable, but because Hill was the daughter of the Tulip Marquis. Indeed, the Breeze Count had married off himself to prevent his precious daughter from becoming a product of a political marriage. There were 3 noble residences near Blackstone City: Breeze Count's territory, Fierce Sun Count's territory, and Tulip Marquis' territory. The balance of power among the nobles made the Breeze Count very unhappy, but since he had already entered this circle, he could no longer act as he did on the battlefield, seeking revenge and settling scores freely. He nodded and said, let the knights stay, and the remaining professionals stepped back 3 paces. Another half of the professionals retreated. Although low-ranking knights made up the largest proportion of professionals, the most populous profession in Breeze territory was warriors. After all, the Breeze Count himself was a high-level warrior, attracting and training mostly warriors. But as everyone knew, Hill's plan had once again fallen through. Blake was indeed a knight. Hill was somewhat losing control. She had not expected that a mere mountain dweller would not only survive, but also become a professional. It was one thing to become a professional, but to be a knight, this was clearly going to be picked by Ellie, right? This was clearly creating space for the 2 of them, wasn't it? Hill was anxious for a reason. The Magic Academy in Blackstone City was affiliated with the Lionheart Duchy's High Magic Society, a special organization that transcended the local nobility. Simply put, as long as Ellie entered the school, she could no longer intervene with Ellie using any means. Her hands couldn't reach in. Originally, Blake had no qualifications to enter, so she could still give her nephew some advice to attract Ellie. But if Blake followed Ellie into the academy, based on her understanding of her nephew, the chance of him getting close to Ellie was only about 30%. So she was anxious, truly anxious. My lord, I believe an ordinary knight is not worthy of little Ellie. You have already found a loyal knight for Ellie. Next, you should find a knight of humble virtue. After all, Ellie is a mage, and the halo effect of a humble knight is the most beneficial for a mage. It was mentioned earlier that loyal knights were the best employed and had the best treatment for knight advancement. Therefore, the vast majority of knights would deliberately control their virtue accumulation, actively allowing themselves to obtain the configuration of sacrifice, honesty, spirituality in the first 3 ranks, thus smoothly transitioning to a loyal knight during their first job change. Consequently, it was indeed rare to find initial stage knights with humble virtues on the market. The virtue of humility was mostly chosen at the 4th or 5th rank. The Count frowned, but among our knights in Breeze territory, none have the virtue of humility. Hill nodded. I have one here. I can send my knight to serve little Ellie first. It should be noted that Hill was a 3rd-tier mage, and among her knight guards, there were 2 humble knights. As long as she could send one knight to Ellie's side, she could monitor the girl while also providing support for her nephew, which was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The Count's brow furrowed. He felt very displeased. Hill naturally noticed this and leaned closer to the Count's ear, whispering, a few days ago, when I returned to the Tulip Marquis' territory, I found a dozen rare magic books that I had studied before. When Ellie leaves later, she can take the rare books to school. She can use them for her studies. This statement struck a soft spot with the Count. As a newly emerging noble, his foundation was pitifully thin, and he had very few magic books for mages to study. The magic book Ellie was currently using was left behind after the previous chief unexpectedly passed away. Magic books were indeed something Ellie needed. After weighing the pros and cons, the Count's anger dissipated by more than half. Then, wait, Ellie spoke up, Dad. Don't you want to know what virtue the extraordinary knight in your territory possesses? The Count stroked his chin and said, You reminded me. Blake, the Count said. Blake stepped forward and knelt on one knee. My lord. The Count didn't hold much hope. In his impression, Blake had nothing to do with humility. The probability of him becoming a knight was high due to completing virtues like bravery and honor. But the Count still asked, Blake, what is your virtue power at the first tier? A halo rose from Blake's side. Ellie, the Count, and Hill all felt some changes in their bodies. The Count, as a warrior, felt the least. But the two mages present both exclaimed in surprise. You truly are a humble knight, they said almost in unison. Good, very good. Extremely good. The Count's mouth curled up, repeatedly saying good 3 times. Then let Blake become Ellie's second night guard. The Count looked at the somewhat distraught expression of his second wife and couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. A feeling of victory over the old nobility emerged. He looked at Blake and smiled. How did you become a humble knight? Blake's expression was serious, and he said earnestly, I merely take great people as my example every day, and naturally, I become humble. Plus, our Breeze territory is blessed with talents and resources, making the cultivation of virtue power twice as effective, which is why I am who I am today. The flattery was quite strong, but the Count really liked it. Not bad, really not bad. I also think Breeze territory is a good place, the Count said with a smile. Blake seized the opportunity. It's still thanks to your excellent leadership, my lord. When you weren't here, there didn't seem to be anything special about Breeze territory. The Count laughed even more happily, and he even had a vague thought of wanting to keep Blake by his side for training. But looking at his equally happy daughter beside him, the Count shook his head. That's enough, that's enough. Chapter 005. The girl's carriage always has a spot. Blake's flattery was still quite effective. That afternoon, he received his first mount, a pure white warhorse personally sponsored by the Earl. Blake named it Pearl. Of course, flattering was also considered a knightly virtue. Honesty. You told the Lord a slightly exaggerated truth, and your honesty attribute has increased. Blake always felt a bit of irony about his cheat, but he found it hard to articulate exactly who this irony was directed at. It felt like a kind of dark humor. As for becoming little Ellie's bodyguard, Blake had mixed feelings. He admitted that he was lowly and lusted after Ellie's body. Although he said no with his mouth, he couldn't hide the joy when Ellie was right in front of him. As for the challenges ahead, Blake could only say that he would face them as they came. As long as he leveled up quickly enough, disasters wouldn't catch up to him. Blake, what do you think I should wear this afternoon? After the parade at the training ground, Ellie walked towards her room with her 2 bodyguards. Blake scratched his head and said, Whatever, you look good in anything. He didn't know what Ellie meant and could only give a perfunctory response. But unexpectedly, little Ellie's eyes brightened, and she suddenly became shy. Really? Do I look good in anything? Blake nodded. The prettiest girl in Breeze territory is like this. Little Ellie laughed. Stop it, stop it. I'm going to blush. She glanced at the silent knight Jenny beside her, and, seeing that she hadn't noticed their situation at all, allowed a small sigh of relief. However, what she didn't know was that although Knight Jenny had turned her face away, she couldn't help but smile, revealing an ant-like grin. How wonderful! How wonderful! Could it be that she could still witness the young love story between the Lord's daughter and an ordinary youth? Fantastic! Jenny was 30 years old this year, and her favorite pastime was reading romance novels. Seeing the interaction between Ellie and Blake, she found it really hard to suppress her smile. In the end, Ellie chose a long dress that matched her hair color. This dress was hand-knitted by Ellie's biological mother and held special significance for Ellie. The Earl had prepared the carriage, and everything Ellie needed for the academy was ready. By the carriage, the Earl patted his daughter's head and said, Study hard at school, and remember to find your Uncle Lucas if you encounter any difficulties. Lucas was the Earl's former comrade-in-arms who, after retiring from the battlefield, joined the High Magic Society and was now teaching at the Magic Academy in Blackstone City. Ellie nodded obediently. The Earl then turned to Blake. He patted Blake on the shoulder and said, I was thinking of making you a priest, but unexpectedly you made an effort and became a knight first. Polish yourself well. Breeze territory will always need young talents like you. Yes, for the service of Breeze territory, for the service of the Lord. Due to his past life, Blake shouted the slogan quite proficiently. Hearing Blake's strong words, the Earl laughed heartily. Not bad, not bad. But he quickly feigned a hug and whispered in Blake's ear, "You brat. Until you gain the virtue of honesty, you're not allowed to touch Ellie, understand?" Clearly, the Earl was worried about Blake's future potential. In contrast, he seemed more concerned about Blake's character. Blake nodded and shouted, "The Lord's words are the benchmark for my actions." Seeing Blake so perceptive, Earl Breeze couldn't bring himself to say those slightly threatening words anymore. In the end, he could only pat Blake's shoulder heavily and said, "Work hard. I have high hopes for you." "Yes," Blake shouted robustly. Shouting loudly was simply a special treatment for a veteran who had been on the battlefield. The Earl was very satisfied with Blake's attitude. He then looked at Jenny and extended his hand to shake hers. "Night, Jenny. I leave little Ellie in your care. Thank you for your hard work." After a pause, the Earl added, "If that smelly brat over there has any spare energy, he can help protect her too." Jenny nodded and said, "Rest assured, my lord. I will do my best." The Earl nodded. He wasn't too worried about Jenny. After all, if a loyal knight had any inappropriate thoughts about the marked person, they would immediately suffer backlash. Moreover, the loyalty mark could not be actively removed. Only after the marked person's death could the loyal knight change masters. With these two characteristics in place, combined with the knightly profession's adherence to virtue, no one would doubt the knight's loyalty. The Earl looked at Ellie again and finally said, "Little Ellie, if anything happens, you must tell Uncle Lucas. If you're bullied at the academy, we'll withdraw you. I'll find another mage for you." Puffed. Blake almost couldn't hold back his laughter. The Earl really didn't trust his second wife much. Clearly, Ellie's stepmother was a third-tier mage, yet he could still say something like finding another mage. The silent hill beside them also looked a bit awkward. The Earl's words were a slap to her face. However, in front of the Earl, she still had to play the role of a loving mother, asking Ellie about her well-being and very nonchalantly mentioning that she had given Ellie a dozen magic books. Blake found it amusing. The carriage finally started moving, and Blake rode Pearl, diligently guarding the carriage. After they left Breeze territory, Ellie poked her head out of the carriage and looked at Blake, saying, "Blake, do you want to come sit in the carriage?" Blake waved his hand and pretended to be serious. "My lady, please don't interfere with my work." Ellie smiled and asked, "What is your job?" "To protect the treasure of Breeze territory," Blake replied. Ellie's face turned red again. Her skin was simply too thin. "Well, I'll save you a spot. If you get tired of riding, come rest in the carriage," Ellie said. Blake nodded. "I understand, my lady." Night Jenny, who had been eavesdropping, smiled again. How wonderful as the carriage moved forward leisurely. Blake's spirit remained tense. As a master of survival in the wild, Blake was very sensitive to danger. From the moment he was chosen, Blake pondered a question. If Hill, this stepmother, was still unwilling to give up, how would she cause trouble? With the three of them together, Ellie couldn't be harmed, and harming Jenny, a third-tier knight, would be too costly. If there were to be trouble, it would have to be a situation where only Blake was targeted. So the question arose, was there a way to accurately kill Blake without affecting others? Yes, brothers, there was. Beware of enemy attacks. Blake skillfully dismounted and rolled on the ground. The place where he had been was just barely missed by a poisoned arrow that shot through above the horse's back and embedded itself in the carriage canopy. Chapter 006. There's an assassin. Be careful of the hidden arrows, Jenny shouted. Although they couldn't see the person, they could see the deadly arrows flying out. Considering the cost of killing, it could be concluded that Hill must have found a first-tier ranger to cause trouble. To confirm if the arrows were aimed at him, Blake dodged and then shifted to a safer distance from the carriage. Whoosh! The second arrow followed closely, aimed right at Blake's head. Blake rolled to barely avoid it and cursed, "Damn it, they really are coming for me." He formed a circle with his left thumb and index finger and blew a sharp whistle. The little horse, Pearl, that had been standing still, came running over. Blake mounted the horse and moved forward. Among the initial tier professionals, knights were the heaviest, especially humble knights like him, who would even reduce their own mobility. Therefore, on the battlefield, knights often served as the main force in positional warfare. But just like their name suggests, if you include their mounts, knights also had great charging power. Although Blake had some wilderness survival skills in his past life, he was most proficient at riding motorcycles. Horses were high-end goods in his previous life, and most people probably only saw them in tourist attractions and played around a bit. But the moment he became a knight outside that alley, horsemanship felt like it was imprinted in his brain, becoming part of his skills. Pearl had previously been a warhorse, so there was no need for much adjustment. She understood Blake's intentions right away. The two of them dashed into the distance. Near the carriage, Ellie anxiously called out, "Blake." She then looked at Jenny, who shook her head. "My first priority is to protect you, my lord." Moreover, if it was just an ordinary first-tier ranger, he shouldn't be able to defeat Blake. Among companions, they knew each other well. Jenny had long noticed that Blake's humble virtue was astonishingly high, a level she had only seen in some high-tier knights. In terms of humility, Blake could be considered the foremost in the windward region. The power of a knight comes from their virtue. The stronger the virtue, the stronger the knight. Therefore, Jenny wasn't too worried about Blake's strength at all. And indeed, Blake charged into the woods on Pearl, who sensed her new master's momentum and also galloped forward with all her might. The hidden ranger in the woods saw Blake charging in and became a bit flustered, shooting several arrows in succession. But not only did they fail to hit the rapidly moving Blake, they instead revealed his position. "Found you." A gray halo emanated from Blake, designating the ranger assassin as his ally, activating the special version of the humble ring. The ranger, who wanted to slip back into the woods, found his movement halted, as if something had him targeted and he could not enter a state of concealment. Furthermore, his stamina and life force began to drain, heading directly towards the incoming Blake. Even more exaggerated, Blake, who had been moving at a normal speed, suddenly accelerated. At this rate, he would be in front of the ranger in a matter of seconds. How is this possible? What kind of trick is this? The ranger panicked. "Damn it, I was tricked by the middleman." When he took the assassination job, the middleman only told him that the opponent was a newly promoted first-tier grassroots knight. He had killed dozens of these newly promoted knights before. Grassroots knights find it hard to get a proper mount right after their promotion. A knight without a mount is just a wooden post in the eyes of a ranger. To shoot some arrows from the shadows and kill at will. But this knight in front of him had a proper warhorse that had been on the battlefield, and the knight himself was as agile as a monkey in the mountains. His once accurate arrows were all evaded. Moreover, it seemed this knight had some unknown skills. The ranger was sure that his life force was indeed being drained by this knight. What kind of vicious skill is this? He couldn't run away now, nor could he hide. Just like how a knight at first tier might not excel in mobility, but had advantages in defense and charging. A ranger at first tier only had the advantages of concealment and ranged attacks. If a knight got close, it would be pure defeat. Blake swung his second-hand standard knight's lance with force, directly smashing the tree where the ranger was hiding. The ranger, wanting to extend his grappling hook to grab another tree, found his movement halted, reacting half a beat too slowly. His life force was continuously being drained by Blake, and all his attributes were plummeting, rendering his previously usable grappling hook ineffective. As he fell from the air, he didn't even have time to beg for mercy. Of course, begging for mercy wouldn't help. The moment he hit the ground, Blake tightened Pearl's reins. Pearl let out a loud whinny, her front hooves leaping high. Then she landed heavily on the ranger, and with two loud thuds, the ranger's chest had two deep imprints left by the metal hooves. "Beg for mercy? Go tell my Pearl." Blake murmured. Bravery. Successfully killed a fellow practitioner who harbored murderous intent towards you. Bravery attribute increased. He didn't hold back because he recognized the intruder. The attacker was a member of the Blackstone City Assassin Alliance, an organization that operated through middlemen, making it impossible to obtain any effective information. What? How did Blake know? Sorry, Blake was also a member of the Assassin Alliance. This organization wasn't a professional association. As long as you had a letter of introduction or a dog tag from the Assassin Alliance, you could join, regardless of skill level. After all, in this world, even among ordinary people, there are plenty of grudges and feuds, creating a need for assassins. Blake calmed the slightly restless Pearl and patted her head. Then he jumped down and took the ranger's dog tag. He also skillfully searched the ranger's clothes and stole 1 gold coin. After putting the coin into his pocket, Blake slung the ranger's bow and arrows over his shoulder. Blake. Suddenly, Ellie's voice came from behind. The girl was sitting on Jenny's horse, holding her waist and peeking out from behind her with a worried expression. After confirming that Blake was fine, she finally relaxed. Jenny shrugged. See, my lord? I told you Blake would be fine. Blake scratched his head and said, well, I killed this guy myself. According to the rules, you two can't split the loot. Ellie pouted. We ran all the way here, and this is what you tell us? Blake smiled and gave a somewhat improper gentleman's bow before saying, of course. I also appreciate the concern of the two lovely ladies. As a reward, I've decided to treat you both to a meal when we get to Blackstone City. Blake tossed the gold coin into the air and caught it steadily with the spoils I just acquired. Chapter 007, Entering the City. This ranger assassin was likely the last resort of Ellie's stepmother. After this encounter, the group continued on their way without any further incidents. So the Assassin's Guild isn't a hidden organization? Little Ellie asked. Blake nodded. It's just a killing agency, right behind the Adventurers Guild in Blackstone City, with a sign displayed openly. Little Ellie seemed skeptical and asked, does this organization have no secret entrances? No special assessment rules? No misterious durganisation kriv? Jenny laughed, my lady. None of those things exist. The so-called Assassin's Guild is merely a mediator platform for killers. Blake pulled out the ranger's dog tag and tossed it to Ellie, saying, you can use this to join. This might be the most ceremonial activity of this organization, Blake remarked. Ellie took the dog tag and looked at it. It was a fairly sturdy piece of white copper, engraved with a string of letters and numbers. She shook her little head and asked, so if I don't have this, can I not join the Assassin's Guild? Blake shrugged. There is also a recommendation letter. A recommendation letter? Is it like a letter of recommendation from big shots within the organization? Ellie inquired. Blake shook his head. There are 3 instructors at the Guild's headquarters. You can pay to duel with them, and if you win, you get a recommendation letter. Why are there 3? Ellie asked. Because the fees are different, Blake replied. Such a straightforward reason shattered Ellie's last bit of fantasy about the assassin organization. So the mysterious organizations in the stories are all fake, Ellie muttered. Blake remained silent. In this world with extraordinary professions, such special, mysterious organizations must exist. But for the only daughter of Count Breeze, getting involved with such organizations was inevitably dangerous. As a mature guard, freeloader, Blake wouldn't want to complicate things, even a little. In the distance, the massive, dark, and heavy city walls came into view. They had arrived at Blackstone City. This city, located at the northern border of the Lionheart Duchy, played an important role in defending against monsters, orcs, and the evils of the underworld. The city wall, made of tempered obsidian, was constructed over nearly 10 years by hundreds of dwarf stonemasons. It could be said that as long as this wall stood firm, the northern borders of the Lionheart Duchy would not fall. Miss Breeze, welcome to Blackstone City. Please show your identification. A tall, fully armored guard said at the city gate. Ellie took out the admission letter she had prepared beforehand and handed it to the guard. The guard glanced at it and stood at attention. Welcome, future Archmage. Ellie smiled modestly, took back the envelope, and returned to the carriage. The guard respectfully allowed them to pass, and the soldiers around them saluted the Breeze emblem on the carriage. Blake murmured to himself, when I entered the city before, I still had to pay and watch the faces of these nobles. Now it's like a fox borrowing a tiger's might. Jenny slightly understood the meaning of fox borrowing tiger's might and smiled. Your choice of words is quite amusing. These guards judge based on status and strength. Once you reach the 3rd tier, you'll also enjoy their salutes. 3rd tier, Blake smacked his lips. Ever since he was promoted to the 1st tier, aside from the energy bar for the virtue of humility, the energy bars for the other 7 virtues had all been emptied. Moreover, the required maximum capacity had also increased. It was evident that even with an external aid, Blake's path of promotion was not as smooth as he had hoped. However, compared to the indigenous people whose promotion paths were elusive, Blake's strength improvement at least had a clear basis, which was quite commendable. Since the Magic Academy wouldn't officially open until tomorrow, after entering the city, the carriage didn't head directly to the academy in the eastern part, but went straight to the Green Vine Inn in the west. On the carriage, Ellie poked her head out and asked Blake, why aren't we resting at an inn in the east? Blake scratched his ear and replied, do you want to be harassed? Ellie quickly realized, you mean those noble offspring from the north? Blake nodded, given the level of vigilance in Breeze territory. Those guys probably already know EVE set off. Count Breeze was good at fighting, but when it came to governing his territory, he could only be said to barely pass. Just the spies from other nobles that Blake had discovered amounted to 7 or 8. After hearing Blake's words, Ellie nodded. Then I'll listen to you. The little girl didn't have much cunning and chose to trust Blake. The carriage stopped at the stable outside the inn, and Blake and Ginny got off. At the entrance of the inn, a tall, voluptuous elf leaned against the door. "Oh, Blake, long time no see." Blake waved. "Long time no see, Celia." The elf, Celia, looked Blake up and down and smiled. "You really have become a professional, but in the end, you chose to be a knight? Why didn't you pursue your path as a ranger?" Celia asked. Celia was a druid elf wandering in the northern forests, belonging to the Wilderness Balance sect. Her main job was somewhat like Blake's previous life as a forest ranger, and her side job was being the owner of the Green Vine Inn. Before becoming a civil servant in Breeze territory, Blake had been wandering in the forest, which was when he met Celia. Blake shrugged. Breeze territory doesn't need a half-baked ranger. Celia snorted lightly. Breeze territory doesn't need an ordinary knight either. But she eventually smiled. Regardless, congratulations on becoming a professional. Celia looked behind Blake and said, "Aren't you going to introduce your companions?" Blake smiled. "This is the future archmage of Breeze territory, the Count's only daughter, my employer, Miss Ellie. This is my colleague, a young and loyal knight, Miss Jenny." Blake then introduced Ellie and Jenny. "This is a friend I met in the forest, a great druid from the Balance sect, plant expert Celia." The three women exchanged simple greetings, and Celia pushed open the inn door, saying, "How long do you plan to stay this time?" Blake replied, "One night." Celia looked at Ellie and quickly understood. "A new student at the Magic Academy?" Ellie, holding her oak staff, nodded. "Yes, I start tomorrow." She felt a little nervous, seeing how close Celia and Blake were. Celia sighed lightly. "What a pity. We have a gathering for our sect next week, and I was thinking of inviting you both to join." Blake shrugged. "I've heard that the Magic Academy is easy to enter but hard to leave. I'll be lucky if I can make it to that gathering." Celia chuckled and joked, "You've become a knight. Whether you come or not doesn't matter." Blake laughed. "What? Can knights not follow the path of balance?" Chapter 008, The Pearl of the North, in the Eastern District of Blackstone City, outside the Magic Academy. Several servants wearing tulip brooches were lurking near an inn, searching for clues. They only returned to the private room on the second floor of the Golden Spring Inn near the school by evening. Inside the room was Casca Tulip, the nephew of Ellie's stepmother, a second-year student at the Magic Academy, his chest emblem indicating that he was a serious first-level mage. At 25 years old, his talent was decent, not an ordinary person. By the way, the curfew at the Magic Academy only applies to freshmen who have not yet become formal mages. "Have you found Ellie?" Casca asked. Ever since he met Ellie at the banquet where Hill married Count Breeze, he had taken quite a liking to her. The servants shook their heads in unison. "My lord, we did not find her." Casca frowned. He had already received a message from his Aunt Hill, and logically, Ellie should have arrived today. Where could she have gone? Casca wondered. Before long, another group of servants returned. "My lord, although we did not find Miss Ellie's whereabouts, we discovered." "Discovered what?" Casca asked eagerly. "We found that the younger son of the city lord of Blackstone, the second daughter of Count Lyriang, and several young nobles seem to be looking for Miss Ellie." Upon hearing this, Casca's temples throbbed. Forget about the locals in Blackstone. But what does that she-wolf from Count Lyriang's family mean? What is a barbarian doing getting involved? Is it true what they say in town, that she has a fondness for women? And those young nobles, can't they look at themselves in a roadside pit? How dare they covet the Pearl of the North? They truly have lost their senses. In the entire northern noble circle, among the younger generation, there were more men than women. There were only 2 suitable candidates for marriage. One was the second daughter of Count Lyriang, known as the Wolf Girl, Sarah. The other was little Ellie, known as the Pearl of the North. With her exquisite beauty, outstanding mage talent, and being the only daughter of a count, these 3 conditions combined made her irresistibly attractive to the young nobles of the North. As for marrying outside, the North was like that area beyond the 7 Rings. The nobles near the imperial city looked down upon it. Casca's eyes turned, and he said, "In that case, You go find the people from Black Hole Head and follow them. Black Hole Head was the nickname of Chuck, the youngest son of Duke Blackstone. A few clever servants nodded in agreement and ran out. Inside the Green Vine Inn, little Ellie curiously examined everything in the room. Sister Jenny, are these things alive? Ellie pointed to the green leaves on the wall, asking curiously. Jenny shook her head. My lord, I don't know. Elves are quite exclusive. This is my first time staying in an elf's inn. However, judging from their vitality, these grass and leaves should be living beings. Blake had booked 2 rooms, one for Jenny and Ellie, and one for himself. It was rare for a junior mage to stay alone because low-level mages were quite vulnerable and could easily die. Here in Celia, it was relatively safe. Otherwise, Blake would have only booked 1 room. By the way, I didn't expect Blake to have elven friends, Ellie muttered. Jenny smiled. Doesn't that mean Blake is excellent? Ellie scratched her head and chuckled. That's true. Besides, you don't have to worry about Blake being taken away by that elf, Jenny said. Druids who join the sect are all single, dedicating everything to nature. And they want to develop feelings or love. Ellie's face flushed suddenly, and she stammered. I wasn't worried at all. Jenny wore a knowing smile. I didn't say more. What she didn't fully express was that while sect druids wouldn't marry, it didn't mean that those wilderness walkers who could turn into beasts lacked those needs. For them, one-night stands were quite common. This harsh reality was something Jenny didn't want her employer to be upset about. By the way, where is Blake? I didn't see him just now, Ellie asked. Jenny walked to the window and looked outside, saying, It seems you want to deal with some pests. Pests? Ellie asked curiously. Wanted to look out the window, but was stopped by Jenny. My lord, I think it's better for you not to show yourself since those nuisances have arrived. Ellie sighed. It's really annoying. Jenny looked at the servants outside, each wearing various noble emblems. Shaking her head, Blake does have foresight. This inn is owned by elves. And according to the neutral race preferential treatment terms in Blackstone City, northern nobles cannot force their way into the properties of other neutral races without the owner's permission. Blackstone only has friendly relations with dwarves. Elves can only be considered neutral. To attract these pointy-eared folks to come here, this so-called neutral race clause was established. It can be seen as a means of attracting investment. Well, it seems Blake is about to take action, Jenny said. What is that thing he has on his head? Ellie asked curiously. What has Blake done? Jenny's expression was strange. After a moment, she finally spoke. He put a sack on his head and then beat someone up? Outside the Green Vine Inn, Blake changed his outfit and put a sack on his head, stealthily following the people who had come to investigate. Among these individuals, the strengths varied. Some were ordinary people, but most were first-level professionals. It was evident that the more exquisite the family emblem, the higher the strength level. Blake followed behind these people, took out the rolling pin that Celia had lent him, and knocked them out one by one. After knocking them unconscious, he dragged them into an alley and tied their sleeves together. Justice, you valiantly ambushed these people one-on-one. Justice attribute increased. Compassion, although you ambushed them, you did not kill them. Compassion attribute increased. Honor, you took down all their emblems, symbolizing your victory. Honor attribute increased. Seeing the attributes on his panel jumping wildly, Blake couldn't help but grin widely. Ahem, although I know you're also working for those nobles. Don't blame me for taking action. I also need to level up my attributes, right? Blake muttered to himself, arranged these people into a suitable pose, and took out 2 small bags from his pocket, opened them, and threw them nearby. These small bags contained fleas, which Blake had caught in the stable last week. Initially, he intended to annoy Ellie's stepmother, but now that he was in Blackstone City, he couldn't irritate that old woman, so he could only annoy these scheming young nobles. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame your masters with their wicked ideas. Blake glanced at his masterpiece and left the alley. Humility. Although they cannot hear your sincere words, your heartfelt thoughts are humble. Humility attribute increased. Chapter 009. Inviting to dinner, Blake returned to the Green Vine Inn, tossing the badge he had just acquired onto the table. See if anything looks familiar? Blake said. Jenny glanced at it briefly and muttered. Have all the nobles active in Blackstone City come? Why are there so many badges? As a professional who had been mingling in the north for a long time, Jenny was quite familiar with these nobles. Blackstone City, as the core of the entire north, was indeed a gathering point for nobles. But to be honest, it was Jenny's first time seeing so many badges. The value of the Northern Pearl, Blake murmured. Quick, help me sort these out. Which ones are valuable and which ones aren't? I'll find someone to melt them down. Blake said. Noble badges were made from precious metals. For instance, the Breeze badge was made of green moss copper. Though the name doesn't sound very high-end, in fact, it was a metal that could communicate with wind attribute energy. Blake had joined the Breeze faction for over 2 years, but had never received this badge until this afternoon when he got one from the Count just before heading out. Highlighting its rarity, Ellie scratched at the table and picked up 2 badges, saying, "These 2 are worth some money. The rest are all ordinary metals." She raised her left hand, saying, "This is the tulip badge belonging to Aunt Hill's family. It contains a bit of fragrant stone, which is a rather precious spice." The little girl didn't have the habit of calling her stepmother anything but aunt. She then raised her right hand, saying, "This is the Blackstone badge. The mark of the Duke of Blackstone. The material is the same as the city walls, made of 1,000-fold obsidian." This one looks pure. It might be close to 10,000-fold, so it's quite valuable, but the problem is. Ellie winked at Blake. According to the laws of Blackstone City, the badges of these 2 noble families cannot be melted down or traded. If discovered, it leads straight to the dungeon. Blake nodded, putting the badges away, and said, I understand. Don't worry, I want to do that kind of thing." Seeing Blake's expression, Ellie hesitated for a moment, but being clever, she didn't discourage him a second time. Instead, she began to think about how to use her connections to help him if he really ended up in jail. Talp, tap. Someone was knocking at the door. Ellie snapped back to reality and looked at Blake. Blake walked to the door, observed for a moment, and opened it. Outside stood Celia, holding a huge wooden tray and wearing a cook's outfit. "The wilderness set meal is here," Celia said as she placed the tray on the table. "This is the hind leg meat of a second-tier magical beast, the spirit light deer, marinated with secret spices and then grilled over an open flame. It's our signature dish for the wilderness set meal. This bowl is a mixed berry salad, containing a few types of berries that you humans rarely eat. You should give it a try. The dessert is honey cake made from honey from our balance cult's special bees. It's rich and fragrant. The main dish is just ordinary white bread. Blake didn't tell me you were coming in advance, so I couldn't prepare the elf specialty, lembas. Lembas was actually elven compressed bread, a combination of oil, milk, and sweetness, which could be quite filling. Usually when one encountered elves in the wild, they would have it on them. However, this thing really needed to be prepared in advance. And Celia probably didn't have any stock as she hadn't planned to go out recently. Lastly, there were the drinks. Celia smiled and said, "Try our special elven wine." Blake picked up a cup, sniffed it, and waved his hand, saying, "Change it. Give Ellie a grape drink." Celia's mischievous side was showing again. Blake sniffed a few times and felt that the alcohol content was off, just like how dwarves had their distilled spirits. Elves also had their unique style of wine. Celia really liked high-alcohol wine, so most of the wine from Greenvine was quite dangerous. Hearing Blake's words, Celia smirked. "Oh, switching drinks? But I see our little princess doesn't seem very willing." Ellie had hesitated only a little, but after hearing Celia's provoking words, she suddenly became resolute. "No need to switch. I've been an adult for 2 years. I can drink." Blake covered his face and said, "Then drink less." Celia smiled slightly and bowed, saying, "Please enjoy your meal." She then leaned out the door and said, "By the way, Blake has already paid for this meal," saying it was specially for 2 beautiful ladies. After saying that, she closed the door. Blake divided the utensils and poured a little wine for Jenny and Ellie. Celia isn't being honest. What she brought out is her highest alcohol content wine. "You guys try a bit first and see if you can handle it," Blake said. He poured himself a very small amount, not daring to pour more. He had tried this stuff once before, and it had knocked him out cold. If it weren't for the fact that he had recently leveled up as a professional and greatly increased his constitution, he definitely wouldn't touch a drop. Celia had given quite a generous amount. It was enough for 4 or 5 people. Jenny looked at the table full of dishes and muttered, "When did a gold coin become able to buy so much? I remember that even buying a plate of second-tier magical beast meat wound tea cost less than this." Blake casually placed 2 pieces of deer meat into Ellie's small wooden bowl, then took 2 pieces for himself and said, "Don't worry about eating. I'm also a partner of Greenvine, so it's not a problem to get some discounts here." When Blake first met Celia in the wilderness, he had once shared some high school knowledge he learned about genetics, traits, and plant grafting. Blake explained it very simply, but it seemed quite useful to Celia. The next time Blake saw Celia, she had leveled up directly and successfully transitioned to a relatively rare prosperity druid, 3rd tier. Because of this, Celia had always held Blake in high regard. Well, this is up for debate. Given Celia's personality, it's hard to say whether she was fond of Blake or more interested in the biological knowledge in his head. In any case, Celia had a high favorability towards Blake, making it easy for him to get by with a friendly face and a free meal. Hearing Blake's words, Jenny found this handsome boy even more mysterious. The relationship between humans and elves had always been lukewarm. Having such a close relationship with an elf was not easy. Ellie's indigo eyes sparkled with admiration. She genuinely admired Blake. "You two should eat. Why are you both staring at me? Come on, try Celia's cooking," Blake urged. Chapter 010. The great power of the prosperous druid at Blake's invitation. The 2 girls finally started to eat. Celia's cooking was quite good, and Jenny preferred the specially made roasted venison, which provided a strong sense of fullness from the blood and meat of magical beasts, something physical classes loved. In contrast, Ellie preferred sweets. Whether it was berry salad or honey cake, she enjoyed all the sweet treats. As for the wine, Jenny took a sip and then hesitated to drink more. As a qualified loyal knight, she had to take on the duty of guarding at all times. So a little tasting was enough. She couldn't drink too much. Blake had learned from past experiences, so he drank cautiously as well. However, after becoming a professional, his constitution had changed significantly, and he could clearly feel his alcohol tolerance. Therefore, he managed to control himself. As for little Ellie, she seemed to have gone a bit crazy, drinking 2 cups in a row. The second cup she downed in one go, then lay down without a moment's hesitation. Blake shrugged at the sight. "Jenny, I'll leave Ellie to you," Blake said. Jenny waved her hand and replied, Don't worry. I live next door. Just call me if anything happens." Blake nodded, but Jenny kept raving about the plate of roasted venison, clearly very fond of Celia's cooking. Blake returned to his room, crouched down, and observed the floor for a moment. "Come out, I found you," Blake said. The wooden wall shimmered, and Celia, wearing a specially made grass skirt, appeared in the room. She looked at Blake and laughed. "Did you guess or observe?" Blake shrugged. "I guessed. It's hard for a 3rd-tier elven druid to hide in a wooden room without being found." He had just made a guess based on Celia's personality. He didn't expect Celia to actually be there. "Is the wine good?" Celia asked, her tone implying something more. Blake rolled his eyes. "I think you really want me dead. The Earl of Breeze doesn't have a good temper, and I don't want to die by his sword." Celia shrugged. "That little girl looks at you with such longing. Why not just go for it?" Blake sighed as he sat in a wrought-tan chair. "Let's talk about it later. With my current abilities, I'm not worthy of her." Celia gazed at Blake with dreamy eyes, her smile never fading. She leaned forward, crossing her legs. Her long, smooth thighs were so eye-catching that Blake couldn't help but glance a few more times. Celia noticed Blake's gaze and changed her posture, making her legs appear even longer. "I just chased away another batch of people," Celia said. "Thanks for that," Blake replied nonchalantly. Celia looked at Blake and asked, "Do you have any rewards for me?" Blake scratched his head. "With your status in the balanced sect, are you afraid of these few noble second-generation kids?" Celia pouted, "But I helped out too." She walked over and sat on the armrest of Blake's wrought-tan chair, and he could clearly smell the scent of grass on her. "Come on, keep your distance. There are boundaries between men and women," Blake said as he pushed Celia away and pulled out a small cloth bag from his pocket, tossing it to her. Celia's eyes lit up when she saw the small bag Blake threw. "You're starting to say those strange phrases again," she mumbled as she opened the bag. "What kind of seeds are these?" Celia asked curiously. "Corn. I call it corn, a type of grain with a very high yield," Blake replied. Celia raised an eyebrow. "Grain?" Blake nodded. "This thing doesn't have specific growing conditions. It can grow as long as it's not too cold." "Does it need water?" Celia asked. "It doesn't need water," Blake confirmed. "And not only can humans eat it, but animals can too. It's excellent feed. Of course, its biggest advantage is still the yield." Celia looked at the corn seeds in the bag and said, "I think I've seen this in the wild, but it doesn't seem as impressive as you say. Blake shrugged. This isn't some high-tier special plant, so, of course, wouldn't catch the eye of professionals like you. Besides, this thing is still a semi-finished product. The defect rate is a bit high. To truly realize its value, it needs you druids to cultivate it. Before Blake could finish his sentence, he saw green energy surge from Celia's hands, and a corn seed began to grow rapidly under the energy's embrace. Celia closed her eyes, feeling the crop, and began consciously adjusting the seed's genes using the breeding methods Blake had taught her. In about 10 minutes, the seed that was supposed to be just a seed had grown into a 3-meter-tall stalk with plump ears of corn on it. Although it wasn't Blake's first time seeing Celia cast magic, he was still amazed again. This extraordinary profession was indeed powerful. Celia opened her eyes, her gaze bright. It's such a pity that you're not a druid. We in the wild cult are struggling every day in the wilderness looking for suitable seeds to improve. And we might not even find one suitable seed all year round. Yet you seem to have some kind of magic. Every seed you bring is so miraculous. She sighed slightly. In front of you, we druids searching for special seeds look like clowns in a circus. This thing called corn has such exaggerated yield potential. I must take it back to study with the elders. Celia's hands made a popping sound, and the corn that had just grown and the bag of seeds Blake had given her disappeared. Celia walked up to Blake, cupped his face with her hands, and gently kissed his forehead. This is the druid's blessing. For the next month, Blake, you will gain the friendship of the beasts when entering the wilderness. I'm leaving now. Sweetie Celia walked to the door, suddenly paused, turned her head, and said, if one day you break your knightly virtue, remember to find me. I'll get you a secret potion from the Wild Rangers. Blake grunted, hurry up and go. Such ominous talk. Do you think I can break my virtue? Celia smiled and said, the balanced sect will always have a place for you. Blake shook his head, pondering, you're just talking nonsense. Half of the elves are still stubborn and distant from humans. Joining the balanced sect is just asking for trouble. It's much more enjoyable to be a guardian for the little girl. Blake muttered. Chapter 011. Tipsy in the middle of the night, Blake lay in bed, deep in sleep. He hadn't had a good night's sleep in days, and now at the Green Vine Inn, he could finally relax. So Blake slept soundly. At midnight, Ellie, feeling the effects of alcohol, got out of bed, rubbed her eyes, and sleepily walked outside. Jenny, who was sleeping on the other side of the room, opened her eyes and looked at Ellie. Ellie wandered around the room like a mindless zombie, mumbling something to herself. Seeing this, Jenny approached to wake Ellie up, but then noticed the smile at the corner of Ellie's mouth as she softly murmured, Blake. Blake! Jenny suddenly stopped her actions, feeling a bit reluctant to disturb her employer's sweet dreams. Ellie was in a very peculiar state, somewhere between waking and sleeping. She swayed around the room and directly opened the door. Jenny raised an eyebrow and followed Ellie. No way. She wouldn't be doing that, would she? Filled with anticipation, Jenny decided not to interfere with Ellie as long as she ensured her safety. After Ellie opened the door, she skillfully opened the door on the right. Jenny was taken aback. Wait, is Ellie already awake? With such clear intent? The door on the right led to Blake's room. Jenny quietly followed Ellie inside. Ellie squinted, her nose twitching as if she smelled something, and suddenly quickened her pace, pouncing directly onto Blake. Blake stirred slightly, as if about to wake up. Jenny took a deep breath. No. Please, Blake, don't wake up. Fortunately, Blake didn't wake up. He just scratched his waist and changed his sleeping position. Ellie wrapped herself around Blake like an octopus. Her little head nestled in Blake's embrace, drooling in bliss as if she were about to faint from happiness. Jenny watched this scene, her legs tightly crossed and her hands gripping the door, her eyes sparkling. Yes, yes, yes. This is what I've been wanting to see. The temperature in the room gradually rose, and the two of them pressed against each other, made it easy for the warmth to build up. Blake slowly began to wake. What's going on? He felt something soft. Ellie let out a soft whimper, and a purple magic circle appeared in her hand. Blake glanced at it. What is this? Before he could finish his sentence, he fainted. Jenny's mouth dropped open. Sleep spell? Isn't this a first circle spell? When did the employer directly advance to a first-level mage? Jenny was stunned. The advancement of a mage is quite straightforward. If you can use a certain circle of spells, then you are that level of mage. Ellie had indeed been close to advancing to a first-level mage. having learned most of the cantrips already. But first circle spells were still a long way off. No, wait, this doesn't seem to be a proper sleep spell, Ginny thought to herself. As Blake was attacked by the spell, a message suddenly popped up on his panel. Sacrifice. You were attacked by your employer, and sacrifice yourself. Sacrifice attribute increased. This message jolted Blake awake. What the heck? Who hit me? Why did I just increase my sacrifice? Blake struggled awake from his dream. He shot up from the bed and saw Ellie next to him, her clothes in disarray. His heart skipped a beat. Wait, what is going on? Blake looked at his belt. Fortunately, it was still securely fastened, and everything seemed fine. Blake, look at me. Ellie's voice still carried the scent of wine. Blake instinctively turned his head, and Ellie, with her dazed eyes, once again summoned the magic circle in her hand. You. Before Blake could finish his sentence, he fainted again. Still under the influence of alcohol, Ellie had no awareness of what she was doing. No one had ever told her what to do when a man and a woman shared bed. After using her spell to knock Blake out, she cuddled up to him and rubbed against him. Blake woke up again, and Ellie cast her spell once more. The purple magic circle in her hand became clearer, and the magical particles grew denser. Ellie, wake. Blake was once again disturbed by the spell and fell asleep again. This time it was a real sleep. Ellie, enduring the excruciating pain from her magic depletion and the dizziness from the alcohol, actually managed to successfully cast a proper first circle spell, sleep spell. A faint magical glow appeared around her. Ginny blinked. No one told me that stealing a man could lead to advancement too? After watching for a while at the door and confirming that nothing more was happening, she quietly left the room and closed the door. A night without words. A scream came from the second floor of the Green Vine Inn. The first to wake up, Ellie saw Blake at her bedside, looked at her disheveled clothes, and screamed out loud. What happened last night? It couldn't have been a dream. Ellie mumbled. She remembered being entangled with Blake all night in a dream and seemed to have used some spell to directly knock him out. She shuddered and touched her belly. No way. I can't be pregnant, right? This. Ellie jumped up from the bed, panicking. Blake, pretending to be asleep, couldn't hold back and chuckled softly. Hearing the sound, Ellie looked at Blake as if she had seen a savior. Blake, wake up. I think I'm going to have your baby. Ellie said urgently. What do you think we should name the baby? Do you prefer a boy or a girl? Will the baby be okay? Ellie mumbled. Blake was taken aback, turning to look at Ellie. Wait, why are you worried about that? Ellie tilted her head. What else should I be worried about? I want to have a child with you. Ellie said softly. Her face was flushed, and seeing Blake's bewildered expression, she bit her lip and said, Blake, you don't think I'm too easy, do you? I'm not like this with anyone else. After a pause, Blake stood up and said ahem. Let's not think about that for now. He looked down at his belt, and the way it was tied hadn't changed, indicating everything was still intact. Has anyone ever told you the specific process of having a baby? Blake asked. Ellie was taken aback. Isn't it just sleeping in the same bed that makes a baby? Blake opened his mouth, stood up, and said, wait a moment. He opened the door, only to be startled. Ginny, who had been eavesdropping at the door, felt very awkward when Blake suddenly opened it. I was just. As a loyal knight with the virtue of honesty, Ginny couldn't lie and could only stutter. Blake sighed. He had never thought that Ginny the Knight would be this kind of person. He said, forget it, Lady Ginny. Could you please enlighten our dear employer about the facts of life? She thinks she's pregnant. Chapter 012 New Student Enrollment. The carriage adorned with the Breeze Territory badge slowly departed from the Green Vine Inn. Blake rode on the pony Pearl, escorting the carriage. Make way. If you don't move aside, be careful of being trampled by the hooves. He cleared the path ahead. Along the way, quite a few nobles were already lying in wait. Those with a bit of sincerity sent their parents or came themselves. Those without sincerity simply sent a servant. The common thought among these people was to get in touch with Ellie, and as for what that interaction was for, well, that was another story. After all, as long as Ellie was alive, she was the first heir to Breeze Territory. Moreover, considering her exceptional admission to the Magic Academy at the age of 18, this little girl had considerable wizard talent. As a guard, Blake took on the task of driving these people away. Ginny remained close to the carriage canopy, preventing any surprise attacks. As for little Ellie, the girl was blushing as she processed the new knowledge that Sister Ginny had just taught her. For her, Becoming a first-level wizard was just a natural progression. Learning new physiological knowledge was what truly shocked her. Fortunately, those they encountered on the road were mostly minor nobles, who did not yet have the courage to actually confront the Breeze territory carriage. Blake managed to drive them away with a bit of effort. The carriage arrived safely at the Magic Academy. This year's enrollment at the Magic Academy seemed to be going quite smoothly, with many carriages outside the academy. A considerable number of people appear to have come. Blake jumped off the horse, pulled back the curtain, and helped Ellie down from the carriage. Riding mounts was prohibited inside the academy, so the three could only walk. Jenny glanced around and wondered, why haven't we seen anyone from Blackstone or Tulip? Blake smiled and said, perhaps they're unwell. In the academy's bathhouse, Cascar Tulip was struggling with fleas, assisted by several maids. The fleas that Blake had tossed around had successfully found their way to Cascar. Since the previous night, Cascar had been unbearably itchy, and now his discomfort was worsening. His delicate body had never experienced the torment of such pests, and this sudden invasion was truly excruciating. Who did this? Where did the fleas come from? Cascar wailed. Joining him in his lament was Chuck Blackstone, the young son of the Blackstone City Lord, nicknamed Charcoal Head. He too was busy catching fleas in the school's bathhouse private room. Blake had prepared the most energetic batch of fleas for them to catch. Outside the bathhouse, two servants rushed past, knocking on both of their doors, saying almost in unison, "Sir, Miss Ellie has arrived." Both were momentarily stunned, then hurriedly rushed out, getting dressed to meet Ellie. Inside the bathhouse, the two exchanged a glance, forcing out fake smiles before turning away, both wearing looks of disgust. As the offspring of a few prominent nobles in the north, they were not only in the same profession, but also of the same age. They had been competing since childhood, and the rivalry continued to this day. "Oomph! Speed up, I want to be faster than Charcoal Head," Cascar shouted. "Give me some casual clothes, stop with the formal wear. It's too cumbersome, I can't be slower than that skinny stick," Chuck Blackstone shouted. The two were at it again. At the entrance of the Magic Academy, it was quiet and peaceful here. The Magic Academy was relatively closed off. Those outside nobles could not enter, and only wizards were allowed in. In the impoverished north, the number of wizards was still quite limited, thus reducing many disturbances. Of course, it was also possible that after a night of rejection, the minor nobles had given up. After all, not everyone was willing to face constant rejection. Blake walked alongside Ellie, observing the entire academy. It looked quite different from the Magic Academy he had imagined. It resembled a military camp more. Standing at the entrance of the academy were two massive magical cannons, with barrels so large that two people would be needed to embrace them. A gigantic magical statue was busy cleaning, its back adorned with two long swords taller than a person, looking quite formidable. The surrounding buildings were equipped with many wizards' eyes, a spell derived from summoning magical pets, used for reconnaissance. The wizard towers that Blake had fantasized about were few. What dominated the academy were several semicircular military fortifications. Judging by their appearance, these fortifications could likely withstand spells of the fourth or fifth ring. Students came and went, their footsteps hurried, the sounds of spells casting echoing everywhere. Blake scratched his head, thinking this practical and violent atmosphere is quite reminiscent of the northern style. The three soon reached the statue in the Academy Square. The statue depicted Phoenix Blackstone, the first wizard of Blackstone City, and the elder brother of Duke Blackstone. This seventh-ring archmage had single-handedly expanded the territory of the Lionheart Principality by thousands of miles in the north. He was undoubtedly a big shot. Unfortunately, he had died under the curse of an orc shaman, but his battle style and the system of battle mages he left behind were still beneficial. At the base of the statue was the registration area for new students. An old lady with a long pipe, murky eyes, and curly white hair looked up at Ellie. "Oh, a third-level knight escort. Quite wealthy," the old lady said, tapping her pipe. "Let me see your enrollment letter." Ellie stepped forward and handed over the envelope with both hands. The old lady squinted her eyes and carefully examined the enrollment letter. "Ah, the only daughter of Count Breeze," she said, tapping the table and looking at Ellie. "Are you planning to study under that Lucas fellow, or with me?" Lucas was an old comrade of Count Breeze and was also the recommender in Ellie's enrollment letter and her provisional mentor. The old lady tapped her pipe and said, "You can call me Elizabeth. I specialize in illusion and control spells, while Lucas specializes in fire spells, so our focuses differ." She wrinkled her nose and said, "I can smell it. Your aura is reminiscent of mine from back in the day." Ellie nodded slightly, conjuring a magic circle in her hand. "The first ring spell I learned is sleep," she stated. Elizabeth chuckled. "It seems my nose isn't completely worn out yet." "How old are you this year?" Ellie answered honestly. "Just turned 18. Not bad, not bad. That little brat Breeze actually produced such a good seedling. He's really hit the jackpot," Elizabeth said, rising and walking in front of Ellie. "So, have you made your decision? Will you be with your Uncle Lucas or with me?" Ellie did not hesitate and directly bowed, saying, "Hello, teacher." Upon hearing the name of this white-haired old lady, she had already made her choice. There were at least 10 or 8 people named Elizabeth in the entire Magic Academy. However, the elderly lady with poor eyesight was the only one. That was the Academy's vice principal, the 5th-level archmage known as the Witch, Elizabeth Swift. Elizabeth smiled and gently patted Ellie's hair, saying, "My lineage practices dangerous arts. Are you mentally prepared?" Ellie nodded. "I will follow the teacher's instructions." Good child." Chapter 013 Rebirth. I'm studying under the cat butler at the Magic Academy. The Blackstone City Magic Academy has only 3 proper wizard towers. The one in the middle belongs to the dean, while the 2 on either side belong to the 2 vice deans, with Elizabeth's tower on the left. Little Ellie has become a student of Vice Dean Elizabeth, and naturally, she has moved into her wizard tower. The wizard tower has a total of 23 floors, with Elizabeth's private area starting from the 15th floor. Floors 10 to 15 are for students like little Ellie to use. Blake and Jenny, as guards, reside on the 9th floor. You also have a senior brother and sister who are currently out on a mission. When they return, you can get to know each other. Elizabeth said, "I'll take you to see where you'll be living next." After saying this, Elizabeth turned to Blake and Jenny. "As for you two, just wait here. Tiz will take you to find your rooms." After Elizabeth finished speaking, she led Ellie upstairs, leaving Jenny and Blake waiting in place. The 2 had anticipated this and didn't find it problematic. After all, they were guards, which gave them a slightly higher but still limited status compared to servants. Jenny relaxed her expression. "From now on, we can consider this a vacation. There shouldn't be a safer place in Blackstone City than the wizard tower of a great mage," she said. Blake raised an eyebrow. Fellow practitioners. The reason he chose to accompany Ellie to the Magic Academy was partly due to this. If Ellie is absolutely safe in the Magic Academy, it means he can take it easy. While the 2 were chatting, a black cat, about the size of a leopard, emerged from the shadows. The large black cat looked at them and said, "Follow me." A small wooden sign hung around the cat's neck, which read Tiz. Clearly, this intelligent-looking large cat was the Tiz that Elizabeth had mentioned. "Our wizard tower has few rules. You just need to strictly follow the floor regulations. Please do not go to floors that do not belong to you without the owner's permission," Tiz said while striding with cat-like grace. Blake asked, "Can we use floors 1 and 9? He had glanced around while going up the stairs and noticed many strange rooms. Tiz glanced at Blake and replied, "As long as you don't break anything and keep it clean, you can do as you please below the 9th floor. Oh, and if the owner or their students need to use the space, you will need to clear out." Tiz reminded them. Blake nodded. "We understand this rule." Tiz nodded in satisfaction and led them to the middle of the 9th floor, saying, "There are all empty rooms here. You too can choose one. The interiors are all the same. The only difference might be the room numbers." Blake casually opened 2 rooms to take a look, and indeed, as the large black cat said, there was no difference in the configurations inside. Blake chose room 911 as his own. Jenny glanced around and chose 912, becoming Blake's neighbor. Seeing that the 2 had chosen their rooms, Tiz yawned. "The time span for mages to practice is very long. You, as guards, don't have to stay in the wizard tower all the time. When you have time, you can go to the school's task hall to look for tasks and earn some credits for your master. Also, if there are no special circumstances, I live on the 7th floor. You can find me if you need anything. Of course, remember to bring me some dried fish when you come to find me, or I will get angry," Tiz said before disappearing and leaving. Jenny wanted to speak, but was stopped by Blake's gaze. Having a butler like Tiz in the wizard tower is really reassuring," Blake said. "Honesty. Tiz likes your flattery. You are honest." Honesty attribute increased. Blake raised an eyebrow. This black cat is quite clever, and it really didn't go far. Jenny understood Blake's meaning and wanted to compliment his as well. However, as a proper loyal knight, she found it hard to say some things and finally could only say, "I'll go in and tidy up the bed first." Blake nodded and said, "Then I'll go tidy up as well. I wonder what kind of fish Tiz likes. It would be nice if someone could tell me." Blake said another sentence, then pretended to walk into his room, closing the door to start tidying up. Tiz appeared in the hallway, looked at Blake's room, and nodded slightly. She took out a piece of paper and a pen from the small bag around her neck and wrote down the types of fish she wanted to eat in a crooked manner, then slid the note through the crack of the door. After confirming that the note had completely entered the room, she leisurely left the 9th floor. This little knight is not bad, Tiz thought, feeling quite satisfied with Blake. Blake had actually been waiting on the other side of the door. After seeing the note, he smirked. Cats are still cats after all. After waiting for about 10 minutes, he picked up the note from the floor and glanced at it. Damn, this cat is quite picky. Blake looked at the note, which listed 5 types of fish. 3 were magical beasts, while the remaining 2, although not magical beasts, were quite rare fish. Even with Blake's connections in the Balanced sect, it would still be quite difficult to obtain them. Lava swimming fish, crimson thunder eel, sea mud angler. Blake stroked his chin. If I remember correctly, these 3 should all have a spicy taste, right? This cat likes spicy food? Blake pondered. Although he currently lacked the strength to get these 3 spicy magical beasts as a clever person, Blake decided to make a dish of chopped pepper fish head to test it out, to see if this cat loves spicy food or magical beasts. However, before that, Blake still needed to fulfill his duties as a guard and servant. There are still many things left in the carriage that need to be brought down, Blake said as he stretched and walked out of the wizard tower. Hearing the noise, Jenny poked her head out. "Blake, where are you going?" Blake replied, "I'm going to bring Miss Les things in." "I'll go with you," Jenny said. At this moment, she had already taken off her armor and was wearing a simple dress. Her originally high ponytail was also let down, giving her a different charm, completely different from her previous heroic knight image. However, Jenny's figure was indeed not very full, and the top of her dress was a bit loose. "Sister Jenny, your employment contract probably doesn't include helping to move things, does it?" Blake asked. Jenny blinked. "The Count is very generous. I don't mind doing a bit more work." Blake laughed. "Then I'll thank you in advance." "But why didn't the Count arrange for a few maids to be around Ellie?" Jenny asked curiously. "It's quite rare for nobles to travel without maids." Blake replied. "The Count himself rarely uses maids to serve him. It's probably just his family tradition." As the 2 walked out of the wizard tower, they saw 2 young men who seemed to be hyperactive, standing at the entrance of the wizard tower, waiting for someone. Upon seeing Blake and Jenny come out, or more accurately, upon seeing the breezy emblem on Blake's chest, the 2 approached as if they had found their savior, wrapping their arms around Blake. "You're Miss Les guard?" Chapter 014. "The 2 are playing tricks, no? You have the wrong person," Blake said. The shorter, dark-faced Chuck was the first to speak up. "Then what's that badge on your chest?" Blake replied calmly, "Oh, that? It's because I'm Miss Les' servant." The tall and lean Cascar waved his hand. "It doesn't matter if you're a servant or a guard. Just tell us where Miss Ellie is." Blake pretended to hesitate and rubbed his hands. "I've been a bit tight on funds lately." Chuck pulled out 2 gold coins from his pocket and tossed them over. Blake skillfully caught the 2 coins Chuck had deliberately thrown awkwardly and stuffed them into his pocket, saying, "Well, you come over here, you paid. So I'll only tell you. Justice, whoever pays gets the information. That S fair and justice energy increased." Chuck nodded in satisfaction and wanted to pull Blake aside. Seeing this, Cascar pulled out 3 gold coins and handed them to Blake. "I'll give 3. Tell me first." Blake took the coins, looked at Cascar, then at Chuck. This gentleman offered 3 gold coins. 3. I offer 5. Chuck shouted. Cascar directly said, 10. We tulips have plenty of money. Chuck glared at Cascar. Cascar, don't go too far. Cascar shrugged. Chuck, I'm just competing fairly. Although Chuck was the son of a duke, he was the 3rd son, and both of his brothers were exceptional. Unless those 2 died unexpectedly, the dukedom would never fall into his hands. At most, he would be a count. His 2nd brother was a marquis. But Cascar was different. He was the eldest grandson of the current marquis of Tulip. As long as he outlasted his father, he would definitely become the future Marquis of Tulip. From this perspective, their statuses were actually quite similar. Moreover, the Tulip family was originally a mage family that split from the imperial capital. Their profession and heritage were not much worse than that of the Lord of the North, Blackstone. So the two often competed. After glancing at the two, Chuck said, "I want to raise my offer. Just remember to tell me after you finish talking with Cascar." Blake shook his head. The reason information can be sold at a price is that it has a time sensitivity. If I just finish telling this noble gentleman and then tell you, wouldn't that slap this noble gentleman's face? Blake's words incited conflict, putting the two against each other. Cascar nodded in satisfaction and said, "Not bad. This servant is right. If I hear it after you, wouldn't my money be wasted?" Blake slightly bowed to Chuck. "My lord, I look forward to your next offer." Then he turned to Cascar and said, "My lord, shall we move elsewhere to chat?" Cascar nodded and followed Blake to another place. Chuck frowned and finally looked at Jenny. "You should also be one of Ellie's people, right?" Chuck asked. Jenny shrugged, her aura fully unleashed. "Don't ask me. I'm a loyal knight and will never reveal my employer's information until death." Chuck sighed. So you're a loyal knight." He glanced at Blake and Cascar whispering to each other, shook his head, and left the mage tower directly. "So what's Miss Ellie's situation now?" Cascar asked. Blake casually replied, "She has been taken as a student by teacher Isabella." Cascar was taken aback and said anxiously, "The vice principal hasn't taken students for years. Why would she take Ellie?" "I don't know. I'm just a servant." Blake scratched his head. It was understandable that Cascar was anxious. Teachers at the vice principal level taught individually, not in large classes. This meant that Ellie would spend most of her time in the mage tower and would not attend large classes with people like them. She would be in small, exclusive lessons. Moreover, Dean Elizabeth was a teacher who spoiled her students extremely. So if Ellie felt unhappy with Cascar, he would definitely be dealt with by the vice principal and removed from school. Dean Elizabeth was also a noble, and a noble from the imperial capital, far above the Tulip family. She was also a senior member of the Magic Association and the vice principal of the Magic Academy. If she spoke up, Cascar wouldn't even have a chance to fart. So after hearing Blake's confirmation, Cascar's heart sank completely. No, there is still a chance. I can win over Miss Ellie with sincerity. Cascar suddenly thought. He looked at Blake and asked, "I heard that a knight named Blake came along with Miss Ellie?" Blake nodded. "Yeah. Where's he now?" Cascar asked. Blake scratched his head and said, "He is probably sleeping inside the mage tower. I'm not sure. I haven't seen him since entering the tower." Curious, Jenny walked over and almost couldn't hold back her laughter, quickly turning her face away. Blake was truly amusing. Cascar didn't notice Jenny's expression and continued to ask, "Is this person close to Miss Ellie?" Blake shook his head. "How would I know? I'm just a servant. I wouldn't dare to speculate on such matters." Cascar asked again, "Then what about his strength? You can tell me that, right?" Blake blinked and said, "I heard he is a first-tier knight. Looks like a slacker. He is probably the weakest among the first-tier knights." Cascar stroked his chin. "That is true. I heard he is just a mountain dweller. So even if he became a knight by luck, he wouldn't be too strong." Blake was quite perceptive. Every time there was a noble gathering, he would keep his distance, either playing in the wilderness or finding a corner to squat in, never appearing in the sight of other nobles. Therefore, although Cascar had known Blake for a long time, he had never seen him in person. As a fellow first-tier professional, Cascar found it hard to gauge Blake's true strength based on his aura alone. He just assumed Blake was a slightly stronger laborer. Cascar patted Blake on the shoulder, pulled out a card from his pocket, and handed it to him. "You're pretty good. Remember to report any information to me later. The address is on this card." Blake nodded. "Okay, my lord. By the way, what is your name?" Cascar asked. Blake casually replied, "My name is Kleb, my lord." Cascar nodded. Kleb got it. After saying that, he hurriedly left, not knowing where he was going. Sacrifice. You sacrificed your own credibility and provided some false information. Sacrifice attribute increased. Blake shook his head at the message on the panel. Sigh. I've sacrificed too much for Ellie. Once Cascar was far away, Jenny patted Blake on the shoulder and said, "What should I call you? Blake or Kleb?" Blake shrugged. "Of course, it's Ellie's loyal servant, Big Mouth Kleb." Jenny laughed. "You, doing this, Aren't you afraid of not gaining the virtue of honesty? Blake waved his hand. We'll talk about that later. There's still so many virtue powers to gain. Jenny then said seriously, I suggest you think it over. After all, not all combinations of virtues can lead to a job change. Chapter 015. Blake's dwarven friend on the surface. The 8 virtues of the night can be developed at will. By choosing any 3 as the first 3 virtues, one can construct 56 different job transitions. However, in reality, not all virtues can be combined to create powerful job classes. Some virtue combinations are completely unrelated, making it impossible to construct a more powerful job class. Therefore, at least during the first 3 tiers, talented knights will intentionally control their career planning. The combination of humility, honesty, spirituality is a classic humble combination. This combination can transition into Echo Knight at the first tier, which is one of the few combinations that can gain spellcasting abilities at the first transition. When paired with a mage employer, it can achieve a 1-1-2 effect, making it an excellent mage teammate. This is also why Jenny reminds Blake about loyalty. However, regarding future planning, Blake has his own ideas. He had already thought out his first transition plan on the day he became a first-tier knight. He didn't want to continue being a mage's assistant. He wanted to be the boss. Moreover, he couldn't explain the issue of having an external aid to others. In the end, he could only nod in agreement to Jenny's words and brush the matter aside. Blake and Jenny moved the items from the cart back to the mage tower. Since Ellie wasn't around for a while, they temporarily left everything with Jenny. After exchanging greetings with her, Blake directly exited the school gate. He still had some friends to visit in Blackstone City. Mounting his pony Pearl, Blake headed south towards the city. The southern district of Blackstone City is the Dwarven area, where nearly 1/3 of the city's population consists of dwarves, and the southern district is their main settlement. Blake navigated through the area with ease, eventually stopping in front of a workshop called Malt Hammer. The workshop wasn't large, and the door was open. A dwarf with a brown-black beard was hammering away at some metal, while a red-haired human girl apprentice stood by. Magni, how have you been lately? Blake shouted as he dismounted. The dwarf, who had been hammering, dropped his small hammer and walked to the door. Upon seeing Blake, he laughed heartily and stepped forward to hug him. Magni was one of the taller dwarves, standing about 1.5 meters tall, and during the hug, he was just at Blake's stomach level. When did you arrive? You didn't even notify me, Magni asked. Blake shrugged and pulled out a small bottle of fine wine he had obtained from the elf Celia from his side pocket, handing it to the dwarf. A gift to celebrate our meeting, a high-end product from the elves. Magni looked at the bottle and then opened the cork to sniff it. Is this from that pointy-eared one from Greenvine again? Blake nodded. Yes, it is. Magni smacked his lips and took a small sip. Ah, still the same flavor. That pointy-eared one must have been a dwarf in a past life. Otherwise, how could she brew such good wine? Blake retorted, are you complimenting her or insulting her? Like in most Western fantasy worlds, the relationship between elves and dwarves in Blake's world isn't very good, although it hasn't reached the level where they fight on the streets. It's not much better either. Magni took a sip of the wine and asked, what brings you here? Blake pulled out his standard long sword and round shield and tossed them on the ground. Give me something good. Magni picked up Blake's weapons and said, the materials are quite solid, but they're a bit old, and there are signs of previous melting. This material, is it from the orcs? Magni inquired. Blake nodded. I heard it was remelted from orc weapons captured when the Count fought against the orcs. Magni nodded. That's not bad. The orcs have great mining abilities, so the base of this weapon is good. I can make some modifications for you, and it'll be usable. As for the round shield, there's nothing much to modify. If it's damaged, just get a new one. You can't use pure metal right now. Blake smiled. I'm already a knight. Magni was taken aback. His first reaction similar to Celia's. Knight? Weren't you supposed to be a ranger? Blake shrugged, the ring of humility radiating outward. As you can see, a genuine knight. Magni's main profession was as a blacksmith, and he himself was only a first-tier warrior in terms of extraordinary job class. Therefore, like Kaskar, he couldn't tell Blake's level without him releasing his abilities. Magni looked Blake up and down and clicked his tongue. I didn't expect it, truly didn't expect. You actually became a knight. That shield can definitely be replaced with metal now. Blake then asked, what about armor? I'm still wearing cloth armor. The protection level isn't very high. Do you have any ready-made options? Magni gave Blake a once-over and said, recently, I just acquired a set of ancestral chainmail. I can modify it for you. Blake nodded and asked, what's the price? Magni stroked his beard and said, modification of the sword and shield will be 10 gold. And the repair and customization of the chainmail, along with its own value, will total 30 gold. Considering the wine, I'll give you a discount of 5 gold. So it'll be a total of 35 gold. Blake tossed the 10 gold coins he had just taken out to Magni. Here's the deposit. You help me make it first, and I'll pay the rest later. Magni suddenly raised his eyebrows. I have a commission worth 25 gold. Are you interested? Blake raised an eyebrow. Just 25 gold? Magni laughed. It includes a weapon upgrade service. Blake also chuckled. And it sounds like a big order worth more than 25 gold. Magni took a sip of wine and said, if I didn't know you became a knight, I wouldn't even offer you this commission. Blake put his arm around Magni's shoulder and asked, what is the commission that's worth so much? Blake grinned. A shipment from the hill dwarves was intercepted by goblins, and I need a warrior to help me retrieve it from the wilderness. Dwarves can be roughly divided into hill dwarves and mountain dwarves. Hill dwarves are known for their endurance, while mountain dwarves are known for their strength. The relationship between the two is generally average, with some clans even having enmities. What is this shipment? Blake asked. Magni replied, Mithril. Blake was taken aback, exclaiming, what? Mithril, a piece the size of a fingernail, is worth thousands of gold coins. And you want me to face pressure from the hill dwarves to retrieve Mithril for just 25 gold as a reward? Magni waved his hand. Don't rush, don't rush. In reality, it's a piece of degraded Mithril forcibly extracted by an alchemist, worth about 100 gold. Blake smirked. That's more reasonable. Commission rewards are generally 1/5 of the actual value of the item. Magni has offered nearly 1/3, including the weapon upgrade, which is already a very fair price. Moreover, their SA key issue, this degraded Mithril isn't unclaimed. The hill dwarves are also looking for it. Therefore, even if Blake wanted to take it for himself, he wouldn't be able to act on it. He was sure that as soon as he made a move, the hill dwarves would definitely notice. Thinking of this, Blake lightly tapped his head and said, when we set off, the sooner, the better. Magni replied, as soon as possible. Chapter 016 Departure to the Wilderness 3 days later. Inside the Mage Tower, Ellie held Blake's hand with a hint of worry. Blake, is it safe on this journey? Blake patted Ellie's head and said, don't worry, the wilderness is just like my home. I thrived there even before I became a professional. How could there be a problem now? Ellie frowned and muttered, you were cautious when you weren't a professional. It's different now, she said softly. Blake was slightly taken aback by Ellie's words, then smiled and said, you remind me. Thank you, little Ellie. Ellie took out a spell scroll from her pocket and handed it to Blake. Blake, this is my recent study achievement. It was a sleep spell scroll. When using it, just tear it open towards the enemy, Ellie explained. By the way, this scroll isn't. The stronger the target's vitality, the worse the sleep spell will work. So if possible, it's best to weaken the target's vitality first, Ellie added. Blake put away the scroll and nodded. Thank you, Ellie. Ellie grasped Blake's hand and said, I don't want to hear thanks. I want to see you come back safely. She thought for a moment and said, how about I let Sister Ginny go with you? I'm safe here in the Mage Tower. Blake shook his head. No need. This mission isn't that dangerous. Besides, I have companions. Ellie asked curiously, who? Is it that elf? Blake laughed. A dwarf named Magni. When you can leave the academy, I'll introduce you to. Ellie looked into Blake's clear eyes and suddenly chuckled. Blake is really impressive, managing to have both dwarf and elf friends. Blake smiled. When little Ellie becomes a grand mage, she'll be able to make friends with anyone. He gently brushed Ellie's hair and said, all right, I'm off. You study hard in the Mage Tower, okay? I promise I'll come back safe and sound. Ellie took a couple of steps forward and hugged Blake, and after a long time, she raised her head. Then let's make a pinky promise. Blake laughed. Did you forget? The pinky promise is something I taught you 3 years ago. I didn't expect you to remember it until now. He extended his hand and linked pinkies with Ellie. Pinky promise, 100 years without change. Whoever changes is a stinky slime. They both said in unison and laughed. Blake left the Mage Tower. Ellie originally wanted to see him off at the door, but was suddenly immobilized by a cloud of smoke. Elizabeth slowly walked out from behind, her long pipe still in her mouth. Little girl, cheap affection is easy to overlook. Ellie shivered and turned to bow. Hello, teacher. Elizabeth raised the corner of her mouth, I was wondering why you wanted to learn to make spell scrolls first. Turns out it's for someone else. Ellie blushed and scratched her head. Actually, I'm personally very interested in scroll making. Elizabeth snorted and tapped Ellie's head with her long pipe. You don't even know how to cover up your lies a bit. Do you really think I haven't been young before? Elizabeth smacked her lips and said, being young is great, but now, you should honestly go to class with me. Just so you know, if you don't perform well recently, I might have to report your romantic issues to Earl Breezewind. Ellie stood straight and resolutely said, don't worry, teacher. I'll be fully focused. Elizabeth smiled. I love teaching kids like you who have a handle on them after saying that. She laughed heartily, looking like a villain. At the south gate, Blake met Magni. Behind Magni was a red-haired girl. Blake curiously asked, you brought your apprentice with you? Magni chuckled. My apprentice is much stronger than both of us, a second-tier barbarian. She'll be useful in a fight. The red-haired girl slightly bowed to Blake and said, hello, Mr. Blake, I am Master Magni's apprentice. My name is Emma. Red hair, barbarian. You must be a Kaition, right? Blake asked. Emma looked at Blake with slight surprise. You know us? Cations are the indigenous people of the northern lands, unafraid of the cold and harsh environments, with their own totem beliefs, and are known for producing barbarians and shamans. However, there aren't many Cations in the northern territories of the Lionheart Duchy. Most Cations dislike being restrained and went to roam the wilderness after the establishment of the Lionheart Duchy. If Emma is a Kaition, then she would indeed be a great help to Blake and the others in the wild. The three exited the city. Magni took out a map and a compass, observed for a moment, and pointed in a direction. Go that way. Magni rode his battle goat ahead, followed closely by the pony Pearl, and finally Emma, who was riding a donkey. Blake asked, Magni, how do you know this batch of goods hasn't been taken by the hill dwarves? Magni laughed, because this batch of goods isn't honorable to begin with. The hill dwarves who lost it wouldn't dare to seek it back openly. They can only do it secretly. Blake raised an eyebrow. Whose goods are they exactly? Magni looked around to make sure no one was nearby before he said, the Royal Capital's Silversmith Association. He whispered, this actually involves a corruption case with the Silversmith Association. There are many twists and turns. Blake was taken aback. Wait, are you sure this is something we can actually get our hands on? Magni rolled his eyes. What are you worried about? Are you afraid of dwarf retaliation? Or the Silversmith Association? We're just a small adventuring team that happened to come across this batch of goods, and it just so happens that I'm a knowledgeable dwarf in the team. Magni mumbled. Moreover, precisely because this inferior mithril is stolen goods, they wouldn't dare to make a fuss about it. Even if they find out, they would probably contact me privately first. Magni said confidently. In fact, I'm waiting for them to come. Blake started to get the idea. You're waiting to shake down the hill dwarves. Magni pondered Blake's words and then nodded. Hey, shaking down is the right idea. Seemingly worried that Blake might hesitate and withdraw, Magni said, how about this? Once the job is done, I'll swap your chainmail for light armor. Blake raised an eyebrow. Light armor costs twice as much as chainmail. I was thinking, you could offer me nearly a third of the value of the task items to hire me because of our brotherly bond. Turns out it's because you can make more by shaking them down. Blake complained. Magni waved his hand. We dwarves have an old saying. Even the closest dwarves must settle their drinking debts clearly. When it comes to compensation, we can't be careless. Magni asserted. Blake shook his head. Then I want to add a bit more to the compensation. Magni thought for a moment and said, if you only add a bit, then it's a deal. Chapter 017. Wilderness encounters. The three of them walked through the wilderness, having intentionally controlled the speed of their mounts since leaving the city walls. No amount of caution was too much in the wilderness. Magni's walked in front, occasionally checking the map to adjust their direction. Blake, familiar with the wilderness, had a vague sense of their location. East of the Goblin Valley? Magni's nodded, you know. Blake pointed to a towering boulder nearby and said, there are markings I carved on it. If we continue eastward, we'll either enter the dense forest or reach the Goblin Valley. The Goblin Valley was a gathering place for goblins in the wilderness, named because it was situated in a small valley. Of course, you could also call them goblins. In this world, goblins and kobolds are essentially the same. Both are small, green-skinned, evil, low-level magical creatures. Magni's put away the map and chuckled. I forgot I have a wilderness master beside me. Why bother looking at the map? Just let you lead the way. Blake shrugged and drew a short bow, saying, I'm ready for battle at any time. There's a goblin shaman leader in the Goblin Valley, and that old silver coin loves to set ambushes. Hearing Blake's words, Magnes pulled out his firearm and said, "Watch me blow them to ashes." The red-haired Emma also drew 2 small axes from her waist. These weren't one-handed axes. This size of axe was actually a throwing axe, a type of projectile weapon. The 3 of them took out their ranged weapons first. It wouldn't be easy for the goblins to get close to the 3 professionals, so they readied their ranged weapons, staying alert for any issues from a distance. A faint gray ripple emanated from Blake, and where the ripple passed, there was no reaction. Strange. Why isn't there a single goblin? Blake wondered. Blake's special version of the humble ring had some detection capabilities, which had been evident when they captured the ranger before. Speaking of which, the short bow Blake was currently using, which was of good quality, was actually taken from that ranger. But now, as they were about to enter the Goblin Valley, Blake hadn't encountered a single goblin. Magnes scratched his beard and mumbled, "Could it be that those hill dwarves have already come?" Blake shook his head. "Your dwarf relatives probably don't have the custom of collecting goblin corpses to burn for firewood." Magnes replied, "No, why do you say that?" Blake explained, "What I mean is, we haven't even seen a goblin corpse. Is that unusual?" Magnes asked curiously. Blake nodded, "Very unusual." Blake continued, "Anyone who's killed goblins knows that while killing is easy, disposing of the bodies is hard. So many goblins, if they were truly killed by normal people, who would take the time to deal with their corpses?" Cold sweat broke out on Magnes' forehead. "What do you mean?" Blake sighed lightly. "Get ready. The Goblin Valley is likely facing some large, hungry monster. Monsters above level 2 generally have big appetites, but in Blake's memory, there weren't any that actively ate goblins. There must be something in the Goblin Valley. Blake muttered. He stopped in place and pulled Pearl aside. Magnes and Emma followed suit, dismounting their mounts. Blake said, "Leave the mounts here. We need to walk the rest of the way. There's a change in the Goblin Valley. We can't just charge in." Magnes drew a half-man-high shield from the side of his battle sheep and said, "Let me go in front." Blake appreciated the honesty of his dwarf brother and let him take the lead. Although due to height, the dwarf's tower shield could only protect Blake's lower half. But better than nothing, right? Emma said nothing, simply unsheathing her large axe and walking in the middle. The most experienced Blake took on the rear guard, as the beginning and end of outdoor adventures were relatively dangerous. The 3 of them advanced toward the Goblin Valley for a while. Blake suddenly halted. "Stop!" Magnes stopped, his eyes alertly scanning ahead in a defensive posture. "What's going on?" he asked. Blake stepped forward and rummaged through the grass on the left, uncovering a corpse. A goblin's corpse, fresh. Blake squatted down. The goblin's body was incomplete. The left half had already turned to charcoal. "Burn marks?" The usually silent Emma spoke up. "There aren't many monsters in the wilderness that can breathe fire." She looked at Blake and her master and said, "And we can't fight any of those fire-breathing monsters." "No, that's not right." Blake interjected, "Look around this corpse." The vegetation near the corpse had only a small part ignited, indicating that this goblin was killed by someone. Blake said, "If it were a fire-breathing monster, the scene would definitely be more chaotic." Magnes nodded, "That's true. If it were a monster, why would it only burn one side? It should be fully cooked." So I lean towards the idea that this is the work of magic. Blake pinched the charred side of the goblin. Aside from the crispy exterior, the inside was still relatively fresh. Look at the degree of burning. Although the surface is carbonized, the inside is actually fine, indicating that the power of this skill isn't great. Blake pointed to the goblin's face and said, "The painful expression of the goblin also indicates something." That expression was so painful. "It looked like it was burned alive," Blake said. Magnes mumbled, "Only shamans among goblins can cast spells. Could it be that there's a new shaman fighting among the goblins in the valley? Wouldn't that be good for us?" He said excitedly. Unfortunately, both Blake and Emma, who had wandered in the wilderness for years, shook their heads. The number of shamans that a group can produce is fixed, meaning that unless the old shaman of the Goblin Valley dies, a new shaman won't appear, Blake said. "Could it also be a shaman from outside?" Magnes asked. Emma explained, "That possibility is very small. The habits of goblin shamans are similar to those of ant queens. Unless their nest is destroyed, they won't move. Moreover, if a shaman were to leave its nest, it would definitely bring other goblins along." Emma pointed to the surrounding area and said, "This place is too clean. The vegetation hasn't been damaged. unlike traces left by goblins. Blake squinted up at the sky, muttering, "I think I roughly know who did it." "Who?" Magnes followed Blake's gaze and looked up at the sky. "Kobolds, to be precise, winged kobolds." He pointed to the small creatures flying around in patrol above, speaking up. Chapter 0:18. Winged kobold in the fantasy world. Kobolds are actually divided into two types. The first type, the fundamentalist kobolds, originates from German folklore. They are small, chaotic creatures that live in mines and cause trouble for miners. These kobolds indeed have dog heads. The most famous example would be the kobolds in World of Warcraft, which are based on this prototype. The second type is the derived kobolds, which have lost their original dog-like appearance. Instead, due to the influence of dragon blood and dragon servant backgrounds, they have transformed into dragon-headed monsters. Their living habits and basic personalities remain unchanged, so they continue to inherit the kobold name, but in appearance, they have little resemblance to dogs. In the world where Blake resides, the kobolds belong to the second type. Although the dragon blood within these little monsters is thin, it truly exists. They generally only appear underground. The only reason they could come out and occupy the goblin territory is that there must be a true dragon prompting them to do so. Having wings makes things complicated. Magni frowned and said, "As a dwarf skilled in digging and mining, beating up kobolds is a rite of passage for these short-statured beings." Therefore, when he saw these flying little monsters, his heart sank. In the case of kobolds, whether or not they have wings is crucial. Wingless kobolds might not have a true dragon nearby. However, if you see winged kobolds, it means there is definitely an active true dragon within 1,000 miles. This is a special organ that can only mutate under the influence of a true dragon's aura. The fact that these foul creatures can roam around in broad daylight already indicates something. Magni furrowed his brow and suggested, "Should we retreat? Kobolds are cavernous creatures, and even those with wings seldom act during the day. The stimulating sunlight is actually a weakening factor for them, as they are adapted to darkness. Therefore, kobolds generally won't come to the surface during the day unless in special circumstances." Blake pondered for a moment and said, "I don't think there's anything to worry about. I've been to Goblin Valley several times. It's dirty, chaotic, and narrow. Not to mention a true dragon. Even dragon beasts won't come here." Blake remarked. Emma spoke up. "If there were dragon beasts, we would have felt their presence by now. Even the weakest dragon beast exudes enough pressure to cover the entire Goblin Valley." Blake curiously glanced at Emma. Dragon beasts are rare creatures that ordinary people seldom encounter. So what's the situation with these kobolds? Magni pointed at the little monsters in the sky and asked. Emma replied again, "Kobolds are the lowest tier of creatures. Dragonkin can command them to do their bidding." "Dragonkin? Those worshippers?" Magni inquired. Dragonkin is not a racial name, but a collective term for a certain group of people. Any intelligent race that chooses to worship true dragons and voluntarily becomes their slave can be transformed into a dragonkin through rituals. Depending on the degree of favor and devotion to the true dragon, the power each dragonkin receives varies. But overall, dragonkin are not very strong. After all, anyone with a bit of ambition wouldn't want to be a slave to a beast, even if that beast is a dragon. Blake added, "Think about it. Is the appearance of dragonkin simply to vent their frustrations in Goblin Valley? There must be some unspeakable secret here." He chuckled and said, "Aren't you tempted?" Blake, while being cautious, still had a greedy nature. The appearance of dragonkin, while representing danger, also represented opportunity. He planned to take a gamble. Emma, standing by, clearly understood this principle as well. A slight smile appeared on her lips, and her eyes turned towards Magni. After pondering for a moment, Magni said, "Let us agree on this. If there is any danger, we must retreat immediately." Blake nodded. "Don't worry. I'm more afraid of death than anyone." Magni nodded and declared, "Let's go." The trio continued forward and soon arrived at the entrance of Goblin Valley. As expected, there were two kobolds in simple armor standing guard. However, given their lazy nature, even standing was a stretch for them, and they completely failed to notice Blake and the others who were deliberately hiding. Blake made a gesture for a sneak attack. Emma drew her hand axe, and Magni picked up the firearm hanging around his neck. This action startled Blake, who quickly grabbed Magni's arm and squeezed out between clenched teeth. Who uses a firearm for a sneak attack? Magni smiled sheepishly and lowered his firearm. Blake and Emma exchanged glances. Whoosh! Buzz! An arrow and a hand axe accurately struck the two guarding kobolds. After confirming the kills, Blake rushed over first, with the other two following behind. He stowed his bow and arrow, forcefully detached the arrowhead, and then propped up the kobold's corpse against the wall at the valley entrance. The arrow shaft pierced through the kobold's throat and stuck into the earthen wall. Blake drew his short sword and trimmed the arrow's end. From a distance, it looked as if the guard was leaning against the wall to rest, rather than being dead. The other kobold's corpse was treated the same way, nailed to the wall. After finishing these tasks, Blake continued forward. The entrance to Goblin Valley was not long, and they quickly reached deeper inside. A large number of goblin corpses were carelessly strewn on the ground, some charred, others merely slashed to death with weapons, showing varying states of demise. Blake frowned slightly at the sight, feeling something was off. Magni pulled out a small ball from his pocket and threw it on the ground. Upon contact, the ball expanded, made a circle, and then crawled eastward. This little creature is a special bug cultivated by dwarves, resembling a large watermelon bug. Its official name is the miner's bug, which dwarves use as a locating device while mining. This little fellow's diet consists of various ores, which has evolved into a special ability to seek out precious metals. Dwarves use this bug to find good materials while mining. Magni was also using it to search for degraded mithril. The allure of the Dragonkin's secret is certainly tempting, but the main task this time is still to retrieve the degraded mithril lost by the hill dwarves. They can't lose sight of their primary goal. Following the guidance of the miner's bug, the three of them entered a tunnel. The tunnel was barely tall enough for a person to stand upright, and while Magni moved with vigor, Blake and Emma had to bend down. Fortunately, this section of the tunnel wasn't long and soon opened up. The rumors of an underground city in Goblin Valley are indeed true. Blake looked at the scenery nearby and exclaimed, Chapter 019, The Abandoned Underground City as a wayward son who had been a civil servant in Breezewind for some time. Blake had heard early on about an abandoned underground city left behind by the Drow, Dark Elves, in Goblin Valley. There used to be some treasures in the underground city, but as time passed, by the time Blake learned of it, it had lost most of its value, with only rumors remaining. At that time, Blake was not a professional adventurer, and Goblin Valley was a perilous place for him. Therefore, he only knew of the rumor but had never verified it. Now stepping into this underground city, Blake felt a sense of novelty. It was the architectural style of those dark-skinned, pointy-eared beings. Magni pointed to a castle-like structure underground and said, This entire underground city isn't large. Besides the main fortress-like building, there are a dozen or so houses surrounding it. Such fortress-style, small underground cities are generally drow outposts. I estimate this place was left behind by the drow who dealt with Duke Blackstone back in the day. 20 years ago, when Duke Blackstone expanded the northern borders, he encountered a group of drow elves. Although he ultimately triumphed, the cunning drow still caused quite a bit of trouble for his army. This place might have been a drow stronghold back then. The underground city was eerily quiet, contrasting sharply with the scene outside, where corpses lay scattered. The three followed the lead of the mining insect to the vicinity of the castle, where there were numerous noisy footprints and bloodstains, indicating that a conflict had likely occurred here previously. Blake touched the wall and felt the black soot, traces of fire magic. The kobolds must have been here before. Magni jumped up anxiously. What about my mithril? Blake patted his shoulder and said, Calm down. This place wasn't your find. It was the mining insect that led us here. Magni then thought it over and nodded. That's true. The three entered through the side door of the castle, following the mining insect's guidance through twists and turns, eventually discovering many disordered boxes and miscellaneous items in the castle's courtyard. After observing for a while, Blake picked up a book from the ground. Fundamentals of Alchemy? 100 Tips for Becoming a Novice Mage? Armor Maintenance and Care? 300 Dwarf Jokes? Blake's eyes lit up. There are quite a few books here. Books are generally rare commodities for intelligent races. However, for goblins and kobolds, they held little value. Thus, after the kobolds raided this warehouse-like place, these books managed to survive. Blake gathered the books and tossed them into a sack, looking at the other two and saying, I'll sell these books and we'll split the profit later. Emma nodded slightly in agreement. Magni then shouted, "Wait, give me those books." Blake was taken aback and handed the sack to Magni, with one hand holding the mining insect and the other rummaging through the books. Magni finally stopped at the one titled 300 Dwarf Jokes. He chuckled a few times. Those hill dwarves are actually thinking now. Who would have thought that degraded mithril would be hidden here? Magni laughed. The author of this book, Walter Chakra, was one of the most famous bards in the North. His favorite pastime was to provoke trouble, and he wrote this book intending for dwarves to hunt him down. The effect was quite significant, as this book had made it onto the hate list of at least 5 dwarf families, becoming a banned item among dwarves. Interestingly, after this book became banned, its sales among dwarves actually increased. Magni opened the cover of the book, and a classic joke came into view. Why do dwarf jokes spread widely in human taverns, but no dwarves tear down taverns? Because the jokes are written on the bar counter, and dwarves can't see them. Blake held back his laughter. As someone who had endured hellish jokes, he typically wouldn't laugh. Magni flipped to another page. When an ogre first ate a medium-rare roasted dwarf, he commented, "Life is short." Blake couldn't help but chuckle. Magni glanced at Blake. "You seem to be enjoying this." Blake turned his head away and said, "You should hurry up and find the mithril." Magni rubbed his fingers together and said, "What's the rush? I'm just a bit slow at this. You might as well just tear it apart for a quicker result." Blake suggested. Magni raised an eyebrow. "That makes sense." He grabbed the cover of the book with both hands and ripped the joke book in half. With a pop, a cloud of black soot exploded from the spine, covering Magni's face. The degraded mithril hidden in the book fell to the ground. Magni picked up a fist-sized piece of mithril and stuffed it into his pocket, spitting out, "Ugh. Ugh. This bard's up to no good. If I ever run into him, I'll definitely break his knees." The black soot was a packet of carbon powder, a clever trick of the bard. If anyone violently damaged the book, the concealed carbon powder would explode, covering the person's face. Emma scratched her head and asked, "Why break his knees? Is it because you can't reach his head?" Magni snorted smoke from his nostrils and after a moment said, "I'll deal with you when I get back." Emma looked a bit embarrassed, as this somewhat slow-witted girl seemed to just realize she had said something wrong. Seeing the interaction between the master and apprentice, Blake pondered. Magni was not an easygoing dwarf. It was rare for him to hold back his anger without exploding on the spot. Plus, with Emma's second-tier strength, Blake began to calculate the love-hate relationship between the two in his mind. Especially since Emma wasn't very tall, only about 1.50 meters, and with that cute round face, it was hard not to think of her having dwarven blood. The three didn't linger around and quickly made their way out of the underground city. Magni asked, "It seems there's really no one in this underground city. Where did the kobolds go?" Blake frowned slightly. Upon hearing Magni's words, an unsettling emotion lingered in his heart. It had been too smooth in the underground city, and there wasn't a single person along the way, which was quite unusual. He recalled everything he had seen and heard since entering the valley, and the feeling of unease grew stronger. Get ready for battle. The absence of anyone in the underground city means the kobolds must be in the valley, he said, smacking his lips. I hope we haven't been spotted by the kobolds. Chapter 020. Catching turtles in a jar. Some things are just not worth mentioning. When Blake and the others crawled out of the tunnel and returned to the valley, they were greeted by an entire squad of kobolds. Blake's heart sank as he realized something was wrong, and he drew his weapon, shouting, "Attack! Break through to the mouth of the valley." 2 halos appeared around Blake. One was a genuine ring of humility that granted temporary health to his 2 teammates, while the other was a counterfeit ring of humility that controlled the kobold in front of them, continuously draining its life. Magnus sheathed his small hammer and charged forward, raising his tower shield without a second thought. This was the signature skill of a warrior, something every first-tier warrior could perform: charge. As long as he had a shield, a warrior could rush from the left side of the map to the right side. Blake followed behind Magnus, skillfully wielding his short sword and continuously harvesting the lives of the kobolds. He was able to do this so easily thanks to the effects of the counterfeit ring of humility. The ability to drain life from enemies was incredibly useful. It not only dealt damage, but also acted as a form of crowd control. The enemy whose life force was being drained clearly moved more sluggishly. Emma was to Blake's right, her skin turning a bloody red, her body growing larger and the large axe in her hands was even more gruesome than Blake's short sword, sending kobold limbs flying wherever she went. "Watch out, there's a spellcaster," Blake shouted. Magnus, who was still charging, suddenly halted, adjusting the direction of his tower shield to absorb a fireball. The hooded kobold spellcaster was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Magnus to react so quickly. Blake placed the ring of humility on the spellcaster, and he suddenly felt his body grow heavy. The spellcaster, who had still been able to cast another fire spell, suddenly felt weak. This feeling triggered the cowardice attribute in the kobold's bloodline, but it was already too late. Whoosh! Blake knocked an arrow and shot it straight through the spellcaster's throat. Emma was quick to back him up, helping Blake kill the nearby kobold warrior that had emerged. Blake looked around and muttered, "Normally, with so many kobolds dead, they should be retreating. If they're still coming this way, there can only be one possibility," Blake said. "Be careful. The Dragonborn is probably nearby." Magnus gritted his teeth and said, "That sneaky little guy, hiding away and secretly manipulating these kobolds to their deaths, is just disgusting." The three fought and retreated, successfully squeezing to the mouth of the valley. A man, holding a staff taller than himself, with exposed skin covered in dark green scales, stood there and smiled at Blake and the others. "I was going to kill these kobolds one by one myself, but thanks to you, I don't have to lift a finger." Magnus, straightforward as ever, said, "What nonsense are you talking about, lizard man?" Saying that, he charged forward with his shield raised. Blake locked the ring of humility onto the Dragonborn and followed suit. The mouth of the valley was narrow, with earthen walls on either side, leaving no escape for the Dragonborn. But in the next moment, the staff in the Dragonborn's hand flashed with light, and he vanished from Magnus' charging path. Blake felt his ring of humility disconnect for an instant, but it quickly re-established contact. He turned to look back, and the Dragonborn had blinked straight into the valley, sprouting two thin but large wings from his back, hovering above and looking down at Blake and the others. "Blink spell? How is that possible?" Blake exclaimed. The blink spell was a signature skill of mages at the 3rd tier. Almost all mages, except for a certain peculiar school that only cast fireballs, learn this spell first at the 3rd tier. No wonder Blake's expression changed. The Dragonborn could cast 3rd tier spells, which meant he could easily kill Blake and his companions, with no chance of escape. Mages were adept at slaughtering low-level foes. It was only after observing for a moment that Magnus said, "The blink spell is probably due to the power of his staff, not his own ability." Emma also chimed in, "The aura around this person doesn't feel like that of a mage. It feels more like a priest around the 2nd tier." Blake scratched his head. "A priest? Can a Dragonborn even be a priest?" Blake wondered. A priest's powers come from devout faith in the divine. Once that faith is lost, it's akin to a knight breaking their virtue, and their extraordinary powers would be greatly diminished, with severe cases resulting in becoming an ordinary person. And since the Dragonborn were fanatically devoted to true dragons, their understanding of faith should have been completely twisted into the shape of a dragon, leading to a significant decline in their priestly abilities. Emma nodded. The Dragonborn worshippers themselves can be considered a form of devout faith, so it's normal for there to be priests. However, just as you thought, Dragonborn priests are weaker than genuine priests. After all, no matter how strong a true dragon is, it can't compare to a deity. The Dragonborn above heard their conversation and sneered. "You ignorant fools will never understand the supreme power of the Plague King. In light of you helping me kill so many kobolds, I'll let you witness the great creations of the Plague King." As the Dragonborn finished speaking, a dark green mist began to swirl throughout the valley, and a massive dark green magic circle started to form at the bottom of the valley. Blake swallowed hard. He had previously feared that the Dragonborn would cast a spell behind him, and hadn't he immediately run away after blinking. Now, there was no escape. His instincts told him that this green mist was not a good thing. As the ritual began, the Dragonborn gradually descended. Blake's counterfeit ring was continuously draining the Dragonborn's life force, and after the sacrificial ritual commenced, he could no longer maintain his grandeur and was forced to land. Magnus seized the opportunity, charging forward and knocking the Dragonborn to the ground. Blake quickly followed, directly knocking the staff from the Dragonborn's hands, and Emma followed closely, her axe swiftly severing the Dragonborn's head. To their surprise, The Dragonborn's head, after being decapitated, began to laugh eerily. What's the use of killing me now? The outcome of this situation was already determined when you stepped into this place. I have completed the task given to me by the great Plague King. I have become a part of his conquest of the world. I have no regrets in this life, ha ha ha. As for you, just wait to drown in my king's great creations. As soon as he finished speaking, the Dragonborn's head exploded with a loud bang. Blake picked up the Dragonborn's staff and retreated to the edge of the valley. The situation inside the valley was getting worse. Thick green mist was lifting a large number of decaying, fermenting corpses, gathering in one place. Blake even felt his breathing becoming somewhat labored. However, fortunately, this situation did not last long. The green mist was soon absorbed by the strange creation formed from the massive corpses at the center of the valley. What the hell is this? Blake muttered. Chapter 021. The plague creature, a huge and bizarre creature made up of countless corpses, appeared in front of Blake and his companions. This massive being resembled an obese giant, its entire body formed from the remains of hundreds of goblins and kobolds. The body of the Dragonborn was also integrated into it, but from the outside, he was completely unrecognizable. Blake and his companions slowly retreated into the valley, fearing they might provoke this giant. However, after a brief pause, the stitched monster suddenly crawled up and rushed toward Blake. Seeing this, Blake shouted, "Run! Run fast!" He attempted to use the counterfeit ring of humility on the monster, but felt utterly powerless. What was going on? Was this thing's vitality negative? Blake was taken aback and hurriedly retracted his skill. The evil creature, composed entirely of corpses, was not driven by vitality at all. The decaying aura of death emanating from it almost caused Blake's counterfeit skill to backfire, threatening to drain his own life force. Luckily, he reacted in time. The stitched monster lumbered forward toward the narrow entrance of the valley. Blake's companions, each relying on their own abilities, ran as fast as they could. Compared to the swift second-tier barbarian Emma and the constantly charging Magnan, Blake, the short-legged knight without a mount, was incredibly slow. The stitched monster, undeterred, squeezed its entire body into the narrow passage at the valley's entrance. The slimy corpses on it flying everywhere, yet its steps never faltered. Blake glanced back, gritted his teeth, and came to a halt. If he kept running at his current speed, he would definitely be caught. "Little Ellie, my life is betting on you," Blake muttered, his hands moving quickly. He decided to take a gamble. The effectiveness of sleep spells is closely related to the target's vitality. Ellie's words echoed in Blake's ears. What was this? Was this thing's vitality negative? The scene he had just tested flashed in his mind. Blake stood firm and tore open the spell scroll filled with Ellie's affection. A magic circle the size of a basin appeared from the scroll's wound, directly shining onto the stitched monster. The stitched monster did not stop and continued to run forward for 2 more steps. Seeing the shadow above him growing heavier, Blake couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect to meet his end here so soon. Although he spoke despondently, Blake still raised his short sword. "But if I can't live, you won't have it easy either." He prepared to fight back. However, the stitched monster, which had moved forward 2 steps, suddenly stopped in front of Blake. The foul, decaying aura rushed into Blake's nostrils, almost making him gag. Blake took 2 steps back and sat down heavily on the ground. Sweat dripped from his forehead. He admitted that this terrifying creature, at least tier 3, had indeed frightened him considerably. Fortunately, he was still alive. Blake saw the words on his panel, jumping wildly. "Bravery. You successfully killed a kobold, showcasing your bravery. X32. Honesty. You shared the loot you found with others. Sacrifice. You held back for your teammates. Spirituality. Little Ellie sensed your expectations, increasing the success rate of your spell casting." Most of the entries were actually for bravery, as killing enemies was indeed an act of bravery, which Blake could understand. He could also understand the entries for honesty and sacrifice, although the sacrifice was not his intention, because without a horse he was really slow. But what did the entry for spirituality mean? Isn't spirituality for knights similar to the faith of priests? What is this spirituality? Blake scratched his head. "Blake," Magnan huffed as he ran over and lifted Blake off the ground. "Are you okay?" he asked. Blake waved his hand. "I'm fine, but you need to help me a bit. My legs are weak," Blake said softly. "Honesty, you've directly stated your condition. You are honest. Magnan glanced at the still sleeping stitched monster and immediately hoisted Blake up, running outside. As for Emma, the red-haired girl had long since run out of the valley and was now peeking her head out at the entrance, looking toward Blake. Magnan sighed. As a warrior, I should have held the rear, I'm sorry. From the hesitation when they entered the valley, it was clear that although Magnan had the temperament of a dwarf, he was not recklessly impulsive like most dwarves. He was a very cautious and life-valuing guy. Blake patted Magnan's big head and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I was the one who told you to run. I don't blame you. Moreover, that monster is at least tier 3. With your fragile shield, what could you do? Get slapped to death?" In that situation, the best solution was to let whoever could run escape. Magnan's face turned red, and after a while, he muttered, "My shield is very sturdy. Brother, I owe you one life," Magnan said sincerely. Blake rubbed Magnan's not very hairy head and said, "Why get so emotional? You saying that is less useful than giving me a discount." Blake teased. Magnan nodded seriously. "Don't worry, I'll make it for you at cost." He frowned and said, "You know, I still have some debts, so I can't make equipment for you for free right now. Wait for me to pay off my debts, and I won't charge you a dime," Magnan said. Blake patted Magnan's shoulder and said, "That's the word I was waiting for. Put me down. I should be able to walk now." Magnan set Blake down, and the two ran outside. "I'll go ahead and find someone at the Magic Academy. After all, sleep is just a first-tier spell and may not be able to control that stitched monster," Blake said. "Once this is over, I'll come to your shop to find you." Blake tossed his gathered books and staff to Magnan, lightening his load, and galloped into the city on Little Pearl. Inside the Magic Academy, "Ellie, why are you so distracted today?" Elizabeth, smoking a pipe, looked at her new student and asked. Ellie rested her head on the table and said, "Teacher, my heart is racing today. It feels like something is left undone." Elizabeth raised an eyebrow. "Now that you're a professional, unusual events often represent something unusual." Ellie suddenly stood up from her chair. "Teacher, I saw it. I saw Blake fighting against a huge stitched monster." Elizabeth's previously squinted eyes widened suddenly. "Empathy? You actually have the talent for empathy?" Chapter 022, Identity and Status Empathy, is a very special talent for spellcasters. Those who possess this talent can often see things happening far away from them. Although this time, Ellie only saw Blake. Next time, she might even connect directly with a forbidden spellcaster and learn a thing or two. For instance, the Grand Mage of the Lionheart Kingdom chose to pursue astrology because he witnessed the mysteries of the cosmos through empathy. In short, any spellcaster with this talent, as long as they survive, is bound to become a high-level professional. Elizabeth had thought about Ellie's talent, but she didn't expect it to be this powerful. Therefore, when her beloved student asked her to rescue Blake, Elizabeth took action. The black cat his sprouted wings behind her and flew out of the mage tower, carrying her and Ellie. At the gates of Blackstone City, who was charging the city, two guards raised their spears to block Blake's path. Blake didn't care about their chatter. The situation was urgent. That stitched monster could wake up at any moment, and with Goblin Valley so close to Blackstone City, what if something went wrong? He shouted from his horse, "This is an emergency. Goblin Valley has discovered an unidentified magical creature, and I need to go to the magic school for help." The two guards showed no intention of letting him pass, their spears raised as they said, without special credentials. "No matter how big the matter is, you must stay put." Blake furrowed his brow, glancing at the long line of people entering the city, took a deep breath, and charged towards the checkpoint. The pony Pearl understood her master's intentions and surged forward with the whip's encouragement. The spears crossed to block Blake, but he nimbly leaped off his horse and slipped through the gap between the two spears like an eel. Pearl ducked her head and also passed through the gap beneath the spears. The man and horse reunited on the other side, with Pearl quickly reaching Blake. Seeing this, the two guards immediately sounded the horn hanging from their necks. Two disheveled knights rushed out from the city walls, chasing after Blake. Blake shook his head, thinking, "Knights are as numerous as dogs. Humility, your humility. No, not now. This is not the time to show off," Blake complained. With pursuers behind him, he patted Pearl's neck and said, "Go for it, Pearl. Whether we get into school or jail first depends on you. If we can't make it to the school, we'll end up in a big prison." High above, Ellie spotted the swiftly moving figures below and suddenly froze. Teacher, Blake is right down there. He's alive. Elizabeth had Tiz descend, stopping right in front of Blake. Blake tightened the reins and hurriedly braked. Pearl nearly reared up, managing to stop just in time. The two warhorses chasing Blake also skidded to a halt. Elizabeth calmly addressed the city guards. This knight is my authorized scout. His special credentials are still being processed, so you need not pursue him any further. The two guards exchanged glances between Blake and Elizabeth, then silently nodded and said, "Understood." Their expressions towards Blake held 3 parts envy, 4 parts jealousy, 2 parts confusion, and 1 part indescribable complexity. "Blake, why did you force your way through the city gates?" Elizabeth asked. Blake explained the situation at Goblin Valley. Elizabeth frowned. "Are you saying there's a dragon causing trouble?" Blake nodded. "From what that dragon person said, this dragon's title is the Plague King. It might be a mutated green dragon." Elizabeth said, "Get on, lead the way. If it's as you say, that Stitch creature must not be allowed to linger." Blake instructed Pearl to return to the Magic Academy while he mounted the now enlarged Tiz. The black cat Tiz glanced at Blake and meowed. Blake understood immediately. "Ms. Tiz, I'll make sure you get a treat when we return." Tiz nodded in satisfaction and took off into the air. The trio flew directly over the city walls, and the two guards who had just tried to intercept Blake couldn't help but exclaim, "The mage really is impressive. Just leaves whenever they want." "Hey, is that the man on the cat, the one who just breached the checkpoint?" One guard, sharp-eyed, spotted Blake on Tiz. The other guard froze, saying, "Oh no, could it be? Do we just clash with the mage's escort?" The two guards looked anxiously at Tiz as she flew away, while the coachman waiting in line at the gate spoke up, "My lord, when can we enter the city?" The guard shot him a glance and asked, "What do you want?" The coachman bowed and said, "I'm here to sell herbs at the market." "Then why are you in such a hurry? If you have the ability, go fly through our spears like that knight did." The coachman opened his mouth, but ultimately had to bow even lower, smiling apologetically. "It's my fault, my fault." In the line waiting to enter the city, a white-haired woman with a hood that completely concealed her head watched the entire scene unfold. "What a bunch of fools." She slowly shook her head and murmured. Goblin Valley, Tiz the flying magical cat, was astonishingly fast. Blake returned to Goblin Valley with such speed that it felt like the disorientation he experienced the first time he got off a plane in his previous life. Ellie's spell scroll was very useful. The Stitch monster was still fast asleep. Upon seeing this creature, Elizabeth frowned. She took a puff from her long pipe, exhaling smoke while muttering cabecidula. Blake didn't quite understand, but Ellie's eyes lit up. "This is a third-ring spell. Animate dead." The smoke from the pipe flew towards the stitched monster, enveloping it completely. The stitched monster woke up from its slumber, beginning to thrash wildly. Elizabeth frowned, and the smoke from the pipe thickened even more. Ellie nodded, saying, "The teacher thinks this situation is a bit tricky and has directly upgraded the spell." Upgrading a spell is a common casting technique that enhances a lower-level spell's power by using a higher-level ability. It's essentially a form of strengthening and a required course after a mage's first promotion, just like what Elizabeth is doing now. Animate Dead is originally a third-ring spell, but when Elizabeth realized she was losing control of the stitched monster, she directly upgraded it, raising the spell's intensity to 4th ring. After being upgraded to the 4th ring, the stitched monster calmed down considerably, and Blake breathed a sigh of relief. This should be under control. He hadn't finished his sentence when the massive stitched monster suddenly self-destructed without warning. If it weren't for Tiz's quick reflexes in casting a protective barrier to shield the 3 of them, the green pus from the exploding corpses would have definitely splattered all over them. Elizabeth frowned, murmuring just now, "There was at least a 6th-tier individual competing with me for control over this stitched monster. Has Blackstone City been targeted again?" Chapter 023. Evacuation and rest. Elizabeth stood in place, not knowing what she was pondering. After a while, she turned to Blake and asked, "What else happened in Goblin Valley besides that stitched monster?" Blake replied, "It seems there is a summoning array inside." He recalled the situation in Goblin Valley when the stitched monster appeared. Elizabeth nodded and walked into Goblin Valley. Blake and Ellie originally wanted to follow her in, but were stopped by Tiz. "It's full of poisonous fog inside. What are you two going in there for?" "Just wait here obediently with me," Tiz said. Blake looked at the situation in Goblin Valley and nodded. After the stitched monster exploded, all the green mist he had absorbed was released, filling the entire area with a green haze, looking like some kind of biochemical experiment leak. Elizabeth quickly came out, enveloped in her white mist, holding a scroll in her hand. "Tis, take us back. The situation is urgent. I need to report this to the higher-ups in Blackstone City and the Magic Academy," Elizabeth said. The big cat took the three of them back to the Magic Academy, but Elizabeth was nowhere to be seen. Ellie sat beside Blake, looking him up and down. After confirming that Blake was unharmed, she finally sighed in relief. "Blake, I'm glad you're okay," Ellie said softly. Blake smiled and replied, "Thanks to your scroll. If it weren't for it, I probably wouldn't be here." Ellie sighed lightly. "Is the wilderness always this dangerous?" Blake shook his head. "No. Goblin Valley wasn't that dangerous before. It was just a weak goblin gathering point with a goblin shaman. We just had bad luck this time and ran into a dragon man." Ellie patted her chest and slumped back in her chair, looking up. "I'm so glad to see you alive." Blake chuckled and ruffled Ellie's hair. "What are you talking about? I'm very resilient, you know. By the way, I brought you a gift," Blake said, "from my dwarf friend. I'll bring it back to you tomorrow." Ellie's eyes lit up. Then she smiled. "Your safe return is the best gift I could receive." This sounded a bit cheesy, especially after Ellie saw the half-smile on Blake's face, making her unable to hold back. "I'll go see if the teacher needs anything for me to do." Ellie threw out this line and fled. Blake smiled, the girl's fragrance still lingering in his nose, and he felt warm inside. "Having someone care about you feels really nice," Blake murmured. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, a night had gone by. Blake got out of bed, looked at the weather outside, and estimated it was already noon. While getting dressed, Blake checked his body. After yesterday's battle in Goblin Valley, he had gained a lot of heroic virtues, and his body had become much stronger, with his strength steadily increasing. He squinted his eyes, recalling yesterday's battle, and shook his head. "I still need more strength." After getting dressed, Blake opened the door, and a huge black eye was staring at him from outside the door. Blake's hand froze. What is this gentleman doing outside? He wanted to quietly close the door, but found a paw stuck in the gap, preventing him from doing so. Tiz pushed the door open and squeezed her big head in. "Where's my fish?" Blake scratched his head. "Lady Tiz, we just got back yesterday, and I just woke up. I really don't have time to get you fish right now." Tiz thought for a moment and said, "Then give me a time." Tonight will definitely work," Blake replied. Tiz looked at Blake and said, "Tonight is your final deadline." Blake stood at attention and said, "Understood." Tiz was satisfied with Blake's attitude and disappeared into the shadows. Blake let out a sigh of relief and walked out, but after taking a couple of steps, he had a vague feeling that something was off, as if something was watching him. He rubbed his chin and murmured, "Lady Tiz is really kind, giving me a whole day as a deadline. Honesty, your honest flattery has pleased Tiz." Blake raised an eyebrow. The big cat was indeed nearby. He thought for a moment and added, "It would be even better if Lady Tiz could agree to let me use the third-level apprentice alchemy room." Suddenly, Tiz's voice came from the other end of the corridor. "Remember to clean the room after you use it." As soon as she finished speaking, an old-fashioned key was thrown over by Tiz. Blake caught the key, bowed slightly, and thanked Tiz profusely. Tiz enjoyed this awkward demeanor, and after Blake left, she stretched her waist and shook her fur. "This little night is quite good." Blake went downstairs, pondering how to find a sucker to get some money. He was currently broke, having spent all his money on armor with Magni. He wandered around the Magic Academy for a couple of laps and easily spotted the short, dark fellow in the crowd. "Sir, Lord Blackstone," Blake called out. Chuck Blackstone, who was contemplating how to win Ellie's heart, looked up at Blake. "You're that servant of Ellie?" Chuck asked. Blake nodded. "Yes, sir." He looked around, confirming he didn't see that Casca from the Tulip family, and then whispered, "Lord Blackstone, I have fresh intel, 5 gold coins." Chuck Blackstone didn't lack for 5 gold coins, but he still asked, "What is the news?" Blake turned and said, "Sir, this news is too explosive. Don't you want to know where Miss Ellie went yesterday?" Chuck's eyes lit up, then furrowed his brows. "You know, the incident of Elizabeth flying out of the school yesterday had sparked a discussion, as the vice dean rarely left the academy. Moreover, after the vice dean returned, the teachers of the Magic Academy held an urgent meeting, causing students to speculate that something significant had happened. However, the academy had yet to release specific notifications, and no students knew what happened. Chuck didn't know this was all due to Blake, so he was naturally suspicious, After all, how could a mere servant know such things? Blake also noticed Chuck's hesitation. He feigned a shy expression and said, "Sir, if you're short on cash, I might have to go find Lord Tulip. He said last time that he would take any intel from me." Blake pretended to walk away. Chuck had never encountered this kind of situation and hurriedly grabbed Blake's arm, saying, "I'll give you 10 gold coins. This information you can only tell me. Not that Tulip bastard." Blake took Chuck's money, nodded, and smiled. Deal. Chapter 024: Preparing ingredients in a few days. The Magic Academy might go on lockdown and enter a state of readiness, Blake said. Chuck frowned. A state of readiness? Is it that serious? What exactly happened? Blake shook his head. "I don't know. What happened is not something a mere servant like me can hear." Chuck stroked his chin, feeling vaguely like he had been tricked. "What was the vice principal doing taking Ellie out of the school yesterday?" he asked. Blake feigned mystery. "It's related to this matter. As for how it's related, you can figure that out yourself." Blake thought to himself, "Honesty, you have conveyed some correct information to Chuck, telling the truth, while also protecting your employer's information. Fairness, you get what you pay for. Although the price of information is a bit inflated, you did reveal a bit of what Chuck didn't know." Chuck looked at Blake, who shrugged his shoulders. "I'm just a servant. This is all I know." To be honest, seeing Blake's irritating demeanor made Chuck momentarily want to snatch back the 10 gold coins. While 10 gold coins wasn't much for a duke's offspring, Blake had made it too easy to earn that money, which made him a bit unhappy. However, as a self-proclaimed excellent noble offspring, Chuck felt it was time to utilize his social skills. Although he had lost a bit with the 10 gold coins, if he could connect with the greedy Blake through money, wouldn't he be able to obtain more information later? Moreover, if he was just buying information, it would only cost 5 gold coins. The other 5 were for his request for confidentiality. Thinking this way, Chuck felt that he wasn't at a loss after all. He adjusted his mood and smiled. "Remember to come to me when you have news." Blake understood Chuck's thoughts well. The expression on his face couldn't hide his feelings while he was thinking. "Don't worry, Lord Heishi, with you being so generous with your money, of course. I'll come to you first." Pity. Although Chuck, who is blissfully unaware, has slightly realized he was played, he still chooses to continue trading with you to win affection. Pity attribute increased. After saying goodbye to Chuck, Blake shook his head at this message. Poor Tom is being toyed with by me. As a modern person at heart, Blake still found it hard to understand the behavior of Chuck and Casca. Perhaps in the eyes of traditional nobles in this era, nobles and commoners were truly 2 different species. Blake patted Pearl, who was resting in the stable. "Let's go. I'll take you out for a meal." Pearl glanced at Blake and nudged his cheek with her big head. "You little rascal. You know to nudge me when you hear about a meal?" Blake laughed. Pearl was a horse with a lot of personality. She usually ignored Blake and often acted as if she were just playing along as a mount. However, Blake felt that ever since he stormed through the city gate yesterday, Pearl's relationship with him had become much closer. This war horse, raised by Earl Breeze, was probably as much of a fighter at heart as the Earl himself. Blake rode Pearl to the green vine in first. Pearl headed straight for the stable because the fodder here was carefully cultivated by the druids and tasted excellent. The meal Blake referred to was right here. Cecilia, who was daydreaming in the shop, was slightly taken aback when she saw Blake. "Aren't you supposed to be at the Magic Academy? How can you come and go freely?" Blake smiled. "Little Ellie has become the vice principal student, so I have a bit of a privilege as her servant. The Magic Academy restricts entry, but only for apprentice mages who have not yet become first-tier mages and ordinary teacher students. Someone like Ellie is basically unrestricted." Cecilia smiled. "It seems that the future of Earl Breeze is promising with good talent." Blake nodded and asked, "Do you have any chili peppers left?" Cecilia nodded a little. "How spicy do you want it?" Blake thought for a moment and said, "The spiciest. By the way, do you know the Plague King? It might be a green dragon variant." Cecilia got up to look for chili peppers in the kitchen and said, "A green dragon variant? I don't know it. Dragons only exist deep in the wilderness, far from us." "Why do you ask?" Blake replied, "I went to Goblin Valley yesterday and encountered a servant of that green dragon." Cecilia turned around and looked Blake up and down. "You weren't hurt, were you?" Blake shook his head. "I was lucky, came back in one piece. In any case, be careful when you and your companions are out in the wilderness recently. This dragon, I don't know where it came from, is quite restless," he said. Cecilia nodded. "I'll inform my companions at the wilderness gathering next week. If they have any news about the green dragon, I'll make a copy for you. I'm stuck here. Help me out, Cecilia said. Blake helplessly shook his head, walked to the kitchen, and saw Cecilia struggling with the grinding stone. He swallowed hard, adjusted his breathing using a method of observing his own thoughts, and finally placed his hands on Cecilia's waist to pull her out from the cabinet. "You're grown up now, and still so reckless," Blake said. Cecilia smiled awkwardly and handed Blake half a bag of chili peppers. "Is this enough?" Blake took half of it and said, "This is enough for me. By the way, do you know a reliable fish merchant?" Cecilia tapped her chin and thought for a moment. "I do know one. It's fresh, but there are no magical fish, just ordinary varieties." Blake's eyes lit up. "This one is fine. I can't afford magical beasts." Cecilia took out a leaf from her pocket, traced a few lines on it with her finger, and a string of beautiful common language appeared on the leaf. "Here, it's in the West District Market." "Thanks. I'll treat you to fish next time," Blake said, taking the address and bidding farewell to Cecilia. Cecilia leaned on the counter, watching Blake's departing figure, letting out a chuckle. What a boy full of secrets. Blake placed the chili peppers on Pearl's back and, seeing her curious expression, said, "This stuff is spicy. Don't be silly and try to eat it." Pearl nodded and turned to continue eating the fodder provided by the druids. Blake casually tossed a chili pepper on the ground, scratched his head, and said, "I'll go to the market and be back soon." Pearl snorted, acknowledging she had heard him. Blake walked a few steps out of the stable, turned back, and secretly observed Pearl from the stable's gap. Pearl was very cautious. After a few minutes, she quietly used her hoof to push the chili pepper Blake had dropped under herself. Then, pretending to eat the tender grass in the trough, she made a feint and rolled the chili pepper into her mouth. Hiss! Pearl suddenly let out a strange cry, her expression twisting as if she had been punched. Blake chuckled. "I knew you were curious. Now you know the power of chili peppers." Cecilia, hearing the horse's cry, came out of the inn and happened to see Blake peeking at Pearl from the stable. "You rascal, you've really started playing with the horse." Cecilia shook her head and said helplessly. Chapter 025 Preparing Ingredients. Part 2 Compassion. In order to prevent Pearl from eating more chili peppers, you directly spiced it up first. And Pearl is lucky to be with you. Compassion attribute increased. Blake shook his head and complained. "What does that mean? It's not my fault if it wants to eat." After saying that, he headed towards the market. The western district of Blackstone City is considered a trade area, with shops and markets of all kinds. Following the address on the leaf given by Celia, Blake quickly found the fish shop. This was Taya's fish shop. Blake stroked his chin. "Elves actually run a fish shop? Interesting." Taya is a typical elven name, rarely used by humans. Blake pushed the door open and was greeted by an ordinary middle-aged woman handling a large fish on the counter with a long, narrow knife. As an experienced fisherman, Blake immediately recognized that the fish on the counter was a bighead carp, a common fish found in wild waters, tasting somewhat like the silver carp, which was exactly what Blake needed. "How much for the fish head?" Blake asked. The middle-aged woman looked up at Blake, smiled slightly, and said, "The fish head is the best part, 1 gold coin. Although the bighead carp is not a magical beast, it is still a formidable creature among wild animals. And it's not easy to catch one. Moreover, the fish head on the counter is quite large, at least as wide as a forearm. So 1 gold coin is a reasonable price." Blake nodded, took out a gold coin from his pocket, placed it on the table, and said, "Please help me clean the scales off. I'll take this fish head." The woman responded with an switched to a shorter knife, and skillfully cleaned the scales for Blake. She pulled out a bundle of hemp rope from under the table, threaded it through the fish's gills, and tied a loop. "Here is your fish head, customer." Blake took the fish head, weighed it, and noted that it must weigh at least 30 pounds. He looked at the gills, which were bright red, indicating freshness. This 1 gold coin was indeed a good deal. "By the way, do you buy fish here?" Blake asked. The woman nodded. "If you have fresh fish, you can come to me. I guarantee fair prices." Blake nodded. As a fisherman, he had been itching to fish, but Tess had been urging him too much, leaving him no time to fish, which was why he came out to buy fish. He planned to ask this fishmonger, and when he had time to fish in the future, he might come back here more often. As Blake stepped out, he glanced at the shop's name and shook his head. Is Taya the owner's daughter? The owner doesn't look like an elf at all. The middle-aged woman who was just gutting fish was a human, showing no signs of elven features. Blake carried the fish head back to the ivy, hung it on Pearl's back, and then bid farewell to Celia as he headed toward the dwarf district. On the way, Pearl kept snorting as if choked, and Blake touched the bag of chili peppers, suddenly stunned. "How many chili peppers did you eat, you little rascal?" Pearl turned to glance at Blake, and Blake swore this was the first time he realized that a horse could have such a complex expression. Pearl was teary-eyed, mouth open, looking as if it was about to die, yet the expression in its eyes was a mix of sourness that left people speechless. It seemed that the horse had developed a craving for spicy food. "You're something else. You can reach the chili peppers on your back," Blake said, helplessly. The sounds of clanging and banging echoed in the shop of Malt Ironhammer. Blake dismounted and gave Pearl a few instructions before entering the blacksmith shop. Magni had a piece of stimulant tobacco leaf in his mouth, and his hands were busy working. Blake looked at Magni and asked, "Hey, you're forging so early?" Magni snapped back to reality and said, "You're here? Your stuff is over there. Your armor is almost ready too. Do you want to try it on?" Blake waved his hand. "The armor can stay here. I want to need it for a while. But you look like you Haven T slept all night." Magni didn't stop hammering and continued, after narrowly escaping, "I feel like I have some new understandings. I just can't sleep." Blake shook his head. "I don't really understand you blacksmiths." Magni kept hammering, saying, "I contacted the hill dwarves last night. The price might be higher than we expected." Blake replied, "You don't need to give me the extra part. I plan to keep this staff for myself." Blake picked up the staff, leaning against the wall. This was the same staff used by the Dragon Man before, and the crystal at the top was still charging, looking a bit dim. Magni glanced at it and said, "Just take it. You earned this with your life. Do you two want any of these books? If not, I'll take them to sell," Blake said. Magni replied, "Their essay book about armor. Please leave it for me. I don't need the rest, and you don't need to give me any money for it." "What about Emma?" Blake asked. Emma shook her head. "I can't read." Blake nodded, took the remaining books, and said, "I'll share a portion with you once I sell these." Emma nodded in thanks. Blake looked at the two who were still hammering away and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll head back. I have a big cat in the mage tower waiting to be fed." Magni waved his hand. "Go on. Remember to come back in some time to try on the armor." "All right," Blake replied, carrying the large bundle back to the mage tower. After organizing his things, Blake took the big fish head and chili peppers to the third-floor apprentice alchemy room. Cooking isn't something that can be done on any countertop, and there's no kitchen in the mage tower. The daily meals are prepared by the Academy's own chefs and delivered. Blake could only come to the alchemy room to cook the fish head. After all, this place had a big pot and fire, so cooking wouldn't be a problem. "You're feeding me this?" The voice of the big cat Tess came from behind Blake. Blake paused, internally complaining, "Come on, can't you just stay quiet for a moment? Why do you always come out as soon as I return?" He forced a smile and replied, "Lady Tess, please don't rush. Let me finish cooking first." Tess gave Blake a couple of glances and said, "I'll tell you, my taste is quite refined. If it's not delicious, then you'll humph." The big cat seemed unsure of how to threaten Blake, using a huff to cover the awkwardness. Blake placed the chili peppers and fish head on the table and pulled out a large cloth bag from his pocket, setting it aside. This bag contained the culmination of Blake's 3 years of research efforts to taste authentic Chinese dishes. With everything ready, Blake said to the big cat, "Just watch me." Chapter 026. Fresh chili fish head. Blake didn't know whether the fresh chili fish head or the chopped chili fish head came first. But in his past life, he wasn't from surrounding areas of Sichuan and had never made chopped chili sauce, so he could only go for the fresh chili. The essence of this dish lies in the freshness of the chili and the fish head. There's not much to say about the cooking and seasoning techniques. Blake first cut the big head fish's head in half, leaving it connected at the top. After spreading it out, he cleaned the black membrane on the inside of the fish, removed the gills, and took care of the fish's oral hygiene by removing all the teeth. There were several magical water buckets in the alchemy room, making it very convenient to use water. Blake then made several cuts into the fish head to help it absorb the flavors later. Tiss shrank down and lay on the table, watching Blake work, occasionally nodding. "This kid may be trying to fool me with a big fish head, but he is handling it quite cleanly." After preparing the fish, Blake took out fresh chili, removed the seeds, and diced it. The reason for removing the seeds wasn't to reduce the spiciness, but because they tend to burn easily during cooking, affecting the texture and flavor. He then took out an appropriate amount of ginger and garlic, crush them, and mince them. Crushing is a necessary step. Simply chopping won't release the flavor of the ginger and garlic. Only after crushing and then chopping can you get the real taste. This fish head was very large, and Blake used almost all of his ginger and garlic reserves. He mixed these ingredients together, adding salt, sugar, vinegar, and especially made chicken essence in order. The chicken essence was actually a particularly delicious mushroom Blake discovered in the wilderness, dried and ground into powder. It was somewhat similar to the dried mushrooms from his past life. After all, the components that enhance umami flavor are mostly monosodium glutamate, so it wasn't that different. The ratio of salt, sugar, and vinegar was 2:1, with an appropriate amount of chicken essence. In fact, a bit of oyster sauce should be added to the fresh chili, but since oyster sauce is hard to come by, Blake skipped it. He stirred everything with a mixing spoon and stopped when he saw the fresh chili releasing its juices, then added his homemade secret red oil. The moment Tiss saw the red oil being opened, her eyes lit up, thinking, "What is this? It smells so good." Blake noticed her reaction and thought, "Little one, can I not handle you?" He set the fresh chili aside to soak up the flavors, added water to the alchemy pot, and turned on the heat. Once the water boiled, Blake took a slotted spoon-like tool, placed it on the top of the alchemy pot, and secured it with 2 stirring sticks in an X shape. He then placed the halved fish head on the stirring sticks, allowing it to hang above the bottom. This setup was more conducive to steam circulation within the pot, cooking it faster. He also placed a few slices of ginger on top of the fish head. To be honest, a few slices of ginger were hardly effective for such a large fish head, but it was a habit he had developed in cooking. With the alchemy pot covered, Blake stretched and said to Tiss, "Just wait a bit." Tiss turned her head away and replied, "I'm not expecting anything." Yet her lively little eyes betrayed her thoughts. Having eaten many good fish, she wasn't particularly craving the big head fish head. Compared to that, the chili Blake had seasoned was what she found most delicious. Taking advantage of Blake's distraction, she secretly used her mage hand to sneak a bit of the chili into her mouth. The fresh and spicy flavor hit her taste buds directly, and she was eager to experience the final taste of the dish. The flames under the alchemy pot were very strong, and the fish head steamed quickly. Blake took the fish head out of the pot and evenly drizzled the freshly marinated chili over it. Then heated some lard in a small pot and poured it over the fresh chili. The moment the hot oil was poured over the fresh chili, the entire dish shimmered with a golden light. Blake had seen this kind of glow before. Whenever he cooked something well, this light would appear. It seemed to be a mechanism of this world. The fresh, spicy, and fragrant aroma spread throughout the room, with the ingredients being fresh and Blake's handling being satisfactory. The flavor produced exceeded what ordinary glowing ingredients could achieve, leaving Blake very satisfied. Tiss was stunned. What? Why is there a golden light from something completed through alchemy? She wondered. Isn't everything created in the alchemy room an alchemical product? Blake scratched his head, not understanding what Tiss was mumbling about. Why don't you try it, Lady Tiss, and see if it suits your taste? Blake suggested. Tiss glanced at Blake, hesitated to take a bite, and instead asked, "Is this golden light something you see often?" Blake shook his head. "You can only see it when the food is exceptionally delicious. Will there be any special effects after eating it?" Tiss asked again. Blake stroked his chin. "A little, but the effects aren't strong. It's generally just running a bit faster or having a bit more strength, and there's a time limit." Tiss rolled her eyes. "Have you considered that the fact that ordinary ingredients can produce special effects is itself a ridiculous thing? Potions made by alchemists need to include at least one magical herb or a component from a magical beast to have special effects." Blake scratched his head. "So there is such a saying?" Tiss smacked her lips and used her mage hand to tear off a piece of fish. Blake reminded her from the side, "You need to eat it with the fresh chili." Tiss nodded and added some fresh chili on the fish before putting it in her mouth. The next moment centered around Tiss. A ripple of magical energy spread throughout the entire room. Blake was taken aback. He knew Tiss was a magical being, but as a pet of 5th-tier mage, he had assumed Tiss had a level around tier 3. However, after experiencing Tiss's magical energy up close, Blake was shocked to discover that Tiss's magical level was at least tier 4, possibly even on par with Vicestine Elizabeth. He swallowed hard and began to think at lightning speed about whether he had offended this lady in any way. Elizabeth, who was having a meal on the upper level of the Mage Tower, suddenly paused and stood up, saying, "Why did Tiz suddenly release such a strong wave?" She frowned. "Is she on the third floor?" "The third floor is the apprentice level. What could possibly stimulate her?" Ailey raised her hand timidly and said, "Teacher, I heard Blake say he's cooking for Lady Tiz today." Elizabeth frowned. "It's just a meal made by a knight. How could it create such a big wave?" Ailey swallowed hard, recalling the time she had enjoyed Blake's extra meals, and said softly, "Blake's cooking is really delicious." Elizabeth glanced at Ailey and smiled. "You were just praising that kid again." Ailey's face turned slightly red as she replied, "I'm being serious." Elizabeth patted Ailey's head and said, "Forget it, whether it's true or not. Let us go down and take a look and we'll know." Chapter 027, A Dish That Conquers the Master Tower. Tiz shivered and woke up from the magical ripples. She smacked her lips and looked at Blake. "Your dish can actually trigger magic?" Blake, curious, also took a piece of fish and put it in his mouth. The fresh, spicy flavor burst in his mouth, leaving an aftertaste that made him feel as if his mouth was about to breathe fire. However, he didn't feel the magical sensation that Tiz mentioned at all. Seeing Blake's puzzled expression, Tiz said, "Didn't feel it?" Blake nodded no. Tiz took another bite of the fish, paused for a moment, and said, "That means your magical talent is quite poor. A proper mage would have felt it by now." As soon as she finished speaking, the door to the alchemy room opened, and Elizabeth and Ellie walked in one after the other. "What is a proper mage like?" Elizabeth asked. Tiz pointed to the fish head and said, "You should try it, meow." Curious, Elizabeth used her mage's hand to pick up a piece of fish and put it in her mouth. The formerly squinting old lady suddenly opened her eyes wide. This feeling, strong fire attribute. Ellie, visualize a fire attribute spell in your mind and then eat a piece of this meat. Elizabeth instructed. Ellie nodded and also used her mage's hand to grab some meat. This cantrip was indeed very practical. After swallowing a piece of fish, a fiery magic circle suddenly appeared above Ellie's hands, and intense flames erupted outward in a conical shape from her fingertips. Tiz quickly used a magical shield to protect the surrounding items. Blake was very close, and even with the magical shield blocking, he still felt the high temperature of the magical flames. "Burning hands," Ellie exclaimed in surprise. "I can cast burning hands now?" Elizabeth nodded in satisfaction. "Remember the feeling of this casting. You'll probably be able to release it successfully after practicing a few more times." She then looked at Blake. "I remember there's a special alchemy technique in the Eastern continent that looks like cooking. Yours is somewhat similar to their shadow." Elizabeth said, "Have you encountered anything from the Eastern continent before?" Blake shook his head, to be honest. "I didn't even know there was an Eastern continent in this world before you mentioned it." Elizabeth nodded. "That's normal. After all, there's an endless sea separating the two continents, and only a few races capable of crossing the sea can travel between them. In the Northern Territory, we have only a handful of people who understand the Eastern continent." She continued, "I have a few alchemy books in my study. I'll have Ellie bring them to you later. You can study them well, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Blake understood that his skills had caught Elizabeth's eye. He immediately nodded. "Thank you, Lady Elizabeth." Elizabeth laughed. "At this time, you still call me lady?" Blake nodded. "Thank you, teacher." Elizabeth took a puff of her cigarette and said, "Work hard on your culinary skills. This profession's development is no less than that of a knight." Ellie looked at Blake with stars in her eyes. She had admired him before, and now her admiration had grown even more. The meal was delightful for both hosts and guests, and Tiz was especially satisfied with Blake's cooking, directly giving him the label of a top chef. "Next time, make a dish with lava-swimming fish." Tiz licked her lips and said. Blake spread his hands. "Lady Tiz, do I look like someone who can get lava-swimming fish?" "I'm just a first-tier knight." Tiz thought for a moment and said, "Forget it. I'll find a way to get the fish. You just focus on cooking." After the meal, Tiz's perception of Blake rose several levels, and now he no longer needed to prepare the ingredients himself. Blake stretched and returned to his room. It wasn't easy to make a golden meal. Blake felt that most of his energy had drained away, and he was exhausted. After resting for a while, there was a knock at the door. Blake opened it to see a moving pile of books. Ellie peeked out from behind the stack. "Blake, I brought you some books." Blake opened the door to welcome Ellie in and took the books from her hands, placing them on the table. "Aren't you supposed to be in class this afternoon?" Ellie, unbothered, sat directly on Blake's bed, Swinging her legs, the teacher saw that I was controlling burning hands quite well, so he gave me a break. That's nice. Learning should be balanced with rest, Blake casually replied. His gaze shifted to the books, the basics of alchemy. I got one of these in the dungeon before. Strange Tales from the Eastern Continent. This looks like one of those travel stories. Advanced Alchemy Research and Energy Selection. This one looks more sophisticated. These 3 books, except for the middle one, which was thinner, were quite thick. Blake had actually noticed before that although there was paper in this world, its production was poor, the thickness was uneven, and the color differences were quite obvious. As a result, the number of characters that could be written on a single sheet of paper was often limited. The soul of a paper-making traveler floated in Blake's mind. It might be worth a try, Blake murmured. Ellie looked puzzled. What is that? Blake followed Ellie's gaze and saw a staff leaning against the corner. Oh, this is the staff I brought back for you from the last adventure. Blake handed the staff to Ellie. Ellie exclaimed in delight. For me? Blake joked. Not for you. Is it for a puppy? Ellie's face turned slightly red. If it's to be Blake's little puppy, that wouldn't be so bad. Blake was taken aback by Ellie's words. He cleared his throat to break the awkwardness and said, Well, this staff was obtained from a dragonborn, so there might be some hidden dangers. Remember to let Lady Elizabeth take a look at it. Ellie nodded quickly. No problem. Blake added, Also, I don't understand magic. But judging from that dragonborn's performance, the crystal at the top of this staff should be storing a blink spell. You should also have Lady Elizabeth check its specific effects. Ellie froze. Blink spell? That's so precious. Ellie exclaimed. A magical item storing a constant third ring spell would not be found on the market, which meant it couldn't be bought even with gold. My father spent over 1,000 gold coins and even mortgaged his military achievements to obtain the long sword he now possesses, which has a constant third ring spell of haste inscribed on it. He got it from the king's treasury. This is too precious, Blake, Ellie said. Blake scratched his head. Hearing Ellie's words, he didn't think the staff was that valuable. Its previous owner was a dragonborn priest who barely reached second tier. If a magical item with a third ring spell were that valuable, a green dragon, by nature, wouldn't casually give it to its servant. In any case, the value of this item shouldn't be determined by the two of us. We need someone knowledgeable to assess it, Blake said. Chapter 028, Martial Law and Recruiting. The matter of the staff was similar to what Blake had in mind. This staff could indeed cast the spell of teleportation, but it was not a constant spell. It had a limited number of uses. The staff could only cast the teleportation spell 3 times in total, and based on the energy readings at the tip of the staff, it could still be used 2 more times. Moreover, aside from the teleportation spell, the material of the staff itself was also of decent quality, so Ellie decided to take it for now. Since she hadn't advanced to a first-level mage yet, Count Breeze hadn't prepared a staff for her in advance, so Blake's spoils came at a timely moment. Hey, classmate, need a book? In the alchemy room of the Magic Academy, Blake casually stopped a student who was working part-time. Just like in Blake's previous life, there were many talented but impoverished ordinary students in this Magic Academy, not a so-called noble academy. Work-study programs also existed. As long as students worked at the school, they could waive part of their tuition fees. This was a way for the academy to indirectly support these less fortunate students. The student Blake stopped was a little girl shrouded in a black robe. When Blake grabbed her, she shivered like a startled rabbit. However, upon hearing Blake's words, she became curious. What book? Blake took out a copy of Basic Principles of Alchemy from his sack and handed it to the girl. A required introductory textbook on alchemy. Fully revised edition. You can browse through it freely, and there are no missing pages. The girl flipped through it and softly asked, How much? 10 gold coins, Blake replied. The girl shook her head. 10 gold coins is too much. You can buy a new copy for that price. Blake countered, But do you have a way to buy it? Upon hearing this, the girl's body paused. Books do have circulation channels, and there are no rules prohibiting ordinary people from buying books. But like various unspoken rules, books related to knowledge are rarely kept in the hands of ordinary people. Well, I can borrow it from the library, the girl said. 7 gold coins. Blake shrugged. You might be fooling yourself with that. It doesn't make sense to fool me. Books like Basic Principles are very popular at the library. Can you guarantee you'll be able to borrow it when you want to read it? I can. I can copy it, the girl replied. 8 gold coins. Blake shrugged again. Copy it? What will you use to copy it? The cost of the paper alone for copying this book is nearly as much as buying an original. Blake had already sold 2 books and was quite familiar with the excuses of these students. Every word was a blow to the girl's chest. After a moment of silence, the girl said, "I only have 8 gold coins." She took out a small cloth bag, opened it, and handed it directly to Blake. Seeing the girl like this, Blake suddenly smiled. "I have another payment method." The girl was startled and took 2 steps back. "I don't want it anymore. Give me back my money bag." After taking out 6 gold coins from the bag, Blake tossed the book and the money bag back to the girl. She carefully put away the money bag and hugged the book, looking at Blake warily. Blake spoke, "I've been observing you for a while. You study diligently and often come to the alchemy room as a volunteer to learn. Although your magical aura is not apparent, based on my experience, you should be advancing to a first-level mage soon. So join our study group. As a member, you can buy these books at a 40% discount," Blake said. The girl quietly let out a sigh of relief. "Is that the other payment method you mentioned?" Blake glanced at her. "What else did you think?" The girl's expression froze for a moment, then she slightly nodded. "So how do I join the study group?" Blake replied, "Tomorrow evening after 6. Come to the room near the West Mage Tower that has its lights on." The West Mage Tower. The girl was even more surprised. The West Mage Tower is the domain of the vice principal, Elizabeth. The fact that this study group can use a room nearby means at least Elizabeth is backing it. Her view of Blake took a 90-degree turn. This young man before her didn't seem like a fraud. Blake nodded. "Exactly." The girl hugged the book and slightly nodded. "I understand." Blake affirmed, "Then see you tomorrow. By the way, your elf ears are quite pretty. There's no need to hide them all the time." After saying that, Blake left, leaving the girl standing there in a daze. With 6 gold coins in his pocket, Blake's book-selling plan was successfully concluded. He had brought back 3 books from the Goblin Valley, aside from the one for the apprentice mage, which had little value and was sold at full price. He sold the other 2 introductory books for 6 gold coins, each to 2 poor students. When he returned to the Mage Tower, Ellie was waiting for him at the door. "Blake, you're back," Ellie said. Blake ruffled Ellie's hair. "Did you rest again this afternoon?" Ellie grabbed Blake's large hand resting on her head and muttered, "The teacher went to a meeting again. It seems to be related to that green dragon." Blake raised an eyebrow. "Is there new news about the green dragon?" Ellie nodded. "From what the teacher said, this news came from my senior." "Your senior?" "Isn't she on a long-term mission outside?" Blake asked. Ellie said, "It seems she returned early due to that dragon." "Is she already in the Mage Tower?" Blake asked curiously. He was also eager to see what Ellie's senior was like. Ellie shook her head. "I guess she won't be back until tonight. By the way, how's the study group going?" she asked. The study group was Blake's idea, but the public face of the group was Ellie, the legitimate mage. After all, convincing Elizabeth was not an easy task for Blake given his identity. Ellie would one day become the new Count Breeze, and Blake didn't want Ellie to have only himself and Jenny as subordinates when she became Count. So, in a way, Blake was making preparations in advance. He set up this study group plan to gather a few less fortunate students while taking advantage of the academy. After all, many hands make light work. Blake said, "I recruited 2 interesting students. The bait is set. Now we just have to see if they show up tomorrow." Ellie asked, "Blake, will you be there tomorrow?" Blake nodded. "Of course I will." Ellie smiled. "That's good." The 2 chatted and laughed as they entered the Mage Tower, when suddenly a deep voice of an old man echoed across the sky of the entire Magic Academy. "Ahem, students, I am Principal Madison. Starting today, the Magic Academy enters a state of martial law. From today onwards, the Magic Academy is in a state of combat readiness. Unless ordered, going outside is prohibited. All apprentice mages, please carry out combat preparation work within the academy under the arrangement of your teachers. All formal mages, please be prepared. The academy may issue a summons at any time. For the sake of Blackstone City, for the northern frontier, for the glory of the Lionheart Duchy, I hope all students stay on high alert and work together to get through this difficult time." The 2 exchanged glances. The academy is under martial law. Chapter 029. Research Society. The martial law, indeed, came too quickly. That night, Blake learned from Ellie that there were already signs of infection throughout Blackstone City. It turned out that the incident in Goblin Valley was not an isolated case. Besides Goblin Valley, at least 5 other areas near Blackstone City had also reported the appearance of those monsters made of corpses. Although these monsters were dealt with one by one, the plague remaining in their bodies began to spread toward Blackstone City. The speed of the plague's spread was rapid, and many people in Blackstone City had already been infected. Fortunately, so far, only mild fever symptoms had appeared, and there had not been any large-scale deaths. Through Ellie, Blake shared a few simple prevention tips with Elizabeth, such as isolating groups of people. He didn't know if it would help save more lives. What he could do was limited. He didn't even know what kind of plague it was, and could only wait quietly in a magic academy. A day passed in the blink of an eye. After dinner, Blake and Ellie arrived at the Research Society's base and waited quietly. "Blake, do you think they will come?" Ellie asked. Blake shook his head. "I don't know. Maybe they will. What should I talk about later?" Ellie asked again. "Just talk briefly about your experiences in becoming a first-level mage. Or share some tips you've learned from Ms. Elizabeth. You don't need to be too nervous. Just keep a calm mindset." The Research Society is essentially a platform for communication, and there's no right or wrong. Blake comforted her. Ellie nodded slightly, holding the staff Blake had given her. The little girl was still a bit nervous. Creak, the door opened, and a girl wearing a hood appeared at the entrance, peeking inside. When she saw Blake, she let out a small sigh of relief. "Please sit," Blake said. The girl nodded slightly, walked into the room, and found a corner to sit down. Blake glanced at the time and said, "We might have another companion. Let's wait a bit longer." As time ticked by, when the wall clock's hands gradually pointed to 6, Blake shook his head. "It seems our other companion." I'm here. The voice arrived before the person did. Someone pushed the door open and said, "Oh, you have no idea. The forge is so busy. I sneaked out quietly. Please don't tell the teacher." Someone's coming in?" Ellie was surprised. "Who is talking?" The hooded girl was curious. Blake suddenly laughed, dramatically looking up at the sky. "Yeah, where are they? Look down. Look down. I'm here." The person shouted. The three finally noticed that a small but sturdy figure was standing at the door. Seeing everyone's attention focused on him, the small one happily said, "I'm Gib, a halfling. Nice to meet you all." Blake laughed. "Gib, aren't you afraid of being discovered sneaking out?" Gib casually found a chair, nimbly jumped on it, and then said, "Just like you guys, the folks at the forge rarely notice me. Cheerful, outgoing, and small is the halfling's racial label." Gib was evidently one of them. He was the young man who bought the book armor maintenance and repair from Blake, and was also an apprentice mage. Halflings are about the same height as gnomes, shorter than dwarves by a head or more, making them indeed hard to notice. Gib was even more of a halfling among halflings, although he was sturdy by halfling standards. He was just over 2 feet tall, which was 7 feet shorter than the average height of 2 feet 7 inches for halflings. Blake closed the door and said, "All right, we currently have only 4 people in our seminar. Everyone can introduce themselves." Gib raised his hand. Me. I'm Gib, an apprentice mage, and my future direction is to become a transmutation mage and a jeweler. Jeweler is also a special auxiliary profession, considered a subordinate branch of forging. Jewelry makers and silversmiths are both subordinate branches of jewelers. Ellie curiously asked, "What is the difference between halflings and gnomes?" Gib stroked his chin and said, "Halflings are sturdier. Gnomes look more like delicate dolls, I guess." Does having a bigger head count for gnomes? All right, their race often has inventors. Blake looked at Gib and nodded. He had seen a few gnomes in some places in Blackstone City, and they indeed looked like the delicate dolls Gib mentioned, while halflings looked a bit more like smaller humans. Everyone then looked at the hooded girl. The hooded girl slowly took off her hood, revealing wavy lavender long hair and pointed ears hidden in her long hair. "My name is Taya, an apprentice mage, and my future direction is to become a battle mage. I have a bit of interest in alchemy, but I might not study it in depth." "Taya?" Blake raised an eyebrow, feeling he had heard that name somewhere. Gib curiously asked, "Are you an elf?" Taya shook her head. "I am a half-elf, also known as a mongrel." Blake shook his head, wanted to say a few comforting words, but the words stuck in his throat. Half-elves, like half-orcs, have always been troubled by the so-called mongrel prejudice. This stereotype, which borders on racial discrimination, is often misunderstood by ordinary people, and rash comfort might backfire. After thinking for a moment, Blake said, "I don't know a half-elf who grew up among elves when he was young. If you need, I can introduce you to him." Taya's eyes brightened, and she nodded slightly. "Thank you." Next came Blake and Ellie's introductions. Their introductions were brief but effective. Gib jumped up from a chair and said, I know you. You're the genius student the vice dean recruited this year. I never expected we would be in the same research society. Ellie felt a bit embarrassed by the flattery, but she remembered the simple training Blake had given her and nodded slightly. Blake cleared his throat and said, "Then let's proceed to the first topic, discussing our recent observations." Gib raised his hand. Me, I'll go first. Recently, the Forge has been working overtime to produce a special device that looks like a shower head. I heard it's the work of some gnome inventor. Blake stroked his chin and said it might be used for spraying potions. Taya also spoke up. Several priests came from the alchemy room. It seems they're researching holy water, but I don't know what for. Blake raised an eyebrow. Are they going to sprinkle holy water from the sky? Sprinkle holy water? Why would they sprinkle holy water? Gib asked curiously. Ellie spoke up. Don't you know why this martial law was imposed? The two shook their heads, no. Ellie and Blake exchanged glances and said, this martial law is because a plague has broken out. Plague. Chapter 030. Outing mission. Ever since she learned about the plague, Taya has been somewhat absent-minded. Even during the subsequent mage exchange session, she hardly listened attentively. After the research meeting, Blake called her over. Taya, are you worried about your mother? Blake asked. Taya was taken aback. You know my mom? Blake replied, I bought fish from a stall called Taya the other day. It's in the west of the city. Taya understood and nodded. That indeed is my mom. Blake nodded. Ailey is a first-tier mage. According to the school's requirements, we will be going out on missions. If possible, I will check on your mother for you. Taya was momentarily stunned. She rarely felt such kindness from a stranger. Thank you. Blake smiled. No need to thank me. The purpose of the research meeting is to help each other. Taya nodded slightly and left quickly, almost like she was fleeing. Jib leaned against Blake's leg and said, I say, boss, you won't scare her off like this, will you? This kid is really friendly. Not treating himself as an outsider at all. Go, what do you know? Helping each other, you know? Blake said. Also, don't call me boss. Just call me Blake. Jib stood at attention, yes. Boss. Blake shook his head helplessly. The personalities of the two new recruits in the research meeting were indeed worlds apart. Boss, I'll head back to the Forge now, so they don't come looking for me again. When's the next research meeting? Jib asked. Blake replied, It'll be at this time next week. Jib nodded, waved goodbye to Blake, and walked away with his short legs. Ailey sighed lightly and said, Blake. I feel like my explanation was that good. Blake patted Ailey's head and said, what are you talking about? It was pretty good. You have to remember that you're just a first-tier mage. The implication of his words was that others were drawn in for the gold coins. The decision to stay after meeting was due to Lady Elizabeth and Ailey's noble status. As for teaching ability, Ailey was just a student. How strong could she be? Being able to share her insights was already sufficient. Of course, Blake wouldn't tell Ailey these things. Little Ailey was just starting out and needed more encouragement. Blake took Ailey back to the Mage Tower and said, you can tell Lady Elizabeth about today's events and see what kind of advice she can offer. Ailey nodded and said, I understand, Blake. The two and walked far when the big cat emerged from the shadows. Ailey, get ready. Your first academy mission is about to begin. The next day, outside the Magic Academy, Blake, Ailey, and Jenny, fully armed, rode their horses out. Ailey looked at the scroll in her hand and said, according to the requirements, we need to find Priestess Molly at the 8 Deities Church first. Then escort her to the Wailing Marsh, the 8 Deities Church, isn't far from here. Let us go, Jenny said. In this world, the deity system is complex and intricate, with hundreds of named deities, each more bizarre than the last. In the official recognition of the Lionheart Duchy, there are 8 deities considered orthodox, and the church they formed is also the official sect of the Lionheart Duchy. These 8 deities govern light and order, life and reproduction, wisdom and magic, war and courage, nature and wilderness, craftsmanship and forge, darkness and secrecy, fate and journey. Blake only vaguely knew some of this. As a transmigrator, he was particularly interested in these deities. Even after spending more than 2 years in the Breeze territory, he only knew that the god of war and courage was depicted as a bald, muscular man. He didn't even know their names. The spiritual virtue, representing faith, is also the lowest among Blake's 8 knightly virtues, which shows his lack of piety. The largest church in Blackstone City was also in the east of the city, and the 3 didn't walk far before arriving. Blake waited at the entrance while Ginny and Ailey entered the church. It wasn't that Blake didn't want to go in. It was just that there was a check at the church entrance, and the check revealed that Blake wasn't even a shallow believer. So the church wouldn't allow him in. The two knights guarding the church looked at Blake with changing expressions. In this era, it was indeed rare to find someone who wasn't even a shallow believer. If it weren't for the family crest of the Breeze territory on Blake's newly donned armor, those two knights would probably have treated him as a heretic. By the way, Blake got this armor from the Malt Iron Hammer before the martial law. This was its first formal wear. Ailey moved quickly, not letting Blake linger too long under the knight's unfriendly gazes. She soon appeared with the target person. Damn, so big. Oh no, so white. Blake thought to himself. Honesty. Everyone has a pair of eyes to appreciate beauty. You're staring at her. You're honest. Honesty attribute increased. Cough. Blake cleared his throat and shifted his gaze. This young priestess named Molly was far from the fresh and elegant name she carried. The simple black nun's robe she wore looked more like lingerie, leading to all sorts of imaginations. Some things just can't be concealed by clothing. Moreover, it seemed like this priestess's clothes were a size too small, which made the situation even more awkward. If Blake were to say, this priestess should be called Whiskey. By the way, just to clarify, the whiteness was referring to her face, not elsewhere. She was dressed modestly, with no visibility of other flesh. While Blake was sizing up the priestess was also sizing him up. A knight without any belief in the deities is indeed a rarity, the priestess said. The spirituality among the 8 knightly virtues corresponds to the piety towards the deities. Therefore, generally, knights would be believers of the deities to some extent. Blake replied, perhaps I just haven't been called by the deities yet. The priestess silently nodded. That is indeed possible. After all, knights still have 7 other virtues. Ailey looked at Blake and then at the priestess, feeling like her Blake might be snatched away by another girl. Hurriedly said, the situation is urgent. Let us set off quickly. Blake nodded and rode ahead on his small horse, Pearl, to lead the way. The inspection at the gates of Blackstone City had become stricter. It was easier to exit than to enter. The entrance to the city was congested with people trying to squeeze in to avoid the unknown plague. The soldiers guarding the city were engaging in a battle of wits with these civilians, making the entry into the city slow for the time being. This time, Blake was not stopped. Pearl's leather armor had an additional stamp, which was the special permit mentioned by the city guards. With his special anti-counterfeiting stamp from Blackstone City, Blake could freely enter and exit the city in the future. This permit was not easy to obtain. Blake managed to get it thanks to Lady Elizabeth's influence. Seeing the 2 gate soldiers' respectful demeanor, he couldn't help but shake his head. It's good to have a backer. Chapter 031. Wailing Swamp. The Wailing Swamp is located east of Blackstone City, and it takes a whole day of fast riding to reach it. As night fell, after seeing the iconic crooked tree at the edge of the swamp from a distance, Blake called a stop to the entire team. Let's rest here for the night. The Wailing Swamp is too dangerous at night. We can't get too close. Ellie nodded and stopped. Jasmine curiously looked at Blake and then at Ellie. As an outsider, she couldn't understand why the entire team's authority rested in the hands of this unknown first-tier knight. But since everyone had stopped, Jasmine followed suit. Jenny looked at Blake curiously. Have you been here before? Blake nodded. There are many rare fungi and some special fish in the Wailing Swamp. I used to come here often. Back then, you weren't a professional, right? Jenny asked. Blake nodded, pointing at the large crooked tree in front. See that crooked tree? Within 100 meters around it is relatively safe, although there are still many dangers, but they are not fatal. Beyond that, it's hard to say. There are too many strange things in the swamp, and I didn't dare to go deeper at that time. As Blake spoke, he skillfully set up a tent. Ellie and Jenny also helped. As a wild 3rd-tier knight, Jenny frequently mingled with adventurers at the guild before being hired by Earl Breeze. So setting up a tent was quite normal for her. As for Ellie, the little girl learned how to pitch a tent entirely from Blake. She hadn't mastered it yet, and could only assist. Jasmine clasped her hands and chanted a few words, and a gentle light blossomed from her hands. Light magic illumination spell. A very practical trick. Thank you all for your hard work, Jasmine said softly. Blake skillfully set up 2 tents, one large and one small. The conditions are limited in the wild, so you three can squeeze in together, Blake said. The three women were not the type to be difficult and nodded in agreement. Blake gathered some dry branches nearby and lit them with a flint. The flames illuminated the camp, adding a touch of warmth. Blake took out a few potatoes from his pocket and roasted them, while everyone sat at the edge of the tent to rest. After a whole day of riding, even the physical fitness of professionals was a bit strained. Curiously, Jenny asked, "What materials are we looking for this time?" Ellie looked at Jasmine, who took out a dried moss from her small bag that still emitted a faint glow. "What we're looking for is this." Blake glanced at it. "Moonlight moss? Isn't the church always collecting this?" Moonlight moss is a special crop that grows in swampy areas. It seems to absorb the essence of moonlight and can be classified into 3 tiers based on the amount of moonlight essence it contains: 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star. 3-star quality moonlight moss is the best, having reached the level of magical plants. 2-star is barely touching the edge of magical plants, but is still considered an ordinary plant. 1-star is purely an ordinary plant that grows in almost any swamp. Blake had heard of moss farmers who specifically went to relatively safe swamps to collect this and sell it to the church for a living. However, he had never done it himself. The reason was simple. He looked down on the low price of 1-star moonlight moss. As for 2-star and 3-star, they grew in dangerous areas, which he couldn't access at the time. Jasmine looked at Blake and nodded. Moonlight moss is one of the main materials for holy water. The church has indeed been collecting it continuously. But what we can mostly gather are 1-star varieties. Occasionally, if luck is on our side, we can collect 2-star ones. As for 3-star moonlight moss, it's a rare find. The church's stock is also low. Jasmine put the moss away and sighed. This plague is actually more troublesome than everyone expected. The church is running low on 2-star and above moonlight moss, so we can only go out to search for it. Blake frowned. Is the plague already this serious? Jasmine replied, "It's okay in Blackstone City, but the villages outside the city are more severe. Some villages are already uninhabitable." Blake suddenly thought of the long queue they had seen when leaving the city. Indeed, if not for the fact that their hometown was unbearable, who would want to uproot their family to live elsewhere? "Let's eat first, then," Blake said, distributing the roasted potatoes he made to the other 3 women. He took one himself, cut it open, and spread his prepared chili sauce on it. The 3 women looked at Blake with their plain potatoes. Blake scratched his head. "Do you want to try some? It's a bit spicy." "I do." "Okay. If possible, please give me a little," the 3 women said in turn. Sacrifice. Good things should be shared. You sacrifice a little chili sauce in exchange for the goodwill of the 3 women. It's a guaranteed profitable deal. "What do you mean by sacrificing chili sauce?" Blake complained inwardly while handing out the chili sauce. "Those who can handle spice can have more. Those who can't should take less," Blake reminded. However, even with the reminder, the 3 women still turned red from the spice. The freshly roasted potatoes were already hot, and with the addition of chili, it was indeed a mix of heat and spice. Ellie and Ginny were okay, but Jasmine, whether because she had never eaten chili before or for some other reason, turned completely red, her eyes dazed, her tongue unconsciously sticking out like a panting dog. The scene was quite bizarre. However, this expression didn't last long. Jasmine quickly returned to normal. Her face remained flushed, but Blake couldn't tell if it was from the spice or if she was embarrassed. After a simple meal, Ellie suddenly asked curiously, "Since the church is short on supplies, they must have sent out quite a few teams to find moonlight moss, right? Will we encounter other teams?" Jasmine took a sip of water and shook her head. "Most of the priests have gone directly to the plague-stricken areas. Now, the ones out looking for moss are second-line priests like me, and there are probably only 5 or 6 teams." As Jasmine spoke, her eyes flickered a bit, and Blake noticed this. He stroked his chin and thought, "This priest seems to be not telling the whole truth. The wilderness outside Blackstone City is vast, and there are many swamps. From what Blake knew, there were 3 swamps of similar size to the Wailing Swamp, and for the church to send only 5 teams to search for moonlight moss, frankly, that is not many." Jasmine's demeanor just now made Blake a little wary. As someone who didn't believe in the church at all, he began to ponder, could the church have ulterior motives? Chapter 032, The Bug. A strange bug. The reputation of the church is quite good. Moreover, this task was assigned to Ellie by Elizabeth. Based on these 2 points, Jasmine should be trustworthy. Although Blake found Jasmine a bit peculiar, he didn't say anything and just kept an eye on her. Tonight, I will keep watch for the first half of the night. And night, Ginny will take over for the second half. The two spellcasters should get some good rest, Blake said. Ginny nodded and replied, all right. The amount of spells a spellcaster can cast each day depends not only on their own strength, but also on their condition that day. Therefore, when out in the wild, spellcasters generally do not participate in night watch duties. After finishing their potatoes, the three women went straight to rest. Blake sat by the fire, keeping watch. He looked toward the distant swamp and shook his head. The swamp was called the Wailing Swamp because it often echoed with sounds resembling children's cries. There have been mentions at the Adventurers Guild that there might be a green hag hidden within. Hopefully, we won't run into it. The green hag is a type of fairy creature twisted by malevolent thoughts, ugly in appearance, skilled in casting spells, and toying with intelligent beings. According to the monster manual compiled by the Adventurers Guild, the challenge level of a green hag is level 2. This means that the Adventurers Guild believes that this monster is best challenged by a full party of 4 level 2 adventurers. Blake's current party composition is barely acceptable. However, aside from the strongest combatant, Knight Ginny, who is level 3, both Blake and Ellie are level 1. Blake couldn't tell Jasmine's exact level, but it likely wasn't very high. From what Jasmine just said, it seemed that any capable clerics had been sent to the front line against the epidemic. By the fire, Blake pondered. The moon in the sky was not small, and there were twinkling lights in the distant swamp, which looked quite beautiful. As time passed slowly, Blake yawned again. There was some movement in the large tent, and Blake turned to look. Jasmine had pulled aside the tent flap and crawled out. She nodded at Blake, holding some processed, slightly yellowed sycamore leaves, and walked away. These simply processed sycamore leaves are relatively cheap toilet paper. By the way, real commoners usually just use sticks. Blake glanced at Jasmine and turned his head back. It really wasn't polite to watch someone use the bathroom. As Jasmine walked a little further away, she looked back at Blake. Phew. Thankfully, it's a knight. A profession bound by virtue is reassuring. Jasmine rubbed her stomach and squatted down. She had been experiencing unbearable stomach pain at night for the past 2 days, and there was indeed a bit of personal motivation for this outing. There's a green hag in the Wailing Swamp. The green hag can make a special potion using mushrooms from the swamp, which has a powerful pain-relieving effect. If possible, she wanted to get some of that stuff. Jasmine let out a soft hum and began a new round of effort. Blake casually caught a grasshopper to play with. There were quite a few bugs near the swamp. This grasshopper was a bit afraid of fire, and as Blake's hand got closer to the fire, it struggled wildly. After playing with it for a while, Blake got bored and directly threw the grasshopper into the fire. At the moment the grasshopper was thrown, if everything was normal, it should have immediately flapped its wings and flown away. But for some reason, this grasshopper couldn't open its wings at all, and its body struggled wildly in the air to no avail, getting ignited by the flames. Bang! The grasshopper exploded the moment it made contact with the flames. Blake looked at the remnants of the grasshopper and some white eggs on his greaves and frowned. What is going on? Suddenly, a woman's scream came from outside. Jasmine. Blake was stunned and quickly got up to rush over. Not far away in the bushes, Jasmine was lying on the ground with a terrified expression. Her black nun's dress bunched up around her waist, exposing her smooth and delicate thighs. Next to her feet was a maggot the length of a calf. This maggot was constantly twisting and growing larger. Blake frowned, drew his weapon, and stabbed it to death. The maggot twisted and was cut in half by Blake's stab, still writhing for a while before it finally stopped moving. Seeing this, Blake kicked a couple more times. Green juice oozed out from the metal soles of his boots. And now the maggot was completely silent. Blake stepped forward to help Jasmine up. Jasmine's legs were spread apart, trembling uncontrollably. Thank you. Blake curiously asked, It was just a bug, wasn't too scary? Jasmine took a moment to reply. I've been afraid of bugs since I was a child, and then that thing suddenly appeared. Jasmine's explanation was vague, but Blake understood a bit. After all, while dealing with wild history, one would fear sudden attacks from small creatures like bugs. Just thinking about it was quite horrifying. Ginny and Ellie also ran over. What happened? Blake shook his head and handed Jasmine over to Ginny, saying, It's nothing, just a bug that appeared suddenly. Ginny nodded and helped Jasmine back to the camp. Blake then observed the surroundings again, frowning and mumbling. Strange. There are no signs of bugs crawling around. Where did the bug come from? He looked closely again. There were no holes nearby, and not even traces of bugs crawling around, which was quite puzzling. Blake returned to the camp and saw that the three women were still awake, sitting beside the tent. Jenny and Ellie seemed to be comforting Jasmine. Jasmine, come sit over here with me, closer to the fire, to warm up, Ellie said. She was sitting closest to Blake and also very near the fire. Jasmine, sitting at the edge, waved her hands frantically. No, I just need to calm down a bit. From her movements and demeanor, it seemed Jasmine was very resistant to the fire. Blake suddenly thought of the grasshopper that had exploded in the fire. He looked down at his greaves. There were still some remnants of the grasshopper's explosion, white eggs that seemed to be wriggling. Blake shook his head. Hopefully, I'm just overthinking. But he still asked, Jasmine, is this your first time at the Wailing Swamp? Jasmine shook her head. I just came here 3 days ago, but the moonlight moss was quickly used up. 3 days ago. Blake nodded. After a while, Jasmine crawled back into the tent to rest, and Ellie followed her to rest as well. Jenny looked at her pocket watch, stood up, and stretched. I can't sleep anymore either. Let me keep watch next. Blake nodded and casually grabbed some grass leaves to clean his greaves. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Jenny, Blake said. Jenny smiled. You've worked hard too. In the large tent, Jasmine lay with her back to Ellie, wide-eyed and unable to sleep. How could this happen? How could this happen? She trembled slightly all over, unable to understand why a bug would crawl out of her body. Indeed, that twisting maggot was not crawling out of the ground, nor had it come from elsewhere. It had been expelled from Jasmine's body. She had been parasitized. Note, in the DD5E Monster Manual, the challenge level of the Green Hag is level 3. Chapter 033. Entering the swamp as a young genius mage, Ellie has always been sensitive to casting spells. So even while sleeping drowsily, she still sensed Jasmine casting a healing spell on her. Was the priest injured? Ellie thought to herself, half asleep. The next day, last night was barely a peaceful night. In the morning, the group gradually got up and Jenny yawned. Blake looked at the sun and said, You can rest a bit longer, Sister Jenny. We're not in a hurry to set off. Jenny nodded and said, Then I'll take a short nap. The morning sun was not good, accompanied by morning mist, making it an unsuitable time to depart, so Blake planned to delay a bit. Ellie leaned against Blake, drawing with her fingers on his palm. The priest seems ill. I saw her using divine magic to heal herself last night. Ellie wrote intermittently on Blake's hand. Blake glanced at Jasmine, who was praying not far away, shook his head, and wrote back on Ellie's hand. She seems to have some secrets. Be cautious. To be honest, if this task had been taken by Blake from the Adventurers Guild, given his personality, he would have immediately taken Ellie and left. With Jasmine, this unclear person, around, Blake didn't want to take risks to continue the mission. But the problem was that this task was jointly issued by the Magic Academy and the 8 Gods Church of Blackstone City. In front of these two giants, Blake had no intention of refusing, unless Ellie decided not to study at the academy anymore. Thinking of this, Blake sighed slightly and gestured in Ellie's palm. Stay alert. Time passed slowly, and the mist above the swamp gradually dissipated. Jenny got out of the tent, and the 4 of them prepared briefly before stepping into the swamp. It was impossible to ride horses in the swamp, so Blake tied all 4 horses to a crooked tree. As the scout of the team, he walked at the front, with the 2 spellcasters in the middle and the knight, Jenny, guarding the back. Wait. After walking a few steps, Blake suddenly stopped. Ellie, use your mage hand to check this place, Blake said. Ellie nodded and activated her mage hand in the direction pointed by Blake's sword. Suddenly, a vine thick as a finger tightened and pulled Ellie's mage hand into the air. Blake snorted coldly. What a clumsy trick. Who are you trying to catch? After saying that, he drew his short sword and stabbed in the direction where the vine was tightening. The ordinary-looking dead tree trunk suddenly sprouted a wailing human face. It's a withered tree demon, Ellie exclaimed, and flames appeared in her hand, preparing to cast burning hands. Blake, without turning his head, said, Don't cast spells, conserve a bit. He then slashed diagonally with his short sword. The withered tree demon, having appeared, was continuously drained of life by Blake, and now receiving such a severe injury. It died instantly. After all, this type of creature mainly relied on ambush. Its body was not very durable. After easily dealing with this withered tree demon, Blake turned and asked, What is the third rule of mages in outdoor combat? Ellie, quick-witted, answered, use the right spell at the right time. Blake rubbed Ellie's head with a clean hand. Have a bit of confidence in me. It's just a withered tree demon. Is it worth using a first-level spell? Ellie scratched her head in embarrassment. I was just worried. Blake laughed. Don't worry. With me around, there won't be any accidents. Ellie also chuckled. Yeah. Watching the interaction between the two, Jasmine couldn't help but recall the time she came to the Weeping Swamp 3 days ago. On that trip, there was not a single reliable scout in their team, only a half-baked ranger as a guide. In the end, only 2 out of the 4 survived. They had encountered a withered tree demon as well, but they weren't as alert as Blake. And it took them a long time to rescue their teammate from the demon's vines, costing them a first-level spell from the mage. Comparing the two situations, the difference was clear. Jasmine now somewhat understood why Blake, a first-tier knight, could become the leader of the entire team. Blake picked at the corpse of the tree demon, extracting a palm-sized piece of gray wood. The heart of a withered tree demon is worth about 3 gold coins in the market. When we get back, we can share it, Blake said, shaking the item in his hand and stuffing it into his bag. There were quite a few shallow tree demons in the swamp, and along the way, Blake dealt with 4 more withered tree demons without any danger, which was reassuringly steady. Is that moonlight moss shining ahead? Ellie pointed to a patch of ground ahead and asked. Jasmine nodded. Yes, but it seems to only be of 1-star quality from its appearance. Not our target for this trip. Blake squatted down to observe for a moment, then suddenly reached out and pulled out a croaking large frog from the mud. We've entered the poisonous miasma area, Blake said, looking at the toxic fluid secreted from the frog's back. He turned to Ellie and said, put on that mask I prepared for you. Then he kicked the frog away. The frog croaked and flew off, landing in the muddy swamp. Ellie nodded and took out a mask made by Blake, putting it on. Here. She then handed a spare one to Jasmine. Blake and Ginny had already put on their masks in advance due to wearing helmets. When Blake learned that Ellie's goal was to escort the priest to the swamp that night, he had been working overtime to sew these masks. Fortunately, the Mage Tower had everything, whether it was fabric, sewing tools, or herbs for detoxification. Blake just had to stay up a little longer. Looking at the mask in her hand that resembled something a bit risque, Jasmine's face turned a bit red. Change here? No. But when she realized that the correct way to use it was to wear it on her face, her voice suddenly stopped. So it's meant to be worn on the face. I thought it was. She put the mask on her face, and a strong herbal scent rushed at her, making her want to cough a bit. Blake said, this thing does have a strong smell. You two just need to get used to it. After saying that, he continued to lead the way into the poisonous miasma area. Jenny spoke up. Although the smell is strong, at least this thing can keep us in good condition. Almost every formed swamp has a section of poisonous miasma area, which is often a place where various toxins gather. During her years as a wild adventurer, Jenny had been to the swamp a few times, and every time she crossed the poisonous miasma area, it was a torment with even the risk of death. Blake's mask with a herbal pouch worked very well. As soon as they stepped into the poisonous miasma area, Jenny felt a completely different sensation from before. The toxins floating in the air seemed to have lost much of their potency. With such a magical item, Jenny felt she could even stay in the poisonous miasma area for an hour. Chapter 034. Pig teammate Molly's legs trembled a bit. She still remembered the disastrous experience from the last time they entered the poisonous fog zone. During their last venture here, no one in the team took any preventive measures. They didn't even have special items like masks, let alone enough regular antidotes. The pressure of survival was entirely on Molly's shoulders. As a second-tier priest, she could only cast 3 second-ring spells a day. To safely pass through the poisonous fog zone, she had used all her second-ring spells to cast toxin protection. This decision ultimately sowed the seeds for their later annihilation. A priest with almost no spell slots had very limited capabilities. The atmosphere was already tense after being harassed by the dead tree demon on the outskirts of the swamp, and once they entered the poisonous fog zone, morale plummeted even further. If it weren't for the fact that their employer was the 8 Gods Church and the Magic Academy, Molly's previous teammates would probably have fled long ago. Be careful. There are a lot of bugs in this poisonous fog zone, Molly warned. She recalled her painful experience from last time. Blake then chimed in, light the torch. He pulled a torch from his belt and lit it. Jenny followed suit. and soon 2 torches were blazing in front and behind them. Blake held a sword in one hand and the torch in the other, sweeping it back and forth. The buzzing and chirping insects around them exploded into bursts when they came into contact with the fire, creating a cacophony of popping sounds. Can fire really drive these bugs away? Molly couldn't help but ask. Blake, while scouting ahead, replied, I discovered it during the night watch yesterday. Molly blinked. She had also spent a night on the outskirts of the swamp last time, as a scout. Why didn't the previous scout notice this issue? However, pondering such matters was pointless for Molly now. With Blake around, the entire team felt much more at ease. As they entered the poisonous fog zone, the team began to hear sounds resembling a child wailing. It wasn't a loud cry, but rather a horrific sound like nails scraping against the blackboard. We must have entered the Green Witch's territory, Blake muttered. The sounds were still faint, and Blake could tolerate them for now. He continued to lead steadily. There was no room for haste when exploring the swamp. Even in special situations, one must remain calm, as a misstep could lead to being mercilessly swallowed by the swamp. Ugh! Molly groaned, clutching her stomach. Blake turned to look at her. The young priest seemed to be in some pain, curling up like a shrimp, too afraid to move. However, this pain came and went quickly. Before long, Molly straightened up, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and said, I'm fine. Let's keep going. Blake glanced at her and said, Priest Molly, since we've come this far, it's not appropriate for you to keep some things from us, is it? If Molly kept her secrets without affecting others, Blake wouldn't bother with the truth challenge priest. But now that Molly's actions were severely limited, continuing deeper could jeopardize others. So Blake couldn't ignore it. They had just entered the poisonous fog zone, and if something went wrong, they could still retreat in time. If they ventured deeper into the poisonous fog zone and a monster appeared when they needed a priest, only for her to suddenly have a stomachache, that would be too much of a disaster. Seeing that Molly remained silent, Blake directly said, Let's exit the poisonous fog zone. Ellie followed Blake's lead, and Jenny followed Ellie. The three of them were like a trinity, moving back after hearing Blake's words. Molly's legs trembled, and after a moment of silence, she finally said, I'll tell you everything. I've been parasitized. A look of despair crossed Molly's face as she spoke. Last time we came here, we didn't bring back enough moonlight moss. No, we didn't bring back a single 2-star quality moonlight moss. There was a huge worm monster in the poisonous fog zone that could move through the mud with ease and was impervious to blades and arrows. Plus, the poisonous fog zone itself was filled with toxins, making offense even more difficult. In the end, after losing a knight and a ranger guide, along with a young mage's life-saving magical item, we barely escaped. And I was parasitized by the worm during that battle. As soon as Blake heard this, he shouted, Run! Get out of here! He grabbed Molly by the collar, dragging her as he yelled, Why didn't you say something so dangerous earlier? Molly was startled by Blake's roar and took a while to respond, I need the special potion from the Green Witch deep in the swamp. Blake shot her a look filled with malice. Molly felt a shiver. If it were just the two of them, she sensed Blake would have no hesitation in killing her right there. But Blake's anger quickly dissipated, and he said in a low voice, I will report everything to Lady Elizabeth in the Eight Gods Church. Molly trembled again. Sometimes, a sudden calm voice could be more terrifying than a loud shout. Blake's words sent a shiver down Molly's spine. There were many priests in the Eight Gods Church, and competition was fierce. If the church learned of her situation, the consequences would be far from ordinary punishment. I'm sorry, Molly whispered. Blake ignored her and hurriedly led her out. He had heard about the worm she mentioned. It was a second-tier monster known as the swamp motherworm. It had 2 special abilities. One was to spray white eggs from its mouth and skin pores to parasitize any nearby creature. And the other was that its outer membrane had strong resistance to slashing attacks. Coupled with the fact that they only resided in the poisonous fog zone, their threat level to adventurers was even higher than some 3rd-tier monsters. They were incredibly troublesome. Blake had no desire to linger. The wailing and the eerie cries in the poisonous fog zone were enough to disrupt spell casting, adding debuffs left and right. Ugh! Molly suddenly started experiencing stomach pain again. Blake frowned, suddenly having an unsettling thought. The swamp motherworm couldn't have the ability to locate its hosts, could it? Pick up the pace, Blake said in a low voice. Jenny quickly grabbed Ellie under her arm and ran out. although it didn't look graceful. It was indeed the fastest way to escape. "We're almost out of the poisonous fog zone," Jenny said. Blake nodded. "Faster, even faster." Suddenly, bubbles began to rise from the swamp behind them. Blake's hair stood on end. "Run." He threw Molly away and quickly turned around. The gray counterfeit humble ring activated, locating the giant creature in the mire. The swamp mother worm erupted from the ground, charging at Blake like a speeding dump truck. Even though Blake had prepared in advance, he was still knocked away by the worm. "Blake!" Ellie screamed, struggling free from Jenny's grip and running toward Blake. Blake quickly got up and said, "I'm fine. Don't come near me. I already have its eggs on me." "Prepare for battle," he said in a low voice. Chapter 035. The swamp mother worm, although it was frustrating to be let down by a teammate, the worm in front of them was the real threat they needed to confront. Blake got up from the ground, and two halos rose from him, enhancing the three people present. Blake himself began to frantically absorb the worm's life force. A connection appeared between Jenny and Ellie, and the loyal knight played her role. Any damage Ellie took would be transferred to Jenny. Her eyes glowed faintly, indicating that she had activated the skill granted by virtue of honesty. The skill provided by virtue of honesty was called True Eye, which had three effects. 1. See through stealth invisibility effects that are equal to or lower than the user's level. 2. Significantly increase the chance of hitting an opponent's weak point. 3. See through lies. But this depends on the opponent's charisma attribute, lie detector. With this skill and her third-tier knight strength, Jenny easily pierced a hole in the worm. She raised her shield, trying to draw the worm's attention. But no matter how she poked and prodded, the worm completely ignored her. The worm's focus was entirely on Blake. Blake's counterfeit ring of humility was continuously siphoning its life force, and this draining sensation made the worm very unhappy. It twisted its massive body and charged at Blake. Blake planted his legs firmly into the mud, bending his body to prepare for action. He hadn't been using a large shield for convenience, just a small round shield in his hand. This required a lot from the user. If the parry wasn't executed properly, he could easily lose an arm. To be honest, Blake was quite nervous. He had never fought a creature of this size, the swamp mother worm. Although his small round shield was reinforced, it was still just a round shield. Sigh, if I make it back this time, I definitely need to prepare another shield. This counterfeit ring of humility has too strong of a hate-attracting ability, Blake thought to himself. Suddenly, he felt a warm current flowing into his body through his armor from behind him. A golden light membrane appeared around him. What is this? Before Blake could ponder further, the worm opened its massive mouth and attacked him. Blake faced the attack directly, expecting to be knocked away or swallowed whole, but neither happened. The golden light membrane provided impressive defense, allowing Blake to successfully parry and strike several times at the soft part of the worm's mouth. The worm let out a loud cry. Ellie, who had been preparing nearby, saw her chance and slightly adjusted her position, raising her hand to cast a spell. Her small mouth chanted a plethora of words in a short time, and dense fire energy gathered on her staff and then transferred to her hand. Her delicate little hand became transparent in an instant, filled with rich fire attribute energy. Flame hand, Ellie exclaimed. She positioned her thumb against her other fingers, spreading them out to form a horn-like shape. It must be said that Ellie, as the offspring of Count Breeze, had an exaggerated ability to seize opportunities on the battlefield. Just like her father, dense flames erupted from her hand, completely targeting the interior of the swamp mother worm. While the worm's exterior was indeed impervious to blades and bullets, its interior was quite fragile and very vulnerable to fire. Both its parasitic offspring and the worm itself were extremely afraid of fire. Blake even suspected that the reason this creature lived in a toxic area was precisely because fire was almost non-existent there. Flame Hand had high damage as a first-tier spell and was an area of effect skill, making it a skill many battle mages would learn in their first tier, serving as a substitute for Pyroblast before mastering it. Its reliability was evident. The dense flames burned through the entire interior of the worm, producing numerous crackling sounds from within. The four retreated 2 steps, and when the sound from inside the worm completely ceased, Blake and Jenny approached to test the worm's status with their weapons. It should be truly dead. Blake stabbed his short sword into the worm's head and extracted a pure white crystal. A crystallized core from a second-tier magical creature. A valuable item. Blake cleaned it and tossed it to Ellie. Keep this, you'll definitely find it useful. The crystal was the energy core that magical creatures use to power themselves, akin to a battery for otherworldly beings. Its uses were many. Most magical items required crystals to operate. It was considered a relatively common. Each magical creature had one, yet precious. Not everyone could defeat magical creatures, material. Blake had seen crystals a few times at Celia's place, and the one extracted from this worm's brain should also be decent among second-tier magical creatures. Jenny, help me skin this worm, Blake said. Jenny nodded and took out a skinning knife to get to work. The most valuable part of the swamp mother worm was its impervious skin. This was high-quality armor material, given the rarity of the swamp mother worm. This skin alone could sell for nearly 300 gold. If made into finished armor, it would start at least at 500 gold at auction. To put it bluntly, Jenny, as a third-tier knight, wore armor that wasn't as good as this worm skin. This armor could last until the fourth tier. Blake glanced over at Jasmine, who was kneeling in the distance. Her skirt was dirty, and there were many small worm corpses around her. Blake walked over and crouched in front of her, noticing Jasmine's body trembling slightly. I'm sorry. As he got closer, Blake heard Jasmine's voice. He grabbed Jasmine's hair, forcing her to meet his gaze. In her eyes, he saw guilt, evasion, and a hint of despair. The golden shield that suddenly appeared on me earlier was your skill, right? Blake asked. Jasmine opened her mouth and finally nodded. Yes, it's the second-tier divine spell, Chain of Protection. Blake raised an eyebrow. It turned out to be the Chain of Protection. This was a relatively rare second-tier divine spell, and very few priests learned it. This skill was essentially a weakened version of a loyalty badge. After casting this spell, the priest had to actively bear a portion of the damage taken by the connected ally. Knights might not mind because they had tough skin and did not need to cast spells. But for a spellcaster, this greatly affected their ability to maintain spells. Additionally, the skill was relatively difficult to learn and overlapped with a knight's role, which is why few priests studied it. The fact that Jasmine could learn this skill likely indicated one possibility. This priest had probably completed all second-tier divine spells. Jasmine grasped Blake's wrist with both hands, saying, Can you not leave me behind? I can cast all spells below the second tier, and I can still unleash 2 more second-tier spells today, 4 first-tier spells, and a lot of zero-tier. I still have use. I really still have use. Please don't leave me. I promise to fully obey you in the upcoming actions. I won't hide anything. I will be your most loyal servant. Please don't leave. Don't leave me. Note, this book incorporates elements from DD, but is not a purist DD novel. So many elements have been appropriately modified. Readers are requested not to point out errors based on the original rulebook. Thank you. Chapter 036. Entering the core area after thinking for a moment. Blake decided to bring Jasmine along. As a second-tier priest who could still cast divine spells, Jasmine's importance in the wilderness was self-evident. As for whether she would betray them, Blake was not worried. If she really wanted to make a move, the best opportunity would have been during the fight with the worm. Since she didn't act during the assault on the worm, then there was something to talk about. The worm skin is peeled off, Jenny said. Blake folded the worm skin and strapped it to his back. In this world, spatial equipment was extremely scarce. Even Lady Ellie, the daughter of a count, only had a ring that could store a small amount of items. Something as large as the worm skin could not fit in her ring at all. Where are we going next? Ellie looked at Blake. Blake sighed. Let's keep moving. Both Jasmine and I are infected. We have to go deeper. Although the swamp mother worm was dead, its death throes still lingered. Its offspring, which constantly sprayed out, had already covered Blake and Jenny's armor. As a melee fighter, it was difficult to avoid such parasites. The only good news was that these little bugs were purely physical parasites and did not involve magical effects, so it was relatively easy to deal with them. The 4 of them walked deeper into the swamp. This time, they encountered no trouble in the poisonous fog area. Although there were some mosquitoes and rough terrain along the way, Blake dealt with them one by one. After leaving the poisonous fog area, Jenny remarked, having a top-notch wilderness guide is really reassuring. Jasmine looked at Blake's back, sighed softly, as if she were comparing the differences between this trip and the last one. Blake glanced around and stuck the torch he was holding into the ground, saying, "Let's sit and rest for a moment. I feel something is off." "Off? What's off?" Ginny asked curiously. "It's about the green hag's legend," Ellie said. Blake nodded. The Weeping Swamp's green hag possesses a unique ability that other hags do not have. She can continuously emit a sound similar to a child's wailing, which has a hallucinatory effect and can influence our cognitive judgment. Before the swamp motherworm appeared, we actually heard this sound in the poisonous fog area. But ever since we killed that worm, the sound has not reappeared. I find it very strange, very strange. What if that green hag saw our strength and didn't want to come out? Ginny asked. Blake frowned. The challenge level of the green hag is comparable to that of the swamp motherworm, but the difficulty of the challenge for us is quite different. The worm isn't very smart, is large, and fears fire. We were able to take down that big guy so easily, mainly because we had an excellent mage who specializes in flames. No. Taking down that big worm was everyone's achievement. Besides, I feel like my burning hand spell was a bit too powerful, as if someone had placed a weakness curse on that worm. Blake coughed twice and said, "It's an illusion, all an illusion. It's all thanks to your spell's power." In fact, Blake could see from the constantly refreshing heroic virtue entry on his panel that the worm died so easily, largely due to his own pirated version of the Humble Ring. The weakness curse was a signature skill of first-tier warlock, and its effect was, as its name suggested, primarily making monsters more vulnerable. But Blake's pirated ring was much more ruthless. It directly drained the monster's vitality. Under the influence of this skill, all of their attacks on the monster were effectively dealing extra damage. This was Blake's deepest secret. He didn't want others to know he also had a set of pirated knight skills. So he pushed the credit onto Ellie. Ginny nodded, but looked at Blake and said, "An excellent humble knight can enhance the abilities of spell-casting allies." "Blake, you don't have to be so modest." Jasmine suddenly spoke up. "When I cast my spell just now, I also had a similar feeling. My casting speed and effectiveness were noticeably improved." Ellie nodded. "Yes, I felt that too." Blake scratched his head. "The humble knight has this effect as well?" Ginny laughed. "Young knight, I suggest you find a basic book about knights at Lady Elizabeth's library when you go back and study it well." Blake nodded, thinking to himself, "I really should take a look at the details of knight knowledge." As a wild knight without formal training, Blake's understanding in this area was indeed lacking. Back to the green hag. Blake recalled the knowledge in his mind. The green hag was good at stealth and magical illusions, with strong concealment. As a sentient being capable of casting spells, she had a high degree of uncertainty. This was her territory. The enemy was in the dark while we were in the light, so we must be extra cautious, Blake said. After resting for a while longer, they finally got up. The core area of the swamp was not large, and they soon arrived at a place where moonlight moss was growing. The quality of the moonlight moss here was indeed good, and there was plenty of it. After Blake and Ginny quickly dealt with a few poisonous snakes hiding in the moss, Jasmine began her gathering operation. Gathering moonlight moss requires special techniques and tools. This task must be done by someone with herbalism skills. Ordinary people cannot retain the moonlight energy when gathering, Ellie said softly. Blake nodded and looked at Jasmine's skill technique. To be fair, this high-level priestess's skills were indeed quite impressive, but when she bent down to gather the moss, her ample backside was directed right at Blake, making him feel a bit flustered. "What are you thinking about, Blake?" Ellie suddenly asked. Blake rubbed his chin, slowly shifting his gaze away from Jasmine's backside, and finally said, "Do you think I should also learn herbalism?" Ellie pondered for a moment and said, "An excellent alchemist should also be an excellent herbalist. I think you should give it a try." Blake nodded. "I should definitely learn herbalism because it helps with—" Jasmine was quick in her gathering, and in no time her backpack was bulging. "I'm done here. Thank you all," Jasmine said as she directly lay on the ground. Since Blake had yelled at her earlier, this woman had changed her demeanor so quickly that Blake found it a bit hard to adapt. Blake spoke up. "Let's go. We need to check out the green hag's home. The antidote for the worm is near her place." Chapter 037. The Green Witch of Farming. It is said that where there are poisons, there must be an antidote within 7 steps. The Green Witch and the Mire Motherworm have been neighbors for many years, and both are not particularly peaceful beings, so they must have fought many times. The Green Witch is still able to thrive as the boss of the Crying Marsh, which must mean she has some special way to break the parasitic bond. coupled with what Jasmine said earlier and the green witch's tendency to grow flowers and plants, Blake deduced that there should be medicinal herbs near the green witch's home that serve as antidotes. There are fields and a small house over there, Ellie said, her eyes sharp as she pointed to the scene ahead. Blake looked forward and could tell at a glance that the small house was built by humans, especially the pointed roof and the pillars supporting it, which are common construction methods for Water's Edge residents. Although the green, which is clever, she is not clever enough to build such a house by herself. It is highly likely that she transformed into a beautiful woman using her illusion ability and lured in a few strong men from outside to help her build a house. After it was finished, she could dispose of them and enjoy a feast. The bones piled beneath the house are living proof of that. Blake looked towards the fields that had been cleared beside the house. It seemed a bit counterintuitive that there could be good farmland deep in this marsh. Blake could only shrug and think that such things in a magical world are not to be overthought. What kind of pepper is this? Ellie asked curiously. Blake took a closer look and said, it should be dragon breath pepper, a magical plant. Magical plant? Ellie exclaimed. Magical plants, like magical creatures, are very difficult to cultivate. Among intelligent races, only advanced herbalists or druids who worship the wilderness can grow magical plants. Ordinary people simply cannot keep these alive. Blake stroked his chin and said, as far as I remember, the green witch shouldn't have druidic abilities. Perhaps she has kidnapped a druid specifically to farm? Jenny suggested. Blake nodded. That is indeed a possibility. After saying that, he planned to pick some of these peppers. This should be the antidote to the parasitic bond. Blake muttered. The previous priest expelled a worm after eating a bit of ordinary pepper sauce. If we cook a dish with magical peppers, Ellie nodded. In alchemy, spiciness is an expression of fire, which aligns with that worm's fear of fire. Blake nodded. In alchemy, the world elements are divided into earth, fire, wind, water, light, and darkness. Corresponding to the tastes and sensations of potions, spiciness represents fire, sweetness represents water, bitterness represents earth, sourness represents wind, freshness represents light, and astringency represents darkness. Of course, this correspondence is not always accurate. In Blake's memory, he recalled that the book mentioned another issue while discussing this chapter. The final attributes and flavors of crops depend on their origin, growing conditions, and external influences. But generally speaking, the vast majority of crops conform to the above rules. Blake bent down and picked a pepper. The pepper dimmed slightly in his hand, indicating that he had mishandled it during the picking process, damaging its quality. Jasmine, who had directly dived into the green witch's house since they arrived, finally emerged. She said, "Let me pick them. I am a herbalist." Blake looked at Jasmine and nodded. Jasmine picked quickly and with high quality. Many of the peppers in her hands even emitted a faint glow. This was akin to the golden glow Blake got when cooking, indicating that the quality of the harvest was excellent. Blake stroked his chin and thought, I need to go ask Celia for an introductory book on herbalism. He had learned a bit from Celia before. But just like cooking, before becoming a professional, Blake had a very low probability of glowing while cooking. Only when he entered a flow state could he perform exceptionally and shine. However, after becoming a professional, his first attempt to cook fish resulted in a golden glow. If this had happened before, it would have been impossible. Blake had learned a bit about herbalism, but gave up after finding it unhelpful. Don't be fooled by the fact that side professions like herbalism, smithing, and alchemy can be learned by ordinary people. But to truly master these side professions to the level of proficiency or even mastery, one must first become an extraordinary professional. That is how this world works. Extraordinary professionals are the true masters of the world, in every sense. Jasmine placed the peppers into her bag, which contained moonlight moss, and said, "This bag has some preservation functions. I'll hold on to it for now." Blake nodded. Jasmine herself couldn't exit the marsh, so he wasn't worried about her running off. After Jasmine secured the peppers, she proudly pulled out a small jar from her chest. This is the healing elixir. I heard that after using it, you won't feel pain. Jasmine said with a flattering smile, "You should use it first after using it. You won't be afraid of the worms burrowing into your stomach." Upon hearing Jasmine's description, Blake raised an eyebrow. The green witch indeed makes something akin to a painkiller. But he remembered that the raw material for this was. Blake took the small jar, opened the lid, and ignited it with a torch. The brownish liquid inside was instantly ignited, and then a cacophony of wails and shrieks erupted from this half-hand-sized jar. Jasmine was startled. What is this? Blake said, this is a semi-finished product of the soul stone made by the Green Witch. Once these liquids solidify, they will become soul stones. Soul stones, Jasmine exclaimed. Soul stones are a rather evil supplement, primarily made from the souls of the innocent. The method of making this is said to have originated from hell. While it can restore a large amount of vitality in a short time, the cost is being haunted by the souls of the wronged and cannot be consumed in excess. It does have pain-relieving effects, but once you consume this, you will be haunted by countless innocent souls. As a priest, instead of purifying the souls of others, being haunted by the souls of others, I imagine the church won't let you off easily, Blake said. Jasmine was now so scared she couldn't speak. She only knew that the green, which had something that could relieve pain and heal, but she never expected that this thing was actually the raw material for soul stones. Seeing Jasmine's expression, Blake suddenly thought of a possibility. Who informed you of this thing's effects? Jasmine knelt on the ground and murmured, Eve. A second-tier priest who believes in darkness and secrets. Is she in competition with you in the church? Blake asked. Jasmine shivered. Yes. If I am indeed haunted by the souls of the wronged and subsequently judged by the church, then she would be the biggest beneficiary in the church. Blake shook his head. I see that this church is not a kind place after all. Chapter 038, Who Are You? The green hag is considered a relatively rare second-tier monster. Despite its ugly appearance, it is genuinely classified as a fairy, a rare entity native to the fairy realm. Therefore, unless one is a master of wilderness survival like Blake, others might not know much about the various habits of the green hag. From this perspective, Jasmine's colleague is definitely up to no good. She knows the effects of this creature. Could she possibly be unaware of its dangers? Her malicious intent is evident. Blake shook his head and entered the green hag's hut. The interior of the hut was simply furnished, with a strong odor that made Blake's nose feel sour. Living daily in a swamp and dealing with decay, the green hag was certainly not pleasant, and her lair smelled like a pickled, flavorful jar, which was truly a test for the sense of smell. Jenny walked in front, rummaging for a moment before shaking her head. Just some worthless armor and weapons, many of which were already rusted, not worth bringing back. Blake nodded, suddenly recalling something. He stepped onto the table and reached for the beams. I remember there were rumors that the green hag loves to collect gold coins and hides them in high places within her dwelling, Blake said, his expression turning surprised. Jenny asked curiously, Did you find something? Blake grasped the beam with one hand and swept across it with the other, and then a clattering sound rang out. A total of 12 gold coins fell from the beams. 12 coins. We hit the jackpot. Blake laughed. Jenny asked curiously, Is that all? Isn't that a bit too little? The crying swamp has had its reputation for at least 10 years, and there are only this few coins? Then when you go on missions, do you carry money? Blake countered. Jenny shook her head. When I take on wilderness commissions, I never carry money. There's nowhere to spend it. At most, I bring some silver coins to exchange for food with the occasional scavenger. Jenny said. Blake nodded and pointed to the floor. I think the adventurers who were killed by the green hag thought the same way. The pile of white bones beneath the floor shifted slightly in the wind, seemingly acknowledging Blake's statement. Jenny smiled. You have a point. Looking at it from another angle, these 12 coins are free loot, which is quite nice. Jenny, who also comes from a common background, added. Blake smiled. Exactly. He flicked out 4 coins, which Jenny caught. Why 4? She asked. Blake replied. We 3 can share. There's no share for the priestess. Jenny laughed. Still mad at the priestess? Blake snorted coldly. Continuing to bring her along is based on her remaining usefulness. It doesn't mean I have forgiven her. If this person were a member of my adventuring party, just the crime of withholding information would be enough to nail her to the crooked tree outside the swamp. Don't underestimate the ease with which worms die. That's entirely contingent on the worms failing their ambush. If Jasmine hadn't revealed everything and allowed the worm to ambush and swallow Ellie whole from the mud, then this battle would have been tough. Blake's attack power couldn't break the worm's defenses at all, and Jasmine was a priestess. The only one who could deal damage to the worm, Jenny, would constantly suffer shared damage from Jasmine due to the effects of the loyalty badge. The situation would be completely different. Don't doubt the mother worm's ability to move stealthily in the mud. If it wanted to, it could remain motionless in the mud for an entire month. The reason it failed the ambush was that after Blake learned about the worm, he led the group to retreat away from the core area of the poisonous miasma. The mud outside the toxic area was shallow, which is why it couldn't hide and made some noise. But even so, it was still able to seize the opportunity to fling Blake away. Its capabilities in the mud were evident. Blake detested such concealment of critical information, which was related to his past experiences in the wild. Thinking of this, Blake sighed lightly and shook his head. Forget it. Everything is in the past, Blake told himself. The two of them exited the hut, and Blake saw Ellie comforting Jasmine, who was kneeling on the ground. He glanced over, feeling that Ellie might be meddling. Jasmine was certainly not a psychologically weak priestess. Just by looking at Jasmine's eyes, Blake could sense a subtle pressure. This woman was likely already contemplating her counterattack plan. Blake said, "We've searched everything. Let us hurry and retreat." The others nodded and walked outside. Click. Blake turned his head to look at the green hag's house. He felt that the bones beneath the house had moved slightly. "What's wrong?" Ellie asked curiously. Blake observed again and shook his head. "Maybe I was mistaken." The group quickly left the swamp, and beneath the green hag's house, a skull moved again, and a head surprisingly grew legs and started running around the vicinity. Unfortunately, Blake ultimately did not witness this scene. The swamp is a typical hard-to-enter and hard-to-exit terrain. As long as you can get in, you will definitely be able to get out. With Blake leading the way, the group spent less than half a day before reaching the old crooked tree. Jenny was supporting Ellie, and Blake was helping Jasmine. The four of them were moving very slowly. "I didn't expect all four of us to be parasitized," Ellie said. Jenny gasped heavily. "It's one thing to have a stomachache, but why do I feel like my stamina is depleting too?" Jasmine's face was pale. "It's like this in the early stages of parasitism. The worms in our bellies are absorbing our life force to grow, which is why we feel so weak." Speaking of this, Blake became angry. It was usually he who absorbed monsters. When did it come to monsters absorbing him? But when Blake used a pirated ring to scan himself, he discovered that there were densely packed at least 100 worms in his body. If he started using the ring to absorb them one by one, he might not even finish absorbing all the worms before he himself would collapse from exhaustion. Although the knight skills do not consume magic power, they do consume stamina. Just hold on a little longer. The temporary camp is right in front of us. Once we get there, I'll make an antidote for everyone to take," Blake said. The four of them struggled greatly to reach the crooked tree, and Pearl, seeing Blake collapsed on the ground, licked his hair with her long tongue. Blake waved his hand and said, "Let me rest. Let me rest." Ellie spoke up. "Fortunately, the green hag didn't know where to go, so she didn't disturb us. Right?" Jenny said. Jasmine spoke. "I didn't see the green hag last time either. Could it be that this is actually a rumor? After all, it hasn't been confirmed that there really is a green hag in the crying swamp." Blake, who was originally lying on the ground resting, suddenly opened his eyes. "Jasmine, what did you say?" Jasmine was taken aback. "I said, could it be a rumor that there's a green hag in the crying swamp?" Blake quickly glanced at his panel. The panel displayed that since defeating the worm, no new information had popped up. Something's wrong, Blake thought to himself. This plugin has never been quiet for such a long time since it appeared, except when I'm sleeping. He got up again and looked at Pearl's saddle. On the saddle, there were the characters Pearl that Blake had sewn himself, written in Chinese. This was a security code that only he understood. Sure enough, the characters might be Pearl, but the strokes and writing outline looked so awkward. It was as if these characters were painted on rather than written. Blake became alert. This is definitely not my writing. He supported himself and walked over to Jasmine, lying down and directly pulling her into his arms. Jasmine shivered slightly. "Although the Yagami Church does not practice abstinence, but you in this place." Blake took a deep breath, using his last bit of strength to instantly complete a ground-naked choke. Jasmine was firmly controlled. Blake pulled out the short dagger from his waist and crazily slashed a few times at Jasmine's neck. "You are not Jasmine. You are the Green Witch. You are the shape-shifting Green Witch." Chapter 39. The enchanting sound that blinds and deafens. Blake thrust his knife in and out, and the neck of the fake Jasmine he had strangled bore no trace of blood, looking just like a clay figure. "How'd you find out?" Just let me die quickly, Jasmine said, her voice slightly distorted and sounding rather strange. The stasis of the external interference, the changes in the Chinese characters, Jasmine's sudden 180-degree transformation, and a magical sound that vanished in a thin air. All of these clues were telling Blake that everything before him was an illusion. But the most important were Jasmine's words. Could the story of a green, which be just a rumor? Jasmine's words echoed in his ears again. This statement wasn't problematic in itself, as even the Adventurers Guild had never provided any eyewitness evidence of the green, witch in the Weeping Swamp. The wilderness was too vast, and the number of extraordinary professionals too few. There were many places in the Northern Territory that hadn't been fully explored, and the Weeping Swamp was far from being at the top of that list. However, the issue was that Jasmine had just seen the Green Witch's house deep in the swamp with Blake and the others. They had even taken the Green Witch's gold coins, chili peppers, and soul stone solution. Given this context, Jasmine saying that the Green Witch was just a rumor had a rather humorous sense of irony. Blake cut off Jasmine's head and kicked it directly into the mud. The head in the mud looked at Blake and smiled. Even so, you still want tea? Tell me how you found out? Blake snorted coldly and remained silent. The surrounding scenery changed at lightning speed, and in the blink of an eye, they returned to the Green Witch's room. Wake up, wake up! Blake, you need to wake up now. Beside him, Ellie was shouting anxiously. Blake shook his head and muttered. Where's this? Ellie urged. Forget about that. We need to escape quickly. The Green Witch just left. Now's the best time. Blake, however, did not hurry. He looked around the entire room. A massive, pulsating heart hung from the beams above. 4 fleshy tubes extended from the bottom of the heart, connecting to the 4 of them. Ellie seemed to be the first to wake up. She had already pulled out the tubes connected to her body and was now anxiously by Blake's side. Blake also pulled out the tube connected to his neck. The connection point of this fleshy tube was a monstrous mouth with sharp teeth, somewhat reminiscent of an eel, looking a bit disgusting at first glance. The moment the fleshy tube was removed, Blake felt the sensation of life force draining from his body disappear. In other words, the life force he felt draining in the illusion was actually the effect of his heart. Blake frowned. The gray halo directly locked onto the heart. Suddenly, a surge of life force flowed into Blake's body, so rapid that it caused his nose to bleed. Blake, what are you hesitating for? We need to leave here quickly, Ellie said. Blake looked at Ellie and said nonchalantly, Can you still leave those 2 behind? The cries from outside made Blake feel reassured. Upon hearing those cries, he understood that he should have emerged from the illusion. No matter how capable the Green Witch of the Weeping Swamp was, she shouldn't be able to create a double-layered illusion. If she truly had that capability, she would have long been captured by the teachers of the Magic Academy for dissection and research. Constructing a layer of illusion and constructing a double-layered illusion may seem like just adding another layer, but the actual difficulty is worlds apart. The difficulty of the first layer is like elementary school math, while the second layer immediately escalates to high school functions. Blake pondered as he pulled out the tubes from Jasmine and Ginny as well. His genuine humble ring activated, providing temporary life force to the other 3 and accelerating their recovery. Mercy, you're truly a merciful guy, even giving the enemy the genuine humble ring? Mercy attribute increased. Blake raised an eyebrow and silently retreated to Ellie's side. Ellie, can you still cast spells now? Blake asked. Ellie shook her head, her face pale. I've absorbed too much life force from that thing. It's now very hard for me to cast spells. What about your staff? Blake asked again. Doesn't it still have skills stored? Where did you throw your staff? Ellie's expression changed as she replied. The staff was taken by the witch. Blake nodded thoughtfully. He walked behind Ellie and patted her head, saying, It's fine, as long as you're safe. We can get another staff later. Ellie shrank back slightly, and Blake confirmed to himself. This person was definitely not Ellie. Blake often patted Ellie's head, but she had never shrunk back. Ginny and Jasmine also gradually woke up. The moment Ginny regained consciousness, she didn't look toward the front where Jasmine was. Instead, she turned to look behind her. Blake understood. It seemed the real Ellie was hiding outside. Ginny then looked at Blake and Ellie, her expression slightly puzzled. She was Ellie's loyal knight, and there had always been a connection between them. With the witch's clumsy illusion, it was impossible to fool her. Taking advantage of being in the blind spot of the fake Ellie, Blake gestured to Jenny. Jenny understood, stood up, and walked toward the fake Ellie with an urgent expression. "Ellie, are you okay?" The fake Ellie waved her hand, about to speak, when Blake shouted, "Attack." In an instant, Blake swapped his halo, and his short sword was already in action, stabbing from behind. Jenny cooperated with Blake and directly attacked the witch with a sword. The witch screamed and surprisingly broke free from their encirclement, running to the side. "Chase," Blake commanded, but the next moment, the witch vanished from sight. "It's an invisible passage." Blake frowned, fully exerting his counterfeit humble ring. The invisible passage was a signature escape route for the witch clan, a completely invisible maneuver. Not only would the witch herself disappear, but the equipment she wore would also vanish, leaving no physical traces whatsoever. Simply put, if the witch walked in the mud while invisible, no one would even see her footprints. But unfortunately, she encountered someone like Blake. Blake's counterfeit ring didn't care about that, unless she directly tore open a spatial rift to escape elsewhere. Once Blake locked onto her, she would have nowhere to hide as long as she was within his range. Blake's acting skills exploded as he pretended to search angrily, but in reality, he had already discovered the witch's whereabouts. Blake quickly drew his sword again, piercing the witch's body. The witch let out a screech as she jumped out, babbling incomprehensible words that Blake couldn't understand. Blake felt a bit dazed, as if the witch were cursing him with dirty words, temporarily losing focus. The witch seized the opportunity, raising her claws to grab Blake. At a critical moment, Jenny rushed over, raising her long sword with both hands, drawing a graceful arc in the air as she jumped down to cleave the witch's claws off. The witch howled in despair, triggering the nearby cries. Everyone present felt a bit uncomfortable, but suddenly, the witch's wailing stopped abruptly. Blake shook his head to clear his mind and saw the green witch, with 2 arms severed and 3 stab wounds along with 2 burn-through injuries, finally collapsing to the ground. As for the source of the burn wounds, Blake understood the answer when he saw Ellie running from a distance and leaping into his arms. Just now, it was little Ellie's sudden spell that had completely snuffed out the last breath of the witch, preventing her from unleashing a powerful attack. Ellie whispered, "I'm so scared." Blake took off his helmet and looked at Ellie. He held the little girl in one arm while gently smoothing her hair with the other hand, saying, "It's okay. It's all over now. Everything is over." Night, Jenny stood beside them, crossing her arms, her mouth stretched wide inside her helmet. "That's great. That's great. Give me more sugar to make me sick." Chapter 040. A special illusion. Jasmine stood at the door of the witch's house, looking at the embracing Blake couple, her eyes filled with envy. With the death of the green witch, the most troublesome issue in the Wailing Marsh was resolved. However, since they were still in the swamp, caution was still necessary. "Jasmine, go collect some moonlight moss and dragon's breath chili. I remember you have a bag that can preserve items," Blake said. "Sister Jenny, could you help her out?" Jenny nodded, but Jasmine hesitated. "Can I find something first?" "Something?" Blake thought of something and understood. "Oh, you want to find the soulstone liquid, right?" Blake rummaged through the green witch's belongings and pulled out a bottle that looked exactly like the one in the illusion. Jasmine nodded upon seeing the bottle, then asked in confusion, "Is this thing called soulstone liquid? Isn't it made from herbs?" Blake rubbed his chin. "I'm not entirely sure what it's made of. Perhaps it does contain some herbal components, but the main ingredient is actually the vengeful souls." Blake patted Ellie on the shoulder. Ellie ignited. Ellie nodded. A small flame appeared on her fingertip and ignited the liquid. Countless vengeful souls wailed as they shot up into the sky. Blake had seen this scene before, so he wasn't too surprised. However, the other 3 women were seeing it for the first time and were startled. Blake threw the bottle on the ground and said to Jasmine, "Although fire can purify these vengeful souls, it's still not as effective as a priest's prayer." Jasmine trembled and nodded. "I'll pray right away." As Jasmine prayed, Blake entered the house and looked at the huge heart hanging from a beam. "What is this?" Jenny asked curiously. Blake shook his head. After being separated from its body, it can still beat, and judging by the size of the heart, its owner must be at least 3 to 5 meters tall. The tubes that originally connected the 4 had been retracted by the heart. Blake extended his short sword towards the heart and the previously unremarkable large heart suddenly shot out 3 fleshy tendrils that wrapped around Blake's sword blade. Blake had anticipated this and directly severed the tendrils. The severed tendrils rolled on the ground, looking like half a worm cut in two. The sight of this twisted creature was unsettling. Ellie spoke up. "It's the Plague King." "The Plague King?" Blake asked, puzzled. Ellie pointed to the bottom of the heart and said, "The runes here are written in Draconic, and it translates to Plague King." Blake frowned. "Why is there mention of that green dragon in the Wailing Marsh? Can we take this? I feel like it might be useful for the teacher," Ellie asked. Blake scratched his head. "Do you have any way to prevent it from attacking?" After a moment of thought, Ellie sighed. "It seems not. How about trying a sleep spell?" Ginny suggested. Ellie shook her head. "The sleep spell must be cast on a living creature. This thing can only be considered a biological component." A purple-black magic circle briefly appeared on her staff before quickly disappearing. "No, it definitely can't be used," Ellie said. Blake scratched his head and said, "Let's just leave it for now and see if there are any clues on the witch." As it turned out, Blake's idea was correct. He and Ellie found 3 scrolls on the witch. The first scroll was a contract written in Draconic, and after Ellie translated it, they learned that it detailed the transaction between the Plague King and the Green Witch. As long as the Green Witch captured adventurers to continuously feed this heart, the Plague King would provide her with the special materials needed to advance to a Night Witch. Yes, the witch clan can evolve. As long as a witch is tainted by negative energy from the Hell or Abyss planes, she can evolve toward becoming a Night Witch. This is a challenge level 5 monster, very powerful. By the way, it's worth mentioning that since witches are of Fey origin, they not only speak the Fey language and common tongue, but also Draconic. Communicating with the Plague King in Draconic is quite easy. As for Ellie, she actually doesn't know Draconic. However, after becoming Elizabeth's student, the first spell she learned was the ability to understand languages. Many of the learning materials for mages are not written in the common tongue, so this spell is essential for students. Now it came in handy. The second scroll was the instruction manual for using the heart. Ellie read the incantation displayed on it, and the large heart indeed stopped beating. Blake cautiously poked it with the tip of his sword, and it showed no reaction even though he nearly pierced it. They both felt relieved. Blake severed the beam and placed the entire heart into a sack. 12 gold coins fell from the beam, just the right amount. Blake stroked his chin, thinking, is this also correct? He felt that the illusion he experienced earlier was perhaps a bit too realistic, as if it was a preview. As for the third scroll, it was somewhat aged and not written in Draconic. It appeared to be the witch's own collection. Blake took a glance, and his eyes lit up. This is an alchemical recipe for healing parasitic diseases made primarily from dragon's breath chili. A good find. The collection is finished. Ginny's voice came from afar. Beside her, Jasmine was carrying her bulging bag of herbs, probably having collected everything. Blake suddenly recalled the illusion he had experienced earlier. Jasmine, was the priest who mentioned healing potions here named Eve? He asked. Jasmine looked surprised. It's her. Do you know her? Blake rubbed his chin. Would you believe me if I said I heard about you in the illusion? Impossible, Ellie spoke up. The illusion created by this, which is entirely based on the ability of the dense hallucinogenic mushrooms near the swamp. This level of illusion only uses things that the afflicted person knows. In other words, in the illusion, it's impossible to encounter something you don't know. Ellie looked at Blake. Blake was taken aback. How could that be? Ginny nodded. My illusion was based on my past experiences in the dungeon. And indeed, nothing beyond reason appeared. If Blake hadn't rescued me in time, I might have had to relive that nightmare. Jasmine also said, the illusion I was in was of the monastery. It was something I had experienced before. However, in the illusion, I had no awareness that it was something that had happened before. Ellie nodded. Exactly, this level of illusion reshapes some bad memories from a person's heart, allowing the afflicted to experience them again. Blake swallowed hard. I dreamed of something that will happen in the future. Although it's a bit different from the current plot, many parts are consistent. Blake recounted his illusion to the 3 women, and they found it increasingly strange. Blake thought of something and quickly walked to the pile of skeletons beneath the Green Witch's house. He wanted to prove his dream again. I remember there seemed to be something here. I didn't notice it when I hurried through the illusion. I found it, Blake exclaimed. He didn't search for long before he found something moving among the pile of bones. He pulled out a palm-sized creature that looked like jelly, constantly changing colors. A slime? Chapter 041. Is the goddess of fate watching me? The little slime called out, extending a small hand from its round body to touch Blake's palm. This little guy seemed quite friendly. Blake held it in his hands and wondered, why is there a slime here? Although slimes are common magical creatures, they are not completely devoid of intelligence. The green, which was clearly not a good neighbor, and the crying swamp was not a suitable habitat for slimes either. The little slime called out a couple more times, then suddenly transformed into a miniature jelly-like green, which, performing a little play right in Blake's hands. Ellie, watching from the side, exclaimed, it means it was captured by the green, which to farm, right? The slime nodded vigorously, making bubbling sounds from its vocal organs. Blake recalled having discussed this with his teammates in the illusion. The green, which must have kidnapped other herbalists who could farm since she couldn't grow dragon's breath peppers. Blake scratched his head and asked, did you grow those dragon's breath peppers? The slime nodded, its color turning green, with complex rings of light rippling out from its body. The green light spread onto the ground, and the previously harvested dragon's breath peppers surprisingly started to sprout again, visibly growing a little bit. After using its ability, the slime turned into a puddle of water in Blake's hands, clearly exhausted. Blake and Ellie exchanged shocked glances. Ellie swallowed hard and said, Blake, can slimes cast spells? As a wilderness master and a walking monster encyclopedia, Blake hesitated for the first time. He scratched his head and replied, legend has it that a type of slime, known as the Slime King, can indeed cast spells. But ordinary slimes probably can't, right? Blake mused, holding the little puddle of slime and muttering, this little guy doesn't look like a slime king. Jasmine, who had been silent, spoke up. There's another situation that can allow slimes to learn spells. Everyone turned to Jasmine. She took her holy emblem from her waist and placed it in Blake's hand. Soon, two light gray rings, one large and one small, appeared above the holy emblem. Jasmine looked at Blake in surprise. Blake asked, why are you looking at me? What do these rings mean? Jasmine stepped back and shook her head. Incredible. Incredible. After a moment of silence, she said, let's talk about the slime first. The slime, a shape-shifting and diverse species, is actually favored by the goddess of fate. The goddess of fate is associated with fate and journeys. Her dominion includes fate, opportunity, time, flow, and change, journeys physical and spiritual, way stations, crossings, change, adventurers, coincidences, and enlightenment, neutral. The slime's shape-shifting and polymorphism correspond to the fate of the goddess of fate. The slime's ubiquity and tenacious vitality reflect the journeys of the goddess of fate. Some scholars in the church even believe that the slimes found everywhere are the eyes of the goddess of fate. Thus, this common creature is closely related to the divine, and every newly born slime has a chance of receiving the blessings of the goddess of fate. The slime you have in your hands is clearly blessed, which explains why a gray ring appeared on my holy emblem. Jenny nodded. Gray is the symbolic color of the goddess of fate, and the ring actually represents a wheel, which is one of the classic symbols of the goddess of fate. Jasmine agreed. That's right. Blake curiously asked, then why does it have druid skills? What it just used was definitely a druid spell, plant growth. Jasmine explained. The goddess of fate does not have dominion over spells. That belongs to the Book of Wisdom, the nickname for the god of wisdom and magic. Therefore, she cannot designate spells for her followers when bestowing blessings. It's all random. This slime just randomly acquired this skill. The little slime seemed to have recovered. It gradually solidified back into a jelly-like form and regained its color. It nodded vigorously in agreement with Jasmine's words, showing the marks left on it by the goddess of fate. Blake looked at the little guy, who was clever, cute, friendly, and could cast spells. It would be quite interesting to have it around. However, the problem was whether forming a bond with this little one would expose him to the aura of the deities in this world. Since he had crossed over inexplicably, Blake was quite wary of divine matters, fearing that one day a deity might discover his true identity as an outsider and smite him from the heavens. But Jasmine's next words nearly left Blake stunned, almost being swept away by the swamp mud. Just now, I daringly used the skill detect divine power on both of you. Jasmine said, the small gray ring is for the slime, and the large gray ring is for you. Huh? Blake was taken aback. Mine? You gotta be kidding. I have never even set foot in a church since the day I was born. Even as a knight, my spiritual virtues are pitifully low. When Ellie was looking for you, I couldn't even enter the doors of the Eight Gods Church. Now you're telling me I have divine power?" Jasmine shook her head. "I don't know either, but the skill does not lie, and the holy emblem does not lie. You are indeed being watched by the goddess of fate." Jasmine continued. "This also explains the earlier question. Why is your illusion about the future while ours are about the past? The reason is simple. You have the scent of the goddess of fate on you, so time may not operate according to conventional rules around you, especially in illusions and dreams. Some of the followers of the goddess of fate can reliably observe future events, and their symptoms are similar to yours." Blake pointed to the sky, murmuring, "So, my illusion has the ability to foresee because of the one up there? You mean the goddess of fate?" Jasmine replied, "The goddess of fate may not necessarily be up in the sky. Every blade of grass and tree in this world could potentially be her. She is the most free and unrestrained of deities. However, your illusion is different. It should be related to her." Blake took off his helmet and wiped his sweat, most of which was likely due to the goddess of fate's influence, with the rest stemming from nearly exposing his identity. As a former citizen of Huaxia, he believed that deities resided in the heavens. He never expected that the deities in this world were not like that. Fortunately, it seemed that the deities in this world could also be in the sky, and for now, no one suspected him. "But I've never expressed faith in the goddess of fate," Blake said. Jasmine gave him a deep look, her eyes briefly reflecting a hint of jealousy before quickly vanishing. "So the most likely explanation is that the goddess of fate has her eyes on you first," Jasmine sighed. "From this perspective alone, you are already luckier than over 90 of the priests in the Eight Gods Church. If you had chosen the priest class as your initial extraordinary profession, you would probably have become a bishop in no time." Chapter 042. "So, it was indeed the work of a deity that brought me here?" Blake began to recall everything that had happened since he crossed over. From initially wandering in the wilderness to later entering the breezy territory with a stable job. He faced many setbacks along the way, but ultimately managed to overcome them and gained rewards. "It seemed like his luck had always been good," Blake said. Jasmine nodded. "The Lady of Fate never hesitates to bestow her rewards, as long as her followers can bring her exciting and interesting adventures." "Adventures, huh?" Blake smacked his lips, and he seemed to understand why he had caught the attention of the Lady of Fate. Even in his past life, Blake was still someone who loved to explore the forbidden areas of humanity. The adventurous bloodline in him could not be hidden. He looked at his panel again. The panel was the same as before, with no prompts. Blake couldn't figure out whether this cheat was related to the deity or not. If it was given to him by the Lady of Fate, that seemed plausible. If it had nothing to do with her, it could also be understood from the perspective of a traveler. But this matter helped Blake resolve a mental block. That is, the deities in this world seemed to not care about his identity as a traveler at all. The imagined scenario of being struck dead by divine punishment from the deity seemed unlikely to happen. He could even openly say that he was now under the protection of the god of fate and journeys. Why not just believe a little? Blake thought to himself, "Spirituality. Your belief may not be firm, but the goddess has received it, and she is very pleased. Your spirituality attribute has greatly increased." Blake was taken aback. He saw that his originally meager spirituality attribute was rapidly growing, increasing by a third in just a few breaths. Blake swallowed. "It seems I understand now. This cheat should indeed be related to the goddess. Perhaps my crossing over was also caused by her." Blake thought about the powers of the Lady of Fate and reflected on his actions, suddenly feeling enlightened. Though the slime on Blake's shoulder wiggled its little hand. This little guy had jumped on Blake's shoulder when he took off his helmet. What does this mean? Blake held it in his hand. The little slime wiggled its little arms as if signaling Blake to touch it. Blake poked the little slime's arm with his index finger. In the next moment, a miniature magic circle suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. Immediately afterward, he saw something new on his panel. "Congratulations to the host for signing a master-servant contract with the transmutation slime." Master-servant contract? Blake was taken aback. He had heard of this contract. Once signed, the master could completely control the servant. Even if the master killed the servant, there would be no repercussions. However, if the servant disobeyed the master's orders, they would immediately face divine punishment from the god of light and law. It could be said that this was a very rare contract with unlimited power for the master. He looked at the newly added pet interface on his panel. Transmutation slime, unnamed. Rank, 0, larval stage. Ability, third ring spell, plant growth can significantly accelerate the growth speed and quality of plants, with a specific degree of increase, depending on the caster's mana strength. Talent, transmutation. The transmutation slime is the ultimate form of slime. You can change your color to alter your state and gain the talent skills of other slimes, with corresponding bonuses to spellcasting. Talent, extraordinary intelligence. You are the smartest one in your tribe. You can understand the words of other intelligent beings and possess top-tier spellcasting talent. Talent, royal lineage. As an exceptionally gifted individual in the tribe, you can evolve into a slime king upon meeting certain conditions. Blessing, kiss of the Lady of Fate. As a favored lucky one of the Lady of Fate, each time you level up, you will randomly gain one spell from all spells, with no restrictions. Description, a cute little fellow with many unknown possibilities in the future. However, with its current combat power, it probably can't even defeat a dragon sneeze. Blake didn't expect this little guy to have 3 talents, all of which were quite impressive. Its blessing was also interesting, being completely random. However, it was indeed too young, currently at rank 0. No wonder it was casting a third ring spell. But Blake mistook it for a first ring due to insufficient mana. Overall, this little guy was definitely worth nurturing. Blake pinched the slime. Do you trust me this much? Though the slime rubbed against Blake's hand, its little expression full of affection. Jasmine, seeing this scene, said, from its perspective, the aura of the Lady of Fate emanating from you is just like that of her earthly agent. It's natural for it to trust you so much. Blake scratched his head. So that means my relationship with the Lady of Fate's followers starts off at least friendly? Jasmine nodded. Yes, if you encounter zealous followers, they might even treat you as the Lady's earthly agent. Blake suddenly thought of something and asked, does the Lady of Fate have any rivals or enemies? Jasmine blinked. The Lady herself has no enemies, but many evil gods actively oppose her to gain her powers. Blake swallowed. Will these people discover my identity? Will they come after me? Jasmine replied succinctly, yes. Although you appear as an ordinary person in the eyes of ordinary people or other followers, in the eyes of the Lady of Fate's followers and her enemies, you are like a light in the night, impossible to hide. Under the perception of my sacred artifact, you are shrouded in a thick gray mist, so dense that I can't even see your outline as a person. Jasmine didn't say something. This level of divine gift was something she had never seen before. The density on Blake was even higher than that of Cardinal Forco, the head of the 8 Gods Church in Blackstone City. A person who clearly had no faith was so favored by the goddess that it shattered Jasmine's worldview. She had never seen someone like this before. Hearing Jasmine's description, Blake became more certain of his thoughts. His crossing over and the nightly virtue cheat in his head were probably gifts from the goddess. However, Blake quickly adjusted his mindset. From his years of life and adventure experiences, the goddess actually did not interfere much with his actions, aside from the tendency for accidents and good luck during adventures. At other times, he was just like an ordinary adventurer. If he hadn't brought a priest this time, he estimated he would still be in the dark, unaware of the goddess's blessing. Since he was here, he might as well accept it. Whatever happens in the future can be dealt with later. Blake thought to himself, at least I don't have to worry about my identity as an outsider being discovered by the deity. Chapter 043, Slime Popo. After a brief rest, everyone set off on their way back. The speed of their return was quick, and the 4 soon passed through the poison mist area, coming across the corpse of the worm and the fresh, peeled worm skin laid aside. Jenny walked over, tie up the worm skin, and put on her back. It seems we were pulled into the illusion right after you finished peeling the worm skin, Blake said, looking at the current situation. As the only one who had not entered the illusion, Ellie nodded to confirm Blake's guess. Blake paused slightly in front of the worm's corpse, cut open its cavity, and took a piece of its plump flesh to take with him. What are you taking that for? Jenny asked curiously. Blake replied, to make a bug dish. A bug dish? Jenny instinctively took a step back. Clearly, she wasn't very keen on eating bugs. But Blake, thinking about the dish he was going to make, swallowed and said, don't worry, you won't recognize it once it's cooked. Seeing the strange expressions on the 3 girls' faces, he explained, this dish does look a bit hard to accept at first, and I had originally planned to make something else without bugs. However, I just flipped through the recipe for the bug-repelling potion that the green witch had, and the main ingredient is actually the body of the parasitic creature. Among the three girls, Ellie was the most supportive, nodding and saying, in the preparation principles of alchemical potions, it is indeed mentioned that the best raw material for antidote-type potions is the source itself. Blake added, you have to believe a little in my cooking skills. Oh, I forgot. Only Ellie among you three has tasted my cooking. Blake scratched his head. That time when they had fish head, Ginny wasn't there, and Molly was still a recent acquaintance. Just having a meal of chili sauce really couldn't showcase Blake's culinary skills. So it was understandable that the two girls had strange expressions. Eating worm innards was indeed something not easily accepted. As they walked and talked, chatting about everything, it seemed to cover up their inner fatigue and fear. At the crooked neck tree, we're out. Ginny suddenly spoke up. Everyone looked ahead and indeed saw the iconic plant where the horses were tied. We're out. Finally out. The four of them sighed in relief. When Blake saw the little horse Pearl, he instinctively glanced at the Chinese characters he had made on Pearl's saddle. No problem. This time it was proper writing, and the illusion had indeed been lifted. Well, the little slime jumped onto Pearl's head to greet it. Pearl opened her big mouth to respond to the slime. Blake raised his eyebrows. This little horse was quite fierce and rarely looked favorably upon creatures of the same rank. Rank 0. He never expected her to be friendly to the slime. By the way, Blake, what is your new partner called? Ellie leaned over to ask. The little slime waved its tiny hand to greet Ellie. Ellie patted its smooth, jelly head and chuckled. Let us call him Popo. Blake thought for a moment and said. He actually wanted to name the Slime Wong Bo, so it would be Slime Wong Bo. Unfortunately, the name Wong Bo was too rare here. In the end, Blake settled on a more common name. Bobo Popo called out twice, seeming to really like the name. Blake grabbed it in his hand and squeezed it. It was surprisingly relieving. Popo's little face peeked out from Blake's hand, looking quite comfortable. Rubbing a slime's body can stimulate the secretion of substances similar to growth hormones within them. So squeezing is a win-win. It's not abuse. The four walked back to the camp, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. After all, being parasitized was not an illusion. It had truly happened. Thinking of this, Blake became curious about something. He set up a fire and took out cooking supplies from the saddlebags on either side of Pearl's body. While organizing the materials, he asked Ellie, how did you escape this ordeal? Ellie pulled out a purple-black spiral mark from her pocket and said, this was a gift from my teacher, Elizabeth, after I became her apprentice. It can resist all illusions below the third ring spell. The illusion of the Wailing Marsh was achieved by the witch amplifying her abilities through the connection of the mesmerizing sound mushroom and the terrain. This is it. Ellie took out a mushroom from her small bag. The mushroom was overall a light purple color with an inwardly concave cap that looked like a speaker. Such mushrooms are quite rare and only grow in specific places. Even Blake, a master of the wilderness, had never heard of it before. He took the mushroom from Ellie and observed it for a moment. This isn't a magical plant? Blake asked curiously. Ellie shook her head. The mesmerizing sound mushroom is a standard fungal magical plant. Blake nodded. Oh, I see, it's a cluster plant. Ellie nodded. Yes. Cluster plants? What is that? Ginny asked curiously. Blake explained, in magical biology, there is the concept of clustering. For example, fungi, certain herbaceous plants, or small creatures like ants and bees that form groups will produce a cluster magical effect. As long as they form a cluster, these things become magical plants animals. But once separated, each individual will revert to ordinary plants or animals. Ginny nodded. So there are such organisms. Blake returned the mushroom to Ellie and asked, what happens after the illusion forms? Ellie replied, the terrain of the Wailing Marsh, being lower in the middle and higher on the sides, significantly enhanced the amplification effect of the entire mushroom. The witch's illusion ability might have only been around the first ring, but in this special environment, it came very close to a third ring illusion. For ordinary adventurers, it is indeed irresistible, but because I had this mark, I was able to escape the illusion right away. At that time, it was just when we finished fighting the worm and were resting. I remember Sister Jenny had just finished skinning it and collapsed directly into the mud. I wanted to help you, but I didn't have the ability to help you break the illusion yet, and I couldn't find the Green Witch's position. The enemy was in the dark while I was in the light, so I could only find a place to hide first. At this point, Ellie's tone became somewhat downcast, sounding like she was blaming herself. Blake reassured her. No one knew beforehand that the illusion ability of the Wailing Marsh was so strong. You're just a newly promoted first-ring mage. You don't need to be too hard on yourself. What happened next? What happened next? Jenny asked curiously. Chapter 044. Little Ellie's solo adventure and stir-fried pork intestines later, I waited from a distance for a while, and sure enough, I saw the Green Witch appear. I carefully observed her every move, originally planning to ambush her if she tried to harm you. If you all died, I wouldn't want to live either. When Jenny heard Ellie's words, she instinctively glanced at Blake. This small gesture was noticed by Ellie, and her face turned red instantly. I don't think I have such great charm, Jenny said softly. Oh my, Sister Jenny. Ellie's face was flushed as she shook Jenny's arm and said, Sister Jenny is also a very important person. Jenny laughed heartily. She loved seeing Ellie's shy expression, which for her, an older lady, felt like reminiscing about her youth. So what happened next? Jenny asked. Ellie composed herself and continued. I didn't expect the witch to not strike decisively, but instead took out a vine and tied all four of you together, dragging you back to her house. Inside the house, there was a huge heart, seemingly a core component of some kind of construct, which looked quite shriveled when you four weren't supplying it. While she was fiddling with the heart, I took the chance to sneak attack, but unfortunately, the Green Witch is a level 2 monster. My ambush was successful, but she wasn't significantly affected. Then it turned into a chase. Ellie said with a lingering fear on her face. She was very fast. I ran all the way, and she chased me the whole time. Fortunately, the staff you gave me allowed me to use a blink spell at a crucial moment, which got me out of her sight. This turned the chase into a game of hide and seek. Actually, at that time, she almost found me, but something seemed to happen with the heart. So she gave up on catching me and returned to her little house. You all know what happened next. She returned because, Blake, you were waking up. Blake nodded and said, That's enough. You haven't gone on many adventures before, so escaping from the Green Witch on your first outing is quite good. Ellie sighed and said, But I didn't manage to save you all. Blake shook his head and joked. If you could save all four of us from the Green Witch, then I'd have to consider whether I was trapped in an illusion again. Ellie lightly punched Blake's back and said, Bad guy. Blake chuckled. In front of him, the dragon breath chili and pork intestines were neatly chopped. Although he was listening to Ellie while preparing the ingredients, Blake's cooking skills were unaffected, and the processed ingredients lost almost none of their flavor. Blake picked up a piece of pork intestine and sniffed it. The fatty side had no smell, but the smooth side had a strange odor that was hard to describe. It wasn't rotten, but it was quite pungent, somewhat reminiscent of ammonia. Stir-fried pork intestines had 3 key points. First, the chili must be good. Second, the heat must be high. Third, the intestines must not have a strong, awful taste. But now that these intestines had this smell, they definitely couldn't be used. Blake rummaged through his seasoning pack. There was nothing left to remove the fishy smell, not even the usual scallions, ginger, and garlic. Was he really going to have to blanch them in plain water? Blake frowned. The little slime, named Bobo, jumped down from Blake's shoulder, its entire body turning a deep blue. It reached out its tiny hand, picked up a piece of the chopped intestine, and dipped it into its body for a moment. Then it took it out and presented it to Blake as if it were a treasure. Blake was taken aback and took the piece of intestine, sniffing it. The smell was gone. Blake was stunned. He looked at Bobo, suddenly recalling that Bobo had a talent called illusory shape, which allowed it to mimic the abilities of other slimes by changing its color. Among the deep blue slimes, there was a variety called purification slime, one of the creatures commonly used by alchemists. Their main function was, just like their name, to purify. Blake exclaimed in delight, Bobo, could you please purify all of these? Seeing Blake's smiling face, Bobo's little head also lit up with a smile. One piece after another of the pork intestine was purified under Bobo's magic. Blake happily patted Bobo's head. You've worked hard. Bobo joyfully clapped its small hands and jumped back onto Blake's shoulder, watching him cook. Blake tossed the pork intestines directly into the pan, with the fatty side down. The previously dry iron pan instantly became oily as a large amount of fat melted, releasing a rich aroma. He quickly dealt with the last bit of scallions, ginger, and garlic and tossed them into the pan to saute, making the surrounding aroma even more intense. The fragrance was so rich that even Jasmine, who had been kneeling on the ground praying since coming out of the swamp, couldn't help but stop and look over at Blake. Blake held the pan in his left hand and extended his right hand to feel the temperature above the pan. "Ellie, increase the fire," Blake said. "Coming right up." Ellie skillfully cast a fire arrow at the campfire under the pan. This zero-ring cantrip was one of the most practiced spells Ellie had besides Mage Hand. Every time Blake needed to stir-fry on high heat, he would call Ellie to cast this skill. The mage who created the fire arrow probably never expected that a low-level explosive fire spell designed for beginners would become an essential part of increasing the heat for stir-frying. Once the fat from the intestines started to render, the conditions for stir-frying were met. Without that fat, the ingredients would easily burn. Blake dumped all the chopped dragon breath chili into the pan at once. The juices from the chili collided violently with the fat, making a sizzling sound. As soon as the dragon breath chili hit the pan, the intense spicy aroma made Blake squint. "Ellie, cough. Can you pass me the helmet?" "The helmet. Cough, cough. Who would have thought that one day cooking would require a helmet?" Blake complained inwardly. However, after putting on the helmet with a built-in mask, Blake felt much better. He stirred continuously, allowing the flames, fat, chili, and intestines to fully combine. Once again, a golden light burst forth from Blake's trusty iron pan. The highest quality. It's actually the light of the highest quality. Jenny, who was seeing Blake cook for the first time, gasped in surprise. Jasmine was also astonished and said, This is the blessing of the god of craftsmanship. In this world, because of the gods of craftsmanship and fire, all manufacturing and processing fall under their domain. The golden glow is a way for this deity to express satisfaction. Clearly, the meal Blake was preparing was of excellent quality. Blake glanced at his panel, and the corners of his mouth twitched. "No, goddess, you're not even pretending anymore. Spirit, the item you crafted is very much appreciated by the god of craftsmanship and fire." Before Blake could finish reading, it disappeared at lightning speed. Instead, it was replaced by, "Spirit, your culinary creation has caught the interest of Lady Fate. If you can offer part of the food in a sacrificial ceremony, she might grant you some rewards." Spirit attribute increased. Blake stroked his chin and thought, why does it suddenly feel like the goddess watching over me is a bit unreliable? Chapter 045. A few things about the gods. Blake served a portion of the stir-fried pork intestines and set it aside. He also learned from Jasmine how to offer a sacrifice to the goddess, weaving the threads of fate, the traveler's friend who paves the way of life. The hazy lady beneath the gray mist. Your devout follower Blake requests to present you with fresh offerings. Fresh stir-fried pork intestines? Please clear unnecessary obstacles from my path ahead and open the doors to unexpected yet crucial opportunities for me. Grant me the courage to embrace change and the wisdom to seize the moment. Let me see guidance rather than confusion at the turning points of fate. Whether by land or water, may your marks be clear, and may your blessings always be by my side, whether departing or returning. Guide of fate, guardian of the journey. As I embark on my quest, may you accompany me. As the prayer ended, the small wooden bowl in front of Blake shimmered and vanished before everyone. Blake scratched his head. Is that it? Jasmine beside him was unable to hide her jealousy. Seeing Blake's expression only made her more furious. After a while of her chest heaving, she finally sighed deeply and said, Ordinary people may not even get to hear a word from the gods. Yet you can directly offer something you made to the goddess, and most importantly, the goddess actually accepted it. This is simply unbelievable, Jasmine exclaimed. Blake chuckled and changed the subject. Let's eat. After the meal we can get rid of the pests. He thought to himself, if I told you that it wasn't me who offered the sacrifice, but rather the goddess who asked for it, wouldn't you be furious? Celestial realm, delicious. So delicious. The gray-haired girl in a purple long dress exclaimed while eating the stir-fried pork intestines that Blake offered. Beside her, a little girl who looked about 5 or 6 years old also tried it, her eyes lighting up. It really is delicious. Is he the only one in the human realm who can make this? Across from them, a plump woman in her 40s smiled. For now, yes. It will take a few more years for Blackstone City to gradually start the trend of culinary alchemy. However, even when the trend is stirred up, truly delicious dishes still come from this kid's hands. The woman said. The three of them wore the same clothes and looked almost identical. Their only difference was the marks of time on their faces. At this point, some may have guessed it. These three are all embodiments of the Lady of Fate. The youngest represents the past, the one in her prime represents the present, and the oldest plump woman represents the future. They are both one and separate, just like time itself. Between the past, present, and future, there are countless choices. In this aspect, the three are separate. However, there's always a choice that can connect the past, present, and future. Thus, in this aspect, they are unified. The childlike past lady took another bite, the spiciness making her gasp, yet her expression was quite pleasant. Why didn't we clarify our stance earlier? Hiding it like this seems unnecessary now, right? He has been given an external aid, yet we didn't show ourselves. Doesn't that feel a bit odd? I bet that fish head he made last time was also delicious. The youthful present lady also took a bite. She was more tolerant of spiciness and didn't gasp. I think you just want to eat. After a moment of banter, she continued, I was thinking, we rescued him from the time rift and gave him an external aid that allows him to continuously grow stronger. He should at least be grateful. But who knew he was an atheist before? The past lady retorted. Looking from the past, he didn't even know he fell into the time rift, let alone that we three rescued him. He is not even clear on who gave him the external aid. It's strange to expect gratitude from him. Sometimes it's quite peculiar. You say we three are one, but why is it that in the present, your choices always seem to go wrong? After finishing her complaint, the past lady picked up a piece of pork intestine and asked, Future, aren't you going to eat? The mature future lady shook her head. You all eat. My mouth has already been fed by the future version of him, even if it's the same dish he made, given his current level. It's not to my taste. Moreover, don't blame the present. The past is a given fact and thus reasonable, while the future is full of possibilities. So anything said seems correct. Only the present requires judgment of future possibilities based on past experiences, which is the hardest. Hence, making mistakes is normal. Even gods cannot escape this. The present lady nodded, fully agreeing with the future lady's words. By the way, future, did you already know he would smoothly become our follower? The present lady asked. The future lady nodded. In countless timelines, only about 1/5 of the futures show Blake becoming our follower. And in those 1/5 futures, without exception, we three first pulled down our faces and hinted at him. The present lady sighed. We are at least gods, the future lady laughed. What is so commendable about gods? After dozens of rounds of celestial proxy wars, there are now at least hundreds of gods in the celestial realm. It's long lost its value. Moreover, the next round of divine proxy wars will begin soon, and Blake is the one we selected as the most likely winner after observing the timelines. Are you really going to let him go and let him believe in others? I see the god of craft flame, god of craft and forge, and the father of light, god of light and law, are also eyeing him covetously. The previously silent past lady spoke. According to our historical experiences, it's not shameful to curry favor with capable beings from the human realm in advance. In the last proxy war, the old man, father of light, won precisely because he intercepted the world's saint in advance. To put it in Blake's words, we are showing respect to the worthy. At this point, the future lady also spoke. Even if Blake doesn't become the final winner of the proxy war, he will still be the most unique one in the world. Just think about the identity of an outsider. It's intriguing. Human realm, Blake, of course, was unaware of the celestial god's comments about him. He only saw a new message pop up on his panel. Spirit, your stir-fried pork intestines are very much liked by the goddess. The goddess hopes you will diligently study culinary skills. Your spirit attribute has significantly increased. Seeing his spirit attribute rise sharply, Blake stroked his chin. At this rate, I'll reach the second tier soon. If the second virtue is spirit, I might need to consider a job change. Blake mumbled. In his previous assumptions, the first three virtues had nothing to do with spirit, but now, having been forced to become a follower of the goddess, he had to reconsider his job change. Humility, spirit. What virtue should I choose next? When I return this time, I must check out books related to knights, Blake pondered. Wait, what is this? Chapter 046. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. Blake saw a message pop up on his panel that he had never seen before. The goddess is very fond of the offering you submitted and has randomly granted you a special talent. Randomizing. You have obtained the talent specialization, Cleave. Cleave. Your exquisite swordsmanship allows you to strike all other enemies within a 5-meter range of the target when you deliver a heavy blow to that target. Blake raised an eyebrow. Cleave. This is a talent specialization that all melee physical classes dream of, and its effectiveness in combat is excellent. This talent doesn't just replicate normal attacks. If you use a single target skill, it can also turn into an area attack under the enhancement of Cleave. The effect is quite exaggerated. Generally, some talent specializations are innate, while most are developed through training. Popular specializations like Cleave often cost tens of thousands of gold at the auction house to learn. Even if you seek a specialized scholar to learn from, the entry fee is exorbitantly high, and they might not even accept you. To gain a specialization just by cooking is quite a pleasant surprise. The goddess is quite generous with me. Blake scratched his head. If you want to gain more specializations, please continue to study culinary skills. Blake couldn't help but complain when he saw the text pop up on the panel. So now you're not even pretending, right? The so-called cheat is actually the goddess's information transmitter, isn't it? Fortunately, it seems the goddess couldn't hear Blake's inner thoughts, as no new statements refreshed on the panel. Blake walked back to the stove and said, "What are you three waiting for? Why aren't you eating?" Ellie hesitated and said, "This is still a bit hard to accept." Blake shrugged. "I've received a divine message that the goddess praised my cooking." After hearing Blake's words, Jasmine took out her holy artifact to take a look. Sure enough, the gray ring floating above the artifact was thicker and larger than before. It's really true. Jasmine was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. She closed her eyes, opened her mouth, and stuffed a piece of stir-fried intestines into her mouth. After a melodious and lingering moan, there were sounds of slurping. So delicious. Jasmine's eyes sparkled. This crispy texture, the satisfying taste that is rich but not greasy, and the spicy flavor at the end. I've never eaten such delicious food. Blake picked up a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. You guys at the monastery cook bland food. It's a miracle to have good food. Jasmine corrected him. The followers of the flame of craftsmanship eat quite well, as for us. She thought for a moment and then said, "That is indeed somewhat lacking." Ellie also picked up a piece and stuffed it into her mouth. The little girl was quite accepting, and seeing Jasmine and Blake eat, she directly stuffed it in her mouth without even closing her eyes. "Delicious. It's even better than the fish from last time," Ellie said. Blake smiled. "After all, this time I used magical chili peppers, so it's normal for the flavor to be better." Seeing the three of them enjoying the food, even the most resistant Jenny couldn't help but ask, "Is it really that good?" She picked up a piece and stuffed it into her mouth. This. Jenny was so surprised that she couldn't speak, but her hands didn't stop moving. Blake made a lot, but with 4 people eating together in just a few minutes, the entire pot was cleaned out. The 4 of them sat around the pot in the camp. Those who could eat spicy food looked satisfied, while those who couldn't were both fanning their mouths and looking satisfied. Jenny waved her hand in front of her mouth and said, "If I had known your cooking was this good, I should have gone out on the day you made fish." On the day of the fish, Jenny went out to the Adventurers Guild to meet some of her old teammates, and the meal was eaten outside. By the time she returned, Tiz had already eaten all the fish, including the bones, without leaving anything behind. After tasting Blake's cooking, Jenny began to feel a bit regretful. Blake smiled. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. He actually already knew how good his cooking skills were in this fantasy world resembling medieval Europe. Before Blake met Celia, that elf with pointed ears, even the food sold by the Green Vine was not very much loved by their own kind. The most common evaluation was just that it filled the stomach. But under Blake's guidance, Celia's Green Vine had now become one of the top 3 culinary destinations in Blackstone City. Many human gourmets would even change their faith to the god of nature and wilderness just to dine on an elven meal at the Green Vine Inn. One could only say, with his exquisite Eastern culinary skills, Blake was truly a standout in Blackstone City. While everyone was resting, Blake reviewed the harvest from this trip. First was the swamp motherworm. This big guy provided a crystal from a second-tier monster, as well as a whole intact worm skin. The crystal would definitely be used by Ellie. As for the worm skin, it was large enough to craft a new armor for both Blake and Jenny. and Blake could even make an additional shield, leaving the leftover scraps as labor payment, which was quite comfortable. Then there was the green witch. The items from the green, which were not easy to quantify. A large bag of dragon breath chili peppers, and 8 chili seedlings with soil. A bizarre heart that seemed to have research value, 12 gold coins, and a formula for an insect-repelling alchemical potion. Excluding the heart, the most valuable were the chili seedlings, which were genuine magical plants. Blake had been thinking about how to keep this thing alive, but now with Bobo, everything was solved. Finally, there were Blake's personal gains. Mainly, he made a connection with the goddess. Not only understanding where his cheat came from, but also no longer having to worry about being discovered as a time traveler and attracting divine punishment. For Blake, this was a significant relief. Additionally, he gained a highly promising Bobo, who was very useful and looked cute. Lastly, he received a large amount of spiritual virtues and a very practical specialization from the goddess. At this rate, he would soon need to consider the second tier. Blake's face was about as split from smiling. The small sound echoed in the camp, and everyone looked towards Jasmine, who had made the first sound. Jasmine's face turned red, and she got up and ran away to take care of personal matters. Then the sounds continued to resonate in the camp. Not good. It's about to be revealed. Blake's smile hadn't faded yet when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach and hurriedly ran to the side to relieve himself. The events of that night were hard to describe in words, and the 4 returning to the city were all quite secretive about it. Only the occasional symphony of sounds echoing through the forest at night might remain rooted in their memories for a long, long time. Who could instantly forget such an extremely embarrassing thing? Chapter 047. The return journey. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. After Bobo digests the dew that has gathered on him all night and lets out a sound, Blake slowly awakens. Good morning, Sister Jenny. Blake steps out of the tent and sees Jenny sitting by the campfire, her expression not looking good. Last night was hard to describe, aside from Ellie showing fewer symptoms. The other 3 were constantly running to the toilet with diarrhea. Blake was the same, finally recovering only when it was dawn. Jasmine and Ellie also crawled out of their tents, and the 4 of them took a short break before riding their horses towards Blackstone City. The situation outside Blackstone City is still not optimistic, Blake murmured, as the 4 returned to the city. They could not only see the long line at the entrance, but also many makeshift camps set up by people outside the city walls who wanted to return home, but were unable to enter Blackstone City. The towering city walls now seemed like a chasm, separating 2 worlds. Let me in. Please let me in. I am a merchant from the city, a baron of national honor. I have a house in the city. At the entrance, a plump man in extravagant clothing raised the property deed in his hand. The guards at the gate had put on their helmets, as if the helmets could block out everything. Baron Talon, all those entering the city must undergo a health check. Please cooperate, the guard said, pulling Baron Talon's plump hand. The title of National Honor Baron is an empty shell, having no real power or territory, usually purchased by merchants who pay a certain amount of wealth to the treasury. Its main purpose is to intimidate other commoners and reduce taxes. However, in the face of a pandemic, it seems to carry no privilege. The 4 of them walked through a special passage as they were part of a team sent to search for moonlight moss, giving them special operational rights. Even so, a priest stood at the entrance, performing a disease detection ritual on each of them. Not infected, pass. The priest said. Blake turned to glance at the long line again. The plump honor baron had been firmly restrained. Whether he had been beaten or was just emotionally agitated, blood began to trickle from his nose. His satin clothing was roughly torn open, revealing numerous black spots and swollen areas on his body. He is infected. He is infected. The guards who had been holding the baron immediately let go of his hand and kicked him into a cart. Soldiers stationed near the city walls quickly sprang into action, throwing all of Baron Talon's possessions and himself aside. Baron Talon reached out from the cart with a broken wheel, seemingly still mumbling, "Help me." Unfortunately, no one answered. In recent days, too many people outside Blackstone City had fallen ill. An honor baron could hardly make a splash. Blake watched the entire scene unfold and couldn't help but shake his head. He tightened his legs and rode his horse into the city. The group first went to the church. Jasmine went in first and quickly came out. She walked up to Blake and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Mr. Blake, for your guidance." which allowed me to complete my task smoothly. And thank you for not holding a grudge, for saving me twice, even after I conceal my needs. Blake scratched his head. Who saved you twice? Jasmine replied. Once was the spirit stone solution from the green hag, and once was the parasite in my body. Only then did Blake recall. Oh, that was just a side effect. It wasn't necessarily to save you. Blake's words left Jasmine momentarily stunned. But being as clever as she was, she quickly understood his meaning. Blake didn't want to have any entanglements with her, even if he saved her during the adventure. It was merely because he didn't want any deaths in his team. She took out a cloth bag and handed it to Blake. Inside are 3 vials of high-concentration holy water that can cure diseases and drive away evil. Please accept it. Blake opened the bag to take a look, raising an eyebrow. This is a good thing. I'll take it. Holy water can be considered a universal antidote in the game. And the 3 vials Jasmine provided had a decent concentration, enough to handle special diseases below the 2nd tier. Seeing Blake accept the holy water so readily, Jasmine nodded happily. After being yelled at by Blake, the usually quiet and accommodating priest finally showed a smile on his face for the first time. I will directly confess my sins to the deity and voluntarily enter the water prison to serve my sentence. Thanks to Lord Blake's timely reminder. Jasmine knew that Blake didn't think highly of her, so after saying this, she bowed deeply to Blake and returned to the church. Blake clicked his tongue and asked, Sister Jenny, can we trust what the priest said? Jenny glanced at Blake and said, Hey, she's at least a 2nd-tier priest, not someone who believes in a god of deceit. How could she casually lie? Blake nodded. Her attitude in admitting her mistakes makes me seem petty. Jenny said, I think she seems quite sincere. Probably it was Lord Blake saving her twice that made her realize her mistakes. Ellie chimed in. If we count the battle with the swamp motherworm, Blake actually saved her 3 lives. Blake shook his head. Forget it. Let her be. As long as she can correct her mistakes. Blake wanted to say that he would never form a team again, but he felt deep down that his connection with Jasmine was not yet severed. Ever since he became a shallow believer of the Lady of Fate, he often had a mystical feeling that he couldn't quite understand. The remaining 3 did not head directly back to the Magic Academy, but instead walked towards the Western District. Blake first went to the Green Vine Inn to take a look. The Green Vine Inn had its doors tightly closed, and Blake took out a Lubon lock from a tree stump at the entrance. This item was made by Celia using her flourishing druid abilities, serving as a special communication tool between the two. Blake skillfully unlocked it and took out a note. The Balanced Sect has discovered the trace of the Lord of Plague, and all members have gone out to track it. They're temporarily not at the inn, do not worry. Blake was taken aback, then realized, no wonder the Wilderness Rangers are so diligent. The Balanced Sect is truly doing practical work, not gaining much information from the Green Vine Inn. Blake then took Ellie to Taya's fish shop. The fish shop was open, but business wasn't great. There were no fresh fish, just a few salted fish hanging. Blake handed a vial of holy water to Ellie, and then Ellie took the lead in negotiating with the shop owner. As this was the first community outreach action of the Research Society, it was natural for Ellie, the apparent leader, to take charge. Blake knew very well that until he obtained a real noble title, Ellie's reputation was worth much more than his. Chapter 048. Ensaro's fire-breathing technique and the slug armor. Who are you? Taya's mother looked at Ellie, then at Black and Jenny. The 3 were well-equipped, a mage and 2 knights. Ellie had the emblem of Count Breeze pinned to her chest, which made it clear they were not there to buy fish. Black took off his helmet and smiled. Annie, we meet again. Taya's mother paused for a moment upon seeing Black's face, then smiled. Oh, it's the young man who came to buy fish before. And these 2 are. Black introduced, this is my employer, an outstanding freshman from the Magic Academy, Miss Ellie, daughter of Count Breeze. She is also the leader of the study association that your daughter is part of. The other is Jenny, my partner, and also Miss Ellie's bodyguard. Taya's mother was taken aback, but introduced herself. I am Taya's mother, Cheryl. After a moment, she asked, have you met my daughter? Nobles suddenly visiting made Cheryl a bit nervous. After all, in this era, nobles seeking out commoners was not a good sign. Black and Ellie exchanged glances. Ellie spoke up. Auntie, you don't need to be nervous. We came today at Taya's request. Taya's request? Cheryl was surprised. Ellie took out a vial of holy water from her pocket and handed it to her. The plague situation has been severe lately, and Taya is very worried about your safety. So she asked us to come and check on you. This is a vial of holy water that can cure diseases. Please use it. High concentration holy water. Cheryl, having married an elf, had much more knowledge than an ordinary fishmonger and immediately recognized the value of the holy water. This is too precious. I can't accept it, Cheryl said. Holy water was of no use to Ellie. She was a student of Elizabeth. From this mission, it was clear that Elizabeth had intricate ties with the church. Ellie actually had a vial of holy water that she took from Elizabeth's laboratory. She had originally planned to give this vial to Taya's mother when they met, who knew that Jasmine had given her 3 fresh ones, so she swapped it out. Seeing Cheryl push the vial back, Ellie gently held her hand and pushed it back to her, saying, "Your daughter has performed well in school and has been a great help in our study association." Cheryl was a smart woman, although Ellie didn't say it outright. She understood that Ellie meant, "This vial is a favor for your daughter's sake." She accepted the holy water and said, "Then I thank you in advance. This holy water is very useful to me. May I write a letter to my daughter?" she asked. Ellie nodded. "Please do." Cheryl prepared stools and water for the 3 of them before running back to the back of the shop. Before long, Cheryl returned with a cloth bag in her hands. Inside are some envelopes and some fish roe that I made myself. "I hope you don't mind," Cheryl said to Ellie. Ellie took the cloth bag and said, "Thank you, Auntie. I love fish roe." She wasn't flattering. This little glutton almost loved everything. After receiving the bag, Ellie didn't open it, but placed it directly in the pack behind the horse. Seeing this, Cheryl nodded silently and said, "Miss Ellie, there's also a magic book left by my husband in the package. Taya's magic level isn't high enough, and I'm just an ordinary person. It's too dangerous for me to keep this book, so I hope you can help us take care of it." Ellie was taken aback, but nodded, "Don't worry, Aunt Cheryl. I will take good care of it." Cheryl nodded slightly. "I trust you." After bidding farewell to Cheryl, the 3 of them headed toward the dwarf district. On the way, Ellie couldn't wait to open the package. This little girl was so excited when she heard it was a magic book that she couldn't move. "This, ensaroes feigning technique." Black asked curiously, "Is this spell very precious?" Ellie nodded, looking around to ensure no one was watching before carefully putting the magic book back into the package. Ensaro is a half-elf with dragon blood, and even among elves, he is a very mysterious figure. He specializes in fire magic and has created many special and powerful spells using his fire dragon bloodline. This Ansaro's fire-breathing technique is exactly a second circle fire-shaping spell. Not to mention in human cities, even in elven cities, this spell's magic book is a rare thing. It's valuable, but hard to find. Black raised an eyebrow. Ellie had a talent for shaping magic, especially in the branches of fire and dark magic. They had really struck gold this time, Black said with a smile. Ellie, full of determination, said, "I will definitely teach Taya well. I'll strive to make her a first-level mage as soon as possible." Black thought of the relatively aloof, tall, half-elf girl and chuckled. "I thought the investment in the study association would take at least 1 to 2 years to pay off. I didn't expect to hit a return so quickly." Jenny spoke up. "If we hadn't given the holy water first, we probably wouldn't have gotten this magic book, right? Overall, it was our kindness that moved them. What are you looking at me for?" "It's all Ellie's credit," Black said. Jenny smiled. "In the future, with a kind lord like Ellie in Bree's territory, it will surely thrive." Ellie's face turned red as she tugged at Black's sleeve. "It was obviously your idea." Black laughed heartily. "Success doesn't have to be credited to me." The 3 chatted and laughed as they rode to the outside of Magni's shop. Magni was still hammering iron. This guy's labor costs were almost the cheapest in the entire dwarf district, and he would take on any job as long as there was money, regardless of whether it was hot or cold. So even during the plague, he didn't stop working. "Black, why do you have time to come here?" Magni looked up at Black and the others beside him. Black briefly introduced both sides and said, "Take a look at this." He threw the skin of a marsh mother slug onto the ground. Marsh mother slug skin? Magni was taken aback. "Where did you find such good stuff?" "Wow, so fresh," Magni exclaimed. "Don't tell me this is what you just killed." Black nodded. "That's right. Look at the size of our armor. Help us upgrade our armor. And also make me a large shield. You can consider the remaining materials as labor costs," Black said. "Deal." Magni shouted without a second thought. I feel like I'm going to be promoted to a second-level blacksmith. I was just worried about not having suitable materials to make advanced works. You've helped me a lot. Magni laughed. Chapter 049. Adjustments. Blake glanced over and asked, "What about your apprentice?" Magnus, tapping a small hammer, replied, "You mean Emma? She took leave to return to the wilderness when the plague started. I heard she received a summons from her tribe." Blake nodded and then inquired, "How is her daughter?" Magnus looked up at Blake, then at Ellie and the others, and finally pulled Blake aside to whisper, "The money we got from the hill dwarves last time has all been sent back. I bought some new potions that barely allow the little one to move." Magnus was the most avaricious mountain dwarf Blake had ever seen, but he had his reasons. Magnus was already married and had a daughter in her 20s. Magnus was 42 years old, but in dwarven lifespan, he was still considered young. His daughter had been suffering from elemental imbalance since birth, with an excess of earth energy in her body. For most of her teenage years, she had been in a stone statue state. Magnus' greed was all for earning gold to exchange for potions to allow his daughter to move and breathe. Without those potions, Magnus' daughter would have turned into a complete statue long ago. Blake sighed. "Is there no other way?" Magnus shot Blake a look. "There is. We could directly enter the earth elemental plane through the ring of earth and communicate with the elemental lord to have him extract the earth elements from my daughter." The ring of earth was one of the dwarven artifacts, the safest and most reliable way to reach the elemental planes from the main world. This artifact was kept in the dwarven royal court and was not accessible to anyone outside the royal family. If Magnus wanted to enter, he would either have to become a high-level shaman or a national hero of the dwarves. Neither of these options seemed easy to achieve at the moment. Blake bent down and patted Magnus' shoulder. "Take it step by step." Magnus sighed. "Yes, step by step." After agreeing on a time to retrieve the armor, the three returned to the Magic Academy. Students were continuously coming in and out of the academy. Judging by their aura, most of them were first-level mages or above. "Not bad. This Magic Academy actually gets things done," Blake murmured. Ellie said, "The Magic Academy in Blackstone City is the cradle of battle mages, never taking the academic route. For such large-scale practical events, they definitely won't back down." Blake nodded. That does have a northern style to it. Upon returning to the Mage Tower, they were greeted by a sharp cat's meow. The black cat Tiz huffed. "What did you three bring back?" Tiz's body arched as she looked over. Jenny carefully placed the enormous heart she had been carrying on her back onto the ground and said, "This is what we found this time. The thing of the Plague King." Tiz slowly approached and opened the bag containing the giant heart. "This thing." Her black fur not only didn't smooth down, but instead continued to bristle. Not long after, Elizabeth also came downstairs. She enveloped the entire heart in smoke and said, "This thing is very dangerous. I will seal it in the highest level of my mage tower until we have researched it thoroughly. You must keep this matter a secret from everyone." Curious, Ellie asked, "Teacher, why didn't we sense anything wrong?" Elizabeth glanced at Ellie and then said, "There are traces of divinity on it. Your levels are too low to detect it normally." "Divinity?" Blake was taken aback. Elizabeth seemed to be in a good mood and said, "You didn't think such a large-scale plague event was merely the work of a green dragon, did you? Remember, kid, behind any major event in this world, there is, more or less, the shadow of a deity." After speaking, Elizabeth's ring flashed, and she tossed Ellie a magic book. "Little Ellie, study this for the next couple of days. When your senior comes back in a few days, let her teach you. During this time, everything in the Mage Tower will be handled by Tiz. Unless it's a matter of life and death, don't disturb me. I need to go into seclusion to research." After Elizabeth finished speaking, she directly disappeared at the staircase. It seemed this heart indeed had some significance. Blake suddenly remembered a detail. In his precognitive vision, there was no sign of this giant heart in the house. He had previously wondered why all the other details were correct, but this heart was not foreseen. If this heart was indeed the work of a deity, it would explain everything well. It was reasonable for Blake's precognitive vision to miss something prepared by another deity. Inside the Eight Gods Church, in the confessional room, having just finished her confession, Jasmine knelt quietly before the statue of the god of light and law. She was completely unclothed, holding a thorny whip in her hand, and after dipping it in the high-concentration holy water placed before her, she began to whip herself repeatedly. The high-concentration holy water stung her wounds painfully. Jasmine's entire body trembled, but she continued mechanically with the steps, as if only pain could help her forget certain things. This self-punishing ritual continued until she was completely drenched in blood. After donning her nun's attire again, Jasmine walked toward the basement of the confessional room. This was the water prison, a place used to punish clergy who misbehaved. An elderly nun in white was already waiting for Jasmine there. "Are you sure you want to voluntarily enter the water prison?" the white-clad nun asked. Jasmine nodded. "This is the path I chose." The white-clad nun said, "Your casting talent is very high. You could easily become a divine scholar, yet you insist on taking the path of the penitent?" Divine scholars and penitents were two branches of the priest class. The former specialized in divine arts, while the latter focused on the physical, vastly different from each other. Given Jasmine's previous performance, the divine scholar should have been her goal for advancement. The white-clad nun's appearance here was to persuade Jasmine not to see her as a promising divine arts candidate and switch to another priest branch, hoping she could walk on the right path. "I heard your confession. The sins you've committed aren't severe enough to warrant a whipping and then entering the water prison." The white-clad nun spoke again, but it was clear that Jasmine had made up her mind. "Tansan, no need to say more. My mind is made up." The nun, called Tansan, sighed, opening the water prison's door. "Inside the water prison, it's a life-or-death situation. I'll come back to open the door in 10 days. I hope by then you'll be able to walk out, not me going in to collect your body." Jasmine nodded slightly and stepped into the water prison. After distancing herself from Tansan, Jasmine softly said, "Eve, the nun who induced Jasmine to seek the soulstone liquid, you wanted to vie for the position of regional priest, didn't you? I give it to you, but I hope you can live a bit longer." Tansan closed the water prison door and left the basement. Upon seeing the marks on the floor of the confessional room, she suddenly gasped. "What? On the floor?" White roses began to bloom from the blood-stained footprints Jasmine left behind, only to vanish in an instant. "Is it a divine omen?" Tansan murmured. Chapter 050. The devil-blooded bad taste. Senior time flew by, and 3 days had passed. Blake wiped the sweat from his forehead after easily cutting through 3 haystacks. Bravery. A mature knight does not rely on last-minute efforts when disaster strikes. Necessary training is the fundamental path of a knight. Bravery attribute increased. Blake looked at the panel and nodded in satisfaction. The benefit of having a panel became apparent. Whenever he trained properly, the panel would pop up timely information to remind him. This visualization of effort felt great. Suddenly, Blake sensed something shadowy approaching. The shadow had no malicious intent, but the feeling of it rushing towards him was quite unpleasant. Blake casually blocked, but it was a complete miss. What was that? An illusion? Blake confirmed that his shield must have passed through something, but there was no impact, as if it had merely brushed against the air. A tall figure stood in front of Blake, speaking. "Your reflexes are quite sharp. It seems you're about to become a second-tier knight." Blake frowned, but quickly relaxed. The newcomer was filled with bad taste, but bore no ill will, which ruled out any villainy. Although Blake was not in the Mage Tower at the moment, this training ground specifically for spell experimentation still belonged to Lady Elizabeth, thus excluding outsiders. Moreover, despite the shadow lacking a physical form, Blake felt a familiar aura from it. With these 3 factors combined, a figure that only existed in whispers appeared in Blake's mind. "Are you Les Senior?" Blake asked tentatively. The shadow laughed. "Indeed. You are as clever as Ellie described. You can call me Carrion." "Carrion?" "Carrion, meaning rotting flesh, unclean. That's not a common name." Blake replied with a smile. "Just call me Blake." The shadow leaned closer to Blake. "I've already heard your name from Ellie. Perhaps we should meet." Blake shrugged. "So, where should I find you?" "Smart kid. Meet me in the reception room on the 7th floor," the shadow said before disappearing from sight. Carrion, a name that only appears among that one race. Blake sheathed his short sword and headed towards the Mage Tower. In the Mage Tower's reception room, Ellie was dueling another tall woman with horns on her head. They were both using a first-ring sleep spell, competing to see who could fall asleep faster. They were currently in the 3rd round with Ellie having won 1 and lost 2. "Come on, let go again." Ellie's eyes sparkled with a strong desire to win. The other woman with horns was naturally Les Senior, Carrion. Carrion chuckled. "You should have only one more chance to cast a first-ring spell. Are you sure you want to continue?" Ellie nodded. "Absolutely. I want to hand Blake over to you." Carrion smiled. I just got news. He on his way. Les' eyes were determined. Then I must win even more. Jenny, get ready for the countdown. Jenny stood between them, raising her hands high. 3, 2, 1. As Jenny's hands quickly fell, the magical arrays on both their wands lit up almost simultaneously. No, Ellie was faster. As a third-tier knight, Jenny observed clearly. Although their casting motions were almost identical, she could distinctly feel that Ellie's casting speed was quicker than Carrion's this time. Moreover, this gap was continuously increasing. Carrion smiled and fell into a deep sleep. I won. Ellie jumped up in joy. Jenny blinked. Why was it so much faster this time? Ellie scratched her head and chuckled. I think I just realized a talent specialization. Quick casting? Jenny asked. Ellie nodded. Yes, but for now, only with the sleep spell. The effect of quick casting is straightforwardly brutal. It simply accelerates the spell casting speed, and this specialization, like a cleaving strike, is essential for high-level practitioners. It's very difficult for spells to be instantaneous, especially high-level spells, where the chant time can be exaggerated. It's said that the previous leader of the mages in Blackstone City, the current Duke of Blackstone's brother, Phoenix, the very statue standing in the center of the Magic Academy, took a full 2 hours to chant the Phoenix Forbidden Spell. And this so-called Phoenix Forbidden Spell is merely a 7th ring spell, not even the true 10th ring Forbidden Spell, if no one is there to protect you. And the casting process is interrupted. It's equivalent to releasing a fart. Therefore, casting speed has always been an important standard for measuring whether a mage is excellent. Ellie understood that her senior's earlier words about competing for Blake were all just a fade, mainly to stimulate her potential. She stood up and walked over to her senior, preparing to wake her up, mumbling, I wish we could have had a different wager. Blake isn't something to be fought over. Carrion suddenly opened her eyes and smiled. You little one, you're quite protective. She pulled Ellie into her embrace. Smiling, I didn't expect the old lady to come across such good material again. Just then, Blake knocked and entered. Seeing the scene, he swallowed hard. Am I interrupting something? Ellie's face turned slightly red as she wriggled out of Carrion's embrace, her hands entangled. Carrion leaned back in her chair, her long legs crossed, and said with a smile, we were just exchanging insights on spell casting. You don't need to mind. Blake coughed a couple of times. Not at all, not at all. But inside he thought, I need to find a chance to inquire about this senior's sexual orientation. There's no doubt that Carrion is female, but given her race, her orientation isn't certain, especially since she has a gender-neutral name like Carrion. As Blake had guessed, from Carrion's brown horns, grayish-white corpse-like skin, crimson eyes, and her smooth white hair, to the leather whip-like tail wrapped around her thigh. It was easy to see that Ellie's senior belonged to a very rare race, even in human gatherings, the tiefling. Her slender, tall model figure was clad in exquisite black leather shorts and a bustier. Such bold attire, which could be considered inappropriate by normal standards, would probably only be worn by a tiefling. At the moment Blake saw her, he even felt as if he had returned to the time of browsing through music notes and encountered a beautiful cosplayer. By the way, some might ask, what is a tiefling? This question can be explained in one sentence. They're a group of humans forced to bear the bloodline of devils. Chapter 051. News and curiosity from the senior sister overall. Tieflings are still considered humans. In earlier scholarly studies, there was a period when tieflings were even classified as a subspecies of humans. However, the latest scholarly reports have completely confirmed that tieflings are a distinct race, different from humans and not a subspecies. The birth of tieflings is mostly tragic. Just as there are deities in the celestial realm, in this world's hell, there are not only demon lords, but also devils. Countless humans, tempted by devils, either actively or passively engage with them, resulting in the birth of tieflings. The bloodline of devils is too powerful for humans. This tiefling bloodline can persist for at least 10 generations. If the offspring become professionals, this number may even continue to increase. Of course, becoming a tiefling isn't entirely a disadvantage. At least, this race has a very high probability of becoming spellcasters, mages, warlocks, sorcerers, to the extent that some have even researched how to actively become a tiefling. Lady Elizabeth is indeed bold. Black thought to himself, Due to the devil bloodline issue, this race has a very poor reputation in human settlements, and very few people would like them. If it were a wild tiefling, Black might be a bit more cautious. But the grayish-white-skinned senior sister in front of him, who closely resembled a succubus, didn't require too much vigilance. He didn't trust the tiefling. He just trusted Lady Elizabeth. Courage, your inner double standards, unparalleled in fairness. Fairness attribute increased. Cough, cough. Black instinctively coughed twice. I heard from Ellie that you found a heart in the weeping swamp? Carrion asked. Black nodded. That's right, a huge heart. He shared everything he knew with Carrion. After listening to Black's description, Carrion's frown gradually relaxed. That makes sense. What makes sense? Black asked curiously. Carrion said, my last mission was to investigate the recent activities of the orcs. On my way back, I saw an orc tribe transporting a massive Stitch corpse. That corpse seemed like some kind of strange alchemical creation, but it was missing a core in its chest. Black was taken aback. Are you saying the heart we brought back is its core? Carrion shook his head. It's still uncertain, but I think it should be close. Unfortunately, the old lady went into seclusion, or I could confirm it now. Carrion pouted. Black recalled the stitched creature he saw in Goblin Valley. That Plague King really has such high alchemical skills? Black muttered, due to the fact that true dragons are immensely powerful from birth. True dragons in this world are extremely lazy, except for a few metallic dragons who might be interested in human professions and knowledge. Most true dragons would rather sleep than think. Therefore, logically speaking, if the Plague King were indeed a green dragon variant, it shouldn't have such alchemical skills. As for whether there are alchemical masters among its dragonborn, that's uncertain. Carrion shrugged, providing a new perspective. Who knows? No one stipulates that the Plague King can only be one. Black raised an eyebrow. That's true. After all, judging from the information obtained from Heart, there seems to be divine intervention involved in the Plague King matter. Once a deity intervenes, even if they are bitter enemies, they must cooperate honestly. Carrion rubbed her head. Oh, I almost forgot the main point. Ellie said you invented an alchemical item called a mask. I heard it can prevent poison. Carrion asked. She actually called Black over mainly because of this mask. Poison gas has always been an unavoidable aspect of outdoor adventures and dungeon explorations. Generally, a team needs to have a priest druid ranger who can protect against toxins. If there are none of these three professions, they can only seek holy water from the church or detoxifying potions from alchemists. Black scratched his head. It's just a relatively simple little invention, and it has some differences compared to formal protective spells against toxins. Moreover, it lacks versatility. The effectiveness of the toxin protection depends on the herbs you fill it with. Carrion raised an eyebrow. It's the first time I've seen an alchemist mention their invention's shortcomings first. Do you have a mask? Let me see one. Carrion said. Here. I have one. Ellie said, a flash of light appearing in her hand as she pulled out a mask from her storage space. Carrion looked at it and then said, simple yet clever design. Why hadn't anyone thought of this before? Black said, actually among the common folk, especially those working in mines, there have been similar designs. They cut their old clothes into fabric and tie it directly over their faces. Of course, their designs won't have any poison protection effects. At most, they can prevent dust. Black said. Carrion nodded, clearly hearing about this for the first time. She put on her face and felt it. The herbal ratio is quite appropriate. Have you studied herbalism? Black shook his head. This formula was given to me by a friend who is proficient in herbalism, not my own work. This friend who is proficient in herbalism is naturally someone from the Balanced Sect. There are many herbalism masters in the Balanced Sect, and countless are skilled in detoxification, but Cecilia is not. Black obtained this formula through Cecilia's connections. He had been using it before, and it worked well. Carrion took off the mask and nodded. This thing is great. Although it has those shortcomings you mentioned, its advantages are equally prominent. I don't want to pull out a vial from my waist and drink it to detoxify in the middle of a tense battle. That is too troublesome. With this thing, it's like removing one action of drinking potions during combat, which is its most comfortable aspect. Moreover, this thing can protect the mouth and nose, providing a barrier against airborne toxins and the dust you mentioned. Quite good. Black thought, this thing was indeed used for protecting against airborne toxins in my past life. How much does this cost? Carrion suddenly asked. Black replied, if there is a suitable herbal channel, The cost of this thing won't even exceed 3 silver coins. Excluding the value of the herbs, the pure cost of the mask is no more than 5 copper coins. 3 silver coins? Carrion exclaimed. To be honest, I had thought about how inexpensive this thing would be, but I didn't expect it to be this low. The market for detoxifying potions is very chaotic. Every herbalist alchemist offers different prices and effects. But overall, 3 silver coins is definitely cheap. After all, an empty crystal vial for potions sells for 1 silver coin. And actual detoxifying potions are priced in gold coins. From this perspective, Black's little invention is indeed a high-cost performance item. Actually, I've been improving this invention these past few days. I think it's almost ready. Do you want to come see it with me? Black said. Carrion was taken aback. There is something even better? Black nodded. Please follow me. The items are still in the alchemy room on the 3rd floor. Black said. Chapter 052. The exclusive equipment of the plague, Dr. 3rd floor alchemy room. The black cat, Tiz, was sprawled at the door, and when she saw Blake arrive, she lazily got up. Blake, what have you made? It doesn't smell fragrant at all, Tiz asked. Blake scratched his head and replied, My lady Tiz. This time it's not food. Carrion, who was following behind, chimed in, You greedy cat, don't you have any shame? If you want to eat, at least prepare the ingredients. Right? How can you expect the chef to do everything? As expected of the old lady's familiar, she's just as stingy. Carrion muttered. She wrapped her arm around Blake's shoulder and said, In the future, you should avoid playing with such cats, you know? They're so stingy that they won't remember your kindness. Blake was caught in a dilemma, not knowing whether to laugh or not. From the moment he saw Carrion, he suspected that this tiefling must have some leverage over Lady Elizabeth. She looked quite reliable, but Blake couldn't nod in agreement. She wasn't afraid of Tiz, but Blake certainly was. Tiz huffed lightly, didn't argue, and walked away with cat-like grace, disappearing around the corner. Carrion chuckled. That fat cat must be lurking around the corner, eavesdropping on us, talking bad about her. Blake wiped the sweat from his forehead. Carrion indeed seemed quite familiar with Tiz, suggesting that this big cat had done this more than once. Never mind her. Let's go in, Carrion said as she pushed the door open, leaving a shadow that looked just like her to guard at the entrance, preventing Tiz from entering. Is that shadow your familiar? Blake asked curiously. It doesn't look like a magical ability. Carrion nodded and said, It's a familiar. We in this faction must summon familiars. Blake nodded, recalling that Ellie had mentioned something about their faction not being traditional mages. If it were to be categorized, it would actually fall under the summoner branch. The job title upon promotion to the 3rd tier was quite cool, called the Night Messenger. Before this, Blake had never even heard of this profession. According to Ellie, this job was quite rare throughout the Lionheart Duchy, with high requirements for personal talent, not something just anyone could successfully transition into. It indeed had the flavor of a hidden profession. Carrion leaned against Ellie and turned her head to ask, By the way, have you learned to summon a familiar yet? Ellie shook her head. I just started learning recently. What can you do now? Carrion inquired. Sleep spell, detect magic, comprehend languages, and burning hands, Ellie replied. Do you need to mention cantrips? Carrion shook her head. Cantrips don't matter. But your speed of learning spells is pretty good. Huh? You've learned so much in such a short time? Carrion clasped her hands around Ellie's neck in surprise. You're only 18? Ellie nodded. Yep. Carrion clicked her tongue. The old lady really hit the jackpot with you. Such a good seedling. On Blake's side, he had already extinguished the flames. Bobo, who was guarding the huge alchemical pot, woke from its sleep, transforming from a liquid state to a jelly-like form. It blinked its little eyes at Blake. Bobo, it's done. Thanks for your hard work. Bobo, Blake said. The sealing of the alchemical pot was really poor, and to ensure the quality of the activated carbon produced, Blake had to rely on Bobo to help him seal the furnace. Bobo jumped onto Blake's shoulder and rubbed its little face against Blake's neck. Miss you, Bobo. Blake was taken aback. When did you learn to talk? Bobo grinned a little. Bobo. Jenny sighed from the side. No wonder it's blessed by the gods. Its learning ability is just strong. In a world with deities, the power of the gods is indeed useful. Don't be fooled by Bobo being just a slime with a brain the size of a nut, due to the blessing of the gods. Its abilities far exceed those of its kind, and its learning ability must not be lacking either. Blake pinched it in his hand, which was Bobo's favorite interaction. Bobo's little eyes squinted in delight. After playing with it for a while to reward the little guy, Blake let the alchemical pot cool down. This pot had been burning for over a day, and it needed to cool down a bit before opening. The preparation process for activated carbon is relatively simple. Blake had thrown the prepared pine wood into the pot the night before, sealing it to isolate air and allow it to burn, maintaining a temperature between 400 to 600 degrees. This was the first step, carbonization. Speaking of this, Blake had to thank this magical world. If he had really crossed over to a medieval world without magic, studying fire control would take a long time. Fortunately, in this world, alchemists had long invented semi-magical tools that could maintain a constant temperature. After carbonization, Blake opened the alchemical pot, allowing it to cool completely while checking the carbonization results. The carbonization effect of this batch of wood was excellent. After adding a small amount of water to the pot, Blake placed the charcoal into another small pot, stacking it inside the large pot. He then covered it, placed Bobo on top, and let Bobo extract the air through the gaps in the pot lid to achieve a vacuum condition before continuing to increase the temperature. When the temperature reached around 1,000 degrees, he turned off the heat. Using residual heat, he let it sit for over 12 hours, allowing the water vapor and high temperature to further expand the pores in the charcoal, thus achieving physical activation. As soon as Blake opened the alchemical pot, a faint glow flashed. Carion raised an eyebrow. That was close to attracting the recognition of the craft flame. However, this glow was at least of 2-star quality. She used a mage hand to take out a piece and examined it back and forth. "What is this?" Blake replied, "Activated carbon, a substance that can add sorb toxins." Blake put on the gloves he had prepared earlier and took out a piece, cutting it open on the side. He sliced the activated carbon into coin-sized discs, half a finger's width. Blake then took out a cylindrical metal canister full of holes from another drawer. He opened the canister and stuffed the activated carbon inside. Ellie asked curiously, "What is this?" Blake replied, "A filter. Inside is the activated carbon and prepared herbs." After saying this, he took out a mask he had made earlier. The entire mask was enveloping, fully supported by black beast hide from head to toe, with a narrow entrance that required some effort to wear. But it had excellent sealing properties. The eye area was hollowed out and equipped with 2 crystal plates for observing the surroundings. The most unique aspect was the exaggerated large bird beak at the mouth of the mask, with a total of 18 air holes arranged on either side. "This looks like something that would appear at a masquerade," Carion remarked. Blake smiled and said, "Ladies, the next invention I present could very well change the course of the entire plague. As the inventor, I have named it the bird beak mask. Of course, if possible, I would prefer to call it the plague doctor's mask." After saying this, Blake stuffed the meticulously crafted metal filter into the beak of the mask. In an instant, the entire mage tower was enveloped in an orange-yellow glow. "It's a divine gift. It's the craft flame's divine gift," Jenny exclaimed in shock. Carion instinctively swallowed. "Now I believe it can change the course of the plague." Chapter 053, I want it all divine favor? What divine favor? Blake scratched his head. Why is it an orange-yellow beam of light this time instead of shining golden light? Carrion explained. The flame of craftsmanship governs all inventions and creations in the world. When it does not recognize or care about your creation, the items you create will lack any brilliance, which we commonly refer to as mundane items. A slight golden light that flashes briefly is a 1-star item. A golden light that lasts a little longer but is not in a blooming state is a 2-star item. Well, the activated carbon you just made is considered 2-star quality. Finally, if the created item continuously emits golden light, it is a 3-star quality. Carrion said. Ellie added from the side, Blake, the golden light that often appears in your cooking is 3-star. So what about this beam of light? Blake asked in confusion. This warm orange-yellow beam, like flames, has lasted for over a minute with no signs of dissipating. Carrion said, it is divine favor, the divine favor of the flame of craftsmanship. The flame of craftsmanship is a term that represents the god of craftsmanship and the god of fire, governing all inventions and creations, big and small. Generally speaking, besides the chosen recipients of the flame of craftsmanship, divine favor only appears in inventions that can change the course of the world. Carrion said. Blake looked at the birdbeak mask wrapped in the beam of light and said, So, it can change the world? Carrion nodded. Yes. outside the mage tower. Many people have gathered. It's actually the divine favor of the flame of craftsmanship. It seems something incredible has been invented. No wonder the vice president has such sharp eyes when selecting students. What could this invention be? Will it directly affect the entire structure of our mage community? Aren't you all curious about who triggered this divine favor? I am Elizabeth. Creativity is the exclusive domain of the young. I guess it's the recently returned senior Carrion. Nonsense. You're just infatuated with senior Carrion. You're despicable. The Magic Academy is currently under strict surveillance, and everyone has to present task lists to enter and exit the school. It's driving everyone crazy. The sudden appearance of the divine favor beam in the sky will probably be a topic of conversation for a long time to come. While everyone was chatting, another gray beam of the same size suddenly descended from the sky. What's going on? Double divine favor. Gray. Is it the divine favor of the Lady of Fate? What on earth has been invented to attract the competition of two deities? Inside the mage tower, Blake looked at the gray beam of light surrounding him, scratching his head. Wait, no one told me that deities could get jealous? He looked at his panel. Spirituality. Your invention is sufficient to change the world. If you can hand over the making process of this invention to the priests of the Church of Fate, you will significantly gain spiritual virtues. Blake scratched his head again and curiously touched the orange-yellow beam of light. A gentle female voice rang in his ear. Thank you for the change you have brought to the world. Your name will be remembered. After you hand over the crafting process of this item to the Church of Craftsmanship, all who use or modify this invention must give you 15 of their income. Blake nodded and thought, I understand, this is the royalty of another world. It's quite trendy. He scratched his head. He wanted the spiritual virtues given by his goddess. But this royalty also seemed appealing. Can I have it all? Blake found a blank scroll and wrote, Goddess, you know I have always been your devout follower. However, if I give this to the flame of craftsmanship, I can receive a monetary reward. So, your devout follower, Blake, is here to ask you, can I have it all? After Blake finished writing, he skillfully recited a long prayer, and then a flash of light appeared, and the scroll vanished into thin air. Carrion was astonished at this scene. She looked at Ellie and asked, Why can he sacrifice to the deities so easily? Ellie shook her head. I don't know. Blake has previously sacrificed food, and the deity accepted it quickly as well. Carrion scratched her head upon hearing Ellie's words. This is completely different from the aloof deities I remember. When did deities become so easy to talk to? Blake quickly received instructions from the deity on his panel. Permission granted, but the flame of craftsmanship may not necessarily agree. Blake rubbed his chin. It seems the relationship between the Lady of Fate and the flame of craftsmanship is not that good. In fact, the Lady of Fate has a mediocre relationship with all deities. Due to her unpredictable authority over fate and her ability to manipulate time at will, all deities keep their distance from the Lady of Fate. But it doesn't matter. My fundamental backing is the goddess, not the flame of craftsmanship. As long as the goddess has no objections, the rest is a bonus. Blake murmured, the reward given by the flame of craftsmanship is money, which is important but not that important. If Blake really wanted to make money, there are plenty of ways to do so. He does not lack this little royalty. However, the Lady of Fate gives real spiritual virtues, which can enhance strength and are invaluable. After Blake made his decision, the beam of light in the sky dissipated, turning into two floating marks in midair. Among them, the gray circular mark, resembling a wheel, directly adhered to Blake's left hand, which is his dominant hand. Meanwhile, the orange-yellow furnace mark hesitated for a moment before finally sticking to Blake's right hand, seemingly reluctant. Blake gathered all the design blueprints of the birdbeak mask and the preparation method of activated carbon and bound them into a booklet. He handed the booklet to Ellie and said, Ellie, please help me make a copy of these. In the Mage Tower, there is a magical item powered by Monster Crystal as an energy source, a photocopying construct. It works similarly to the printer Blake used in his previous life. However, this thing occupies the space of an entire room. The operating principle is unknown, it's expensive, and requires regular maintenance by a priest from the Church of Craftsmanship. It is a magical tool that only great mages or magical organizations can afford. Ellie nodded and was about to go out when Carrion stopped her. Use my authority. You're only a first-tier mage now. how much authority can you have? The photocopying construct requires crystals as energy, so each student has a limited usage each month. If Ellie were to photocopy Blake's documents, her authority might not be sufficient. Blake scratched his head and said, "Then thank you, senior." Carrion smiled and said, "Then you owe me a favor?" Blake, who was still pondering how to repay his senior, nodded when he heard Carrion's words. "Of course." Carrion chuckled. "That's fine. Just having your word is enough." Blake still hasn't realized how valuable his favor will be in the future. But Carrion, being the savvy one, understands that something that could make two deities compete for it would not always be an inconspicuous mage guardian. Chapter 054. Promotion to Second Order Knight and Establishment of the Foundation. Although both deities belong to the Eight Gods Church, their arrival times were different. Bishop Newton, the craft bishop responsible for the production of holy water, was stationed at the church and arrived earlier due to its proximity. Meanwhile, Bishop Helena, the Lady of Fate, rushed in from outside the city, arriving a bit later but still as quickly as possible. After all, with the divine oracle issued, wasn't it disloyal not to come quickly? This incident was significant enough that even Elizabeth, who had been in seclusion, stopped her research and went out to welcome the two bishops into the reception room. Both sides dispatched regional bishops, who held equal status to Elizabeth in Blackstone City. Elizabeth, a frequent visitor to the Eight Gods Church, was not unfamiliar with the two regional bishops, and the three exchanged simple pleasantries in the reception room. "To be honest, I've been focused on other research lately and haven't kept up with the divine gifts," Elizabeth said. As the night messenger, she shared a sensory connection with her magical pet. However, Tiz had inexplicably gone out fishing, leaving Elizabeth unaware of the origin and nature of the divine gifts. Craft Bishop Newton chuckled. "Lady Elizabeth bears the responsibility of the entire Magic Academy, and her research is for the benefit of Blackstone City. It's only natural to be a bit neglectful." Bishop Helena remained silent, quietly sitting in her chair, her gaze fixed on the door as if pondering something. It seemed that all the Lady of Fate's priests had this demeanor, often lost in thought, occasionally speaking, somewhat withdrawn. What invention triggered the divine gifts this time? Elizabeth asked. Newton replied, "From the oracle, it seems to be something that could change the current plague situation." "In what aspect? Is it specific or universal?" Elizabeth inquired. "Universal." Although the oracle didn't describe in detail, the goddess seems to highly approve of this invention, Newton said. Specificity and universality essentially represent two directions in current stage inventions. Taking the plague as an example, if Blake developed a specific medicine solely effective against the current plague, it would be a specific invention targeting this outbreak. If Blake created a bird beak mask applicable to almost all plagues, it would be a universal invention. From the finished product standpoint, Blake's invention is undoubtedly universal. Suddenly, Helena, who had been silent, spoke up. "This is something that could influence the authority of the plague god." Elizabeth was taken aback. "Something that can shake a deity's authority." "Was created by my student?" "Not your student," Helena replied. At Helena's words, a handsome young man with black hair suddenly appeared in Elizabeth's mind. "Could it be Blake?" Elizabeth asked. As soon as she finished speaking, the reception room door opened, and Blake and Ellie entered, each carrying a stack of documents. "Your Excellencies, everything is here," Blake said, handing 2 copies of the documents to the bishops. "There's only one sample. Maybe you should discuss it?" Newton glanced at the design drawing and the finished product before waving his hand. "Let Helena have it. The production process isn't difficult. I can make one myself when I get back." Newton stood up and asked, "Sir, are you really not considering providing us with this design exclusively?" Blake shook his head. "Sorry, Your Excellency, I am a follower of the Lady of Fate." Newton nodded knowingly, though it's a bit regrettable, since you already have your faith. "I won't press the issue further. However, since you didn't provide exclusive blueprints, if someone uses your blueprints for production or modification, we can only offer you 3 of the profits." Blake was pleasantly surprised. He initially thought that without a signed exclusive contract, he wouldn't receive any royalties. He didn't expect this craft god to be quite generous and still offer him something. After considering it, Blake confirmed one thing. If he wanted to make money, there were plenty of ways. Moreover, in this world, gold coins couldn't buy everything. Many times, things related to extraordinary professions relied on bartering. which required strength and status as backing. Money wasn't omnipotent in this world. After thinking carefully, Blake suddenly had an idea. He said, if possible, could I use this profit to establish a foundation? A foundation? Newton was taken aback by this unfamiliar term. Blake explained in simple terms, it's an organization to manage this portion of the profit. This is indeed something our church can do, and we can have the goddess notarize the credibility, Newton said. Blake continued, I won't take a penny from this money, but I hope that on this day, every year, we can host an invention competition in the name of the craft of flame and the Lady of Fate. This competition won't restrict participants based on whether they are professionals or their identities. Anyone who brings forth an eye-catching invention can participate. All my funds will be provided to the winners of the competition. They can use this money freely, whether to improve their family situation or continue their invention endeavors. Newton's expression transformed from surprise to admiration, and finally to hesitation, while even Helena's eyes lit up. Clearly, both bishops realized that if this could be accomplished, it would be an excellent channel to promote their deities. Seeing the hesitation on Newton's face, Blake asked, Your Excellency, do you have any concerns? Newton replied, Your idea is indeed brilliant, but to attract more people to such a competition, relying solely on the profits from your single invention may not yield a large scale. Ellie, standing nearby, keenly noticed that Bishop Newton was using honorifics. Blake smiled. So you were worried about this? How about we make a bet? You establish the foundation first, and I'll cover all the expenses. After 6 months, we can evaluate the financial scale and determine whether to proceed. Newton shook his head. No, you've misunderstood my point. What I mean is, do you need me to help you bring in some inventors to collaborate on this? That way, the financial pressure will be much less. Blake similarly shook his head. I don't need other inventors. I'm enough on my own. The invention of this bird-beak doctor mask is just the beginning, not the end. What are you joking about? Would I lack inventions? Behind me is the entire world. After saying this, a gray light suddenly flickered around him, indicating the divine virtue bestowed by the goddess had arrived, directly elevating him to a second-order knight. At the same time, it seemed that the craft of flame also responded to Blake's declaration, and the orange-yellow radiance around him flashed and vanished. Double blessing. Chapter 055. Profiting immensely after seeing the blessing of the craft flame. Black confirmed that he had likely been exposed, compared to the straightforward and practical spiritual virtue granted to him by Lady Fate. The reward from the craft flame was quite intriguing. Black touched his right hand, and the divine patterns resembling a furnace appeared. Blessing of the craft flame. Your mind becomes extraordinarily clear, and all memories related to your past life and inventions are enhanced. Overall, Black recalled many details from his past life, such as the preparation method for penicillin, improvements in paper-making processes, and so on. This special blessing from the craft flame was indeed useful. Black wasn't someone with a poor memory. Many things for his past life had gradually faded with time. But with this blessing, he remembered a lot of knowledge, allowing for more inventions and creations. However, if one were to say it was useless, that could also be valid. This blessing didn't enhance Black's immediate combat power, nor did it necessarily increase his future combat potential. If one were to be honest, it might only elevate Black's reputation and status as an inventor-alchemist. However, seeing the suddenly respectful demeanor of the bishop across from him, Black felt that this blessing seemed quite good. At least for now, it seemed he wouldn't need to grind for reputation with the craft church. Newton stood up and deeply bowed to Black. I sincerely apologize. I was blind to your worth. Since you have received the blessing of our God, I have no further concerns. I will immediately attend to the organization upon my return. Rest assured that I will handle it with the utmost standards. It was hard to believe that a regional bishop would bow to a mage guard. Yet, no one present found it inappropriate. To the church, a divinely chosen individual was someone favored by the deity, and their status was comparable to that of a so-called saint or saintess. Forget about being respectful. If Black wanted, he could make Newton kneel and sing conquer. Ahem. It might be a bit difficult to kneel. After all, a regional bishop also had to maintain face. It would be easier to achieve with just the two of them. But Newton would likely not refuse the request to sing conquer. In any case, after confirming that Black had become the divine chosen, one of the craft flame, Newton's enthusiasm surged, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, he left the room. Helena, who had been silent, gradually returned to her senses and spoke. Lady Elizabeth, could you give us a private space? We have some important matters related to the divine to discuss. Elizabeth chuckled and said, Of course, of course. She then led the others out of the room, casually opening the soundproof barrier of the reception room. Caroline nudged Elizabeth with her bottom. I say, old lady, could you tone down your expression a bit? Your mouth is practically stretching to your ears. Are you already fantasizing about taking Black as your student? Elizabeth's expression turned serious. Go away, you little brat. If I don't discipline you for 3 days, I see you're trying to topple my mage tower. If you keep teasing me, be careful. I check your recent progress in spell learning. Caroline pouted. You old lady, threatening me again. How boring. By the way, what's the situation with that heart? Show me. Elizabeth sighed. It seems there are restrictions from the god of plague on it, so my research progress is very slow. Then I definitely need to see it. Come on, let me take a look, Caroline said as she leaned down, putting her arm around Elizabeth's shoulder and heading towards the top of the mage tower. Halfway there, she turned to Ellie and said, Little Ellie, please tell Black when he comes out that I've ordered 100 birdbeak masks. She handed Ellie a heavy pouch with 100 gold coins inside. Consider this my deposit. If I need more later, just let me know. Ellie nodded and watched as Caroline and her teacher left. Sister Jenny, did Black just earn 100 gold? Ellie turned to Jenny. Jenny blinked. Making masks has to cost something too. Black probably won't get that much. Ellie nodded. That makes sense. But why does senior sister Caroline need 100 masks all at once? In the reception room, Your Excellency, we don't need to go this far. Black said. In the room, Helena was kneeling devoutly before Black, her delicate and smooth hands grasping his left hand and gently placing it against her chest. Black could feel a soft and vigorous heartbeat. Hearing Black's words, Helena shook her head slightly. You are my future guide. Please give me orders again to direct the subsequent development. Black scratched his head, thinking, so she really sees me as a saint. He had no idea how the church operated or what they should do in the future, so he could only say, You can continue on your previous path. Helena's eyes brightened. So you mean we should follow the guidance of Lady Fate's wheel? Black cleared his throat a couple of times. He hadn't thought that much. Kind of. Helena nodded. I understand. She took a pendant off her neck and handed it to Black. This is the hourglass pendant. If you need to summon me, just turn the hourglass upside down, and I will arrive before the sand runs out. But this effect can only be used once a month. When meeting other followers of Fate, showing this pendant was equivalent to having a bishop-level presence. They would all listen to you. Black examined the hourglass and put it around his neck. He wasn't a stickler, since he had decided to be a follower of Lady Fate. It was only right to take some good things from her. Seeing Black put on the pendant, Helena displayed a satisfied smile. My lord, from now on, I will report to you weekly about recent developments. If you need anything, you can come directly to the Eight Gods Church to find me. All clergy and devout followers in the church are aware of your appearance and identity. Black smacked his lips, thinking, the goddess really gives face. I guess I'm walking sideways in the Church of Fate now. Black nodded and said, I understand. Helena stood up and gently pinned the emblem of the Church of Fate to Black's chest, softly saying, My lord, may I call you Helena from now on? Black was taken aback and nodded. Aren't we just going to call each other by our titles? You call me my lord, and I call you bishop? Helena didn't catch Black's dry humor and wave her hand. No, it's only right for me to address you as my lord. I can't bear being called that. Black scratched his head and said, All right then, I'll just call you Helena from now on. Helena smiled gently upon hearing Black's words. It's getting late, my lord. I should return. If you need anything, please feel free to come to the Church of Fate. Black nodded. I'll come if I need anything. After Helena respectfully bowed to him and slowly retreated, Black couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. The deities of this world seemed to wield more power than I imagined. Just one word from a deity turn a regional bishop into this? Chapter 056, Second Order Spiritual Knight, Fate Spirit. Roulette Helena stepped out, regaining the dignity of a regional bishop, and slightly nodded to Ellie before leaving the mage tower. No wonder she's a regional bishop. Her aura is truly powerful, Jenny murmured. Ellie replied, Perhaps it's like this for those who have held high positions for a long time. Just then, Blake came out and overheard the two women's conversation. He scratched his head and said, Does the bishop really have that kind of aura? Ellie saw Blake and asked, "Blake, have you been promoted to a second-order knight?" Blake nodded. "Thanks to the goddess's grace, I am now a second-order spiritual knight." Jenny shook her head. "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, who would believe that someone could so quickly fill their spiritual virtue? The God-given ones are really unreasonable. It makes one envious." Jenny pouted. "You must have gained the fate spirit skill." Blake looked at his panel and nodded. "It's definitely the fate spirit. Spiritual virtues differ from all other virtues. Their skills are related to the knight's own faith. For example, Sister Jenny has the most common virtues of the god of light and law, which allows her to release a radiant virtue to restore her various attributes. It is a very upright and effective skill, especially when paired with the loyal knight's effects, significantly enhancing the endurance of both the herald and the knight. However, the fate spirit is not a common choice, and the reason is simple. The skill granted by this spiritual virtue is quite reliant on luck. Fate spirit. Roulette. Summons a huge disc in front of the knight. Spins it to place a bet on fate. Depending on where the disc stops, the knight receives a 0x, 1x, 3x, 5x, or 10x bonus. Since you are the chosen God-given one of the goddess of fate, your roulette does not have 0x and 1x areas. The duration of the enhancement after spinning is related to the depth of the spiritual virtue. Current duration, 10 minutes. Blake laughed heartily. "I didn't expect that being a God-given one has such benefits." As a God-given one, Blake's roulette does not include the 0x and 1x areas, only having 3x, 5x, and 10x areas. This means that as long as Blake uses this skill, he will at least get a 3x increase. Powerful, no doubt. Of course, just like when he was a first-order knight, the goddess did not skimp on her rewards and granted Blake another skill. Fate Spirit. Roulette, Blake Exclusive Edition, summons a huge wheel in front of the enemy, using his spiritual virtue to judge them. Depending on where the disc finally stops, the enemy receives a 3x, 5x, or 10x status reduction. After spinning, the duration of the reduction is related to the person's faith. Anyone without the faith of the goddess of fate will face severe penalties. Although the descriptions are somewhat different, the general situation is similar. However, Blake's exclusive skill does not apply to himself, but is used directly against enemies, still simple and effective. The difference between the two skills is significant. He even feels he can surpass levels and kill enemies. Ellie tugged at Blake's clothes and said, "Blake, you should be mindful of your demeanor. It's a bit too arrogant." Blake rubbed his slightly sore apple cheeks and asked in confusion, "Is it? Then I'll tone it down a bit." 7 days later, 8 God's Church, Blake sat in the side chamber of the Fate Church's hall, his brow deeply furrowed. "Is the plague outside already that severe?" Blake murmured. Today was the day Helena reported news, and it was from her that Blake learned about the dire situation in the epidemic area for the first time. Helena knelt before Blake and said softly, "Although the 8 God's Church has mobilized almost all the priests, the death toll among the people is still spreading. For mass graves have already been dug outside, each containing thousands of dead. Are the priests and holy water ineffective?" Blake asked. Helena sighed. "It works when the priests are present and when the holy water is available, but once we rest or the supply of holy water is interrupted, the plague will spread. We suspect there are priests of the plague god in the epidemic area who have been causing trouble. We've already captured a few and are interrogating them in the dungeon." Blake was taken aback by Helena's words. He scratched his head and asked, "Have you investigated the source of the disease?" "The source of the disease? Why investigate that? Do you think someone is continuously poisoning?" "We can confirm," Helena replied, puzzled. Stop. Blake called for a halt, realizing where the problem lay. The medical knowledge in this world was still in its primitive stage, except for a few barefoot doctors who still used bloodletting and toxic treatments. The vast majority of patients relied on holy water and the kindness of priests for healing. Holy water and the priest's divine arts were simply too effective. They were so effective that they fundamentally obstructed the establishment of a medical system. After all, if drinking some holy water could cure an illness, who would be motivated to study medicine? There were indeed some who were motivated, but those who sought to study medicine were often those who had failed to obtain holy water, and the direct reason for failing to get holy water was a lack of money and status. Similarly, in this world, A lack of money and status meant no access to educational resources and a lack of culture. To establish a proper medical system in such an environment was akin to panning for gold in a pile of dung. Blake looked at the terrified Helena and found it hard to know where to start explaining how crucial the concept of disease sources was to infectious diseases. He could only ask in another way, is the beaked mask useful? At this, Helena's eyes lit up and her expression became slightly excited. The beaked mask is very effective, especially for the priests entering the epidemic area. They all sent back positive feedback. Originally, they needed to frequently apply protective toxins in the epidemic area, but now they only need to replace the filter at regular intervals to continue working there, saving spell slots that can be used to heal others, greatly improving treatment efficiency. Blake nodded at this response, but what he was pleased with was different from Helena. The effectiveness of the beaked mask indicated that this epidemic was most likely airborne. Blake thought for a moment and asked, were there any cases where the beaked mask was ineffective? Helena was taken aback and said, as expected of the Son of God, this did not escape your deduction. Indeed, there were some priests who wore the beaked mask but still got infected. However, these individuals were mostly those who did not frequently change filters and were not very clean to begin with. Their infections were unrelated to our beaked masks. Blake stroked his chin. Could this plague have other transmission routes? With the special abilities granted by the flame of craftsmanship, Blake quickly recalled a similar terrifying infectious disease from his memory. Helena, describe the symptoms of the patients to me in as much detail as possible. Chapter 057. The Black Death in another world in the early stages of the illness. There would only be a nosebleed and slight symptoms of a cold. Subsequently, nameless lumps would appear on the inner thighs and armpits, the lumps having no color and feeling somewhat like slime, initially soft. As time passed, the lumps would expand and harden, their surfaces turning red and even ulcerating, spreading throughout the body. I have seen lumps as large as an apple. Finally, dense black spots would appear all over the body. At this stage, it would be nearly impossible for the patient to be cured by holy water. Only the divine magic of a priest could save them, Helena said. Blake listened carefully to this and immediately associated it with the terrifying plague that had changed the course of human history. The plague, or rather, the Black Death. Blake muttered, what about the infection situation among professionals? Blake continued to ask, as this world had extraordinary powers. Most patients are ordinary people, but there are also many cases among professionals. However, due to their strong physical constitution, most professionals can hold on long enough to use holy water or receive treatment from a priest, Helena said. Blake shook his head. It seems that the Black Death in this other world is also quite extraordinary. It makes sense. The birth of this plague has the shadow of the plague god behind it. So how could it only target ordinary people? Are there any relapses? Blake asked. Helena nodded. There are among professionals, but almost none among ordinary people. Is it because ordinary people almost certainly die once they contract the disease? Blake asked. Helena silently nodded. In the face of such a high-level plague, whether ordinary people can survive depends entirely on luck. Blake asked again, are there any who have not relapsed since contracting the disease? Yes, there are 3. Helena looked up and said, we suspect they are followers of the plague god, so we brought them back. Blake frowned and stood up. Take me to see them. With his medical experience from his previous life, Blake understood that those who do not relapse after contracting the disease are the lucky ones who develop antibodies. Whether true followers of the plague god would contract the disease is debatable. These ignorant priests probably captured the wrong people. Helena stood up and led Blake towards the dungeon. It was Blake's first time in a dungeon. He had heard that Count Breeze also built a dungeon when he was in Breeze territory, but unfortunately, there were guards outside, and Blake had never been able to go inside. The dungeon of the 8 Gods Church was very large, but in terms of area, Blake felt that this dungeon must have completely hollowed out the church below. However, the dungeon was very quiet. There were not many people locked up, and the few seemed to be mentally tortured, most huddled in the corners of the dungeon. Upon seeing Blake's gaze, these prisoners would often turn away or even curl up, as if they had seen some terrifying villain. Blake shook his head lightly, thinking, the tormenting part still depends on the priests. They've scared people to this extent. Helena took Blake to the 2nd floor, where at the door, she nodded to 2 priests in pure white heavy armor. The two heavy-armored priests opened a narrow gap for one person to pass sideways, and Helena and Blake went through one after the other. Aren't priests supposed to cast spells? Why are there heavy-armored ones? Blake asked curiously. As everyone knows, the more armor one wears, the lower the success rate of casting spells, so mages typically only wear robes. Those two are holy knights, a third-tier class for knights, not priests, Helena explained. Blake nodded. That makes sense. Not everyone in the church is a priest. Helena continued. Priests are the most numerous, followed by knights, as these two professions are related to deities. In our branch in Blackstone City, we also train some rangers as holy scouts and some warriors as holy crusaders. As for other professions, they are quite rare and mostly external believers. For example, Lady Elizabeth is a devout follower of the Night Queen, goddess of darkness and secrets, and often helps our church with missions, Helena said. Blake nodded. Now he understood why Ellie could take on church missions. Speaking of which, I remembered something related to you from before, Helena said. Blake raised an eyebrow. Related to me? Tell me about it. Helena, like a gossip-loving older sister, complained. The task you accepted to go find Moonlight Moss was originally not meant for Sister Jasmine. She had already failed once, and the church did not plan to send her. Instead, they chose Sister Eve of the Night Queen. But somehow, these two little sisters seemed to have made a deal, and in the end, it was still Sister Jasmine who was sent out instead of Eve. It's fortunate that Jasmine encountered you. Otherwise, this little one would have failed twice in a row, which would have greatly affected her future promotion in the church. Helena shook her head. Blake stroked his chin. I see, this all connects now. Helena asked curiously. Connects what? Blake briefly explained the incident of Eve plotting against Jasmine to Helena. Helena shook her head. When has a sister of the Father of Light ever outsmarted a sister of the Night Queen? Jasmine is too easily deceived. Upon hearing Helena's words, Blake pondered. It seems that the Eight-God Church is not as united as it seems. He previously only knew that the Church of Fate always did its own thing, drifting on the fringes of the Eight Gods Church. He hadn't expected that the corresponding deities of light and darkness also did not get along. Light and darkness. That makes sense, Blake thought to himself. As the two chatted, they had already reached the deepest part. Here there were 3 crosses, with 3 children aged around 16 or 17 bound to them, 2 boys and 1 girl. Although their bodies and faces were covered in blood and injuries, it was not difficult to tell from their similar features that these 3 were likely blood relatives. Their bodies were filled with various wounds, their heads lowered, and the faint sound of their breathing indicated they were still alive. The oldest boy looked at Blake and Helena, gritting his teeth, and said, We are not spies. Helena wanted to say something, but Blake stopped her. We're not here to interrogate you today, Blake said as he drew his short sword. The older boy's gaze froze at the sight of Blake drawing his sword. Then he smiled in despair. So it's execution. I wondered why I hadn't seen you before. He raised his head to look at Blake, his hoarse voice saying, If I admit now that I am a spy for the Plague God, can you spare my brother and sister? Blake shook his head, his figure flashing as he swung the short sword. The older boy closed his eyes, ultimately not daring to witness his own death. But the next moment, what awaited him was not the sound of a head rolling, but rather the sound of metal clanging. Then he felt a sudden weightlessness. It seemed that the handcuffs on the cross had been severed. A pair of strong hands caught him, preventing him from falling. The older boy opened his eyes and saw the young man who had just drawn his sword looking at him with a kind expression. In the young man's arms was his little sister. You are innocent. You are safe, Blake said. For some reason, upon hearing these few short words from Blake, the older boy suddenly felt like crying. Chapter 058. The 3 brothers Carl. From the moment Blake was promoted to a 2nd-tier spiritual knight, he gained an implicit ability. This ability, when mentioned, is actually related to his 2nd-tier piracy skill. The description of the 2nd-tier piracy skill states that the damage to enemies mainly depends on their beliefs and the luck of Blake's turning wheel. In other words, once this skill is activated, there will be a judgment phase regarding the opponent's belief. Blake can use this phase to determine the opponent's belief inclination. Belief cannot be hidden. It is easy to judge. The belief inclinations of these 3 children are null, with only the oldest having a faint inclination towards the God of Light, which is likely to be negligible after this incident. Blake suddenly remembered something and pulled Helena aside, whispering, Aren't priests able to determine belief, inclination, using holy artifacts? Helena shook her head. Holy artifacts determine not belief, inclination, but belief concentration. These are not the same thing. The former identifies what you believe in, while the latter assesses how much divine favor you have. Blake nodded, recalling that he was an example of this. At that time, he had no belief inclination, and his spiritual virtue was frighteningly low, yet he was still detected by Jasmine's holy artifact. Additionally, we can only detect the belief concentration of the 8 gods. We do not have permission to check for other deities. Helena continued. Blake understood. Given the belief levels of these 3, it would be surprising if they could be detected by a holy artifact. He spoke. Help me prepare a quiet room. I need to talk to these 3 children. Helena nodded. I'll arrange that right away, but these 3... Blake interjected. I have tested them with a special method given by the goddess. These 3 are not offspring of evil gods. In fact, the eldest among them was once a follower of the Father of Light. Helena blinked and asked, there shouldn't be any followers of Lady Fate among them, right? Blake shook his head. At least not currently, but if handled properly, they will soon all be. Hearing Blake's words, Helena appeared somewhat invigorated, saying, I'll go arrange a room for them. Blake stood in place, contemplating the knowledge from his past life, while Helena encountered some obstacles. Don't come any closer, the oldest boy shouted, holding a metal, cone-shaped instrument of torture, looking warily at Helena. Helena halted, extending her hands and smiling. I mean no harm. Don't come any closer, the boy shouted again. Seeing this, Blake stepped forward, seized the weapon from the boy's hands, and flicked his forehead, saying, what are you trying to be a hero for? This is the headquarters of the 8 Gods Church. If you get us both killed here, you won't be able to escape, you know? If you want to protect your siblings, you can't show your fangs so easily. At least wait until we both turn our backs. Also, your grip on the weapon is wrong. Your arms don't have that much strength and shouldn't be holding it that far back. That will only increase your grip's physical exertion unnecessarily. You should hold it a bit further forward, understand? The boy nodded dumbly, looking bewildered. He had imagined countless scenarios, but never expected that this man, who looked about the same size as him, would teach him how to survive and kill. What's your name? Blake asked. Carl. My name is Carl. The boy replied. Blake nodded. Carl, your current task is to follow this sister out of the dungeon with your siblings. She will find you a quiet and comfortable room where you will be safe for the time being. In a while, a priest will come to treat your wounds. And what you need to do is to recuperate in the new room and be ready to escape at any moment. Do you understand? Blake's eyes locked onto Carl's. A flicker of confusion passed through Carl's gray eyes, but Blake's almost commanding tone clarified what he needed to do next. I understand, sir. Carl nodded slightly. Blake's mischievous side surged. Don't call me sir. Please call me Commander. I understand, Commander, Carl said. Blake shook his head, grasping Carl's shoulders, and shouted. The commander likes loud voices. Give me your loudest shout. Carl was startled by Blake's sudden roar, but his body reacted faster than his mind. He closed his eyes and shouted at the top of his lungs, yes. Commander. Blake smiled. Very good, Carl. I like your spirit. Always remember this spirit, understand? Yes. Carl shouted again. Remember what I said. Remember the hatred in your heart. Remember the safety of your siblings. Now follow this sister. Blake patted Carl's shoulder. Carl bowed towards Blake, but Blake stopped him. I don't like others bowing to me. I only like loud responses, Blake said. Yes. Carl shouted almost reflexively. He wasn't even aware of this issue. Blake waved his hand, letting them go first while he followed behind. In fact, those who have encountered sudden events know that in tense environments, some people's minds will freeze. In these particularly extreme situations, their thinking can stop entirely, and they can only accept the simplest commands. Blake had often encountered this situation during his time in the wilderness, so he was quite adept at dealing with such individuals. Helena, being a regional bishop with considerable authority, quickly arranged a quiet room for the 3 brothers. She personally cast spells to heal their injuries. During this, 2 older priests entered with clean clothes and toiletries. Blake and Helena stood outside the room, waiting for the 3 brothers to wash up. Helena curiously asked, Sir, aren't you going to let these 3 go directly? Let them go. We can't let them go. These 3 might even be the key to turning this plague around. Blake replied. Helena was surprised. Aren't these three just ordinary people? Blake pondered for a moment and said, they're ordinary people, but they're also special ordinary people. This actually involves a concept called vaccines. Vaccines? Antibodies? Helena asked, confused. Blake explained, it can't be summarized in just a few sentences. I'll explain it to you in detail later. You priests have relied too much on divine magic for healing patients over the years, and a real medical system has not been established at all. Hearing Blake's words, Helena suddenly recalled something. 7 days ago, after confirming Blake's status as a divine son, she had used her connections to thoroughly investigate Blake's past. Years ago, Blake had been recommended by Count Breeze to study the priesthood at the church. But because he had no spirituality at all, he had never even entered the church's doors and was almost marked as a heretic. However, the church's records had mentioned that Blake possessed an effective battlefield treatment technique that did not rely on divine magic, which was essentially wilderness first aid. Now that Blake mentioned the medical system again, it made Helena ponder. Could the so-called medical system be another form of divine magic? Chapter 059. The Elder Sister's Reverse Scale. What's your name, Carl? What about your siblings? Blake asked. In the room, the three little ones had already changed into new clothes, and their injuries had been healed by divine magic. Although the psychological trauma couldn't be erased in a short time, the feeling of being able to rest in a new place and having someone to take care of them made Carl feel a bit dazed. The young Carl didn't quite know how to face this strange officer before him. The boy's name is Leon, and the girl's name is Lena, Carl said. Blake quietly observed the two small children sitting on the bed. They looked to be around 13 or 14 years old, compared to the mature and steady older brother Carl. The eyes of these two little ones were more lively, filled with curiosity and gratitude as they looked at Blake. In their simple worldview, Blake, the sudden appearing strange big brother, was their savior. Are these two little ones twins? Blake asked curiously. Despite being a girl, Lena had short hair, and at a glance, the siblings looked almost identical. Yes, Carl nodded. Blake then asked, what about your parents? Carl's expression darkened as he replied, we are orphans. Helena spoke up. These three children are from the St. Mary S. orphanage outside the city, supported by the Church of Light. Blake raised an eyebrow. No wonder Carl still has a trace of the Father of Light's faith in him. Are there any other asymptomatic carriers like you in the orphanage? Blake asked. Asymptomatic carriers? Carl questioned, confused. Helena understood Blake's meaning and explained it refers to those who have been sick but recovered and won't get sick again, or those who never showed symptoms from the start. After hearing the explanation, Carl quickly shook his head. No, there aren't any. If there were, you would have captured them long ago. Blake nodded. Finding 3 asymptomatic carriers at the initial stage is enough. You 3 take good care of your health these days. Rest in this room for now. If you need anything, look for the priest with this emblem, Blake said, pointing to the wheel of fortune pinned on his chest. When the time comes, I will come to find you. Blake stood up and left the room directly. Helena followed behind. What should we do next? Blake replied, if we want to proceed to the next step, these 3 little ones must be healthy. Take good care of them these days and make sure they are well fed. By the way, remember to find a few people to watch over them. Don't let them really escape, Blake added. Helena then understood that Blake's intention was not to let the 3 go free, but to change their situation from hard confinement in the dungeon to soft detention. For the rest of the time, let's go to the plague area. I want to see the scene, Blake said. Helena nodded. I'll prepare the carriage right away. The regional bishop was quite efficient. Not long after, she arrived in a carriage with the emblem of Lady Fortune on it. Blake got into the carriage, and the 2 of them left the church. Wait, stop the carriage. Blake suddenly froze upon seeing the situation outside the church. Carry-On was at the church entrance, rampaging with her shadow magic pet, having already taken down 2 knights guarding the entrance. Hand over my family, Carry-On shouted, her hands continuously constructing a magical array. Those 3 children are suspected to be the minions of the plague god. They cannot be released for now, a middle-aged priest standing at the entrance said, Carry On. For the sake of your being a devout follower of the Father of Light, quickly stop your harmful spells. If you continue to be stubborn, the church will launch a defensive attack against you, the middle-aged priest said with a strong voice, a small sun emblem on his chest, indicating he was a priest of the god of light and law. Blake couldn't help but chuckle. It was the first time he had heard the term defensive attack. Carry-on's eyes were bloodshot, and she was radiating a dense, dark energy. Her shadow-like magic pet melded with her, further amplifying her energy. "Return my family to me," Carry-on shouted, her spell almost completed. Blake jumped out of the carriage and shouted, "Hold on, elder sister. Your family is safe with me." Blake's words froze the atmosphere at the scene. Carry-on's spell abruptly halted, and she suffered a backlash from the forced cessation, spitting out a mouthful of pus and blood. The priest confronting Carry-on was taken aback. He had never seen Blake before and asked in confusion, "Who are you? How do you know about those 3 spies?" This priest, like Carry-on, was also a third-tier official in the church, so it was normal for him not to recognize Blake. Helena stepped out of the carriage and said, "Priest Khan, this is our Lord Son of Fortune. Be mindful of your words and tone. As for the matter of those 3 children, it has been fully entrusted to our Church of Fortune. You may leave." Helena's tone was calm, but her authority was undiminished. Upon seeing Helena, the priest known as Khan acted like a fox with its tail tucked between its legs, awkwardly smiling. "So it's the Lord's Son and Bishop Helena. I was presumptuous. Since this matter has been fully taken over by the Church of Fortune, I will take my leave." He looked at Blake and respectfully bowed. "I just failed to recognize the Lord's Son. I apologize." He wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Helena. "All right, Priest Khan, this matter does not concern you anymore." Khan was cut off and dared not show displeasure, leaving reluctantly. Carry-on, panting heavily on the ground, spoke, "You brat, what are you doing here?" Blake waved his hand. "I felt something and came over early to save your family. Carl, Leon, and Lena are now resting in the Church of Fortune's room," Blake said. Carry-on's eyes widened at the familiar names. "You really saved them?" Blake nodded. "Blake never lie." She frowned. "But how did you know my identity?" Blake shrugged. "I don't know. It was all just coincidental. Why don't you go see them? It might comfort them. Those 3 little ones just came out of the dungeon and are probably still worried." Carry-on took a deep breath and looked at Helena, asking, "Is that okay?" Helena smiled and nodded, "Of course." Carry-on's eyes slightly reddened. Having grown up in St. Mary's orphanage, she regarded everything there as the softest part of her heart. Every child inside was her family, her untouchable reverse scale. Her initial inquiry to Blake about masks, and subsequently ordering 100, was all to help the St. Mary's orphanage outside the city. She hugged Blake and deeply kissed his forehead. "Thank you. Thank you, Blake. I don't know how to repay you. If you need anything from me, just let me know." Chapter 060, Live Vaccines Before this. Blake had no idea about senior sister Carry-on's situation. Carry-on's appearance also somewhat disrupted Blake's plans. After all, in Blake's eyes, those 3 orphans were actually excellent live vaccines. Once they were fed, blood would need to be drawn. Therefore, after Carry-on and the Cal brothers exchanged pleasantries, Blake straightforwardly asked senior sister Carry-on, "As the guardian of these 3 little ones, I have something to discuss with you." Carry-on nodded. "I was just about to ask you, when can they leave the church?" Blake did not pull Carry-on aside, but spoke directly in the room. "These 3 little ones are very special. They are asymptomatic carriers and are likely to have antibodies for this plague in their bodies." "Wait, let me clarify," Carry-on interrupted. "I can barely understand asymptomatic carriers. But what do you mean by antibodies?" Blake explained in simple terms. "These 3 little ones 1T get infected by the plague again because their bodies have produced a substance that can eliminate the plague, which is called antibodies." Carl, deep in thought, spoke up. "We 3 were actually among the first batch infected in the orphanage. After us, there have been at least 3 large-scale infections in the orphanage, and we 3 did not get sick again. I used to think it was just luck, but it seems it might be due to these antibodies." Carry-on was surprised. "You 3 been fine all this time?" Helena also chimed in. "The Light Church mistakenly captured these 3 little ones for this reason. They have not been infected and are seen as protected by the god of plague." Carry-on snorted. "I can't believe how decayed the Light Church has become. How can these little kids be minions of the god of plague?" Carl shrank his neck and, taking advantage of Carry-on being present, said, "Sister, I'm not a kid anymore. I'm already 18. Carry-on, still irked, patted Carl's head and said, "This isn't to your concern. Don't interrupt." Carl looked at Carry-on with a wronged expression, then glanced at Blake, thinking, "We're about the same age." Blake assessed the situation and continued, I have a method to create inactivated sample vaccines from the blood of these three little ones, which can save more people. As a mage, Carrion's comprehension was still sharp. Although she didn't fully understand what an inactivated sample vaccine was, she could grasp what Blake was saying. So, their blood can save more people? Carrion asked. Blake nodded. As long as the person's body is healthy and has been treated for the plague by divine magic, they can receive the vaccine. Once vaccinated successfully, they will be completely immune to the disease and will not relapse. Helena, being an experienced priest, caught on to Blake's implication. So, this vaccine can only provide protection and cannot cure? Blake nodded. Yes, curing still relies on the priest's divine magic. Helena nodded and remained silent. Carrion pondered. Could there be any danger? Blake shook his head. The only risk is anemia, which can be supplemented through diet and divine magic. Of course, if you're worried, you can come here to supervise at any time. The Church of Fate welcomes you any time, Helena added. Carrion nodded, feeling a bit more reassured about the Church of Fate. She then turned to Carl and the others. What about you three? What are your thoughts? The three little ones exchanged glances and remained silent. Carrion said, This big brother is my good friend. He won't force you. Blake nodded and smiled. Yes. Compassion. Although you are reluctant to let go of these three living vaccines, Carrion is right. After all, they're the children of a friend, and you cannot act rashly. Compassion attribute increased. The first to speak was Lena. Sister, our blood can save people, right? Carrion nodded. Yes. Then I can do it, Lena said. The little girl's eyes were clear and appeared very kind. Her biological brother, Leon, held Lena's hand and said, We can do it. But the condition is that we must first help the people in our orphanage. Blake nodded. St. Mary's Orphanage is now under the treatment jurisdiction of the Church of Fate, prioritizing divine magic treatment. And after the vaccine trial is successful, they will have priority in vaccination. While saying this, he kept holding the holy emblem of Lady Fate. This was a very common gesture to show one's determination. Carrion said, You are a second-tier knight. I believe in you. Knights, due to their virtuous energy, must constantly be aware of their words and actions, so generally, no one would suspect a knight of deceiving others. Carl hesitated for a moment and asked, Can I become an extraordinary professional? Blake scratched his head. You three can be guided and learn. But whether you can become professionals is not something I can guarantee. It depends on talent. If you don't believe me, ask your sister. Carrion understood Blake's meaning. Becoming an extraordinary professional depends on talent, and effort alone does not guarantee success. Blake is right. There's no 100% guarantee. However, Carl spoke up. Isn't there a kind of secret potion? Before Carl could finish, Blake directly interjected. You're not worth that price. There are at least 200,000 people near Blackstone City. Generally speaking, the probability of asymptomatic carriers appearing is 1 in 1,000, meaning that outside Blackstone City, there are at least 200 people like you without symptoms. You are not unique and do not warrant the price of a secret potion. Blake said, The market price for a first-tier secret potion starts at 1,000 gold coins, and since the formulas for these potions are held by various organizations, whether they circulate in the market depends on these organizations' face. The Eight Gods Church naturally has first-tier secret potions for priests, but as Blake said, while Carl is a valuable living vaccine, he is not valuable enough to warrant a secret potion. After all, this is a world with divine magic. And Blake believes that as long as he finds the source of infection, the plague situation can be greatly alleviated. The vaccine is merely his backup plan. Of course, as a newly appointed demigod, if Blake truly wanted a secret potion, Helena would definitely be able to provide it. But the problem is, Carl is the first batch of living vaccine providers. If he opens his mouth here, what will happen later? Should every batch of people be given a potion? The entire Eight Gods Church couldn't produce that many secret potions. Thus, Blake directly spoke to dissuade Carl's thoughts. If you don't want to do this, that's fine. We will arrange for someone to take you back to the orphanage. You can also make some reasonable requests as compensation for your confinement. Even though this matter wasn't done by our Church of Fate, Blake said, Justice. While people cannot be treated as commodities on a scale, everyone has a certain value assessment of others in their hearts. You rejected Carl's unreasonable request, and the justice attribute increased. Chapter 061, The Punisher. In the end, Carl decided to leave. The young man knew he lacked talent and hoped to use the blood extraction incident to find a way out and obtain a bottle of secret medicine. Unfortunately, he overestimated himself a bit. After being told this directly by Blake, he felt embarrassed to stay any longer and simply followed Caroline out of the church and back to the orphanage. In this world, 18 is still a conventional age. If one has not become a professional by 18, their life is basically over. Previously, when Ellie stole the secret medicine, it wasn't just to bring Blake to school. It was also to support him. Who would have thought that just a month later, Blake would directly rise to a second-tier knight, even surpassing her own rank as a mage? Who can make sense of that? This situation also reveals the depth of the old aristocratic Tulip family from the Northern Territory, as well as the character of Ellie's stepmother. This vicious woman actually used something worth thousands of gold to frame a common knight's retainer, clearly not caring about squandering her husband's money. "Sir, please have some tea." Helena poured a cup of black tea and handed it to Blake, pulling his thoughts back. After thanking her, Blake said, "Thank you for your hard work regarding the live vaccine, Sister Helena." Helena's hand trembled slightly as she didn't expect Blake to address her that way. The difference between using the term sister and not is significant between a servant and a friend. She set down the teacup and nodded slightly. "This is what I should do, my lord." Blake smiled. "You don't need to call me my lord anymore. It sounds a bit distant. Just call me Blake." Helena smiled as well. If her previous smiles held 8 parts respect for Lady Fortune, this smile was her first genuine smile towards Blake. "Good, Blake." Compassion. As the earthly agent personally appointed by this goddess, you have a good way of treating your subordinates. Poor Helena indeed falls for it, and she will be even more willing to give for you. Compassion attribute increased. Blake silently complained in his heart. This goddess is becoming less pretentious. But fortunately, we're on the same side, and none of the rewards are lacking. The carriage sped towards the plague area outside the city. Meanwhile, in the underground water prison of the Church of the Holy Light, a woman soaked in water with thorny patterns glowing with golden light pushed open the basement door. Granny Tansan, who had been waiting outside for 10 days, heard the noise and hurried downstairs with clean clothes to check. This is 49 thorny patterns of the Holy Light. The representative number of the God of Light and Law is 7, while 49 is the ultimate number of the Father of Light. When a priest transitions to a Punisher at the 3rd tier, sin patterns emerge on their body, with more patterns indicating greater potential. Jasmine took the towel and clothes from Granny Tansan and slowly and carefully wiped the residual cold water off her body before slowly putting on the nun's outfit. Granny Tansan was a meticulous person and had specifically brought the largest size of the nun's clothing. Due to her unique physique, Jasmine had to wear clothes 2 sizes larger than usual since her development began. "My clothing size." Granny Tansan still remembers. Jasmine said. Granny Tansan nodded slightly. "You kids from this batch were all raised by me. You are all my flesh and blood. How could I forget?" Jasmine smiled silently and walked up to hug Granny Tansan. "Granny, do you still remember things from my childhood?" Granny Tansan swallowed hard. I remember. I'm sorry. I'm just an ordinary 1st-tier priest. Not even a deacon. I don't have the ability." Jasmine interrupted Granny Tansan. "No need to say that, Granny Tansan. Let the past be the past." Jasmine asked, "How old are you this year?" 62. Granny Tansan replied. "It's about time to retire," Jasmine said. Granny Tansan responded, "In the convent, there's no concept of voluntary retirement." Jasmine tightened her hug around Granny Tansan. "But you don't have the chance anymore. If you weren't here waiting, if you hadn't seen me come out of the water prison with your own eyes, if you weren't clear on how many sin patterns I have, then you could continue being your priest and continue nurturing new girls." Jasmine chuckled lightly. "You're betting. You're betting that I would die in the water prison. You're betting that you could keep my corpse to maintain the image of a caring old nun. You're betting that those secrets would disappear with my death. But you guessed wrong." Jasmine said softly. "I not only completed the promotion trial, but I also have the highest level of sin patterns." Granny Tansan's expression suddenly relaxed, no longer wearing the previous hypocritical look nor the image of a wise elder. And she even lost the earlier caution. All her appearances were just an act. 10 days ago was an act, and 10 years ago was also an act. "I admit I misjudged you before, Jasmine. You and I are cut from the same cloth." Granny Tansan smiled. Jasmine snorted coldly. There are differences even among sinners. Don't flatter yourself. One last question. Where is Eve? Jasmine asked. Granny Tansan wanted to lie out of habit, but found herself unable to utter a single falsehood. A faint yellow magical pattern lit up beneath her feet. This was the second-tier divine spell, Domain of Honesty. Within this spell's range, everyone must tell the truth unless someone exceeds the spellcaster's level. In the plague area, Granny Tansan said. Jasmine patted Granny Tansan's head. Good girl. You say. Granny Tansan's hoarse voice spoke up. You say if my talent could allow me to become a third-tier priest. Would I also have 49 patterns if I transitioned to Punisher? Jasmine scoffed. Who knows? Think about it in your next life. After she finished speaking, her entire body emitted a faint golden light, and a tremendous force directly crushed Granny Tansan, suffocating her. Granny Tansan's body was completely crushed by Jasmine. This old priest who had dedicated over 30 years to nurturing young nuns ultimately left no whole corpse behind. Jasmine looked at the blood on her body, shook her head, and casually cast a cleaning spell to tidy herself up. Only then did she walk out. The Punisher is a very contradictory profession. It is both the spear that punishes others for their sins and the hook that cleanses one's own sins. 49 sin patterns only indicate that Jasmine, as a priest, is also a wicked person. As Jasmine stepped on the ground, she took a deep breath, slightly adjusted her expression and state, and her entire aura underwent a change, returning to the priest Jasmine that Blake had known before. No one knew which state of Jasmine, the one in the dungeon or the kind and silent one outside, was her true self. Perhaps even Jasmine herself did not know. Chapter 062. Heading to the epidemic zone in his previous life as a modern individual, Blake had actually experienced a plague that swept across the world. However, like the vast majority of Chinese people, he did not suffer too much during that time due to the strength of the national machinery. Aside from being unable to go outside, it wasn't too unbearable. Therefore, when Blake first arrived at the epidemic zone and witnessed such a tragic scene, he almost vomited. The area outside the city was like a hell on earth. People of all sizes lay haphazardly on the ground. Some had the privilege of being under a makeshift shelter, but most were simply lying on the ground with something underneath them. There was no spark of life in anyone's eyes, resembling walking corpses. In the face of such a natural disaster, humanity felt incredibly fragile. The air was thick with a complex stench, a mixture of blood, excrement, the smell of burst sores, and some indescribable strange odors. Even with a beaked mask on, Blake could still smell it. In fact, for a long time to come, Blake would remember this smell. There was a complete lack of public hygiene and no basic knowledge of epidemic prevention. To gather the majority of the sick together like this, even these priests could not eliminate the plague. For a moment, Blake even felt that it was intentional, because as long as these commoners died, the plague would come to an end. Perhaps, for some rulers, the deaths and injuries of commoners were indeed insignificant matters. Blake walked over to a mother. This mother was holding a newborn baby in her arms. The child had already died, judging by the condition of its skin. It had been dead for at least 3 days. Yet, the mother still held onto the child, murmuring, "Baby, be good, baby. Be good." She was completely unaware of Blake's presence. Blake squatted down, opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. He truly couldn't bear to shatter a mother's last illusion. Eventually, the mother noticed that someone was beside her, and she looked up at Blake's face. Through the beaked mask, she could only see Blake's gray eyes. "Death, the Grim Reaper has come. Don't come closer. Don't come closer." After a brief silence, the mother shouted, scrambling to her feet, one hand clutching the long-dead child, the other hand pushing against the ground as she struggled to back away. Blake was taken aback. The Grim Reaper? He hadn't expected that in a situation where most people wearing beaked masks were priests, this title would still fall upon the beaked doctor. Helena softly said, "Only those with sacred artifacts at their waists are doctors. Other practitioners are mostly involved in collecting the dead, so they are all called Grim Reapers. Sacred artifacts for priests are equivalent to staves for mages. They are the exclusive casting tools for priests." Helena's words reminded Blake that those helping in the epidemic zone were not only priests, but many other practitioners as well. Blake glanced at the terrified mother, pulled out a piece of white bread that was just enough for one person, and handed it over. The woman saw the bread Blake offered, swallowed hard, and without hesitation, snatched it from his hand. She quickly stuffed the bread into her mouth, chewed a few times, and then pushed it into the mouth of her child. "Be good. Baby, be good. If you eat, your stomach won't hurt," the woman said. Blake sighed and shook his head. The symptoms on this woman were indeed of the Black Death, but her child was not. It was evident from the emaciated bodies of both the mother and child that this newborn had actually died of starvation. In the face of the plague, what could kill humanity was far more than just the epidemic. Chaotic order, corrupt morals, conflict, and hunger. Resources are always limited, and struggles arise everywhere. When a plague occurs, one must pay attention not only to natural disasters, but also to man-made calamities. Blake sighed again and continued walking with Helena through the epidemic zone. The Eight Gods Church had divided the epidemic zones formed outside Blackstone City by area. Blake spent half an hour thoroughly walking through the area under the Church of Fate. He could visit other church areas, but without any authority to speak, he did not intend to observe them now. The situation in the Church of Fate's area was grim, but there was still hope. Whether it was due to powerful divine magic or the peculiar constitution of humans in this world, despite the poor living conditions, the commoners surprisingly remained quite resilient. Many were still clinging to life. This was the only piece of good news. During his observations, Blake caught 7 or 8 mice scurrying around the camp and stuffed them into a jar for bees, then followed Helena back to the temporary camp set up by the Church of Fate in this area. In the camp, there were equal numbers of priests and knights, along with a few other practitioners, though they were relatively rare. As followers of the Lady of Fate, they had learned about Blake, the Son of God, through divine oracles and word of mouth. Some shrewd priests, although unable to see Blake's face due to the beaked mask, could recognize him by his position next to Helena and his knightly attire, and they stepped forward to greet him. However, many others were still observing. The sudden appearance of Blake, the Son of God, did not garner unanimous acceptance. Currently, they were looking up to him mainly because of the goddess and Bishop Helena. Nevertheless, Blake still smiled and greeted those who approached him. Regardless of their intentions for greeting him, at least they were willing to give him some respect. And Blake definitely wanted to return the favor. They were all colleagues under the goddess's banner, and they might work together in the future. Helena led Blake into a tent. The people sitting inside stood up upon seeing the two. "Your Excellency, Bishop, Your Excellency, Son of God," one person spoke. Blake and Helena removed their beaked masks, and Helena introduced to Blake, "Sir, this is the person you are looking for." She pointed to a girl with brown wavy hair on the left and said, "This is our Church of Fate's only alchemist specializing in biological transmutation, Phoebe Dean." Phoebe had a classic European appearance, with a high nose and deep-set eyes. She had some freckle-like scars on her face, giving her a somewhat playful and cute look. Her hair was naturally curly, fluffy like a soft little bread. Her attire was not the usual white robe, but rather an apron made of a special rubber-like material, which occasionally shimmered, indicating that it was likely a magical piece of equipment. "Bishop, just call me Phoebe," she said, performing a ladylike curtsy. Blake had only seen this kind of curtsy performed by Ellie. It was a common etiquette among noble ladies. Although this girl did not share the surname of the 4 great families of the North, her habit indicated that she also came from a noble background. "As you instructed, I have already cleaned and sealed the entire room in advance. I will now follow your command," Phoebe said. Chapter 063. Start of research. Blake put on a pair of leather gloves and said, "I won't explain too much to you. Just observe the situation. Keep up if you can, and if not, just help out a bit." Phoebe nodded and replied, "I understand." Blake then turned to Helena and said, "Sister Helena, gather all the forces you can. This almost chaotic management cannot eradicate the epidemic. The first step is to surround the city to physically isolate our area." Although Helena didn't understand the need for physical isolation, she still followed Blake's orders. "I'll go find people," she said before turning to leave. Phoebe watched Blake instructing Helena and swallowed hard. It was the first time she had seen the usually mysterious and authoritative regional bishop take orders from someone. Blake placed the ceramic jar on the table and said to Phoebe, "Take out the mice inside and secure them." Phoebe nodded and began her work. The method of securing the mice was quite simple. She took out 2 small wooden boards, laid the mouse on its back, and clamped it down with the boards. Blake raised an eyebrow. Although Phoebe's tools were simple, her techniques and thought processes were remarkably similar to how they fixed lab mice. Helena's contacts were quite capable. Phoebe worked quickly, and in no time, she had secured 7.5 mice. The half mouse was indeed just the upper half of a body, which Blake had specifically picked up. Blake looked at Phoebe and said, "Go put on the bird beak mask." Phoebe nodded and put it on, looking at Blake and asking, "Sir, aren't you wearing one?" Blake shook his head. "The quality of the crystal is too poor. I can't see clearly with it." To minimize costs, Blake had used the lowest quality crystal for the bird beak masks, which limited visibility significantly. This was quite problematic for delicate operations. Blake first examined the half mouse. The cross-section of the body was smooth, with no obvious bite marks, likely cut by a sword or similar object. Inside the body, there were evident signs of parasitism, with numerous suspected insect eggs hatching. Blake used tweezers to carefully search. He hadn't seen the target animal. Was it because it was a corpse? Fleas are creatures that parasitize live hosts to suck blood. Once the host dies, they leave in search of fresh blood. It seemed that even in another world, these things were common. "Phoebe, do you recognize what these insect eggs are?" Blake asked as he picked one out. "Fleas," Phoebe replied instinctively. Blake felt a renewed respect for Phoebe and said quietly, "So it's them." Blake then looked at the live mice. Each one had at least 3 fleas on it. It could be said that these mice had basically been completely parasitized by fleas. Blake had randomly captured these mice from different locations. 4 of them showed symptoms similar to the Black Death, while the remaining 3 did not show symptoms yet, but it was likely only a matter of time. Seeing this, Blake shook his head. "These mice are everywhere. How could we possibly solve the plague? By the way, mice only have a certain level of resistance to the Black Death. They are not completely immune. Over time, they too will die from the plague. The true carriers of the Black Death are not the mice themselves, but the fleas on the mice. Fleas, having filled themselves with blood from the mice, jump onto humans after the mice die and continue to suck blood. During this process, the plague is transmitted through the flea's mouth parts into the human body, causing disease." Blake observed for a moment and confirmed this fact. Phoebe, who was watching carefully, suddenly spoke up. "This symptom is so similar to what humans experience." Blake nodded and said, "You should dissect the healthier mice and see what's going on inside." Bobo trapped a flea that jumped out with its small stomach and proudly showed it to Blake. Blake patted Bobo's head in encouragement. "Well done." He selected the flea inside Bobo's stomach and used a pirated roulette. Sure enough, the information provided by the skill was crucial. This flea had a faint aura of the plague god. Phoebe was quick. "Sir, I've finished the dissection. The internal decay symptoms." She stopped halfway. "Just like the deceased, right?" Blake interjected. Phoebe remained silent for a moment and said, "I made a mistake, sir. I shouldn't have dissected a human. Desecrating a corpse could lead to imprisonment in this era." However, contrary to Phoebe's expectations, Blake replied, "If it's an unclaimed corpse, then go ahead and dissect it. Consider it a contribution to medicine." Phoebe was taken aback, suddenly feeling that she had found a kindred spirit, and quickly said, "They were all unclaimed. I found them in the corpse pit." Blake looked at Phoebe and suddenly realized that he seemed to have found a true pioneer of local medicine. "Are you a practitioner?" Blake asked. He had not sensed even a hint of practitioner aura from Phoebe, but he still inquired. Phoebe shook her head. "Sir, I'm not a practitioner, but my alchemical skills in biology are quite." Seeing the girl eager to prove herself, Blake waved his hand and said, "You don't need to be nervous. I'm not planning to dismiss you. I was just asking casually. Rather than dismissing you, your performance has exceeded expectations, and I am very satisfied with you. Bravery. You acknowledge Phoebe's actions, which is indeed brave, but if your conversation gets out, it might cause some unrest. Bravery attribute increased." Blake nodded. This was the goddess hinting that some things should not be spoken of publicly. It seemed that discussing dissections was indeed still a bit shocking to the secular world. "Sir, what should I do next?" Phoebe asked. In fact, Blake could have handled the dissection of the mice and the search for fleas himself. Meeting with Phoebe today was essentially an interview, preparing for future live vaccine work. Originally, Blake had only hoped that Helena could find someone skilled with a knife. So Phoebe's performance had completely exceeded expectations. This left Blake in a bit of a dilemma. His planned teaching was rendered unnecessary. Phoebe had clearly devised an effective method for biological dissection on her own. After pondering for a moment, Blake said, "Next, research how to exterminate mice on a large scale." Phoebe nodded, understood. Outside, a commotion was heard, and Blake picked up Bobo and left the tent. Chapter 064. Some people are unhappy. Blake pushed aside the tent flap and stepped outside. The noisy voices outside gradually became clearer. "Why are you surrounding us? Let us out." "Yeah, let us out." The speaker was sick, but his tone was full of vigor. Despite not being a professional, he appeared robust beyond the average person. He waved a long wooden stick wrapped in something, reminding Blake of a stirring stick. This person's behavior was somewhat like that of a stirring stick, loudly discussing concepts of freedom and imprisonment in the church camp. Blake found it hard to listen any longer. He couldn't understand why the surrounding believers were doing nothing. He stepped forward and yelled, "Is your demand to leave?" The middle-aged man with the stick glanced at Blake and said, "Wrong. It's not about leaving, but about coming and going freely." Blake frowned. "Impossible. From now on, this area is under martial law. Only exit is allowed, no entry." "Only entry? No exit? What a big talk." The man sized Blake up and said, "Who are you? Go get your elders to talk." The few people around him who were following along laughed heartily. Blake observed carefully. Although these people also showed signs of illness, they looked robust, more like bandits than decent citizens. The surrounding priests did not speak up to support Blake. Clearly, they had their own thoughts rather than helping this divine child. After all, a deity is a deity, and a divine child is a divine child. The vast majority of people here would not obey Blake simply because of their reverence for the deity. In fact, if Helena had not witnessed the goddess bestow rewards on Blake so casually, she would not have listened to him either. The believers who only knew of Blake's identity through rumors or vague prophecies were even less likely to listen. Ultimately, it boiled down to the fact that Blake had no achievements, neither in killing enemies nor in accomplishing tasks. In the eyes of others, he was like a second-generation heir. Although there was a deity behind him, he had no real abilities and wasn't even qualified for a solo fight. The most basic respect they showed Blake was already their limit. Faced with the mockery of the stirring stick, Blake had no intention of explaining. Having been influenced by the internet in his past life, he understood that if he started explaining now, he would fall into the rhythm of the other side. Without Helena, Blake could not expect the surrounding believers to listen to him. In this situation, he had to use unconventional methods to break the deadlock. A simple thought. What were these people here for? To cause trouble. What is the main purpose of causing trouble? To stop my siege plan. Why would they want to stop the siege plan? This is the wasteland outside Blackstone City, where people have come to escape the plague. Here, there is neither a question of ownership nor family separation. They can't be opposing the siege just because it affects their freedom, right? This isn't America. Commoners don't really have any freedom. If they truly wanted freedom, they should have stormed Blackstone City at the first opportunity. Moreover, ordinary commoners might not even be able to afford food right now. So, there is only one possibility. The siege action affected the rats' movements, thereby impacting the spread of the plague. As for evidence, Blake looked at the middle-aged man, and the wheel of fate activated. Suddenly, a dark green glow emanated from this man, along with an irregular circular mark that looked like a boil. Sure enough, this man is a lackey of the plague god. Blake thought, I guess his cultivation aura is also concealed through some special method. The wheel of fate did not retract, but continued to spin. The pointer spun rapidly on the wheel, finally landing in the smallest area. Tenfold weakening. The troublemaking middle-aged man suddenly felt extremely weak. He looked at Blake and shouted, "Murder! This person is going to kill." Blake chuckled lightly, and a massive wheel of fate appeared behind him, spinning and finally stopping at 3. Threefold amplification. Blake's ring of humility also activated, absorbing the man's life force. The man was still howling in pain, and the priests watching from the side began to grow wary. Although the others could not see Blake's skill effects, anyone with a discerning eye could tell he was about to take action. After the amplification, Blake's speed was incredibly fast. In an instant, he sliced off the arm of the stirring stick. The stirring stick knelt on the ground, wailing loudly about his injustice. However, the dark green, Plague-ridden blood flowing from his body had already exposed his identity. "This man is a lackey of the plague god," someone in the crowd shouted. Blake yelled, "The ones causing trouble here are all unclean. Don't let a single one escape." Yes, the originally passive fate believers began to take action. These lackeys of the plague god were all accomplishments. There was no way to let them go. The man whose arm Blake had just severed knelt on the ground. His eyes filled with resentment as he looked at Blake. He had almost succeeded, just a little more. If this dragged on, these church fools would eventually be dragged down by us. Why? Why did someone propose the idea of a closed area? The rat swarm. It must circulate. This man had actually wanted to dodge Blake's sword earlier, but after being weakened tenfold as a Tier 3 priest, he could not evade Blake's blade at all. He could only watch helplessly as Blake sliced through his arm. He looked at Blake, and with his remaining hand, he dipped it in the plague-infested blood and smeared it on his face and chest. Oof. Ha! Bathe in the terror of the plague god. His body had not fully distorted yet, but Blake directly severed his head with a sword. What seemed to be the beginning of a second phase for the stirring stick ended with his body being split apart, the second phase dying in the womb. Blake scratched his ear and said in a language only he could understand, "Do you really think this is a game? Boss transforming into a second phase and going straight into a CG without letting you move? You take so long to transform, yet you don't sneakily do it. Afraid others won't realize you're about to sacrifice yourself, right?" Blake shook his head. Those who spread the plague really aren't very bright. The remaining few troublemakers were all subdued. These believers in the camp had all sorts of professions, and their methods of control were diverse. Seeing Blake's amusement, these people did not refute during their resistance. Some even planned to go down in a blaze of glory with suicidal attacks, further confirming Blake's words. These people were all lackeys of the plague god. Seeing the matter resolved, Blake shook his head. He looked at Phoebe, who had peeked out from the tent to observe, and waved to the little girl. Phoebe hurried over and asked, "Sir, what is your command?" Blake curiously asked, "Why did no one step in to stop the trouble just now?" Chapter 065. Dispelling the rats, Phoebe quietly pointed to the middle-aged priest guarding the criminals and said, "This is Pastor Rondo, who has been the head of this camp. In fact, there have been a few disturbances recently, all of which have been handled by Pastor Rondo. He dealt with them promptly and efficiently." Blake looked in the direction Phoebe was pointing. He had a vague impression of the slightly balding middle-aged Pastor Rondo. Just before he stepped out of his tent, Rondo had been positioned quite prominently. However, once Blake spoke, the man stepped aside. Rondo noticed Blake's gaze, turned his head, and smiled, giving Blake a slight nod. Blake had seen too many of these fake smiles in his past life, and combined with Phoebe's words, it was not hard to conclude that the head of the camp did not have a good opinion of Blake. It wasn't that no one was handling the disturbances. Rather, under Pastor Rondo's guidance, they were deliberately waiting for Blake to come out and deal with it. This was all a setup by Rondo for Blake. One could imagine that if Blake failed to handle the situation in a timely manner, regardless of whether Rondo took over afterward, Blake's reputation among the followers would decline. If Blake took over and messed it up, and then Rondo handled it, Blake's reputation would surely plummet. The point remains, unwavering faith in the divine would not benefit Blake. After this incident, Blake understood. His identity as a divine son might not bring him much convenience. In fact, it could create many enemies. Those mid-level and high-level members of the Fate Church would not look kindly on Blake, especially since he, as a divinely appointed figure, was essentially cutting into their power. The Church's resources were finite, and with the emergence of another divine son, the resources available to the original mid-level and high-level members would naturally decrease. Blake sighed softly. Being a divine son isn't that easy. Phoebe whispered, "My lord, if there's nothing else. Can I continue my research?" Blake nodded. "Go ahead." A commotion arose outside the camp. It was Helena returning with her group. She approached Blake and said, "My lord, I have led the mages to raise a 3-meter earthen wall in our area." Blake nodded, internally marveling at how useful mages were. "Thank you for your hard work." The priests from other areas didn't object, right? Helena shook her head. It's a divided management. Not only did they not object, but they also thought it was a good idea. "What shall we do next?" Helena asked. Blake replied, "Exterminate the rats." Blake led Helena into the tent. Pointing to the rat samples on the table, The source of this plague is the fleas on the rats. The fleas are too small to clean up easily, so we need to address the rat problem first. Helena asked curiously, so it's the fleas and the rats? Blake said, I've confirmed that those fleas carry the aura of the plague god. Moreover, the ruffians causing disturbances outside also indicate this matter. Once we sealed off the area, they panicked. Helena nodded, exclaiming, your camp's detection abilities are truly convenient. Speaking of this, Blake curiously asked, why can't you priests discern the divine inclinations of others? You can only see the concentration of the divine. Helena sighed lightly. This is a customary rule among the divine. When we priests do not know anyone's faith inclination, we can treat everyone equally, seeing each person as a child of the divine. If we knew their faith inclinations, then each would manage their own followers, and conflicts could arise over faith. She continued, the divine needs faith, just as we need the divine. If we could see everyone's divine inclinations, everyone would inevitably fight over faith issues. Two people of different beliefs could never come together, and the world would fall into endless wars, resulting in a lose-lose situation. Blake raised an eyebrow. He had considered some reasons, but hadn't expected the truth to be like this. But he quickly realized that this world was different from his previous life. There were indeed divine beings, and they were very active. Even in his past life, where divine responses were rare, people could still go mad over faith, let alone in this world. Religious wars would certainly not cease. At least for now. No one was making it public. In fact, even with this, wars still existed. Helena said lightly, the Lionheart Duchy is somewhat united because of the Eight Gods Church, but external threats have always been present. For example, the plague god this time? Blake asked, is that right? Helena nodded. Blake said, by the way, I feel there's something off about those followers of the plague god. What do you mean? Helena asked curiously. Blake explained, they seem a bit too impulsive. Why do you say that? Helena inquired further. Blake replied, from any perspective, causing a disturbance here would result in being captured by the priests. Helena nodded, yes. So I suspect they did it on purpose, Blake said. Purposely getting caught, then waiting for the right moment to self-destruct, unleashing a deadly disease in the priest camp and taking away a large number of priests. This, Helena was somewhat surprised. Blake shrugged, of course. This is just my speculation. It may not be entirely accurate. Hearing Blake's words, Helena asked again, did you come up with this? Blake nodded, asking yes. Why do you ask? Helena said, the divine bestowers of the Lady of Fate have some ability to sense the future. If you're feeling this way, then it certainly warrants attention. Blake was taken aback. He suddenly remembered that someone had mentioned before that those from the Fate Church were a bit mystical. Overall, I feel something's off. We can catch the ruffians of the plague god again. Once we execute our plan to eliminate the plague, other lurking ruffians will surely react. This isn't very safe. We should deal with it, Blake stated. Helena nodded and went out to call for people to handle the matter. Blake sat in the tent, contemplating the issue of rodent extermination. Outside the priest camp, temporary storage for corpses. You all have worked hard. Go ahead and do whatever you need to do with these people, Rondo said. The other followers who had helped escort the people nodded and left. Rondo took out a leaf from his pocket, smelled it, lit it with magic, and stuffed it into his mouth. Two long streams of white smoke erupted from his nostrils, the acrid burning smell alleviating the stench of the corpses here. This was a temporary storage place for the corpses. Once enough were collected, they would be sent to the mass grave. After receiving the order from Bishop Helena for a swift execution, Rondo did not act immediately, but, after his nose stopped emitting smoke, said, I'll give you a chance to live. Those who confess will survive. Those who do not will die immediately. He turned over his holy artifact, an hourglass, and said, you have 1 hourglass of time to think. I'll only spare one. Chapter 66, Progress Soars I. I'm coming. Let me in. Rondo smiled as he watched the crowd scramble for the spots. That's more like it. He relished the feeling of controlling life and death. In his own parish, people would quietly die in the alleys from time to time. The deaths of these individuals were strikingly similar, all showing signs of having been tortured in life. Many sought refuge in Rondo's church to pray, and curiously, those who prayed regularly would not inexplicably die in the alleys. Everyone attributed this to the divine, but in reality, it was all orchestrated by Rondo himself. Gods never waste their gaze on ordinary people. You're the same as I am, Rondo thought, shaking his head. Despite the goddess and Blake chatting enthusiastically through external means, the goddess had always taken a hands-off approach to her followers. Take the matter of Blake becoming a chosen one, for instance. Fanatical believers could hear slightly clearer divine revelations, while devout believers only heard vague ones. Ordinary believers and casual followers had to rely on snippets of conversation from others to even know of Blake's existence. The goddess couldn't be bothered to inform these people. The treatment of Blake and ordinary believers was worlds apart. But my devotion is as vast as the heavens, Rondo thought. He then said aloud, "The first to lick my feet shall live." As soon as he finished speaking, a person covered in sores and disfigured crawled to Rondo's feet, rubbing his pus-dripping skin against Rondo's foot, kissing the top of it. Rondo felt a wave of disgust and kicked the person into the pile of corpses with great force, even subconsciously amplifying his strength with divine magic. He caved in the person's skull, leaving him dead among the bodies. He then grabbed the one-handed hammer hanging at his waist, glowing with a gray holy light, and began to smash the others to death one by one, leaving only a young man trembling in the corner. This young man showed the least symptoms and appeared to have no visible issues. He closed his eyes and waited for a while. Upon realizing Rondo's hammer hadn't come down, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. My lord, whatever you wish to know, please ask." Rondo was pleased with the young man's attitude and nodded slightly, saying, "Start from the beginning and tell me everything you know." That foolish woman Helena had already captured 3 spies from the Church of Light to interrogate, yet she was still not anxious. Rondo thought, "This spy delivered to us, and you want to kill him? Isn't that a waste? I wonder how such a foolish person became a regional bishop. Is it just because of her high strength? Once I extract the information from this guy and present it to the goddess, receiving her reward, I can surely be promoted to the 4th tier. At that time, I must be transferred back to Blackstone City. While the countryside is free, it can't compare to the prosperity of Blackstone City." And that suddenly emerged chosen one. I really see the goddess as. Forget it, the goddess must be great. It must be that chosen one who used some means to confuse her. Rondo's mind was racing with thoughts, listening to the words of the plague god's lackey, while planning his future promotions and wealth. Completely unaware that the seemingly symptomless young man was crawling out a large number of brownish-red worms from his pant legs, blending into the ground, and quickly crawling onto Rondo. 7 days later, the area behind the high walls officially entered a militarized management phase. Under the leadership of Blake and Helena, a major cleanup began. The task of exterminating the rats ultimately relied on professionals. Whether it was the rangers' beast taming and intimidation skills, or the mages using magical tricks to simulate the scent of powerful monster feces. These were all effective little techniques for driving away rats. In any case, everyone showcased their skills, and they managed to deal with most of the rats. Phoebe couldn't create a biological agent to repel rats in a short time, but under Blake's suggestion, she did make a batch of mouse traps, and they worked quite well. Blake had also been busy during this time. He was overseeing the transformation and cleaning plans in the area while educating the refugees. The transformation and cleaning plan sounded simple, but implementing it was a bit tricky. However, with the help of the Church of Fate, it was smoothly carried out. Now the area where the Church of Fate was located was divided into 4 parts. The first part was the public health area, a gathering place for everyone. But only those who were clean and asymptomatic could stay there. The second area was the isolation zone, where the sick were treated. Any other area that discovered symptoms would be immediately transferred. The third area was the middle zone, which served as a buffer between the public health area and the isolation zone. A mage who could spray water was stationed there for sanitation, and 2 priests trained by Blake handled plague identification. The last area was the processing zone, a public toilet where everyone could relieve themselves. Due to the tight schedule, it was built quite simply, but it was better than the previous situation of people relieving themselves anywhere. With this area, the sanitary conditions of the other areas improved significantly. As for the corpses, Blake specifically recruited several burly commoners to form a corpse disposal team. These individuals donned beaked masks and black robes to assist professionals in locating and tossing bodies into the mass grave. They were paid for this. Regarding education, The focus was mainly on popularizing knowledge and gratitude among the refugees. Blake composed a light-hearted poem, Black Rats Scurry, the plague god arrives. Cleanliness is also vital. The fate blesses me to drive away disasters. Remember the adage and don't forget. This became something all the refugees would often recite. While telling the refugees that the source of the plague was the rats, he also reminded them that it was the gods who were helping them. The effect was immediate. Now, whenever a rat appeared in the entire area, everyone would join in to exterminate it. On ordinary days, priests would also conduct promotions, regardless of whether these refugees had previous beliefs or whose beliefs they followed. In any case, after Blake's series of actions, about 70 to 80% of the people in the area became followers of Lady Fate. Blake's spiritual virtues had overflowed in these past few days, clearly indicating the goddess's satisfaction. As for the livelihood aspect, he brought Elira over. Elira, as the representative of the future Lord of Breeze, distributed porridge in the area, ensuring that the refugees could fill their stomachs while Elira harvested prestige. Now, these refugees who had been forced to leave their homes and gather on the outskirts of Blackstone City were aware of the kindness of Breeze, and many were considering going to Breeze directly after the plague ended. Everything seemed to be developing in a positive direction. Chapter 067. Boom. Blake, are you there? Outside the tent, Ellie poked her head in. Blake looked at the little girl, emptied the scraps in his hand into Bobo's mouth, and stopped what he was doing. Have you finished the porridge? Blake asked. Ellie sat beside Blake, resting her head against his waist, and said, I'm done. I'm so tired. Blake patted Bobo's little belly, and Bobo blew out 2 bubbles, looking satisfied. The slime's devouring ability was truly incredible. Bobo could almost swallow all the experimental waste, and due to its simple structure, it wouldn't get poisoned, making it a great assistant for Blake's experiments. How's your experiment going? Ellie asked curiously. Blake shook his head. Not so good. It feels like something's missing. Over the past couple of days, as things calmed down, Blake started researching vaccines. But this small vaccine had given Blake a significant blow. He searched through all the knowledge about vaccines in his mind and made several attempts with the current conditions. But not only did he not see any golden light, he didn't even see a fleeting spark. At first, Blake thought it was the flame of craftsmanship that looked down on the invention of the vaccine, which was why it didn't shine. It wasn't until he conducted live experiments on mice and failed that Blake truly realized that there seemed to be a problem with his vaccine. He and Phoebe had been researching for a long time without any results. It was the first obstacle he encountered since crossing over, which made him a bit frustrated. Seeing Blake's serious expression, Ellie patted his back. You can't rush things. You're doing great already. I've been to other areas, and they're still in a state of suffering. We have very few people getting sick here now. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, Blake. Ellie hugged Blake's arm. Phoebe was out doing something else, and Night Jenny was guarding the door, so there were only the 2 of them in the tent. Blake pulled Ellie into an embrace, resting his chin on her head and sighed. It's just a bit frustrating. Ellie gently rubbed Blake's hand and said, Father wrote back to me. Since Ellie followed Blake's advice and came to the epidemic area to distribute porridge, she had written a letter back to Breezy Territory. Blake asked curiously, how is Breezy Territory now? Ellie replied, Father said in the letter that Breezy Territory hasn't encountered the plague for now, but he will make preparations in advance. Blackstone City is the core of the north, and there is quite a distance between it and Breezy Territory, which was established in the wilderness. Even on horseback, it takes 2 days to travel. The fatality rate of this plague is too high. It's reasonable that it hasn't spread there, Blake said, clicking his tongue. But after all, this plague was caused by the plague god. It's hard to say they won't pay attention to Breezy Territory. It's better to be cautious. Ellie spoke up. Father said he would consider your suggestion. Blake snorted. Generally, when those in power say this, it means they won't consider it. But Breezy Territory is so remote, being a newly developed area. It shouldn't attract the plague god, right? I think the Tulip family and the Flame family should be more vigilant. Ellie murmured. You can't say that. Early prevention is the right path, Blake said, pinching Ellie's little belly. Have you lost weight recently? Ellie chuckled. I've been a bit tired lately, so I've lost some weight. I want to eat the food you make. Ellie smiled. Blake rubbed Ellie's belly and said, I'll make it once this busy period is over. What do you want to eat? Meat, Ellie said. Bobo chimed in. Ellie hugged Bobo, enjoying the cool touch. Do you want to eat meat too? Boo. Bobo nodded. By the way, my father also sent me 300 gold coins to buy food, Ellie said. Blake nodded. How much have you spent on the porridge so far? Only a few dozen gold coins. The porridge hasn't cost much, Ellie replied. Blake was puzzled. Has the price of grain not gone up? Ellie said, it has gone up a little, but it's still within an acceptable range. Blake nodded. It seems Duke Blackstone is doing well. He has managed to stabilize the grain prices. Ellie agreed. Duke Blackstone's control over the North is unquestionable. All the merchants have to look to him. In this world, due to the existence of extraordinary professions, everything is still resolved by force. It's almost impossible for merchants to balance the lords, which has reduced a lot of opportunistic profiteering. Phoebe rushed over from outside, slightly stunned when she saw Knight Jenny at the door. My lord is with. Jenny nodded, that's right. Phoebe scratched her head. I have something quite important to report. Jenny nodded, no problem. She cleared her throat and coughed twice. Phoebe has something important to report. Blake and Ellie instantly separated. And Blake cleared his throat. Phoebe, come in. Phoebe peeked her head through the tense gap, and upon seeing the two sitting upright together, she quietly sighed in relief. Earlier, when Ellie came to find Blake, she didn't know Phoebe was present, which had caused a bit of a funny situation. My lord, I've found the traces of the mice. Phoebe said. Blake was taken aback. You found them? Phoebe smiled. Under your guidance. My mouse control potion was a great success, and with this thing, I successfully found their base. The recent cleanup made Blake realize one thing. The mice could not be completely exterminated. The entire underground of Blackstone City seemed to be completely overrun by mice, with mice occasionally popping up. Currently, the epidemic area had to deal with hundreds of mice every day. This was definitely abnormal, so Blake, who was having trouble with the vaccine, decided to let Phoebe return to her old profession and research biological agents. He hoped this could be a breakthrough to find the real mouse nest. To his surprise, Phoebe actually found it. Blake's expression was excited. These mice have the aura of the plague god on them. Their base must be a den of poison. Since the vaccine production has failed, it's not bad to go eliminate the den and look for clues. Let's prepare. We'll set off tomorrow, Blake said. Everyone nodded and began to prepare. Blake also stretched and planned to go out and take a look at the situation in the epidemic area. But the moment he stepped out of the tent, bang! A huge explosion suddenly rang in his ears. Blake's expression tightened as he saw the poisonous clouds appearing in the epidemic area. What happened? Chapter 068. The 100-armed giant, plague evil thought beast. The plague god has made a move? Blake was filled with uncertainty as he hurried towards the center of the explosion. The area affected by the plague was nearly back to normal, thanks to his efforts, and he didn't want anyone to ruin it. Faster than him were Helena and 2 other bishops. Everyone had witnessed the changes in the Fate Church region over the past couple of days, and it was only natural for the other bishops to be envious and come for advice. After obtaining Blake's consent, Helena began to offer suggestions to the other churches. The first to arrive were the bishops of the Flame of Craft and the Mother of Life, God of Life and Abundance. Due to her bird-beaked mask, Helena was somewhat familiar with Newton, the bishop of the Flame of Craft. As for the Mother of Life, this church was purely devoted and never sought anything in return, so it had good relations with everyone. However, now the faces of the 3 bishops were serious. Before them was a massive monster exuding a strong plague aura. 100-armed giant. Blake was taken aback. The monster before him stood over 10 meters tall, and even with his head tilted back, it was hard to see its true head. It was not composed of a single person. On the contrary, it was covered with countless people. More specifically, all were dead. Some of these corpses were unarmed. Some held rusty weapons, while others clutched parts of other bodies, like a sturdy thigh or a head. Their mouths opened, unconsciously releasing wails while simultaneously spewing out dark green mist. The overall appearance resembled the 100-armed giant from the mythological stories Blake had seen in his past life. The 3 bishops moved quickly. Helena drew her ritual longsword to attack. Newton pulled out a huge tower shield from somewhere to protect himself. And Enya, the bishop of the Life Church, held a holy artifact in one hand and a wand in the other to cast spells. At first glance, it seemed like a classic trio of warrior, mage, and priest, but in reality, all 3 were priests just with different focuses after their first class change. Newton had transitioned to a holy guardian, a defensive class. Helena was a battle mage apostle, akin to a magic swordsman in warrior classes. A balanced profession that combined martial and magical prowess. Enya was a divine scholar, a class that Jasmine could have transitioned to, but didn't. It was a purely powerful spellcaster and more fundamentalist in nature. All three were at Tier 5. Although their coordination was somewhat clumsy, they quickly adjusted and began to attack the monster's legs. There was no other way. The monster was simply too large, making it difficult to reach its core area. Seeing this, Blake quietly joined the battle. If Blake were a conventional knight, he definitely wouldn't take the lead. After all, he was only Tier 4. This 100-armed giant could easily swat him down with just a few arms. But unfortunately for the monster, Blake was an unconventional knight. His 2 pirated skills had no tier restrictions. As long as he could survive, he would dare to absorb even the world-destroying Demon King. In the blink of an eye, Blake activated his skills. The Wheel of Fate appeared before the monster and began to spin, originally stopping at a 5-fold decrease. Unfortunately, the tier gap between Blake and the monster was too great, and the pointer was forcibly pulled down to the 3-fold area. Blake suffered some backlash as a result, spitting out a mouthful of old blood and nearly unable to recover. Damn, that was a bit too cocky. Blake wiped the corner of his mouth, and the pirated ring of humility rippled out. The moment it connected with the 100-armed giant, a rich vitality transferred from it to Blake. Another mouthful of old blood was spat out. Damn it, this time it wasn't from injury. It was from being overwhelmed with vitality. Blake felt as if he was about to burst from the life force within him. He could only release his ring of humility to distribute the excess vitality to everyone around him. Yes, everyone. It was impossible to simply share it with the 3 priests. There was still too much vitality in him. The 100-armed giant's attention was drawn to Blake. As previously mentioned, Blake's pirated skills were incredibly hate-attracting. This skill was like a leech, clinging to you and continuously draining your life force. It was hard not to notice. The 3 battle-hardened bishops also realized this issue. Newton's tower shield glimmered with golden light. You foolish Hulk, look at your grandpa's treasure. He released a taunt skill, pulling the aggro back to himself. The 100-armed giant raised its longest arm, wrapped around countless corpses, and struck down. Enya cast a spell on Newton, causing him to grow slightly larger, and he raised his shield high. A faint golden, semicircular ripple appeared on the ground. The giant's first serious attack hit this ripple, producing a series of thuds, and countless corpses were sent flying. These corpses twitched a couple of times on the ground before getting up and beginning to attack others indiscriminately. Blake was the first to notice this issue and charged forward with his sword. For the sake of heroic virtue, charge! Blake shouted. Jenny slapped her forehead upon hearing Blake's words. You shouldn't say such things. However, she was also ready, prepared to protect Ellie at all times. Ellie drew her staff and began to eliminate the reanimated corpses. The professionals who had been in the camp also gathered to help clear out the scattered undead. If the giant couldn't reach them, they could still deal with the smaller corpses, right? Helena, in the moment the 100-armed giant attacked, climbed up its arm. With Enya's lightness spell enhancing her speed, she ran quickly. She reached the monster's head, and her sword erupted with a burst of ice blue light. Dense ice attribute energy shot out from the sword, and the instant skill struck the monster's head. The monster let out a wail, and several of its arms shot out to seize Helena in midair. However, Helena was extremely agile even in the air and managed to evade all its grabs. Using the giant's massive arms as leverage, she continued to attack. Just as she was about to flatten the monster's head, the 100-armed giant unexpectedly sprayed a large amount of toxic water. To avoid it, she was struck in the abdomen by a giant's arm coming from the side, and after a series of attacks, she was pinned to the ground. The speed was so fast that Enya didn't have time to chant her spell and could only watch helplessly as Helena was smashed to the ground. Helena! At such a high altitude and with such a strong attack intensity, it would be quite difficult for Helena to survive. The giant's final ground-shaking strike erupted with a cloud of dust, and everyone's hearts were in their throats. Chapter 069. Re-entering the illusion, the smoke had not completely dissipated, but Helena had already withdrawn. Helena, are you okay? Newton exclaimed in surprise. The battle apostle was skilled in both magic and martial arts, but did not train in endurance. How could Helena emerge unscathed from such a high place and under such heavy blows? Those present with some combat experience were puzzled. In fact, there was a moment when Helena thought she was going to die. However, no one expected that a mere second-tier knight would save her life. She looked at Blake, who happened to be observing her as well. Their eyes met, and Blake made a shushing gesture. Helena understood, nodded slightly, and said nothing more. Her survival was entirely thanks to Blake's ring of humility. The skill of the ring of humility increased the vitality of others based solely on Blake's own life force. After absorbing the massive creature before him, Blake had more life force than he knew what to do with. The moment Helena was injured, a continuous flow of life force was transmitted from Blake to her. It was precisely because of this that Helena was able to survive. Of course, this did not mean that Blake could achieve perpetual motion just by absorbing a powerful monster. The transmission of life force required time. Although brief, it was indeed necessary. If Helena were to receive a fatal blow beyond her capacity during this process, then Blake's ring of humility would be rendered useless. Thus, Helena's survival also depended on her previous choice of class. If the spellcaster Enya, who had just been caught, had been in her place, she would likely be dead. Helena's attack had caused significant damage. After delivering a ground-shaking blow, the giant swayed and half of its massive body fell to the ground, exposing its core. Everyone, attack with all your might, Helena called out, urging everyone capable of ranged attacks to target the core, while the melee fighters charged in. Blake, of course, joined in as well, although his damage output was not comparable to that of the spellcasters. However, as a second-tier knight, his damage was already considered high among the few melee fighters in the entire Plague Zone. Bravery, with your significant assistance. The speed at which the monster was killed has increased by an order of magnitude, greatly enhancing your virtue of bravery. Humility, your contribution to this battle is immeasurable, yet not everyone is aware of this. You do not wish to boast about it, which embodies the way of humility, increasing your humility attribute. Everyone worked together to strike the monster's core. A nearly human-sized dark green crystal contained someone curled up inside. Rondo. Blake recognized him. The crystal, which had merged with the monster, contained the missing resident priest, Rondo. As soon as the crystal appeared, it shattered, revealing Rondo's lifeless body. The people around began to whisper among themselves, as no one expected that the core of the massive creature that had suddenly emerged from the ground would be Priest Rondo. Blake, standing closest, saw that there was no emotional response from Rondo's corpse. This priest, who had never been very friendly to him, had met his end here without even getting a chance to retaliate, which Blake found somewhat incomprehensible. He noticed that Rondo's holy artifact seemed to be glowing and instinctively reached out to touch it. The glowing hourglass artifact began to flow backward in Blake's hand. His vision gradually started to blur. 7 days ago, my lord, our goal with this plague is mainly to establish a mass grave. The bodies will ferment in large numbers, becoming a breeding ground for a new plague. The more bodies, the stronger we become, said the kneeling servant of the plague god. Rondo stroked his chin and asked, so, where did this plague come from? The servant shook his head. My lord, I do not know. You can see my rank. I am merely a lowly kalami in the church. It is a stroke of luck that I even know the subsequent battle plans. However, if you have any ideas, I can tell you where my other colleagues are. Rondo was initially displeased by the previous remarks, but his eyes lit up when he heard that this person could provide information about his colleagues. Tell me more. Blake now had a god's eye view and could clearly see that when Rondo spoke with the servant, he was enveloped in a large amount of dark green divine energy. The servant kneeling on the ground was surrounded by countless tiny fleas that were leaping onto Rondo. Yet, Rondo at the center of the event felt nothing. His mind was entirely preoccupied with thoughts of gaining wealth and power in Blackstone City after receiving secret information, completely unaware that he had 1 foot in the abyss. The information the servant provided was very detailed and took a long time. Blake could not break free from the current illusion and thus could not verify whether what the servant said was true or false. However, from the god's eye perspective, it was clear that the servant was stalling for time. As time passed, the plague energy around Rondo grew denser. However, having reached the peak of the third tier, he was no fool. After a while, he finally sensed that something was amiss. Rondo drew his one-handed hammer and smashed the servant's head. Stop with the nonsense. What is your true purpose? It was unclear whether it was the influence of the plague god or Rondo's own temperament that made him so irritable. But his strike was incredibly bloody, and his sudden rage resembled a dog whose tail had been stepped on. The servant's head exploded before him, revealing a hollow body filled with nothing but insects. These countless crawling insects caused Rondo to panic and flail about. What bad luck, he muttered as he left the area, swatting away the insects on his body. What just happened to me? Rondo wondered as he returned to his tent, confused about his recent actions. While he did feel some jealousy towards Helena and indeed wanted to gain more achievements, he was ultimately a relatively rational person. Who would have thought he would fall for a scheme of a servant of an evil god who might not even be a first-tier follower? Rondo settled down and began his daily prayers to communicate with the divine. However, the longer he prayed, the more terrified he became. Why is the effect of my prayers getting worse and worse? As a priest, prayer was not only a responsibility to his faith, but also to his own strength. Prayer was akin to the mental exercises found in fantasy novels. It needed continuous practice. Yet, from that day forward, Rondo found that his prayers seemed to receive no response from the divine. Blake, observing from above with a third-person perspective, saw clearly. Buddy, the plague energy on you is so thick it could drip. Do you really think the goddess will pay you any mind? Chapter 070. The secret beneath the corpse pit. In the following days, Rondo seemed to have lost his soul, constantly searching for traces of faith, even forgetting the information he had previously learned about the plague god's minions. His work during these days was also careless, and anyone with keen eyes could see that something was off with him. However, the epidemic zone was making rapid progress under Blake's leadership, and everyone was busy, leaving no time to pay attention to him. From a third-person perspective, Blake saw himself glowing in the illusion, as if marked by a deity. It looked quite dazzling. Rondo was also quite abstract. Despite being in a crisis of faith, he was watching Blake from a distance, feeling jealous of him. Thankfully, I didn't assign any real tasks to this guy. With his current state, who knows what kind of trouble he would cause, Blake muttered to himself. The flow of time in the environment was not normal. When winter was quiet, the flow was extremely fast, as if someone had pressed the fast-forward button. The sun rose and set, and soon it was the night of the fourth day. It was on this night that Rondo disappeared. At midnight, when no one was paying attention, Rondo quietly slipped out of the camp. The concentration of the plague on him had reached an astonishing level. From Blake's unique third-person perspective, Rondo now resembled a walking plague amplifier, completely controlled by the aura of the plague. Indeed, Rondo had lost much of his own thinking at this point. All his actions were driven purely by instinct. I want to go there, into the embrace of the mother goddess. He kept murmuring this phrase. Blake raised an eyebrow. Although many deities were referred to as the mother goddess, none of them included Lady Fate. The lady was not a benevolent figure. Her usual image was that of a young girl, and only in rare instances did she appear as a middle-aged matron. Therefore, Lady Fate preferred to be called a goddess rather than a mother goddess. Rondo exhibiting this symptom basically indicated that he was completely finished. He staggered to the corpse pit and jumped in without hesitation. The embrace of the mother goddess. I'm coming, Rondo shouted. Suddenly, the densely packed corpses in the pit began to writhe, as if some monstrous entity had opened its mouth, sucking Rondo inside. Blake's perspective followed Rondo as he was forcibly pulled into the bodies. Being squeezed by corpses was honestly not very pleasant. Blake felt like he was about to develop claustrophobia. Thankfully, this situation did not last long. The pit was large, but its depth was only about 6 or 7 meters, and soon it opened up. There's actually a new place beneath the corpse pit. Blake's eyes widened. He never expected that beneath the corpse pit there would be such a hidden area. It resembled an underground mausoleum, and the space was not small, roughly 200 square meters. The room contained many signs of life, with several tables displaying body parts and other items, looking like the laboratory of an evil sorcerer. The entire room's light source came from a type of red flower growing on the corpses. Blake didn't recognize this flower, but based on his limited herbal knowledge, he guessed it was most likely a magical plant. In the room, There were doors to the north, south, east, and west, but it was unclear where they led. In the middle of the room, a robed figure was busy with something. As Rondo woke up in confusion, the figure spoke, "Don't rush and don't move. Be careful not to get caught in the traps around you. I'll prepare a potion for you. Just sit on the table and wait." The figure's voice was extremely hoarse. "A potion? What potion? Where's this place?" Rondo stood up and asked. The robed figure sighed, saying, "How did you wake up so quickly?" He turned around, raised his hand, and cast a spell on Rondo. Blake recognized this spell well. It was a sleep spell. However, it was not the first-ring sleep spell that Ellie used, but a third-ring sleep spell enhanced through ring techniques. With Rondo's already poor condition, he had no chance to resist and collapsed to the ground. "Dragonkin." The robed figure revealed his hands while casting the spell, and the dark green scales on the back of his hands reminded Blake of the first time he encountered a dragonkin in Goblin Valley. "It's actually a dragonkin." "No, it should be said that it's indeed the dragonkin causing trouble," Blake muttered. He had thought about it before. After the incident in Goblin Valley, he hadn't seen any dragonkin or their so-called plague king dragon. Seeing a dragonkin again now felt like a logical closure. He observed for a moment from the third-person perspective. "Strange. There's no hole at the top of this basement? How does it connect to the corpse pit?" After observing for a while and finding no useful information, Blake could only note this down and ask others once he was out of the illusion. It's almost at the limit." Blake moved his perspective closer to the main door, but found himself unable to move. After this period of experimentation, Blake had made it clear that his perspective could not stray too far from the main character in the illusion, which was Rondo. If he exceeded that range, he would be unable to move. He had initially wanted to see what was behind the 4 doors, but coincidentally, Rondo was now unconscious in the middle, preventing him from seeing any of the doors. Blake shook his head and settled his perspective on the black-robed dragonkin. On the table in front of the black-robed dragonkin were numerous experimental instruments, and these jars and bottles resembled those Blake had seen in a laboratory in his past life. From this point of view, it seemed that alchemists in this era were quite impressive, having developed decent instruments. Blake looked at the not-so-transparent crystal test tubes and muttered, "Might as well consider making some glass. It could probably help with divine gifts and such." These grayish, not-so-transparent crystals were actually produced by alchemists using magic to turn stones into gold. They were significantly cheaper than normal crystals, but the downside was their poor transparency. Blake had used this material to make his bird mask. He needed to think about creating high-purity glass. Blake pondered. The black-robed dragonkin worked quickly. Clearly not his first time making such a potion. Blake watched the process closely. As for the raw materials, he couldn't quite identify a few of the test tubes. After the potion was successfully concocted, the black-robed dragonkin approached the unconscious Rondo. The dragon head beneath the robe let out a hoarse laugh. "I didn't expect that sending a few garbage minions to stir up trouble at the camp would actually catch a big fish. A peak-level 3rd-tier priest. TSK, TSK, TSK. I'm already looking forward to it." Chapter 071. Catching thieves. The black-robed dragon man poured the potion over Rondo's body, and the dark green liquid gradually congealed on him. This color reminded Blake of the crystalline substance that had previously covered Rondo outside. It was almost the same color, just as Blake had imagined, in the following 3 days. The black-robed dragon man tirelessly produced this potion day and night, and the crystalline substance on Rondo's body became more and more solid. The most terrifying part was that Rondo's consciousness was awake, but he couldn't move at all. Blake could see endless fear in Rondo's eyes, but he was completely covered by the crystalline substance, unable to do anything other than blink. The feeling of being alive, yet imprisoned and unable to move, was despairing just to think about. During this time, many people had come and gone in this room, and Blake had memorized their appearances, waiting for the illusion to end to capture them all. Blake also roughly understood what was behind the 4 doors in the room. The doors to the north and south led to passages. The south door seemed to lead to the outside world, as Blake had observed that other people had come out through that door in the past few days. The north door was unknown, but anyone who entered it never came out again, likely connecting to somewhere else. The east and west doors. The west door led to a storeroom filled with supplies. From simple rations to raw materials for alchemical potions, everything one could need. The east door had a strange device that looked somewhat like a petri dish for cultivating something, but Blake could see some special things in this illusion. This strange device was infused with a strong aura of the plague god, and runes swirled throughout the room, likely related to the plague. However, during these observations, Blake discovered something else. He had never seen a rat in this room. Given the current outbreak situation where rats were rampant, this was obviously contrary to common sense. Blake suspected that the black-robed dragon man might have something that could control the plague rat swarm. The great creation was about to be completed. The black-robed dragonman's words pulled Blake's thoughts back. He held a pot the size of a head, and inside it was the same solution that had been poured earlier. However, the potion made this time was quite rough. It seemed the black-robed dragon man hadn't accounted for Rondo's peak third-tier strength, using much more potion than expected, resulting in a lower quality for the later poured solutions. After 3 days, the pouring was finally complete. The black-robed dragon man looked at the massive crystal in front of him, unable to suppress the smile on his face. Come on, let the world tremble in the shadow of the Plague King," the dragon man shouted, and the hidden magic circle above the room suddenly lit up. In the next moment, Blake saw the scene change back to above the corpse pit. The dark green crystal encasing Rondo sank directly into the deep pit the moment it appeared. The black-robed dragon man stood beside the deep pit, raising his hands to cast a spell. Soon, a fog began to gather around the entire corpse pit. Within the fog, the dark green crystal started to absorb the surrounding corpses, and those already dead bodies began to consciously move towards the crystal, like magnets attracting metal. A large number of corpses adhered to the metal, gradually forming a massive, purely monstrous entity with numerous arms. "The 100-armed giant," Blake muttered. Sure enough, the raw materials for the 100-armed giant are the corpses in the pit. The speed at which this monster was born was much faster than Blake had imagined. In just a few short minutes, a 10-meter-tall monster appeared in the corpse pit. Coupled with the fog created by the black-robed dragon man and the fact that few people came near the corpse pit, no one had noticed this monster in advance. After the monster was assembled, the black-robed dragon man stood in front of it and said, "Go forth and wreak havoc. Unleash the darkness deep within you." Blake smirked. "So that's how this giant ended up in our area. It was you guiding it." The 100-armed giant began to compress and shrink, and once it reached its limit, it suddenly sprang into the air like a spring. It landed precisely in the area of the Church of Fate with a loud bang. Blake had personally experienced the following events, so his focus was not on the fight, but on searching for the underlings mingling in the crowd. Generally, serial killers have nearly a 50% chance of returning to their crime scenes, mainly to relish the thrill of having committed a significant act. So where would the black-robed dragon man be? Blake wondered as he searched. There were many people around, but most were panicked civilians. So it was quite easy to find a dragon man who was calm and watching the show. Blake quickly pinpointed the location of this dragon man. As the illusion gradually faded, Blake regained consciousness. He did not immediately glance at the dragonman's location, but instead asked Ellie beside him, "How long has it been?" Ellie looked confused and shook her head. "Didn't you just pick up the holy relic?" Helena also asked, "My lord, what did you see?" Blake adjusted his position, exposing his back to the black-robed dragon man, and gestured. "There's a dragon man in a black robe over there. An underling of the Plague King," Helena exclaimed, surprised. Blake nodded slightly. "Don't let him escape." Helena nodded and slowly approached the black-robed dragon man. The black-robed dragon man, who had been angry at Rondo's uselessness, suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. Although Helena concealed her aura well, dragon men were highly sensitive beings. Before Helena could get close, the dragon man sensed a hint of threat and bolted. Helena would not let the dragon man succeed. She wielded her dagger and made 2 swift lunges, directly reaching the dragonman's back. She planted her left foot firmly on the ground, then swiftly pulled her right foot back, delivering a solid kick with her small foot to the dragonman's back. The dragon man pulled out a staff from somewhere. The crystal on the staff flashed, and he suddenly teleported away. It was a teleportation staff, identical to the one Blake had seen in the hands of the dragon man in Goblin Valley. Just when he thought he could escape, he suddenly found his body frozen in place. Human immobilization spell. The dragon man was horrified. Helena had just used her class feature to instantly cast a second-tier spell, human immobilization. Although this spell seemed to only immobilize humans, it actually affected any humanoid creatures. The Dragonman seemed to have something to dispel magic, and Helena's instant second-tier divine spell only managed to hold him for a few seconds. But those few seconds were enough for Helena to act. Her dagger accurately pierced into the Dragonman's shoulder. If you want to live, then stay still. Chapter 072. Knee-Pillow the black-robed Dragonman let out a cold laugh. For the great cause of the plague, I shall dedicate my life. In the next moment, a strong force was about to burst forth from his body. Just as he spoke, Blake, who was following behind, sensed the danger and immediately unleashed 2 control skills to restrain the enemy. The wheel of fate began to spin, and Blake started to absorb vitality. He felt that the vitality within him was quite limited and realized that something was amiss. This Dragonman's condition was definitely not right. Please, goddess, let the wheel land on the best outcome. Blake prayed in his heart. The wheel spun rapidly and finally came to a stop, nearly in the middle between 3-fold weakening and 10-fold weakening, making Blake's heart leap to his throat. However, whether it was Blake's luck or the fact that the goddess heard his prayer, the pointer actually turned back slightly and stopped in the 10-fold weakening zone. Although this event took a long time to describe, it happened in an instant. The black-robed Dragonman, who wanted to self-destruct to infect Helena, suddenly felt his body become incredibly weak. The explosive power that was supposed to be earth-shattering seemed to have been condensed into a mere fart. Blake, taking advantage of the speed provided by the copycat ring, rushed over, grabbed Helena, and threw her to the ground. Helena, being a 5th-tier battle mage, adjusted her posture in midair thanks to Blake's grip, preventing her beautiful face from hitting the ground. Boom! A moderately sized poison mist bomb exploded from within the Dragonman. The self-destruct skill that Blake had reduced by 10-fold still contaminated an area of about 3 square meters. If Blake hadn't acted quickly, and the self-destruct had detonated at full power here, the entire plague zone would have been ruined and all previous efforts would have been in vain. A contamination of about 3 square meters could still be managed with some priests working day and night to purify it. Blake got up from the ground, helping Helena to her feet. Thank you, my lord. She glanced at her piercing sword at the center of the explosion. This magical piercing sword named Golden Radiance had a rune that accelerated casting speed, and its main material contained refined gold. Yet, even such a weapon had been corroded beyond recognition at the center of the explosion. The outer layer of special metal had been almost completely eroded, exposing the refined gold core inside. While Helena felt pain for her weapon, she also felt a bit scared. If Blake hadn't pulled her back in time, she would likely have been severely injured by the self-destruct. The others rushed over, looking at Helena with concern. Helena restored her mysterious and dignified image as the Bishop of Fate in front of others, waved her hand to disperse unrelated personnel, and began purifying the area with the priests. Blake, on the other hand, kept a low profile and quietly followed Ellie back to the camp to rest. He couldn't involve himself in the purification process. Having saved Helena twice had already achieved his goal. This time working in the plague zone made him realize a truth. Although he had the identity of a son of God, he couldn't command the entire Church of Fate like a protagonist in a novel. At most, everyone respected him a bit more. Therefore, he decided to take a step back, directly increasing Helena's favorability. As long as Helena remained the bishop for a day, Blake could indirectly manipulate the church members through her. The saying to catch the king first when capturing thieves was exactly this principle. I've saved her twice. It shouldn't be without any effect. Blake murmured in his heart. Helena, you must be a grateful and kind girl. In reality, Blake's worries were completely unnecessary. He was the most blessed divine giver Helena had ever met. Given Helena's fervent devotion, as long as Blake didn't implement overly outrageous policies, she would definitely fulfill her duties seriously. Not to mention, Blake had just saved her life twice. His actions had directly maxed out Helena's favorability. It couldn't get any higher. Now, if Blake were to ask Helena to die, she would do so without hesitation. After a fierce battle and activating skills twice in a row, Blake's head was buzzing with pain. He hugged Ellie and placed her by the bed, while he lay down on the simple bed with his head resting on the girl's thigh. Feeling the faint scent of lavender from her, Blake felt much more at ease. "Ellie, I'm a bit tired. I need to rest for a while. Borrowing your leg," Blake said. Ellie, hearing such blunt words, blushed deeply and hesitated for a long time before softly responding with an emma. Unfortunately, at that moment, Blake had already fallen into a deep sleep. Seeing Blake asleep, Ellie gently brushed his cheek and, following the massage techniques Blake had taught her, softly relaxed his head. "You've been working hard these past few days," Ellie whispered. Blake had been busy in the plague zone without stopping, running around every day. To be honest, his main purpose for doing this was certainly for his night training, along with boosting his favorability with the church. However, the civilians he saved because of his actions were very real. Among the civilians, a legend had begun to spread, depicting him as a black-haired youth bravely fighting against the plague. The next afternoon, Blake woke up after a long sleep and found himself no longer on Ellie's knee. The sensation in his arms was soft and fragrant, and Blake instinctively squeezed it. Ellie instinctively let out a sound. Blake suddenly became alert. He sat up, looked at his clothing, and checked his condition. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. No inappropriate actions while sleeping. That was close. Blake was quite sensible, before he fully matured, if he dared to take that step with Ellie. Count Breeze would definitely come after him with his sword. He didn't want to endure the endless pursuit of a battle-hardened lord. "Good morning." Ellie rubbed her eyes and said, "Last night, I just couldn't hold on anymore. So I hugged you to sleep." Ellie explained. Blake patted Ellie's head and asked, "Is your leg numb? Next time, if you see me sleeping, just toss me aside." Ellie grabbed Blake's hand and said, "Having you rest on me feels quite comfortable. It gives me a sense of being needed." "Blake, you're improving so fast. I don't want to be abandoned by you," Ellie said softly. Blake was taken aback, gently hugging Ellie and meeting her gaze. "Don't worry, I won't abandon you." Ellie blinked, her face instantly turning red, but she still smiled and said, "I believe you." Blake Chapter 073. The corpse pit array. The two of them were intimate for a while before stepping out of the tent. Outside the tent, Jenny was guarding as usual. "Good morning, Sister Jenny," Blake said. Jenny smiled and replied, "It's already afternoon." Blake shook his head. "I overexerted myself earlier and didn't expect to rest for so long." Jenny Knight patted Blake on the shoulder and said, "You don't need to put so much pressure on yourself. You're only at the second tier. There are many capable people in Blackstone City who can handle the plague." Blake sighed lightly, knowing that Jenny was trying to comfort him and make him relax. However, he couldn't resist giving up this good opportunity to gain virtue. These days, saving a person would earn him some compassion virtue. And aside from the two virtues he had already filled, compassion and courage were the highest. Although he thought this in his heart, Blake certainly wouldn't say it in front of Jenny to maintain his persona. "If I'm empty-headed and have no way to deal with the plague, then I wouldn't care. But since I have this knowledge, wouldn't it be a waste of the two goddesses' favor if I didn't use it to save people?" Blake said. The knowledge in his mind was so clearly remembered thanks to the goddess of crafting flames, so he mentioned it here. It wouldn't be fair to favor one over the other. Of course, it was primarily to spread the glory of the Lady of Fate. In the end, Blake added that he almost forgot the goddess could hear him. He opened his panel, and sure enough, a new message had refreshed. "Justice, you mentioned the names of two goddesses, and they are very pleased. You specifically highlighted the glory of the goddess of dissemination, and she is very satisfied." Justice attribute increased. Blake thought to himself, "Luckily, I'm clever." When Jenny heard Blake's words, she became respectful and shook her head. "No wonder you are a bestowed one. Your awareness is indeed much stronger than ordinary people." If this was said by someone else, Jenny would definitely think it was just boastful talk. But Blake was a knight who had completed the virtue of spirituality. Although the virtue of spirituality was not the same as the virtue of honesty, similarly, to prevent a decline in spirituality, a spiritual knight would not be careless about matters related to the divine. When Blake was speaking, there was no obvious fluctuation in his spirituality, which indicated that he was telling the truth. Of course, Jenny would never know that Blake had a cheat, and that he was a special knight who did not need to abide by the constraints of virtue, being directly associated with the Lady of Fate. While the two were chatting, Helena walked over from outside the camp and asked with concern, "My lord, you are awake. How is your health?" Blake waved his hand and said, I'm fine, just a bit tired. How's the plague area now? Helena replied, it has stabilized for now. The area where the battle took place yesterday has been temporarily sealed off, and the situation is manageable. What about the corpse of the 100-armed giant? Blake asked. It has been moved back to the corpse pit, but we found some new things in the pit, Helena said. Blake raised an eyebrow in array. Helena was taken aback. How did you know? Blake shook the hourglass artifact hanging at his waist and said, I've seen it in a vision. When Rondo emerged from the crystal, I noticed his artifact was glowing strangely, and after touching it, I saw the reasons behind Rondo's disappearance. Do you know how to activate the array? Helena asked. Blake nodded. I know. Helena was delighted. That's great. Since the corpse pit is dangerous, I didn't stay there long. I did some simple research, but no matter how I operated it, the array didn't work. I suspect there is some restriction on it, and I was planning to find a few mages to take a look. If you know how to unlock it, we won't need mages to intervene. Blake was somewhat puzzled because in the vision, the array didn't require any special method to unlock. Logically, one should be able to enter by just touching it. However, he also thought about the events he encountered in the Wailing Marsh. If there were other deities interfering in the vision, it might not be entirely consistent. At that moment, Ellie happened to come out of the tent. She listened to Blake and Helena's conversation and cautiously raised her hand, saying, Can I go with you? I have some research on arrays. Ellie said. Her words were not unfounded. When she arrived at the school from the Breezy Grove, her stepmother from the Tulip family had given her a few magic books, one of which specifically explained magic arrays. Helena looked at Blake after hearing Ellie's words. It's up to you, my lord. Blake thought for a moment and decided to bring Ellie along. It's a well-known rule among adventurers that if you can bring a mage along on an adventure, you should do so, unless you're a mage yourself. Various spells are just too useful. Moreover, Ellie was a mage protected by a third-tier loyal knight, which guaranteed her survival ability. Let us go together, Blake said. The group was not slow, and after Blake finished speaking, they quickly prepared and donned their birdbeak masks before heading to the corpse pit. This was Blake's first time seeing the place from a first-person perspective. The originally flat ground had been magically shaped into 3 huge pits. Aside from one pit that had few corpses, the other 2 pits were densely packed with countless bodies, carelessly thrown into the pits without cremation or covering, simply left exposed to the elements. Blake sighed. Helena, can we push for cremation? Helena shook her head at Blake's words. Everyone believes that cremation sends the soul to the elemental plane of fire rather than the divine realm. So aside from the followers of the goddess of crafting flames, other followers are quite resistant to cremation. Blake frowned. Is that true or not? Helena shook her head. I'm not sure either. Blake sighed again. Cremation was indeed a very taboo matter in the medieval period, but the corpse pit couldn't just be left unattended. Ellie asked from the side, Blake, do you think it's bad to leave these corpses like this? Blake nodded. Storing a large number of infected corpses together can easily lead to other infectious diseases, and it won't just be the plague anymore. In the past few days, under Blake's education, everyone had already accepted the simple and easy-to-understand name of the plague. Led by several bishops, this plague had officially been renamed the plague. Ellie pondered, since we can't cremate, what if we directly bury the bodies? Blake's eyes lit up, right? Burying the bodies can also prevent this situation, and the microorganisms in the soil can help accelerate the decomposition of the corpses. He looked at Helena and asked, Helena, can we bury the bodies? Helena nodded. After we explore the array, I'll go back and contact the other bishops. Burying the bodies should be easier. Chapter 074. Dragon Egg after confirming the burial project. Blake looked again at the 100-armed giant beside the corpse pit. No one should object to burning this thing, right? Blake asked. The giant's body had already begun to decay, with obvious green pus flowing out, clearly indicating it was extremely toxic. Helena nodded and said, this can be burned. I'll have a mage come over to incinerate it. Blake casually reminded, the smoke and ash from burning are probably toxic too, so be mindful of the wind direction to avoid blowing it into the infected area. Helena nodded, taking note of this. Blake and the others walked down the slope into the deep pit. Most of the bodies here had been taken away by the black-robed dragonmen's giant monsters, but there were still a few remnants left in the pit. As they entered, everyone could only try to keep their heads up to avoid seeing those disgusting things. At the bottom of the corpse pit, there was indeed a magic circle. which did not look like it had been drawn, but rather seemed to have grown from the ground. Although this description was a bit abstract, it was indeed the feeling it gave off. After observing for a moment, Ellie immediately recognized the magic circle. This is a teleportation restriction circle. Ellie pointed to the center of the circle and said, "Do you see these 3 rings? They are typical signs of a teleportation circle. The wavy lines around it stabilize the magical pathway, which can be understood as a design to extend the circle's lifespan. However, the outermost symbols written in Draconic were quite interesting. This was a spell to restrict teleportation." Ellie looked up at Helena and said, "This magic circle can only teleport beings of 3rd tier or below. It's normal that the Archbishop Helena doesn't react to it," she said. Blake spoke up. "This should be useful for escape. They definitely know there are regional bishops stationed in the infected area." Helena nodded. "This is indeed a classic tactic, filtering out those of higher tier directly with the magic circle. The question now is what do we do down here?" Helena murmured. Blake said, "Leave it to us. You go back to oversee the work in the infected area and the burial of the bodies." Helena did not hesitate too much. Upon hearing Blake's words, she nodded slightly and released 2 divine spells on him, a 1st-tier blessing spell and a 2nd-tier aid spell. The former increased the success rate of any action Blake took, while the latter increased his temporary vitality. Both were quite practical and commonly used support means. The spellcaster has a limited number of spells they can cast each day, and as an archbishop, Helena still had to prepare for various issues in the infected area. So she could only spare 2 divine spells for Blake. "May my lord accompany you and keep you safe," Helena habitually blessed him. Blake waved his hand and, accompanied by Ellie, touched the magic circle. The magic circle flashed, and the 3 were teleported underground. "Where is this?" Ellie looked around with a confused expression. Ginny was equally baffled. Whether it was the circular platform in the middle resembling an operating table or the tables piled with jars and various knives hanging on the walls, everything exuded a strange atmosphere, like a bizarre scientist's laboratory. Blake felt quite familiar. Everything was exactly as he had seen in the illusion. The arrangement of things was flawless. According to the description in the illusion, "We should deal with the east door first," Blake murmured. The strange device of the east door was clearly something that needed to be prioritized. Ellie and Ginny followed behind Blake, choosing to listen to him. The east door was not locked. It seemed the black-robed dragon men had never considered they would lose or that this place would be exposed. So there was no secondary defense in place. There wasn't even a lock on the door. Thinking about it, the huge monster created with Rondo as the core was very difficult to deal with. Had it not been for the presence of 2 other regional bishops in the infected area that day, Helena alone would have never been able to defeat it. It should be noted that Archbishop Newton of the Artisans' Flame seldom appeared on the front lines of the infected area. Most of the time, he ensured the production of holy water from the rear. But who would have known that Blake's modifications to the infected area would attract 2 other bishops of the same 5th-tier level, forming a simple team with them, each developing in different directions. Even so, that monster was not so easily defeated. But who would have thought there would be such a variable as Blake? Blake's 2 pirated skills had no tier-related impact. As long as they were used, they would definitely take effect. Faced with the powerful weakening effects, the monster's strength was further diminished. The black-robed dragonmen would never have thought that Blake would be present in the infected area. Blake's various actions ultimately led to the swift defeat of the 100-armed giant, and even the black-robed dragonmen themselves could not escape. Blake sighed slightly as he pushed open the large door. The scene inside was as he had imagined. Massive alchemical structures connected to incubator-like devices. Previously, the vision he saw was not very clear, but now it was revealed that there was actually a large egg inside. "A dragon egg?" Ellie exclaimed in surprise. "I can't be seeing this wrong. This is actually a dragon egg?" A dragon's egg, something that only appeared in legends, was laid bare before Blake and the others. Good thing it was the 3 of us who came. If that archbishop had come along, it would have definitely caused a bloody storm. Ginny said the dragon egg was too precious. She could only speculate about Helena from the most malicious angle. If Helena had come along, it was very likely she would have fought fiercely for this dragon egg. Priests are not knights. They do not need to adhere to virtue, only to the power of their faith. Just like Rondo, who committed many evils in his parish, killing for pleasure, but that doesn't hinder his piety. He is of peak third-tier level. Blake was in a dilemma. This device looked like something used to incubate dragon eggs. If it were destroyed, would the dragon egg die along with it? Ellie observed for a moment, and suddenly sighed, if nothing unexpected happens. This dragon egg may have been stillborn from the very beginning. As the person among the three most knowledgeable about dragons, Ellie concluded this after a moment of observation. Hearing this, Blake also sighed, but for some reason, he felt somewhat relieved. After all, destroying this device or preserving the dragon egg was a dilemma. The former was for the greater good, while the latter was for personal gain, for someone like Blake, who sought both fame and self-interest. This was indeed a very difficult choice. Fortunately, he didn't have to choose now. The value of a stillborn egg was indeed reduced, and Blake did not need to think further, directly opting for destruction. But just as he was about to draw his short sword, boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise from outside as the door was broken down. Who is it? Chapter 075. The Punisher. Jasmine, let's rewind time to 8 days ago. After Blake and Helena took a carriage to the plague area, Jasmine rode alone to the same place. As a follower of the Father of Light, she did not go to the parish of the Light God, but instead headed to the plague area of the Queen of Night. She was there to seek revenge on Eve, the priestess of the dark and secretive God who had nearly caused her to lose her priesthood. If she had listened to Eve at that time and taken the witch's secret potion, she would have been deemed a heretic for tainting the souls of innocents. The consequences would have been severe. At best, she would be expelled from the priesthood with her reputation ruined. At worst, she could end up on the stake, facing death. Either way, it was an extremely serious matter. Previously, Jasmine might have been constrained by some church rules from directly attacking Eve. However, everything changed after she transitioned to becoming a Punisher. The Punisher is a very rare and uncommon path within the priesthood. The requirements for this class change at the third tier are quite high. One must fulfill 4 criteria: exceptional talent, a life filled with deep sins, a heart of repentance, and a spiritual anchor. Talent needs no further explanation. The threshold for becoming a Punisher is also very high. If one lacks talent, they should stick to the normal career path and not consider these hidden routes. The rarity of this profession is not without reason. The condition of having a life filled with deep sins sounds simple, as it just requires one to commit evil acts. However, this evil must not be of a societal nature, but rather pure malice. In other professions, this condition could be easily met. After all, who can't commit evil? But for knights and priests, it is different. Knights are bound by virtue, and very few individuals can commit evil acts while bypassing their moral constraints. Priests, on the other hand, are limited by societal expectations. As long as they maintain their piety, their priesthood won't change, but they must outwardly display good morals. Thus, for a priest, having a life filled with sins is extremely difficult. This condition implies that one must not only appear virtuous on the surface, but also harbor malice behind the scenes. Friends who frequently experience mental splits know that this is incredibly challenging, especially if you're a normal person. The third condition is a heart of repentance. As the saying goes, a wayward son returning is worth more than gold. It is not easy to make someone with pure malice repent and turn to good. Sudden repentance usually only occurs when faced with significant issues. Otherwise, it is quite tough. Finally, there is the spiritual anchor. This is actually the easiest of the 4 conditions to fulfill. Simply put, this means you must have a purpose for living in the latter half of your life. You can regard art as your spiritual anchor like an artist, or view your partner as your anchor like a lovesick person. Of course, you can also cherish love and family as your anchor. Ultimately, what the anchor is does not matter. What matters is that you have one. Once you have met these prerequisites, you can proceed with the class change ceremony. The Punisher's class change ceremony is called Purgatory of Pain, where you choose one form of punishment from fire, water, dismemberment, or other tortures for self-reflection. During this time, you may use your divine abilities and talents, but no one else can intervene. After waiting for 7 days, if you survive and your spiritual anchor is stable, you successfully transition to a Punisher. Upon becoming a Punisher, you gain the ability to judge, not only your enemies but also your colleagues. Regardless of your previous position before the transition, you are directly integrated into the religious tribunal as a religious judge, responsible for scrutinizing the internal corruption of the church. It is precisely because of this characteristic that Jasmine dared to execute Granny Tansan right outside the water prison without handling the scene. This is a privilege of the Punisher. As for why the Punisher is granted such trust, it stems from the nature of the profession itself. Just as knights are restricted by virtue and priests by faith, Punishers are also bound by the need for correct judgment. If a Punisher judges incorrectly, they will face backlash. Conversely, any entity that a Punisher dares to judge is, without exception, considered bad. There are various details regarding the criteria for conviction involved, but those are not the focus here. In summary, it is best not to provoke a Punisher. No one can guarantee they are truly guilt-free. Jasmine removed all her holy relics and badges, changing into a set of ordinary merchant clothes to quietly infiltrate the plague area. She stayed there for 7 days, carefully observing Eve's movements and occasionally listening to others talk about the matters in the Fate Church region. Blake, what a fascinating person. Jasmine muttered softly. You know, Lord Blake, is there any way to get an introduction? We also want to go to the Fate Church's plague area, said a recently met merchant beside her. This chubby merchant, named Talon, was an honorary baron, mentioned in Chapter 47. Ever since he was stopped by the guards from entering, he had been living outside with others, begging for the church's protection. How could I possibly know such a big shot? I was just expressing my feelings, Jasmine replied lightly. The chubby Talon had a kind personality and many connections, often obtaining information that others were unaware of, such as changes in church personnel. Staying near him saved Jasmine a lot of trouble. Hey, with that tone, I thought you knew that, Lord. I heard he is already a divine son of the Lady of Fate. It makes sense. Only a divine son could possess such great power, Talon said, taking off a large birdbeak mask he had bought at a high price, discarding the used filter inside and replacing it with a new one. The discarded filter sparked a scramble among the nearby commoners, adding a bit of life to the otherwise dreary plague area. That filter you just used isn't very old, is it? Jasmine remarked. Talon waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it's not about valuing life, really. Jasmine gave Talon a deep look, knowing that his actions were not about valuing his life at all. He was intentionally discarding a used filter for others to use. If one observed closely, they would notice that the commoners around Talon were all wearing birdbeak masks. These masks were all bought by Talon with real money and then distributed under various pretenses. Talon thought for a moment and said, by the way, the friend you mentioned seems to have returned. Her name is Eve, right? A young priestess. Jasmine's eyes lit up. That's right. Is she back? Talon nodded. Your friend is quite remarkable. She was away during this time because she got promoted. Chapter 076, Pursuit and Promotion. So that's how it is. Jasmine nodded and said, but deep down she thought, that bitch Eve, her skills aren't that high. How did she suddenly get promoted? Eve entered the convent at the same time as her, and since the moment they stepped into the convent, they have been compared to each other. Although Eve worships the Dark Queen, she is quite adept in her dealings and interactions, essentially a social butterfly. In contrast, Jasmine has a more reclusive personality. She has never been good with words and has often faced criticism due to her physique and appearance. In the Middle Ages, having a poor background and being too beautiful was not necessarily a good thing, especially for a novice nun in a convent. It made things even harder. However, among that batch of children, they were the most talented. Jasmine was not only devout, but also had exceptional magical talents. Eve, though slightly less skilled than Jasmine, still surpassed her peers, and, combined with her social skills, she was doing much better in the convent. However, Jasmine remembered that before she went into the water prison for the ritual, Eve's level was still just an ordinary second tier. Why had she suddenly advanced to the third tier? Moreover, this woman didn't get promoted within the church, but outside? What was going on? Jasmine stood up, 100 questions swirling in her mind. She had to find out the answers. As for what Eve had done, she would know once they met. Hey, if you find a way to the Fate Church area, remember to come back and tell me, okay? I don't have anything good to give you, but I can spare some money. Seeing Jasmine stand up to leave. For some reason, Talon instinctively felt that Jasmine might not come back, hence he said this. Jasmine waved her hand and left. Talon silently complained, I'm clearly a believer of the Fate Church. Why didn't anyone notify me when these churches were dividing their territories? Eve was easy to find. As long as she appeared in a crowd, she had to be the most eye-catching one. The successful promotion to a third-tier battlefield priest was a huge deal for her, and she couldn't possibly resist the urge to boast about it. And indeed, that was the case. Before reaching the territory of the Dark Church, Jasmine spotted Eve. She was wearing a tight latex outfit, her high ponytail tied up, with long hair reaching down to her waist. This outfit was not the standard attire of the church. She must have had someone make it for her. Eve, tell us about your experience in becoming a battlefield priest. A few young priests gathered around Eve and asked. Eve smiled and said, Actually, it's nothing special. You just need to have a heart to save people. Jasmine frowned at this. A battlefield priest? A battlefield priest is synonymous with iron-bloodedness. This job path requires priests to have sufficient combat experience and the ability to cast instant healing spells. After all, on the battlefield, a battlefield priest must charge to the front lines, and the time to chant divine spells is very limited. Given Jasmine's understanding of Eve, the probability of her taking this path was very low. However, the promotion area for battlefield priests indeed was not in the church, but on the battlefield. Without a battlefield, one would have to find a dangerous place outdoors to successfully promote. So from this perspective, her motive for going out made sense. Jasmine quietly watched Eve and waited for her to be alone. She didn't want to judge Eve so simply. After becoming a punisher, Jasmine felt she had become more extreme, and the previous malicious thoughts did not disappear with the promotion, but transformed into something else. Time passed, and Eve finally decided to leave the camp. She left without saying hello and walked naturally toward the infected area. Jasmine quietly followed behind, trying not to expose herself. Eve wandered aimlessly in the infected area, occasionally casting divine spells to save one or two people. Most of the time, she just listened and observed, doing a decent job of comforting others. She walked all the way to a tent at a corner, then stopped and walked inside, never to come out again. Jasmine observed outside for a while and noticed something was off. The people around this tent were mostly mild symptom patients, not receiving extra care from priests, but not seeming particularly out of place either. From their physiques, most were robust, but there were also some thin ones. However, they all concealed weapons to some extent, which was quite rare in the infected area. After all, who would hide weapons among respectable people? In a chaotic place like the infected area, showing off muscles was the way to go. Like Talon's fat guard, who usually displayed his weapons prominently to intimidate others. There was no reason to hide them. Jasmine scoffed lightly, walked out. The moment she appeared, the people surrounding the tent indeed looked over. Hey, where did this little girl come from? No one is allowed here. Get lost. A man leaning against the tent entrance said. Jasmine remained silent and continued to walk forward. The man's expression turned unfriendly as he coldly snorted. Can't understand human language? I told you to get lost. He drew his machete and pointed the blade at Jasmine. Jasmine looked at him, her eyes showing no sign of fluctuation. This unflinching gaze suddenly made the man feel something was off, but it was too late. Jasmine slowly spoke. I cleanse the world's sins with my blood. As her voice fell, 48 holy light thorns shot out from her body, piercing precisely through the chests of the people around her. These individuals didn't even have time to react, not even feeling pain before being killed by the thorns. Jasmine looked around and noticed two 15 or 16-year-old children trembling nearby, their swords clattering to the ground as they prostrated themselves, saying, We were forced. Please spare us. Jasmine retracted the thorns and said lightly, You're safe now. Hurry and run. Since the holy light thorns hadn't pierced the two children to death, it indicated they still had a chance to be saved. Jasmine was not a person who would recklessly kill, so she let them go. She pulled back the tent flap and walked inside. The tent was small, and she could see the end at a glance. She didn't see Eve inside. There were no obvious exits around the tent, so she must be underground. Jasmine thought and directly yanked up the carpet on the ground. Beneath the carpet was a trapdoor. Eve, what are you up to? Jasmine muttered to herself. She opened the trapdoor and walked down. The underground passage was dark, so Jasmine hung the holy artifact at her waist. The faint glow emitted by the artifact barely served as a light source in the tunnel. The passage wasn't long. After a few steps, Jasmine saw a closed stone door. With a powerful kick, the immense strength granted by her promotion to Punisher allowed her to kick the door open. Cough. The door was kicked open. Eve and another person were talking inside. Upon seeing Jasmine, Eve instinctively shouted, "Run." She is a Punisher. Chapter 077. Engineer Blake, step forward. The first principle when encountering the Punishers is to stay away, because they are a group of madmen who do not reason, do not show mercy, and do not hesitate. They only judge. The second principle when encountering the Punishers is still to stay away, and if you have had past grievances with them, you must run even faster, because these madmen will stubbornly capture you for judgment. Eve, as a socialite, learned about Jasmine becoming a Punisher on her first day back from the outside. In fact, it would be hard for her not to know, as the two of them, being the most dazzling nuns of the same period, were always compared to each other. She didn't even need to ask about Jasmine's promotion. Those who were eager to gossip would tell her directly. Since learning this news, Eve had been on guard against Jasmine. No one is a fool. The dirty thing she had done to Jasmine could have led to her judgment several times over. To be fair, if Jasmine were to become a Punisher, she would definitely do so. But what she didn't expect was that Jasmine would appear in this place. At this moment, how could she find this place? Now she is completely exposed. Eve was shocked, but her feet didn't slow down at all. Jasmine was chasing from behind, but her speed was not very fast. The Punishers are physically unparalleled, and their ability to cast spells is not affected. Plus, they have very powerful holy light thorns to use. If there were to be a downside, it would be that their legs are short. They really are short, and they run slowly. This was also the reason why Jasmine initially planned to launch a surprise attack. Currently, the two sides were not far apart, and for Jasmine, who did not have stealth skills, this was already an advantageous start. But what she didn't anticipate was that the entire underground space was intricate and complex, not only with many intersections, but also looking similar. Jasmine was able to keep up at first, but soon lost track of her when the other party became familiar with the terrain and intentionally circled around. This should be it. Jasmine didn't hesitate much and kicked open the door ahead. Boom! The door opened, but her momentum came to a halt. Who? Blake poked his head out from the room on the east side to look outside. Why is it you? The two spoke almost simultaneously. After a moment of silence, Jasmine was the first to speak. I was just chasing a church traitor. Blake shook his head. Besides you, there's only us here. I haven't seen a second person come. Jasmine looked around and nodded. I understand. Saying this, she left. Ellie, watching Jasmine leave, curiously asked, a church traitor? Can there really be traitors in the church? Blake said, who doesn't have faith? Changing faith is not common among priests, but it's not rare either. As long as they do something for their new boss after changing faith, their rank can still be restored and even grow. Blake explained, in this world, the requirements for changing faith can be said to be very low. These deities have some constraints on their followers, but they are not significant. As long as a follower finds a new backing, they can basically maintain their rank safely. Jenny then spoke up. Wasn't she a second tier when we went out together before? Now she is actually third tier. She is only just over 20 this year. It's really hard to be jealous of this level of genius. Jenny said. In fact, it was already quite impressive for Jenny, at the age of 30, to become a third-tier loyal knight from a commoner background. However, compared to Jasmine, who was third tier at just over 20, there was a chasm-like gap. Blake shrugged. I hope she becomes more clear-headed after reaching third tier. Jenny laughed. When I went to pray at the church before, I heard she really went to the water prison to serve her sentence, and it lasted for 7 days. That is not something an ordinary person can do. Being able to stay in a water prison for a day is already impressive, and 7 days is basically inhuman. From the perspective of self-punishment, she seems to have done quite well. Blake said, she's quite a tough one. The three of them chatted for a while about Jasmine, and their gaze returned to the strange alchemical device. Now there are two options. The first option is to take this thing out entirely and find a specialist to handle it. Blake said, no way. The two girls spoke up simultaneously. Jenny said, even if it's a stillborn, taking it out will cause a scramble. If someone with ulterior motives sees it, this matter might create a big mess. Ellie said, Jenny is right. If this thing is taken out, it could attract necromancers, even liches. After all, in their eyes, every dead dragon egg is core material for a skeletal dragon. Ellie gestured to the huge device and said, "And this thing is so big. We can't take it out. I don't have such a large storage item." Blake nodded. "What you both said makes sense. The risk of this thing being exposed is greater than I imagined." Blake truly hadn't thought about the profession of necromancer. "Then we only have one choice left, which is to destroy it on the spot," Blake said. "However, the risk of destroying it on the spot." Blake took a deep breath. Since this thing has come to his attention, it cannot be ignored. Since it cannot be taken away, it can only be destroyed. As for the risks of destroying it on the spot, that can only be faced with life. "You two leave this room. I'll handle it," Blake said. Ellie's small face was serious, her hands clasped together, and she began to chant a spell. This spell was not very familiar to her. It took her a full 3 minutes, and she mispronounced it 4 or 5 times before she barely managed to release it. After seeing the faint white shield surrounding Blake, Ellie finally smiled shyly. "This spell is new to me, and I'm still not very skilled." Fortunately, the effect after successfully releasing it was quite good. Ellie hugged Blake and said, "Blake, you must pay attention to safety and not be reckless." She had been with Blake for 3 years. The sensitive Ellie already knew that Blake was a very stubborn person, and once he was determined about something, it was hard for others to change his mind. Therefore, she could only do her best to provide her help to Blake. In fact, she had never practiced the shield spell before. She had only memorized the incantation and principles during breaks while serving porridge. This time, being able to read it out in 3 minutes was already an extraordinary performance. Her head was feeling a bit dizzy now. Failing to cast a spell would stack the fainting state, and forcing a continuous read was actually very dangerous. But for Blake's safety, Ellie chose to endure it. Blake saw all of this and patted Ellie's head, saying, "Don't worry, I will survive. I'm more afraid of death than anyone else." Ellie glanced at Jenny, her face flushed, and suddenly stood on her tiptoes to kiss Blake. Their lips, cracked from lack of moisture, collided for an instant, sending a strange current-like feeling from their lips straight to their hearts. Whether it was due to the side effects of the continuous reading of the spell, or just pure shyness, Ellie's face turned a bit purple. "Blake, we kissed. You have to be responsible for me. So, please make sure to come back alive." Chapter 078. Personal heroism. The room was quiet, and only Blake remained. He sat silently in front of the strange alchemical device, beginning to recall his brief life since he had crossed over. Not just Blake and Ellie, even Jenny, who knew nothing about alchemy, could see the danger of this machine. Once someone tampered with it, life and death would be uncertain. To be honest, I'm not very sure either." Blake squeezed the creature on his shoulder. "Bobo, this little guy had made a contract with him. If he died, Bobo couldn't survive either, so there was no need for Ellie to take it away." "Do you think we can survive?" Blake said softly. Bobo's little stomach wobbled. Its 2 little eyes blinked, as if affirming, "The goddess will surely bless us." Blake murmured, "Bobo." This time Bobo looked even more excited. "You agree?" Blake chuckled. "You little guy, you really are a good believer of the goddess. When a person is about to die, they might seek some belief to hold on to. It's not that his views had changed, but rather that this elusive thing could provide him with some psychological comfort." For Blake, this inner comfort was perhaps even greater now. After all, the goddess of this world truly existed. Blake stood up from the ground, holding a short sword as he approached the massive alchemical device. From the first moment he saw it, he had a vague feeling that he would have to confront it. During this time, he had hesitated countless times about whether to play the hero. His previous conversations with Ellie and the others were also filled with indecision. How could he not know that this thing was difficult to move? He was just trying to escape a little at that moment. In fact, Blake knew very well that his external ability had reacted the moment he touched this thing. Danger! Danger! This object is a plague energy injection device blessed by the god of plague, containing a vast amount of plague power. This device will use the dead body of a dragon as a shell, injecting concentrated plague power to form a plague bomb capable of striking the entire Blackstone City. Current charging progress, 20. Detonating it early can control the damage range to a small area, but the detonator will face uncertain consequences. Additionally, Blackstone City is just a small place in human territory. Abandoning it and fleeing is also a sound option. This thing in front of him was like a nuclear bomb from another world, not fully charged. The goddess kindly provided 2 options, Either play the hero and possibly die, while others live, or directly pack up and run away. As the world is vast and Blackstone City can be lost. Blake extended his long sword forward, and the beautiful days of the past few years flashed through his mind. That stupid stepmother Ellie, who always wanted to kill him, seemed to become adorable at this moment. Blake shook his head and muttered, forget it, forget it. She is better off not being adorable. Goddess, please protect me. Let us do this. Blackstone City, I, Blake, will protect it. Blake shouted, and the short sword in his hand unexpectedly burst with golden light. Under the blessing of this golden light, Blake was able to cut through iron like mud and directly plunge the short sword into the apparatus. The inside of the machine was extremely unstable, and after Blake's short sword punctured it, the entire room filled with a violent energy. Run, Blake shouted to himself, urging his legs to sprint away. This reminded him of when he was chased by wild boars in his past life. The feeling of life and death was not much different now. Blake's short sword was expelled by the pressure inside the alchemical device, and the entire apparatus was instantly torn apart. Just as Blake was still running, he suddenly felt himself take off. The violent energy directly blasted him away, slamming him against the wall, breaking through it, and continuing to fly out. All of this happened in an instant. The originally square hall was completely destroyed by the dark green energy, and Blake and Bobo, one person and one pet, were instantly enveloped in toxic mist, gasping for breath. Bobo, the slime, was torn apart in mid-air, scattering everywhere. The dragon egg was also destroyed in the explosion. But after the destruction, a small dragon-esque phantom emerged from the egg, let out a cry in the air, and flew towards Blake, to allow this nuclear bomb to carry more plague energy. The god of plague's minions did not remove the soul from the dead body, but instead used secret methods to imprison it there. The poor little dragon, before it could even be born, was destroyed by the villains, and its soul remained trapped in the shell, unable to move. Blake's actions not only saved the people of Blackstone City, but also rescued this little dragon. The dragon's soul did not fly towards the sky to return to the dragon god's embrace. Instead, it circled around Blake twice. After realizing it couldn't enter Blake's body, it chose to retreat and directly burrowed into the remnants of Bobo. Bobo was now shattered beyond recognition. But with the resilient life force of a slime, as long as there was a large enough piece to move, it could slowly collect its body fragments and still have a chance to survive. The infusion of the dragon's soul made it more vibrant, but its entire body became semi-transparent. Because Blake was dead, according to their previous contract, if Blake died, Bobo, as his subordinate, could not survive either. Even if it relied on the characteristics of the slime and the help of the dragon's soul to survive by a stroke of luck, it would only last a few minutes at most. Once Blake's time was up, it would die along with him. The ceiling at the center of the explosion was also blown apart. Helena, who was still busy with the corpse pit, suddenly froze when she saw a huge dark green mist erupting from the pit where Blake and the others had entered. It's the toxic mist of the god of plague. Everyone, be careful. The high priestess Enya of the Mother of Life pulled out 2 seeds from her bosom and threw them on the ground. These seeds rapidly grew into 2 strange plants with large cavities after hitting the ground. The plants opened their mouths and began to swallow the nearby toxic mist. But this time, the toxic mist was enhanced. How could it be easily absorbed by Enya's miraculous plants? Bang! Bang! With 2 loud explosions, the 2 plants burst apart. Enya's expression grew serious as she said, "Colleagues, prepare to use our best techniques to clear this toxic mist." Helena looked dazedly at the bottom of the corpse pit. "My lord, there is a problem down there. It's very likely that it's Blake who is in trouble." She wanted to go down and take a look, but the thick toxic mist was pouring out from the hole, leaving her no chance to descend. "Oh goddess, please protect Lord Blake. Please ensure he returns safely. Your believer Helena is willing to give everything for this." Helena prayed softly. "Cough, cough, this book is not finished yet. Please wait for tomorrow's update." Chapter 79, Heroes Never Die. The intense explosion coming from underground was not only heard by these people. The minions of the god of plague, who were originally underground, as well as Jasmine, who had chased after them and got lost, also heard it. Jasmine wandered through the complex corridors, not only losing track of them, but also losing her way. The Punisher is for punishment, not for tracking. She had almost no tracking ability. Usually, during operations, it was others from the Inquisition who brought the guilty before her for judgment. Situations like this, where she had to pursue someone alone, were rare. Anxious, I should have reported to the Inquisition first. Then I could have asked the Tracker Master to catch Eve. Jasmine sighed, reflecting on herself. But why is Lord Blake also down there? I still care a bit about that. Jasmine muttered. But where's the room where Lord Blake and the others are? Jasmine, who was lost, couldn't find her way back for a while. Boom! A huge roar came from the front, and Jasmine instinctively felt a pang in her heart. She always felt like a piece of her heart had been taken away by something. Blake! Blake, wake up! A sharp scream from Ellie echoed throughout the area. The pain in Jasmine's heart became more pronounced. Lord Blake! No, Lord Blake can't be in trouble. Jasmine chanted, and 48 thorns shot out from her body. She didn't even consider her physical stamina. All the dirt walls, stone walls, and brick walls in front of her were smashed open by Jasmine's thorns. A straight line is the fastest. Jasmine spent only a few seconds before seeing Blake lying on the ground and Ellie weeping beside him. Step aside, let me through, Jasmine shouted as holy light thorns wrapped around Blake. Jasmine? Ellie stopped crying when she saw Jasmine like this. I have a way. Jasmine only said 4 words before being enveloped by the holy light thorns. The usually silent Jenny's eyes suddenly lit up, saying, there's a very niche and difficult skill in the 3rd-tier divine arts of priests that every aspiring priest must learn. The 3rd circle divine art, elementary resurrection. This skill can resurrect a non-natural dead being within 1 minute, reviving the target in a heavily injured state, and cannot restore any injuries or damage to the body. The cost of this skill is 1/3 of the priest's own blood. Ellie naturally also knew about this skill, and upon hearing Jenny's words, she suddenly became excited. 1 minute. A 3rd-tier priest. Blake can really be saved? Jenny said, now it depends on Jasmine. The elementary resurrection is considered the most niche 3rd-tier divine art due to its harsh conditions, difficult to learn, and needs to be cast within 1 minute of death, and cannot be for natural causes. High cost, draining 1/3 of the priest's blood, and poor effectiveness, can only revive a person, cannot heal wounds or diseases, cannot restore severed limbs. Hence it is often deemed useless. This skill is naturally based on the 3rd circle divine art Revivify from D&D 5e. However, this divine art is a prerequisite for the higher resurrection, and any priest with ambition would learn it, even if it is rarely used. Therefore, when Jasmine rushed over, Ellie didn't even realize that there was such a skill. Jenny gently hugged Ellie's shoulders and said to her, Blake can be saved. Blake felt like he was dreaming. He dreamed that he was lying on a gentle grassland, with a warm sun in the sky, not too glaring. The mixed scent of grass and soil around him was refreshing. A gentle breeze brushed over the grass blades, tickling his cheek. This tickling sensation woke him up. Was it not a dream? Where's this? Blake opened his eyes and looked around. A vast grassland, very empty, nothing around. He stood up, stretched lazily, quite comfortable. After walking a few steps in this empty grassland, Blake suddenly stopped. No way. This can't be a place like the goddess's divine realm. Did I die? Blake suddenly remembered what had just happened. Damn, how can there be nuclear bombs in another world? Blake complained. There was nothing around. After observing for a while, Blake lay back down on the grass. Forget it. I'm a bit tired. Might as well continue to sleep. Somehow, he felt very fatigued. He hadn't seen anything like the Grim Reaper. A bit disappointed, Blake closed his eyes and muttered softly. Perhaps because he had already crossed over once, Blake at this moment felt quite calm. Hey. Discussing other deities in front of this goddess is a very taboo thing. You know, a crisp voice suddenly rang out beside Blake. Blake struggled to control his eyelids to open and saw a gray-haired girl in a purple dress. Just one glance, and Blake understood the identity of the girl opposite him. You are a goddess? The girl put her hands on her hips and said, you should use honorifics when meeting a goddess. Blake chuckled. I'm dead. What is the point of honorifics? If you have the ability, bring me back to life. Now, the girl tilted her head slightly. What do you think this goddess is here for? I didn't expect your soul space to be like this. I thought you would be fantasizing about things from your past life in your soul space. The goddess said, Blake scratched his head. So this is my soul space. I thought it was your divine realm. I was wondering why it was so simple. The goddess huffed. My divine realm is vast and beautiful. Blake said, can I go take a look? After all, I believed in you for a while. The goddess shook her head, one hand supporting the back of Blake's head, the other supporting his back, exerting force to push Blake's whole body into the ground. Blake didn't even have time to react and directly disappeared from the soul space. Now, she clapped her hands and said, go to what divine realm? Your mission isn't over yet. Go back to the mortal realm and work. Seriously, I'm a deity that governs the threads of fate. How could I let you die so easily? The goddess looked around in Blake's soul space and muttered, it's a bit too empty here. A flash of light appeared in her hand, and a small sapling appeared in her palm. Now, carefully planting the sapling into the ground, she clapped her hands. That should do it. As soon as her voice fell, the goddess's figure flickered and directly disappeared from the soul space. Blake also completely opened his eyes, pulled back from the brink of death. The method the Lady of Fate used to resurrect Blake was very clever. She didn't directly use her divine power, because such an action would be considered cheating in the divine proxy war. Instead, she cleverly tugged at the threads of fate, allowing Jasmine to arrive at this moment. Through Jasmine's hands, Blake was resurrected. This is the power and charm of fate. However, Blake still had more urgent matters to deal with. What is this? Chapter 080. How to use the revivification spell. Blake's mind was stagnant for about 30 seconds, and he couldn't even feel the pain in his body. He was currently trapped in a cage woven from holy light thorns by Jasmine. The cage was tightly woven, but Blake could still see Ellie and Jenny standing outside, looking worried and somewhat panicked. Due to the holy light thorns, Jasmine was dressed very lightly, with the thorns protruding from her body, tearing through her close-fitting clothes, showcasing her originally proud figure in full view of Blake. At this moment, Jasmine was lying on Blake, her ample chest pressed directly against his, and Blake could even feel the jujube on her chest rubbing against his pectoral muscles. Sir, don't move. You're still very weak, Jasmine whispered. Blake retorted, I can't move anyway. Although he was alive, his body was in excruciating pain, unable to move, with almost no vitality left inside. However, Jasmine's words made him realize something different. There were a few bleeding holy light thorns connecting him to Jasmine. After feeling his condition, Blake discovered that Jasmine had been transfusing blood to him and transferring her vitality through the transfusion. Wait, since this is another world, do I not even have to consider blood type for transfusions? My body has no rejection reaction, Blake subconsciously complained his mind. However, seeing the magical holy light thorns around him, he could understand. One shouldn't overthink things in another world. Did you save me? Blake asked curiously. Jasmine nodded slightly. Her originally fair face now looked even paler. After all, losing a third of one's blood would kill an ordinary person. Only someone with a robust body, like a professional, could withstand it. Thank you, Blake said. Jasmine hugged Blake and softly said, if it weren't for you, I would have died in the Wailing Marsh long ago and wouldn't be who I am today. Therefore, saving you is my duty. But it would be great if you could reward me, Jasmine fluttered her eyelashes. Blake was taken aback, feeling that the atmosphere was a bit off. What kind of reward do you want? He asked. Jasmine wrapped herself around Blake and said, just don't move. She supported Blake's head with both hands and leaned in for a passionate kiss. Blake's eyes widened in shock. Wait, what's going on? This isn't right. He wanted to resist, but he was heavily injured and couldn't move at all. Through the gaps of the holy light thorns, he could still see Ellie looking worried about the situation. What is happening is giving me a feeling of being caught in a scandal. Blake's mind was in chaos. Fortunately, Jasmine didn't go further. She merely kissed him for a while before stopping. Sir, your physical condition is too poor right now. You must rest well. Let's put the matters in the epidemic zone aside for a bit. Your health is important, Jasmine said gently, lightly caressing Blake's cheek. I will come to see you often, she added softly. Jasmine pulled out the holy light, thorns connecting them for the transfusion. Blake looked at his stomach, where two circular holy light marks were left just above his navel. Jasmine collected all her holy light thorns and changed into a nun's robe from her storage space, calmly saying, Lord Blake has been revived by me, but he is still in a severely injured state and needs to rest. Someone must take care of him during this time. I can do it. I can do it. Ellie exclaimed excitedly. She saw Blake, who was lying on the ground, wink at her, and her heart was filled with indescribable joy as she grabbed Jasmine's hand and said, "Thank you so much, Priest Jasmine." Jasmine shook her head. "This is what I should do. I was able to survive the Wailing Marsh and reach my current level thanks to Lord Blake's grace. If there are any issues in the future, just come to the church to find me." After saying this to Ellie, Jasmine slightly bowed and left. Her calm tone and demeanor were completely different from the flirtatiousness Blake had seen before, as if she were two different people. Jasmine left straight away, and Ellie ran in front of Blake and hugged him, softly sobbing. Blake used all his strength to lift one arm and gently pat Ellie's head, saying, "It's okay. Everything is fine now." The once ethereal Bobobo, who seemed ready to follow Blake, gradually solidified. This little guy had already awakened and had pieced himself back together. "Bo." He jumped over to Blake, reaching out his little hand to touch Blake's face. Blake smiled and said, "You little rascal, you survived too?" "Bo." Bobobo proudly placed his hands on his hips, looking quite impressive. This little guy lifted Blake's spirits quite a bit, and the pain in his body lessened as well. But why does he look less round than before? Blake looked at Bobobo as pointy head, puzzled. Bobobo waved his little hands in front and said, "Complicated, can't explain." "Bo." Blake was somewhat confused and opened his panel to take a look. Mutating slime, in mutation, level 1, larval stage. Abilities, 3rd ring spell plant growth, 2nd ring spell transformation. Mutated Bobobo can now transform into anything it has seen, and the strength, size, and similarity of the transformation are related to its cognitive level and magical level, and it can grow. Talent. See Chapter 42 for details. Description. The little guy gained a stroke of luck after its body was shattered, as a fragment of a baby dragon soul was injected into it, beginning to mutate in a specific direction. Subsequent changes may be significant. Please pay attention. Host. Blake was taken aback. "You little rascal, you mutated?" Bobobo nodded. "Yeah." This little guy became quite talkative after the mutation. From the panel, it seemed Bobobo's changes were good. Its level had increased, it had mutated, and it could speak more clearly. As for whether this fragment of soul would take over anything, Blake felt it probably wouldn't. Based on his panel's characteristics, such risky things like soul possession would be directly marked. Since it wasn't on the panel, it meant there was no risk. Bobobo was simply digesting the dragon's soul. Blake then checked his virtue panel. A large number of entries had refreshed on the panel, and upon a quick glance, they were almost all related to the virtue of compassion. However, strangely enough, the progress bar for the virtue of compassion had not moved, but had changed from its original black font to a dark golden font. Next to the dark golden font was an explanation. Major event. Spiritual Knight of the Destiny Church. Level 2. Blake sacrificed himself, successfully defusing the plague bomb that would have endangered the entire Blackstone city, bringing a new direction to the divine proxy war and saving all the people in the city. People's recognition 1. The virtue of compassion has been gilded, and the title, Bomb Disposal Hero, has been obtained. Blake muttered, "Huh? What's going on?" Chapter 081. Great Promotion. The Divine Proxy War. Blake had heard the goddess mention the Divine Proxy War before and understood the identity he currently represented. However, this term people's popularity was something he was hearing for the first time. He shifted his focus to this newly appeared entry. People's popularity, event prestige. This entry refers to your importance in major events. The more prestige you have, the more significant events you have participated in and resolved. This entry will affect the host foundation for becoming a god. Blake was taken aback. Become a god? I can also become a god? He took a deep breath, feeling somewhat unreal. Just a moment ago, he was the most loyal follower of Lady Fate, and now he discovered he could also become a god. This contrast indeed left Blake momentarily stunned. Jenny, supporting him, asked with concern, "Is it moving too fast? Should I slow down?" Blake waved his hand and said, "It's fine. By the way, Jenny, do you know what virtue gilding means?" Blake glanced at his panel. There was no explanation for this term. Virtue gilding. You've been gilded? What virtue? Jenny responded, clearly surprised, gripping Blake's hand a little tighter. Seeing Jenny so excited, Blake replied, "The virtue of compassion." Jenny looked deeply at Blake and said, "Then it seems that alchemical device is quite important." Blake nodded. "It can destroy the entire Blackstone city." Jenny first sighed, no wonder, and then explained virtue gilding is a prerequisite for high-level job advancement. During a knight's second job transfer, at least one virtue must be gilded. Blake mused, another late-game thing. However, Jenny quickly told him some good news. If the gilded virtue is one you didn't have before, you will gain the corresponding virtue skill in advance. If the gilded virtue is one you already possess, it will enhance your existing skill. Blake was taken aback and quickly opened his panel to check his skill bar. His mind had been in a jumble earlier, and he hadn't noticed the changes in his skill bar after seeing the virtue gilding. Compassion virtue. Compassionate holy wing. Compassionate holy wing. The knight's compassionate heart will illuminate the lost. After an enemy dies, this skill can directly resurrect the corpse to fight for the knight. The resurrected enemy will only fight instinctively and will last for 10 seconds. Kill pleasure. Blake exclusive quickly killing enemies is also a form of indirect compassion. When an enemy's health is below 10, they will be directly slain by Blake, and a small portion of health will be restored to him based on the enemy's maximum health. Blake smacked his lips. No wonder every professional squad on the battlefield needs a knight. This skill is too suitable for group battles. Hearing Blake's mumbling, Jenny smiled and said, the compassion virtue skill is indeed useful on a battlefield, but outside of group battles, this skill doesn't have much application. So very few knights choose this virtue in the early stages. Blake nodded. That makes sense. He looked at his exclusive skill, which had a killing effect. Anyone who has played games knows how powerful skills with killing effects can be. This skill would significantly enhance Blake's offensive efficiency. Blake carefully examined his panel again and found that a title system had been newly unlocked, with one title already lying in the interface. Bomb Disposal Hero, commemorating the knight Blake's brave injury while safeguarding the people during the Blackstone City's Plague War. Equipping this title significantly enhances Blake's shock resistance and poison resistance. Not bad. It's not easy to be a good person and earn a lot of rewards. Blake thought to himself. Come here. Ellie, who was scouting ahead, spoke up. This should be the way out. The array in that room had been blown to pieces by the bomb, and now there were extraordinary toxins all around, making it impossible to approach. Ellie had been scouting nearby for a way out, and fortunately, the little girl found it. The three of them moved outside, and Ellie said, Molly was in such a hurry, I didn't even get a chance to thank her properly. Blake replied, after all, she was going to chase the traitor. We can talk about it next time we meet. Jenny added, at least she's okay. Thinking back, it was quite thrilling. Blake sighed, yeah. While the three were chatting, Ellie suddenly flickered her staff and teleported back. 3 poisoned arrows suddenly appeared where she had been standing. Enemies. Blake broke free from Jenny's hand, leaning against the wall, and said, go help Ellie. Jenny nodded, raising her shield and charging forward. Ellie followed closely. The two had practiced this cover-and-charge tactic for a long time. As the future mistress of Breeze territory, Ellie, like her father, had no concept of retreating. It was all about charging forward. Blake leaned against the wall, slowly moving back. He wasn't the heir of Breeze territory. He should act cowardly when it was time to be cowardly. 3 lackeys of the plague god jumped out from the shadows, wielding poisoned weapons and charging towards them. As a third-tier knight, Jenny easily took on the attacks of the 3, and Ellie, trusting Jenny, did not deal with the ones in front of her, but instead cast a sleep spell, directly incapacitating the one outside who was shooting arrows. This was a spell she learned when she advanced to the first tier, and now it had reached perfection, releasing at an astonishing speed. Blake peeked out from a safe place, seeing that the situation was still under control, and targeted a relatively sturdy lackey, using the pirated ring of humility. The vitality was absorbed into Blake's body through the skill, giving him a moment of respite. Jenny knocked the 3 back with her shield, and Ellie darted out from behind her, hands expanded. Burning hands, rich flames surged from her hands, and the one from whom Blake had absorbed vitality was directly burned to death. Jenny advanced, and the knight's sword fell, severing one person's head. The last one still had a breath left, and Blake quickly adjusted his skill, directly draining that person dry. In the end, they became the soul under Ellie's staff. Blake watched as Ellie wielded her staff with great vigor, using close combat staff techniques with impressive skill, reminiscent of her father, Count Breeze. Who are these people? Jenny asked in confusion. Blake answered, lackeys of the plague god. They probably came to block us on purpose. After hearing this, Ellie said, Blake just disrupted the plague god's grand plan. We need to leave quickly to avoid being stopped by even more powerful enemies hiding in the plague zone. Blake stood up and said, that makes sense. Let's hurry. Chapter 082. The vaccine finally comes. 10 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Ever since the encounter with the 4 roadblocks at the dungeon entrance, several more lackeys of the plague god have come to the camp to self-destruct. With no other choice, Blake had to temporarily relocate back to the church in Blackstone City. In the Fate Church room, Leon and Lena were quietly sitting opposite Blake, both of them holding their right elbows with their left hands, mimicking each other's actions. During these days, Blake had been busy researching vaccines, and he was already seeing some results. The core of the vaccine is the antigen, which is the key substance that can trigger an immune response in the body. Depending on the type of antigen, vaccines can be classified into live attenuated vaccines, inactivated vaccines, and subunit vaccines. The first type, simply put, involves directly implanting a weakened virus, with the key point being how to weaken it. The second type involves implanting dead pathogens, and this vaccine mainly depends on whether the body can react to the dead pathogens. However, it is clear that the plague currently encountered in Blackstone City cannot use inactivated vaccines. The third type, subunit vaccines, belongs to a higher level of vaccines, where parts of the virus's genetic fragments are extracted and transplanted. Given the technology and magic divine techniques Blake currently possesses, this type of vaccine is almost impossible to replicate, so it was abandoned. Therefore, from Blake's perspective, there is actually only one option: the live attenuated vaccine. The previous failures in vaccine production were due to Blake's inability to control the viruses within the bodies of the 2 twins. While these twins had antibodies, the antibodies would quickly disappear once the blood was outside the body, allowing the viruses to regain the initiative. The plague in this other world has an extremely tenacious vitality, and if the vaccine were based solely on the blood of these twins, the viruses in the blood would go berserk during the production process, resulting in vaccine failure. Previously, Blake had tried many methods, but was unable to suppress the viruses in the vaccine, leading to repeated failures. However, everything changed after returning from the dungeon. Although the explosion did not blow off any of Blake's limbs, it completely transformed his internal structure. Blake could now be said to be immune to all poisons. His blood now contained a peculiar substance that could directly kill the plague virus. After diluting his blood 30 times, he successfully adjusted a reagent that weakened the virus. By mixing the diluted blood with the twins' blood, the first artificial vaccine in this world was successfully created. The crafting flame also showed great respect, as the vaccine emanated a golden light, achieving a 3-star quality. However, adhering to the principle of caution, Blake decided to first conduct tests on mice. The voice of the crafting flame's high priest, Newton, came from outside. Blake, has the vaccine experiment been successful? This old fellow had been coming every day, showing more concern than Blake himself. Blake called out from the table, Phoebe, how's the experiment going? He had entrusted this matter completely to Phoebe, as she was in charge of the mice. Phoebe poked her head out from the other side of the room and said, the 3rd infection experiment has concluded, and the mice still haven't gotten sick. Blake nodded. Then we can proceed to human trials. Newton was taken aback. We still need to conduct human experiments? Blake glanced at Newton and said, live attenuated vaccines carry risks. They cannot be used directly on a large scale. Besides, haven't the cases in the epidemic zone decreased significantly after the renovations? Blake asked. Newton nodded. That's true. If nothing goes wrong, the epidemic has basically been extinguished, and the rats have been eliminated. Blake said, so there's no need to worry. We can't rush this. We need to conduct experiments first. What do I need to do? Newton asked. Blake replied, recruit volunteers. We need people of all ages and physical conditions. Blake thought for a moment and said, professionals have strong physiques and aren't afraid of dying, so they could be directly vaccinated. By the way, remember to have a few priests on standby. Some with weaker bodies might not be able to handle it, and we need to make timely adjustments. After Newton took notes, he left to prepare. If the vaccine really works, it would be a great merit. Undoubtedly, Blake and the Fate Church would reap the rewards. But Newton wouldn't miss out either. Even if he couldn't claim the top contribution, getting the second would still be good. After he left, Leon, who was sitting in the chair, suddenly spoke up. "Brother Blake, if the vaccine works, do we have a chance to become knights?" Blake was taken aback, then nodded. That's right. He hadn't thought of this before. The raw materials for the vaccine were the blood of these two little ones and Blake's own. If this initiative were implemented, regardless of whether the twins were willing or not, the virtue of mercy would certainly be fully realized. Seizing this opportunity to become knights seemed like a viable option. Then I want to be a knight in the future. I want to be one too. The two little ones looked somewhat excited. Blake said, "Knights starting from mercy usually have average strength. Are you sure you want to become knights?" Lena looked at Blake seriously and said, "Brother Blake, our orphanage has only produced 3 extraordinary professionals since its establishment. Among them, 2 uncles are still first tier, and only Sister Carry-On has reached the 3rd tier. For us, becoming a professional is important. Whether the professional is strong or not is not something we can choose." Leon also said, "Becoming a knight means I can earn money that ordinary people can't, whether it's the army, the church, or the Adventurers Guild. As long as there's a place for me, I can go. If I'm not a knight, I wouldn't even be able to enter those places." Blake was taken aback. As the chosen one, he had never considered what being a professional meant for ordinary people. Hearing the two little ones' words, he felt somewhat emotional. "If you want to stay in Blackstone City, you can directly join the Fate Church. If you want to leave, I can have someone issue you a letter of introduction to become knight captains in the Breeze Territory. Although Breeze Territory is a bit farther from Blackstone City, the Lord is a good person who rose from a common background through hard work." The two little ones nodded and said, "Thank you, Brother Blake. We will consider it." Blake smiled and said, "You two are still young, yet you're thinking quite a lot and even considering it." He paused and said, "Just let me know when you've made up your mind. Don't feel too much psychological burden." The two little ones nodded silently, but their stomachs let out grumbling sounds. Blake stretched and said, "Hungry? My body is almost recovered. I'll cook for you this afternoon and make something delicious to replenish you." Chapter 083. Eating some supplements, Blake walked to the other side of the room, where 2 alchemical pots were cooking. Bobo was dozing near the pots, and only opened its eyes when it sensed Blake's presence. "The pot is still on," Bobo said. Blake patted its little head and said, "You continue to sleep well. I'll call you when it's time to eat." "Okay," Bobo shouted and fell back into a deep sleep. Ever since it merged with a trace of a dragon baby's soul, it had become increasingly drowsy, which was somewhat reminiscent of the early years of a true dragon. Young dragons often sleep a lot to quickly comprehend the knowledge inherited in their talents and to grow. In one pot was the soup Blake was brewing. After being seriously ill, he needed to replenish his strength. In the left pot was a soup made of red dates, goji berries, and black-bone chicken. Blake had temporarily not found any goji berries, so it only contained red dates, which were unripe and a bit sour. The black-bone chicken was quite expensive. This one was a first-tier magical creature, the black feather chicken, known for its speed and slight earth elemental attribute. The soup was simple to make. After preparing the black-bone chicken, he blanched it to remove the fishy smell and then simmered it with just salt. Blake had freshly killed the chicken that morning. It was very clean, the meat was fresh with little odor, and a simple simmer made for a good dish. The moment the lid was opened, golden light flashed, and without any surprises, it easily achieved a 3-star quality. In the other alchemical pot was the staple food, Blake's red bean, peanut, and glutinous rice porridge. The most troublesome part of the porridge was the brown sugar. Blake had made the brown sugar freshly yesterday, which was relatively complicated. As for the red beans, peanuts, and glutinous rice, he had to thank the wild masters from the Balance sect for finding them in the wilderness. Cooking porridge wasn't particularly complicated. It just required patience. With only 2 points worth noting. First, the red beans needed to be soaked in advance for at least 2 hours. Otherwise, they would be very hard to cook and would not have a good texture. Second, he needed to scrape the bottom of the pot every so often to prevent sticking. As long as these 2 points were taken care of, cooking porridge was unlikely to fail. Sigh, if only I had a rice cooker, it would be so much easier. Blake muttered to himself. Blake checked the porridge, which was almost done, and called out, "Phoebe, take the 2 little ones to wash their hands. It's time to eat." Phoebe, who was busy with the little mouse nearby, responded and stopped her work to take the 2 little ones to wash their hands. "Sir, how was your recovery today?" Jasmine's voice came from outside. Blake turned his head to glance and said, "Didn't I tell you not to bring anything? Why did you bring something again?" Jasmine placed a small bamboo basket on the table and said, "Just a few fruits I picked in the wild. They aren't worth much." Blake took a quick look and mumbled, "They look like magical plants. How could they not be worth anything?" Jasmine smiled and said, "I picked them myself, so of course, they aren't worth much." Blake shrugged, "I really can't do anything about you. Don't leave at noon. Stay here for lunch." Jasmine was taken aback. "Can I?" Blake replied, "What's wrong with that? If I tell you to stay, just sit quietly and wait for the meal." Since he intended to cook, he made a bit more, with a total of 4 black-boned chickens in the alchemical pots, enough to eat. "Oh, okay." Jasmine nodded and walked over to ask, "Do you need me to do anything?" Blake waved his hand, "Just sit quietly. The food is ready, just wait to eat." Speaking of which, the food your church prepares really isn't great. The ingredients are good, but the chef's skills are lacking. Blake had been staying at the church these past few days and had been eating there. Jasmine nodded and said, "Actually, the chef skill is considered good in Blackstone City. It's just that not everyone has your talent." Blake nodded, shamelessly admitting, "That's true." Jasmine skillfully cast several recovery spells on Blake. She had been doing this for the past few days. "By the way, have you caught that traitor you were after?" Blake asked curiously. Jasmine shook her head. "It seems he escaped to the depths underground. There hasn't been any trace found in the past few days. However, the court has sent a Radiant Ranger to assist, so we should have news soon." Blake clicked his tongue. Who would have thought there was such a complex underground space beneath Blackstone City? Under the combined efforts of Bishops Helena and Inya, the poisonous mist from the alchemical nuclear explosion Blake triggered gradually dissipated, revealing a vast underground world at the explosion site. Initially, many adventurers were drawn to explore and plunder, but soon Duke Blackstone stepped in to seal off the area. Now, only those who have the joint approval of Duke Blackstone and the Church can enter the underground world for exploration. It is said that the Adventurers Guild has recently been protesting this matter. As for whether the protest has had any effect, well, that's hard to say. "Blake, we're here." Ellie's lively voice rang out from outside. "How are you today? Do you feel any better?" Ellie walked up to Blake with her hands behind her back. Blake patted Ellie on the head. "Much better. Once I finish dealing with the vaccine issue, I can leave the monastery. I brought you a flower today," Ellie said as she took out a flower from behind her and handed it to Blake. It was a red rose, and Ellie had kindly cleaned the thorns off the stem. Blake took the rose and smelled it. "It smells nice and looks pretty." "Thank you, Ellie." Ellie giggled. "Mom said that flowers can bring good feelings, and good feelings can help one recover from illness faster." Ellie's biological mother was an ordinary person who loved to tend to flowers. The territory of the breeze was filled with flowers. Blake wiped a jar clean, filled it with fresh water, and placed the rose inside. "This way, it can keep me company for a few more days," Blake said. Ellie added, "When this one wilts, I'll find you another." Blake gently stroked Ellie's back and said, "Just sit quietly and wait for the meal. Let's not pick too many flowers. They grow well in the ground, and if you cut them, they won't last long." Ellie pouted. "Then I'll bring the whole root next time." "You little rascal," Blake said helplessly. Phoebe returned with the 2 little ones, and the 3 of them had different expressions upon seeing Jasmine and Ellie. The 2 little ones were fine since they didn't understand the identities of the 2 older sisters. However, Phoebe, as the daughter of a minor baron from the north, naturally recognized the future mistress of Breeze. Additionally, as an alchemist employed by the church, she was aware of Jasmine's new identity. Feeling quite nervous about dining with these 2 geniuses in various senses, her gaze subtly shifted to Blake, but she felt a bit more confident inside. "I am one of Lord Blake's subordinates. Lord Blake is my support." Phoebe encouraged herself in her heart. Chapter 084, It's time to move. Delicious. In fact, when Phoebe truly started eating, she completely forgot about the etiquette and consideration she should have. "This chicken is so delicious, and this chicken soup is the best I've ever had." Phoebe's mind was filled with thoughts of food and praises for Blake. Blake smiled and said, "You've worked hard these days, so eat more if it's good." Ellie also looked happy and said, "Oh, it's so great to eat food made by Blake." Jenny added, "Yeah, once you have it, you can't stop thinking about it. It's really addictive." Blake felt a bit awkward listening to them. "Hey, is this really how you describe a meal?" Suddenly, Jasmine, who had been silent, started to have a nosebleed. Soon after, Jenny also began to bleed from her nose. The 2 with the highest vitality started bleeding, and Phoebe panicked. Is there poison in the food? Don't be fooled by her being the daughter of a baron. She has seen a lot of palace drama at home. Her father has married 9 wives, and they put on grand palace dramas every day, with poisonings and such happening about 3 times a year. However, she quickly turned red as the people around her, including the 2 bleeding, seemed completely unconcerned. Jasmine even knew how to handle her nosebleed a bit, while Jenny casually grabbed something to plug her nose and then started devouring Blake's food. Calm down. They just have too much vitality and are replenishing too much, Blake said. Jasmine nodded and said, Sir, the alchemical food you made is indeed a bit too nourishing. Blake nodded. Everyone eat according to your body's needs, and don't eat too much. He felt the vigorous life force surging within him and couldn't help but sigh. If I had known it was this nourishing, I should have made it earlier. Jenny smacked her lips and said, This meal must have been very expensive to make, with a complicated process, right? Blake plucked a chicken leg and fed it to Bobo, while curiously asking, Why do you say that? Jenny replied, A life potion of this level would sell for at least 200 gold. 200 gold, that's so expensive. Blake thought, having bought a black-feathered chicken for only 20 gold at the butcher, and that was with the price doubled due to the lockdown. Normally, a black-feathered chicken would only cost around 10 gold. As for the other ingredients like red dates and red beans, these aren't magical crops and aren't worth much. The main issue is the complicated supply chain, and, currently, only the Balance sect has them, making it hard for ordinary people to buy. With that price, you still might not be able to buy it. Ellie said she had previously wanted to buy a life potion to help Blake, but when she went to the Adventurers Guild, she found that all the life potions in Blackstone City had already been bought up. Wealthy people fear death the most. The moment the plague appeared, they cleared out all the life potions in the city. These potions are hard to make, requiring a lot of raw materials, and under the lockdown, there won't be any production for a while. Jenny nodded and added, Moreover, life potions are so hard to drink. They have a bitter taste and a muddy aftertaste that can make you nauseous for a long time. I certainly don't want to drink that stuff. After saying that, Jenny slurped another spoonful of sweet porridge. This is so much better. Blake stroked his chin. Actually, I can make some money from this. Blake kept this in mind but didn't act immediately. He wasn't really short on money right now, and didn't have a strong desire to make money. Cooking was more like a way for him to relieve stress. Usually, treating himself to a good meal was quite enjoyable. The group ate and drank, quickly finishing all the food Blake had made. Blake walked over to the alchemical pot, where there were still some remnants left. He skillfully recited the prayer and offered these remnants to the goddess. The goddess quickly responded, providing him with a substantial amount of spiritual virtue. Speaking of which, he had always thought that once his virtue was full, gaining more would have no meaning, until he discovered that after his mercy virtue was gilded, his already full humility and spiritual virtue were still rising at an untraceable pace. If he didn't encounter suitable major events, it seemed he could also complete the gilding of virtues by slowly collecting them with his cheat. This indeed gave Blake more motivation. After everyone finished eating, they went about their own tasks. The 2 little ones took a break and returned from their nap to continue being raw materials. However, the 2 little ones didn't sleep well during their nap because Blake's food was too nourishing. They felt hot all over and couldn't sleep, needing to draw 3 tubes of blood to recover. Phoebe was still diligently doing her laboratory work. This little girl was like a nuclear-powered donkey, working nonstop. After Blake taught her, she basically didn't need him to lift a finger. Blake felt his body's condition and found it good, so he stood up and said, I'm stepping out for a bit. You all keep busy here. Okay, Phoebe replied. Blake walked to the stable at the church entrance and led Pearl out. Have you gained some weight recently? Blake asked, patting Pearl's belly. Pearl snorted and turned its head away. During this time, it had been resting at the church's stable. Although the food was as good as at the Green Vine Inn, it was still top-notch accommodations. You're shy now. Blake laughed as he mounted Pearl. Let us head to the Dwarven District first. Blake thought the time should be right. He would first go to Magni to change his armor and also look for a suitable weapon. The knight's short sword that had accompanied him for several years was completely destroyed at the explosion site. Pearl skillfully ran to the entrance of the malt hammer, where the sound of forging still echoed inside. Blake dismounted and walked in. You're always working, aren't you? Magni wiped the sweat from his brow and said, Oh, the great hero has arrived. If I'm not working, Am I supposed to rest? Where's the money for resting? Magni replied, how's your health? Blake's bomb disposal incident had spread far and wide. Not just the epidemic zone, but everyone in Blackstone City knew of this figure. The high notoriety was also because the Fate Church had helped spread the word. The prophets of the Fate Church. The prophets had spread another future where the bomb was detonated. Almost everyone knew that if Blake hadn't acted first, the bomb would have destroyed the entire Blackstone City. Blake shrugged. I'm fine. I got some ingredients today to replenish myself, and my condition is pretty good now. Magni smiled. I knew from the moment I met you that you were a lucky one. Now look, the dwarven intuition is quite accurate. Blake laughed. Is my armor ready? Magni wiped his hands and said, come with me. It's been ready for you for a while. Chapter 085. Immovable Mountain and Bobo Sword, what s with the mysteriousness? Blake walked behind Magni. Magni snorted a couple of times and said, this armor took a lot of my effort and quite a few materials to make. Have a sun risen in the west? You still have materials to spare? Blake asked in confusion. Magni shouted, hey, what do you mean? We're at least brothers. Aren't we? Blake looked at Magni and said, who said brothers are brothers, and wealth is wealth? Magni scratched his beard awkwardly and said, all right, mainly I took this equipment to be evaluated for its rank. So you're a second-tier blacksmith now? Blake asked. Magni flicked the silver-white craftsman badge on his chest and said, absolutely. Just like herbalists, blacksmiths, alchemists, and other secondary professions, there are also tier divisions. But this division is man-made. Each association assesses its own, somewhat like the teaching credentials, accounting certificates, and electrician licenses Blake had in his past life. Each association has its own assessment standards. Magni opened the storeroom, walked deep inside, and stopped at an armor rack covered with a black cloak. They even made a cloak for it? Blake asked curiously. Magni nodded. I figured if you become famous in the future, you should pay attention to your appearance. So I rushed to make you a cloak overnight. After a moment of silence, Blake said, you're right. Blake's style of doing things isn't very upright. He belongs to that sort of character who will break the rules without hesitation as long as it serves his goals. This black leather cloak really suited his taste. Magni removed the cloak, revealing the armor underneath. It was a classic full-body plate armor in milky white, looking less aggressive and somewhat friendly. The layers of armor looked extremely thick. Want to try it on? Magni asked. Blake nodded sure. With Magni's help, Blake quickly donned the armor, and it felt nothing like the clumsiness he had imagined. The worm skin was light, yet resistant to blades, a feature perfectly preserved by Magni. Wearing the full armor, Blake not only didn't feel heavy, but rather felt more agile than before. Magni picked up a hammer and a shield, stepped back a few paces, and shouted as he charged straight at Blake. Blake did not expect Magni to suddenly attack. He instinctively stepped back and crouched to brace for the impact. Bang! Magni's charge was actually deflected. He got up awkwardly from the ground, but his expression was smiling. How's that? This is my masterpiece. Saying this, he threw the shield in his hand to Blake. This medium-sized shield is a bit awkward for me to use. Indeed, the shield he had just used was prepared for Blake. Like Blake's new armor, it was also milky white. However, unlike the small round shield Blake usually used, this time the shield was a solid medium-sized shield, a Germanic round shield that could completely protect Blake's entire chest and abdomen. Of course, this thing is called a kite shield in this world. Yes, the origin of this shield comes from the kites who constantly fought in the wilderness. It is overall round, a medium-sized half-body shield with a metal bulge in the middle designed to deflect close combat attacks from enemies. At the same time, this bulge can fit Blake's fist, allowing him to hold it in a better position. Blake's combat style leans towards balance. He is neither an aggressive knight wielding a two-handed sword or hammer, nor a defensive knight like Jenny who uses a tower shield. Previously, he chose a hand shield purely due to material limitations. Hand shields are the most flexible. Now, with worm skin and his increased strength, he can naturally handle a larger shield. This shield made of hardwood, worm skin, and special metal weighs only about twice that of the previous small round shield. In Blake's second-tier hands, it actually felt weightless. Blake swung it casually, nodding in satisfaction. As expected of the best dwarven craftsman I know, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable. Magni automatically ignored the fact that Blake only knew him as a dwarven craftsman and cheerfully said, "Leave it to me, Magni." and I guarantee to return you something worth more than its price. After feeling it for a while, Blake asked in confusion, "Does this set have any special effects?" Magni chuckled. "You felt it, didn't you?" After I finished crafting it, the flame of craftsmanship flickered with golden light, naturally bringing a special ability. As long as your feet are on the ground, this set of equipment can connect to the earth element, providing a huge ability to withstand impacts. Magni continued, "With your current second-tier knight level, you could probably directly withstand a charge from a knight of the same tier. Of course, the opposing cavalry shouldn't be riding magical creatures," Magni added. Blake smacked his lips. That is still quite impressive. Cavalry and knights are not the same. Knights are extraordinary professionals, while cavalry are units. Besides knights, warriors, priests, and rangers can also be cavalry. Anyone fighting on horseback counts. The impact of a cavalry charge is not simply 1-1-2. Being able to withstand a charge of the same tier is indeed extraordinary. By the way, this set of armor hasn't been named yet. As its owner, you can name it, Magni said. Blake thought for a moment and said, "Let us call it Immovable Mountain." Immovable as a mountain. Magni rubbed his chin, pondering for a while. "Hey, I didn't expect you to be quite cultured." Blake shot Magni a glance. "What do you mean? I've been hanging around with a mage. All right? That little girl from Breeze Alley? It's hard to say who is really hanging out with whom," Magni retorted. Blake didn't engage with that comment, but instead asked, "Do you have a suitable finished longsword for me? My previous weapon is no longer usable." Blake didn't even know where his short sword was. He couldn't find it in the area that had exploded earlier. Magni seemed unaware of this. "Well, with a medium shield, the short sword indeed can't be used. I do have a few long swords, but they're basically standard types, nothing special." Blake replied, "Standard long swords are fine. I'll use them as a temporary measure." Magni nodded and retrieved several long, wrapped items from the other side of the storeroom. He uncovered the oilcloth, revealing the long swords inside. Blake picked one up and weighed it a couple of times. There was nothing remarkable about the standard long sword as long as it fit. However, Bobo, who had been perched on Blake's shoulder, jumped onto the sword and, after a brief inspection, said, "I can do it." Both Blake and Magni were taken aback. "That little thing can talk?" Magni asked in confusion. Blake was surprised and exclaimed, "You can transform into a long sword?" Chapter 086. The old demon boo is online Pobo wrapped around a long sword, and after sensing it for a moment, he spat the sword out. The entire slime began to reshape and solidify, eventually becoming a deep blue long sword. Blake grasped the long sword transformed by Pobo and swung it twice. Buzzed to his surprise, a circle of blue flame ripples emanated from the sword. Magni's eyes widened. "What kind of slime is this?" He leaned in to observe the Pobo sword, muttering, "This strength, this magical fluctuation, this is simply on par with top-tier magical equipment." Blake looked at Pobo and asked, "Pobo, how long can you maintain this state?" "Very, very long." Pobo's little face appeared on the sword, looking quite amusing. Blake threw the long sword into the sky, and Pobo understood, transforming back into slime form and landing on Blake's shoulder. "Not bad. Quick reflexes," Blake smiled. Pobo chuckled twice. "I really envy your luck." Magni shook his head and put away the standard long sword he had forged. Blake said, "It's all destiny's choice." "You know," Magni snorted, "you've changed quite fast. I don't know who said 2 years ago that they would never believe in gods until death." Blake cleared his throat twice to cover his embarrassment and said, "At that time, I just hadn't felt the benefits of the gods, but your memory seems a bit too good." Magni replied, "Dwarves have good memories when it comes to remembering bad things." Blake laughed. "You better watch out, or I'll write you into our family's book of grudges," Magni retorted. Blake knew Magni was joking and laughed heartily. "Then I would be honored." Magni walked to the forge and said, "Hurry up, don't disturb me while I'm making money. By the way, hasn't your little apprentice come back yet?" Blake asked. Magni shook his head. "Not yet, but she comes from a notable background, so there's no need to worry about her safety." "Speaking of which, why did you take a human as an apprentice?" Blake asked curiously when no one was around. Magni didn't look up. "What other reason could there be? She has money." The little girl hadn't even formally become my apprentice and already brought me 2 gold ingots the size of sheep eggs. Sheep egg size. Pure gold. Solid. Magni's expression was exaggerated. "By the hammer of the heavens." What kind of apprentice would bring such gifts when they're starting out? Blake clicked his tongue. No wonder the hidden kings of the wilderness, the Cape people, are indeed wealthy. And they still have nowhere to spend it, Magni added. But why would she seek you out? If it's 2 solid gold balls, she could just find any master, Blake said. Magni snorted. Those racist bastards in the dwarf district wouldn't care about me, Magni, with such dedication. Indeed, there is a dwarf district in Blackstone City. But not all dwarves are willing to deal with humans. Many of them are only interested in the gold humans have, and their attitude towards humans is not very good. A guest arrived at the Maze Hammer and stood frozen upon hearing their conversation. Magni glanced at the newcomer and said, "The tools you wanted are ready. In the second box on the right, just take a look for yourself." The man was somewhat trembling, glancing at Magni and then at Blake. After confirming that they wouldn't do anything out of line, he went to check the items he had commissioned from the blacksmith. Magni glanced at Blake again and said, "You should go do your own thing. Don't disturb me while I'm doing business." Blake waved his hand. "Then I'll take my leave." Hurry up, Magni muttered, really questioning my strength. Isn't it normal for me to take an apprentice? The young man buying the sword heard Magni's mutter, and his eyes lit up, curiously asking, "Master Hammer, do you take apprentices?" Magni replied impatiently, "No, pay the rest and get lost." In the plague zone, after retrieving his equipment, Blake didn't return to the church immediately, but instead headed to the plague zone. Previously, he had been too weak to move, but after a hearty meal, he was finally able to act. For Blake, he had a quick recovery method, which was to directly use a pirated ring of humility to absorb the life force of others. However, he considered himself a somewhat good person and couldn't bring himself to randomly drain the life force of innocent people. He could only wait until he felt better and then absorb the life force of the plague god. In the illusion of Rondo's memories, Blake obtained a list of infiltrators, which was just what he needed. In the plague zone, in an inconspicuous corner, a burly man with a full beard called out to Blake, "Hey, what are you doing here? This isn't a place for you. Get lost." He held a dagger in his hand, ready to act if Blake took another step forward. Blake raised an eyebrow under his hood. "You're on edge so quickly? Looks like I found the right place. I have information about the godson of the Destiny Church," Blake said. The man's expression changed instantly, but he quickly returned to normal. "What godson? What are you talking about? Get lost." Blake wasn't angry. He casually tossed a badge of the plague god and said, "If you want information, come to the corpse pit to find me. I will only wait for an hour. And remember to bring enough gold coins." After saying that, Blake left directly. The badge of the plague god was obtained from Jasmine, who had killed quite a few of the plague church's lackeys underground recently. After Blake left, the bearded man picked up the badge. After observing it for a moment, he called out to the people in the tent, "Boss, it's a real badge." A swollen head popped out from the tent and asked, "What kind of strength does this person have?" The burly man shook his head. "I don't know. There's no aura emanating from him, and he is completely shrouded in a robe." The swollen head snorted coldly. Probably one of those bounty hunters who don't dare to show their faces. They can't explore underground and are quite resentful of the church. You take a few brothers and go to the corpse pit to meet him. The swollen head's small eyes turned. If the price is right, it wouldn't hurt to let him earn some money. But if he dares to ask for a sky-high price, The swollen head made a beheading gesture at his neck. The burly man nodded. "Understood, boss." The man called his brothers, prepared their weapons, and headed toward the corpse pit. Blake quietly watched their conversation from a distance. Although he couldn't hear clearly, he could guess from their actions. They took the bait. Come on, the more people, the better. If there are too few, I won't have enough to absorb. Hee. Is this how villains laugh? Why doesn't my laugh sound right? Blake muttered. Chapter 087. Sword testing and medicine testing. The area around the corpse pit has changed dramatically. Helena and the others are moving quickly. All the bodies are now being buried. With the transformation of other church areas and the extermination efforts, the epidemic situation around the entire Blackstone City has significantly improved. The latest excavated corpse pit has not yet been filled to a third. In the center of the corpse pit area, where Blake previously detonated the bomb, there are now quite a few people. Several priests from different churches and the Duke of Blackstone's guards are stationed here, preventing others from coming and going freely. Blake heard from Jasmine that this area is sealed off mainly at the request of the Duke of Blackstone, suggesting there are some unclear matters inside. There have been rumors about issues with the site selection of Blackstone City in the past. Blake kept his distance from these people, standing at a corner of the corpse pit where there weren't many visitors. The bearded man searched for a while, and in the end, it was Blake who took the initiative to signal them over. He brought 5 people with him and went straight to the point. "I almost thought you ran away, hiding so discreetly." Blake replied, "It's better to be cautious in our line of work." The bearded man swung the axe in his hand. "Name your price." Although he said this, he had no intention of pulling out any money. As the smartest thug under the bulky-headed boss, the bearded man had long understood a principle. When the boss talks about bargaining, it means free riding. Only when they truly cannot fight back or cannot afford to offend someone is when bargaining happens. He could tell at a glance that Blake was a guy without any backing. After all, who with any ability would choose to be a bounty hunter? To put it bluntly, this kind of opportunistic profession, aside from a few exceptionally powerful individuals, is mostly forced into it. Seeing Blake's demeanor, he knew for sure he belonged to the latter category, so the bearded man dropped the pretense. Although he mentioned naming a price, his posture was ready to fight. "There are 6 of us, all first-tier professionals. Even if a peak second-tier came, we'd still make them drop their helmets and armor. Do you really think this black-robed man can take us down with a single strike?" The bearded man thought to himself. Blake saw these people slowly surrounding him and smiled. "So you don't want to trade anymore?" The bearded man snorted coldly. "Stop the nonsense. If you want to live, spill everything you know. If I find it acceptable, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I see that this corpse pit isn't lacking for your rat's body." Blake shook his head. "I was originally thinking of sparing you, but looking at this situation, it seems unnecessary." The bearded man laughed heartily. "You, a mere ranger. What are you bragging about? Why don't you just say you could take us down in one strike?" The bearded man truly regarded Blake as a bounty hunter. This profession, which revolved around selling information, is often associated with rangers. After all, this profession has unparalleled advantages in solo combat, information gathering, tracking prey, stealth, and one-on-one duels, making it very suitable for bounty hunting. However, this type of profession is poor in group combat and struggles to deal maximum damage in non-stealth situations. Therefore, the bearded man was not afraid of Blake at all. Unfortunately, all his assumptions were wrong. Blake was not only not a ranger, but he also wasn't an ordinary professional. In an instant, he unleashed all his skills. The counterfeit ring of humility instantly drained the life force of the 6 individuals. The overwhelming feeling made Blake almost cry out in pleasure. Bobo instantly transformed into a long sword, gripped in Blake's hand. With a swing, a fate wheel appeared right above the bearded man's head. 3 weakened. The sword struck cleanly, decapitating him in one smooth motion. Talent specialty, cleave, triggered. Although the strike was aimed at the bearded man, the proximity of the others meant that as Blake's talent cleave activated, the originally single-target sword attack dealt damage to all 6 individuals simultaneously. Among these 6, one person reacted quickly and dodged just outside the cleave's range, not dying immediately. However, a continuously bleeding wound appeared on his neck. With the physique of a professional, he could still escape. "Mercy, holy feather," Blake called out lightly, and the recently fallen individuals instantly rose from the ground, frantically chasing after the lucky guy who had dodged. That person, seeing the situation, was utterly shocked. What kind of witchcraft is this? Clearly, this person did not have much extraordinary knowledge and had never encountered the skill of a mercy knight. The undead that had come back to life caught that individual, wielding their weapons to kill him, before finally succumbing again. The longsword in Blake's hand transformed back into Bobo and jumped onto Blake's shoulder. "Bobo awesome." Blake pinched Bobo's little belly and said, "It really is awesome." He walked over to these individuals and began to happily loot the corpses. There wasn't much on the bodies. Combined, the 6 people didn't even have a single gold coin. However, Blake found 7 or 8 jars containing poison, clearly used for wrongdoing, which he destroyed on the spot. Nevertheless, these items indirectly revealed the identities of these people, confirming that Blake had not killed the wrong individuals. Feeling the abundant life force within him, he gently exhaled a breath of stale air. "A few more rounds like this, I should be back to peak condition." One could say everyone wants to be a villain. This trick is indeed thrilling, Blake muttered. In the following 3 days, Blake used the information obtained from the Rondo illusion to drain quite a few lackeys of the plague church. The person left behind by Rondo had provided a lot of names to keep Rondo under control, and while some of this information was true, the vast majority was real. After all, in that situation, it was difficult to fabricate entirely believable false information. Half-truths were more plausible. Moreover, looking at the subsequent developments, if it weren't for Blake's existence as a bug, this information would have vanished with Rondo being controlled. Unfortunately, the plague church wasn't foolish. By the afternoon of the 3rd day of the draining operation, Blake found it impossible to catch any more fish. The plague church tightened its surveillance and began to investigate who the traitor was that exposed the list of infiltrators. The sudden appearance of this black-robed man made the already jittery plague church even more cautious, directly affecting their next actions. However, this period of inactivity for the plague church became a crucial turning point for the subsequent complete resolution of the plague in Blackstone City. Plague church epidemic area, outside the camp. We did it. We did it. Newton's voice echoed throughout the camp. He took off his birdbeak mask and rushed into the camp, pushing open Blake's tent and laughing. Scholar Blake, your vaccine really succeeded. Chapter 088. Vaccine deployment. Seeing such an excited Newton, Blake smiled and asked, the antiviral experiment was successful? Newton nodded. As you instructed, we conducted wound infection experiments on those who have already received the vaccine. What is the incidence rate? Blake inquired. 0. Newton exclaimed excitedly. Blake was taken aback. 0? Are you saying that all the vaccinated individuals passed the wound infection experiment? The wound infection involved directly applying virus-laden substances to the wounds, which is considered intimate contact with the virus. If such exposure does not cause any symptoms, then the vaccine development can be deemed a great success. It's worth noting that even in Blake's past life, vaccines developed from biotechnological advancements could not guarantee a 0 incidence rate during the experimental phase. What about the reactions after the vaccine was implanted? Were there any severe reactions? Blake asked. Newton responded, a few unhealthy commoners nearly couldn't hold on, but fortunately, there were priests nearby to help them in time. Blake muttered, you can't deny, those priests are quite useful. Originally, this relatively simple and unstable vaccine production method should have a considerable mortality rate. But because of the priest's presence, they were indeed saved. It can only be said that divine magic is really effective. As for why this divine magic could save lives without destroying the vaccine, Blake had no idea. He, as a knight, wouldn't understand such divine matters. Let's start implementing it, Blake said. Newton nodded, but his expression lacked the previous excitement, and Helena and Inya, who followed him in, looked the same. Blake noticed this issue and asked, is there a difficulty in implementation? Newton nodded, the injection method of the vaccine. Many people cannot accept it. Moreover, there are already rumors circulating that we are conducting blasphemous experiments. Helena spoke up. Blake waved his hand. Let our experimenters go out and teach by example in the epidemic area. After all, our vaccine has immediate effects. Prioritize administering it to the believers and let non-believers wait. Create a differentiated hierarchy so that these people will compete for it. The core idea is that I have it, and you don't. Blake continued, lastly, induce benefits. You should negotiate and collaborate with the nobles who are distributing porridge in the epidemic area. The usual porridge can be distributed as before, but those who have received the vaccine must receive better food. Tie the good food closely to the vaccine. After suggesting these strategies, Blake said, that's all I can think of for now. You've been bishops for so long, you should have other methods, right? You need to understand that the more people who get vaccinated, the more believers will trust your church later on. This is a tangible power of faith. Blake encouraged, if we don't act now, when will we? Oh, right, I almost forgot. Remember to catch a few people spreading negative remarks as a warning to others, Blake said. Inya hesitated slightly. What if we can't catch anyone? Blake facepalmed. He didn't have much interaction with this mother-of-life bishop, but he could sense that her life revolved only around promoting and practicing faith. Other qualities and methods were far inferior to Newton and Helena. If we can't catch anyone, just pin a blame on a couple of criminals, Blake replied. Whether we catch someone or not is not the core issue. The core issue is to make others know that you've caught them. Understand? It is important to let others know that those spreading negative remarks are malicious individuals, possibly even followers of the plague god. What if those spreading rumors say we're randomly arresting people? Enya asked again. Blake took a deep breath and, considering the higher status of the person opposite him, patiently explained, these people spreading negative remarks are essentially rats in the gutter. They can't stand in the open and can only covertly pass along such rumors. Even if we catch their associates, they will still spread the information that we caught the wrong people because their goal is to tarnish our actions and delay the vaccine's progress as much as possible. However, on the surface, we are the church. You tell me, do the masses believe these rats' messages more, or do they believe in our church more? Blake asked. More people believe in us. Enya replied. Blake nodded, that's right. So we will catch those spreading rumors while attaching blame, ensuring that the majority come to get vaccinated. People are very complex. Not everyone will agree with us, just as not everyone will become a follower of the 8 gods. We just need to ensure that the public opinion is on our side in the larger direction, and as long as the majority are vaccinated, that's enough. As for those who haven't been vaccinated, let them be. Life will find a way. Blake said, life will find a way. This statement made a lot of sense. Enya nodded, clearly resonating with this saying as the mother of life's bishop. Blake inwardly complained, wait, after all I've said, you only took in this one sentence? A week later, Blake was inspecting the epidemic area as usual. In just a week, the epidemic area of the Fate Church had almost been cleared out. 80 of the people had been vaccinated and left to live their lives. After receiving the vaccine, a ring-like mark appeared on the arm. Under Blake's intentional guidance and the efforts of all members of the 3 churches, the people of Blackstone City and its surrounding villages understood one thing. Those with a ring mark on their arm were immune to the plague. Although there had not been large-scale outbreaks in the outer areas of Blackstone City for some time, due to the renovation of the epidemic area, small-scale outbreaks had continued, and the vaccine's effectiveness was quite evident. The vaccine was indeed effective. Once vaccinated, people could move freely without needing to stay in the quarantine area of Blackstone City and could enjoy a meal prepared by the noble lords. With these conditions combined, the promotion of the vaccine was proceeding rapidly. Blake walked to the porridge shop where Ellie was working hard. Next to her, Phoebe was also diligently cooking porridge. This little girl was quite ambitious. In order to leave a good impression on Ellie and later support her family, she seized every opportunity to work. On the other side were the siblings Leona and Lena. These twins had successfully advanced to compassion nights on the first day of the large-scale vaccine deployment, and they had decided to go to Breezevale for development, so they were also working alongside Ellie. The reason these 2 kids chose Breezevale was simple. Ellie offered more. Joining the monastery only provided food and shelter without pay. The Adventurers Guild had recently been in a deadlock due to being jointly rejected by the Duke and the Church regarding exploring the underground, so they had no intention of going there. After some simple consideration, the 2 little ones decided to look ahead. However, seeing the tall woman with horns next to these 2, Blake was somewhat curious. Sister Carry On, what brings you here? Chapter 089, the counterattack of the Plague Church Carry On, was delighted to see Blake and said, I was planning to help out here and then go look for you. But I didn't expect you to come first. She casually walked over to Blake and hugged him. This senior sister really enjoyed physical contact with people she was familiar with, and Blake couldn't avoid it, ultimately giving up. Thank you. I've heard from Lena that you've been really good to them, Carry On said. Blake smiled and replied, we're all on the same side, so of course I have to be nice. Those 2 little ones have gained quite a bit of weight recently. After recovering, Blake had cooked a lot for the 2 little ones to help them regain their strength, and in just a few days they had gained over 10 pounds. Seeing the 2 energetic and strong little ones now, Carry On sighed, it's really ironic. Those who never thought about becoming professionals ended up becoming professionals, while those who wanted to become professionals can't. Blake said, the virtue of compassion should naturally come from genuine empathy. That kid named Carl had too much of a purpose and therefore didn't receive the power of virtue. That's the difference. But according to the plot of the novel written by the bard I've been reading, shouldn't Carl have turned dark by now? Blake asked. Carry On laughed. Does he dare? After I gave him an education, he's currently regretting it in the orphanage. He's not a child anymore. He should be able to figure this out. Blake nodded. With Carry On as his big sister, Carl shouldn't be able to cause much trouble. However, even if Carl turned dark, He might not be able to keep up with Blake's leveling speed. In the end, it would still lead to a dead end for him. Enough about that kid. Carry-On paused and said, "Do you want to hear some interesting news?" Blake turned to look at Carry-On. She had her arms draped over his shoulders, gently massaging his back. Her expression towards Blake was quite tender, unlike her cold demeanor towards others. "Go ahead," Blake said. Carry-On dropped a bombshell. The person who spread the news about the vaccine issue was actually from the Adventurers Guild. The Adventurers Guild? Blake was taken aback. What do they want to meddle in this for? Those guys who spread rumors were cautious and skilled. The followers of the three churches hadn't even caught a single rumor monger. In the end, it was still Blake's method of killing the chicken to scare the monkey that barely resolved the issue. Hearing this news from Carry-On was surprising to Blake. "The vaccine issue has gone south. It doesn't benefit them at all," Blake muttered. Carry-On pointed towards the direction of the corpse pit and said, "It's all because of the lockdown area." The people from the Adventurers Guild kept insisting on exploring. But Duke Blackstone and the church directly sealed off all entrances to the underground world. Their actions were purely for revenge, not for any benefit. Blake frowned, realizing that his vaccine efforts had been affected. Who's the leader of the Adventurers Guild? Acting like a child, causing such trouble? Carry-On shook her head. It might not necessarily be the guild leader's order. The Adventurers Guild isn't united right now. Hearing the underlying meaning in Carry-On's words, Blake raised an eyebrow. "I've always wanted to ask, wasn't this underground world dug out by the Plague Church themselves?" Carry-On laughed. "Of course not. The entire area beneath Blackstone City already existed before. It was there when the city was built." Blake asked. Carry-On nodded. "To be precise, Duke Blackstone built the city here because he was interested in what was in this underground world." "So what's in the underground world?" Blake asked. "Ancient undead ruins," Carry-On replied. "I've heard from the old woman that there are complete ancient undead ruins in the underground space beneath Blackstone City, containing not only undead creatures, but also methods to become a lich." She looked around, confirming that no one was paying attention, and then leaned closer to Blake, whispering, "Do you remember that statue in the middle of our magic academy?" Blake nodded. "The current Duke Blackstone's older brother, the first mage of the northern region. The founder of the Battle Mage School, but he is already dead." "Wait." Blake paused. "A dead high-level mage, undead ruins, methods to become a lich. Are you implying?" Carry-On nodded. "That's right, just as you thought. The main reason the old woman came from the imperial capital to the northern region is that she suspected there might be a lich in the Duke Blackstone's family." "A lich?" Blake muttered. This was a genuine legendary creature, at least an 8th-tier lich. "So now you understand why Duke Blackstone doesn't want the Adventurers Guild to explore, right?" Carry-On said. "There's nothing those adventurers can't dig up. In the underground world, on the west side where Blake detonated the bomb, this place had already been transformed into the headquarters of the Plague Church. At this moment, many slave workers with bare, ulcerated skin on their upper bodies and shackles on their feet were working overtime in the workshop. They were scooping dark green liquid from alchemical pots and filling it into lead ball-sized shells made of inferior crystals, then sealing the openings with a special herb-based plug. In this way, one simple yet potent bomb infused with plague energy after another was produced. Such bombs filled the entire room. There were 4 temporary workshops like this in the area. The rotund-headed man who had seen Blake before entered the room, observed for a moment, and then said, "Everyone, perk up. If you finish this batch today, you'll be free. From now on, you can go wherever you want. But if you mess up this last batch today, you'll go down with these bombs." The rotund-headed man threatened loudly. After inspecting the room, he staggered out. Winding through the underground world, he entered an extremely spacious room. "My lord, the alchemical bomb workshop is running well, and we have plenty of ammunition," the rotund-headed man said. In front of him, in the center of the room, was a very comfortable bed. On the bed lay 2 individuals. On the left was a woman with dark green hair and an impressive figure, and on the right was a dragon man with grayish-blue scales. These 2 were the heads of the operation against Blackstone City. The woman was named Sarah, and the dragon man was named Additor. "All right, I know about the bombs. You go gather the others for a meeting here," the dragon man Additor said. The rotund-headed man slightly bowed and said, "Understood, my lord." After saying that, he slowly left the room. Once he was gone, Sarah finally spoke. "The traitor has been dealt with. It's time to give him a big wave, right?" Chapter 090 Plague Frenzy. Due to an unintentional act by the old demon Boo, the Plague Church began searching for traitors within its ranks. Those at the top scrutinized those below, layer by layer, eventually bringing a few unfortunate souls to public execution. As for whether these unfortunate individuals were genuine traitors or scapegoats, the matter remains unresolved. However, given the efficiency of the Plague Church, the speed at which they apprehended traitors seemed a bit too swift, resembling a personal vendetta mixed with framing. Overall, the recent crackdown on traitors caused the Plague Church to tighten its operations, delaying their originally planned major actions by a few days. This provided Black with the opportunity to promote the vaccine he developed and implement it across 3 dioceses. However, the time was still too short, and the public's acceptance of the vaccine was not very high. Many civilians from non-fate, craft, and life plague zones did not believe in these things. Black had no time to educate them and could only focus on the 3 plague zones at hand. Yet even so, despite the multifaceted approach and the vaccine proving effective, there were still some stubborn individuals in these 3 zones who refused to get vaccinated. Conversely, there were also informed individuals from other zones who proactively came to get the vaccine. Baron Talon was one of them. This porridge tastes really good. After getting vaccinated, the plump man immediately ran to the porridge stall to enjoy some. The porridge stall was still sponsored by Wayfoam, and anyone who had been vaccinated could enjoy it for free. This porridge was not just simple broth. It was a special mushroom and lean meat porridge concocted by Black. The mushrooms provided umami and a unique fungal flavor, while the lean meat offered texture and satiety, all combined with well-cooked rice. This bowl of hot, rich, and delicious porridge was undoubtedly the best in Blackstone City. "Can I have another bowl?" Talon asked. "I'll pay." He pulled out a coin pouch and inquired, "How much for a bowl? Is 1 silver coin enough?" Typically, a bowl of porridge from the stall would cost at most 3 or 4 copper coins. Buying a bowl for a silver coin was indeed a fortune. Lena, busy at the porridge stall, shook her head and said, "Sir, our porridge is not for sale." Talon chewed thoughtfully and sighed, "What a pity." But as someone without any extraordinary abilities who has managed to earn the title of Baron, Talon pondered and asked, "If I bring others to get vaccinated, can I still have porridge?" This question was a bit beyond Lena's scope, so she looked to Jenny for help. Jenny shrugged and glanced at Ellie. Without hesitation, Ellie replied, "Sure, for every 3 people you bring, you get a bowl." Talon nodded enthusiastically. "Watch me. I'm going to rally people right now." With that, he skipped away happily. "He's the first one to help us recruit people just for porridge," Ellie murmured. Jenny nodded. "It's not easy to get this fat these days. He must have quite the appetite." Talon quickly made his way to his little cart and shouted, "Big, go." They were off to gather people. "Yes, master." In front of his cart was a brown-skinned giant. From his square face, the faint glimmer of sharp teeth, and the distinctive scar patterns around his ankles, it was clear that he was once a half-orc slave, now a free man. He was employed by Talon under the condition of room and board, serving as the chief security officer of Talon's trading company part-time, as a temporary car driver. To support this strong half-orc, Talon had to kill the horse, pulling his cart a fortnight ago to feed him. "Big, it's such a shame you're not going to enjoy the porridge. It's really delicious." Talon lamented. "I can't inject someone else's blood in my body," Big grumbled. "It would ruin my bloodline." Talon retorted, "You orcs have so many rules. Look at me, I got vaccinated and I'm perfectly fine." After a moment of silence, Big replied, "Big doesn't want to be a hybrid." Talon scratched his head. "Aren't you already a half-orc?" Big wanted to explain further, but suddenly stopped. He looked up at the sky and quickly reacted, picking Talon up and running toward the plague zone. "Master, you need to lose weight," Big shouted. Talon wiped the sweat from his forehead, saying, "If I survive this time, I will definitely lose weight." Above in the sky, numerous crows carrying alchemical bombs flew toward the plague zone. One after another, lead ball-sized objects fell from the sky, crashing to the ground with a bang. Meanwhile, the long-absent rats also swarmed out, seemingly controlled by something, their eyes glowing red as they began to madly gnaw at everything in sight. Among the rats, the Plague Church's lackeys revealed greedy expressions, and their hunt had begun. Almost all able-bodied civilians, like Talon, began to converge toward the center of the plague zone. The professionals in each plague zone reacted quickly. Some mages targeted the falling bombs, some warriors and knights attacked the rats, while others activated protective spells. Some are also directing everyone to orderly retreat to safety. Black, wielding his popo sword, charged to the front. Two humble rings spread out, unleashing full firepower. Thanks to the previous renovations in the plague zone, numerous dirt walls rose from the ground due to the earth element specialists, proving to be a great asset. The rats and plague church personnel found it difficult to advance. The alchemical bombs from above posed an infection threat, but were not a significant danger. Black beheaded a lackey with one swing and, looking up, noticed a gap had appeared in the dirt wall ahead. A large number of rats poured through this gap. Determined, Black charged forward, sweeping his popo sword around, utilizing his talent for sweeping strikes, and many rats were slain. Moreover, due to the skill Merciful Holy Feather, the dead rats began to rise and assist Black in counterattacking. The previously breached gap was quickly sealed up again by Black. He looked up at the situation outside, where a seemingly endless tide of rats surged toward them. Black frowned. "Popo, can you hold on? We're in for a protracted battle. Wave, I can do it." Popo replied. Black turned to look behind him. The civilians behind him all wore terrified expressions. "It seems we have no choice but to fight." Black swung his sword and declared, "This is my virtue extraction machine. I can't abandon them. This battle must be won. Kill." Black shouted, rallying himself. Hearing his words, Leon and Lena beside him echoed, "This battle must be won. Kill." This collective shout helped dispel their fear. Those 5 simple words quickly spread across the entire battlefield. Chapter 091, Battling Eve. Blake had still underestimated his own reputation. Although he was only a second-tier knight, the things he had done lately were evident to all. Now that a crisis was upon them, he stood at the forefront, his figure fighting fiercely at the breach deeply etched in many people's minds. Of course, there were also those who hated him to the core. Sarah kicked the bloated head next to her. "Hey, is that knight in white armor Blake?" The bloated head quickly perked up and nodded. "Yes, my lady, yes." "That S him. Is he the one who single-handedly destroyed our Lord's plague plan?" Sarah asked, playing with her dark green hair. The bloated head nodded and said, "He was the one who transformed the infected area, and he also triggered the plague bomb early. I heard he researched something called a vaccine. It can prevent the plague." The bloated head spoke quickly, fearing that he would upset Sarah, this esteemed lady, if he slowed down even a little. Hearing the bloated head's words, Sarah was puzzled. "Oh, a vaccine? Interesting. I haven't seen anyone resist this rat plague. A little second-tier knight can research such a thing? Do you think I would believe that?" Sarah kicked the bloated head over. The bloated head knelt on the ground and shouted, "I was wrong, my lady, I was wrong." Sarah snorted coldly and said, "If you spread such false news again, your life won't be guaranteed." This mysterious priest who had parachuted near Blackstone City remained as arrogant as ever. "Eve," Sarah called out. From the shadows behind her, a woman gradually emerged. She had an unremarkable appearance, but exuded a strong sense of approachability, the kind of face that naturally garnered some goodwill at first glance. "My lady, you called," Eve said. Sarah pointed at Blake, who was still killing rats, and said, "Go meet him." Eve nodded, "Yes, my lady." Although she agreed readily, her movements were not very nimble. The person Eve had previously been in contact with was actually the dragon man, Adado. Adado was a 5th-tier mage and alchemist who fervently believed in the Plague King. He was also the commander of the attack on Blackstone City, the instigator of everything. Eve had come into contact with Adado through some special channels before the plague began. At that time, Adado promised her that as long as she changed her faith and provided some information about the 8 Gods Church, he would use secret arts to transform her into a 3rd-tier professional and promote her as the second-in-command of this operation for the Plague Church. However, Blackstone City was not only hard to conquer, but the killing blow originally prepared to annihilate the entire city was also triggered early by Blake. The strategic plan of the Plague God was severely obstructed, and he was very dissatisfied with Adado. Thus, he sent a proper priest to supervise the battle, which was this dark green-haired Sarah. Before Sarah arrived, Eve had been lying in bed with Adado, directing others to do the work. But once Sarah came, Eve became the one being directed. Not only was Sarah strong, but she was also a legitimate priest summoned by divine oracle. Eve, who had switched sides midway, could only endure it. Previously, she had been suppressed by Jasmine at the 8 Gods Church. originally thinking she could deal a fatal blow and kill Jasmine in the Wailing Marsh. But unexpectedly, she had a sudden enlightenment and advanced to the third tier instead. Now that she had come to the Plague Church, she hadn't even been a big shot for 2 days before being overshadowed by an airborne green-haired brat. Eve thought to herself, and her resentment grew stronger. Rows of dark green scales appeared on her arms. This was a precursor to becoming a dragon man, and also the price of forcibly advancing to the third tier. A large amount of enhanced divine magic was released from her hands. While Blake was chopping up rats, he suddenly felt a strong, killing intent rushing over from distance. Who is it? Blake was taken aback. Another dragon man? A classic-style priest's one-handed hammer suddenly flew toward Blake. Blake instinctively raised his shield to block. Duong, the effect of unmovable mountain activated, and this highly impactful blow had no effect at all. This one-handed hammer was not a physical object, but was made of illusory energy. It was a first-ring divine magic spirit weapon, one of the few offensive means of a priest. The fully enhanced Eve rushed forward, her hands completely transformed into dragon claws, swiping at Blake with a flurry of scratches. Blake held his shield to block and summoned 2 wheels of fate. The wheels began to spin. This time, the luck was average, all at the minimum. Blake tripled his own power and tripled Eve's weakness. Eve's claw attack was instantly weakened. A shield bash from Blake, surprisingly, made her somewhat unsteady. Taking this opportunity, Blake struck with his sword, the blade slicing directly through Eve's chest, causing a large amount of corrosive pus and blood to splatter out. Fortunately, Blake reacted in time and blocked with his shield. Eve screamed in pain, and a huge bell suddenly appeared in front of them. The bell shook, emitting a sharp screech. The Bell of the Dead, known as the most powerful zero-ring divine magic, it could only be learned by the Dark Church within the 8 Gods Church. Now it seemed that even a priest of the Plague God could use this divine magic. Blake shattered the summoned death bell with his sword, silencing the screech. He himself was not affected at all. Knights have a high sense of perception, and Blake, being an exceptional knight, was perfectly suited to counter this skill. He wanted to continue casting spells, but Blake would not give her that opportunity. The Holy Feather of Compassion activated, and a large number of rat corpses around rose to serve Blake, constantly gnawing at Eve's flesh. Surrounded by the swarm of rats, Eve could not chant any divine magic without the humble knight's assistance, and could only watch helplessly as Blake's sword came down. "No!" Eve shouted, and her entire body began to swell. Her muscles bulged grotesquely, tearing her clothes and revealing her scarred and scaled skin. 2 ugly and thick horns resembling bone spurs grew from her head. "No! No!" Eve suddenly broke down. The changes happening to her were actually typical transformations that half-finished dragon people undergo, commonly referred to as physical distortion. Generally, this occurs when the blood of a dragon is injected into the body, but half-finished dragon people with impure faith will experience this condition. The power of dragons is not something mortals can withstand. Why is my body turning into this? Eve's voice changed as she continued speaking. From her current terrified demeanor, it seemed she was unaware of her physical distortion. It was likely that Adido, this dragon commander, had never regarded Eve as one of his own from the beginning and had directly hidden this critical information. Truly, she was deceived by the dragon man. It was quite pitiful. Blake thought sarcastically as he swung his sword to deal damage to the distorted Eve. Chapter 092. The Long Road to Ascendancy After the Distortion. Eve completely lost her desire to fight. She began to struggle between her left and right brain, vying for control of her body. Blake shook his head, and with 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords, he decapitated her. This mutated neck was indeed different. It was so tough. Blake flicked the blood off his sword and complained. Eve's head fell to the ground, and, using the deformed muscle in her neck, moved to Blake's feet and bit at his leg armor. Blake crushed the deformed head with a kick. Her body began to rot as well, eventually turning into a puddle of pus and disappearing. Only a holy artifact, covered in a layer of gray dust, lay alone on the ground. Blake picked up the artifact and wondered aloud. Has this holy artifact completely failed? A failed holy artifact signifies the collapse of faith, generally. A normal priest artifact can still be used even after their death, and it can even be passed down to their successors of the same faith. Failed artifacts are quite rare. Blake searched through the crescent-shaped artifact and saw a small inscription in the corner. Gifted Eve? He looked at the puddle of pus and muttered. So you're Eve, huh? With this level, how did you compete with Jasmine in the church? It can't be that you neglect your cultivation and think only of harming others all day. Blake clicked his tongue and put the artifact away. When he encounters Jasmine, he would give it to her. Killing Eve didn't take much effort. He just repeatedly cast several skills, which made his head hurt a bit. He was starting to get used to this feeling of overusing skills. In the distance, Sarah, who had been observing, scoffed. Garbage that is forcibly enhanced just doesn't work. She took a deep look at Blake and murmured, but this knight over there doesn't seem to be an ordinary person. Could he be the fated chosen of this divine war? She looked at Blake again, unable to discern any clues. In the divine proxy war, the chosen deities usually hide their identities in the early stages, mostly acting as divine bestowers rather than the chosen ones. After all, there could be hundreds or thousands of divine bestowers, but there is only one chosen one at the same time. Currently, Blake was only at the second tier. It would be strange to discern anything from him. Sarah wanted to take action, but she didn't dare to gamble. Blake seemed like Zhuge Liang in the empty city stratagem, boldly exposing himself to Sarah's sight, chopping through the frenzied rat swarm without paying any attention to Sarah's presence. If this person is truly the chosen one, I'm afraid that if I act now, I might be taken away by divine punishment as well. Sarah's eyes turned, thinking, I need to find a chance to let someone else test the waters. Just then, Edido appeared out of nowhere, standing half a head taller than Sarah. From his height, it was clear that Edido's dragon transformation was quite advanced. How'd it go? Edido asked. Sarah glanced at the dragon man and replied, very successful. The entire plague zone is filled with exploded plague bombs. Edido stretched and said, then why are you still here watching? Are you addicted to it? He hugged Sarah and said, now should be the moment of joy. Sarah looked at the dragon man and smiled. Lord Edido, you seem rather unconcerned about attacking Blackstone City. Edido laughed. I am only loyal to the Plague King. But the Plague King believes in the Plague God, Sarah quickly replied. Edido laughed heartily. What does that have to do with me? The Plague King's faith is not necessarily my faith. Even if you ask me 1,000 times, I will still tell you. I am only loyal to the Plague King. Then for my sake, could you think a little about the Plague God? Sarah asked. Edido laughed when flirting. Don't talk about work. With that, his figure flashed, and the two fell into the ground again. As the two left, the members of the Plague Church gradually departed, leaving only some rats, which were soon cleared away by the church's people. Blake leaned against the earthen wall, surrounded by a dense array of corpses, of humans, rats, and crows. Everything was present. Ellie and Jasmine rushed over as soon as the battle ended. The two girls were worried that Blake, having just recovered from serious illness, might overexert himself again. Jasmine raised her hand to restore Blake's health, but Blake stopped her. It's fine, I'm just a bit tired. I'm not injured. Blake tapped his new armor and said, the new equipment works well. Ellie took out a piece of leather and helped Blake wipe the bloodstains off his armor. Blake patted Ellie's head and said, let's go back to the camp first. On the way, Blake handed Eve's artifact to Jasmine, saying, take a look. Is this the person you were investigating? Jasmine immediately asked upon seeing it. Where is she? Blake replied, I killed her. He detailed Eve's fate to Jasmine. After listening, Jasmine nodded without much reaction, simply saying, it's also a case of getting what she deserved. Given her character, this type of death was probably the hardest for her to accept. Jasmine said, I'll take this artifact for now, my lord. The church will likely discuss this matter for some time. Blake waved his hand, saying, just take it. Jasmine hurriedly left with the artifact. It seemed that although she spoke calmly, this was a significant matter in the church. After all, a young and promising priest had betrayed them, especially at such a critical moment. This could be a big deal or a small one, depending on how it was interpreted. Blake entered the camp, where a crowd of civilians was densely packed. As he entered, almost everyone's gaze turned to him. The hero has returned. The great hero has returned. Baron Turan shouted from the crowd. This plump man cleverly changed his voice twice, making it sound like different people were shouting. Hearing his shout, others began to cheer as well. Everyone had witnessed Blake's deeds in the Plague Zone. The recent defense battle, especially against Eve, could be described as the fiercest on the entire front line. These performances were well noted, and Blake's reputation among the civilians was exceptionally high at this moment. Blake had never experienced such a situation, so he could only nod slightly and quickly duck into his tent. Phew, being watched by so many people is really quite stressful. Blake muttered, "To become a king, one must bear the weight of kingship," Ellie said, quoting a saying from the Lionheart Duchy. Blake sighed lightly and looked at his status panel. In addition to a significant increase in his heroic virtue, he found that his people's popularity had also slightly increased, rising by a whole 0.1. Just below the entry for people's popularity, another line had appeared. To bear the divine rank, one must carry the wishes of all beings. Chapter 093. The power of vaccines after the battle. The most troublesome task is the recovery. For Blake, whether it's hacking at people or rats on the battlefield, it's not a difficult task. As long as he waits for the right moment to wield his bob sword, everything will be fine. However, the post-battle recovery is a hassle. The alchemical bombs that fell from the sky did not take effect initially, but starting from the next day, the plague toxins inside these bombs began to take effect. Fortunately, these toxins were extracted from the rats, still the Black Death that Blake was familiar with from the other world. Therefore, under the premise that all epidemic zones were affected, the infection rates in the Fate, Life, and Craft epidemic zones were surprisingly less than 20. Even those who were bitten by the rats did not trigger a resurgence of the plague. In an instant, the vaccine became a hot commodity. Make way, make way. I have money. I want the vaccine first. One person shouted, waving a purse. I'm a devout follower of the Fate Church. I believed in Lady Fate since I was in the womb. Let me go first. Another person yelled, the noble lord is here. Unrelated people, step aside. The entire epidemic zone was in chaos. People of all kinds surged into the epidemic zone. Even those nobles who were holed up in Blackstone City, out of fear, began to move. Blake shook his head at the situation. The conditions in the epidemic zone were changing rapidly. Although the current frenzy was expected, it still evoked some emotions when faced with it in reality. Helena looked at Blake and softly said, My lord, everything here is normal, and the vaccination work is progressing steadily. Blake replied, Thank you, Helena. With so many people, it's hard to manage. Helena smiled and said, These are all devoted followers. I wish they would come more. Blake chuckled, indeed. This is all merit. He then looked at Lena and Leon, the two little ones. Can you both handle this? Blake asked. The two little ones were slurping the duck blood noodle soup that Blake had just made for them and said, It's fine. Blake nodded. If you can't handle it, remember to give feedback in time. I'll have them find asymptomatic carriers again. Don't let you two get worn out. He quite liked these two little ones. Not only were they very well behaved, but they also understood things well. In the recently concluded Plague War, the two little ones had also shown great bravery, which surprised Blake. He originally thought that the two kids would be scared on the battlefield for the first time. Leon wanted to say something, but was stopped by Lena. Blake looked at Lena, who shook her head. Brother, you go ahead and do your work. We can handle it. Blake looked at Lena, who looked back at him confidently, completely not explaining why she stopped Leon just now. All right, if you need anything, just speak to Bishop Helena directly. Even for the vaccine, she will protect you well. Feel free to voice any requests. Helena also said. The two little ones nodded and thanked her. Blake looked around and said to Helena, I can't help much here, so I'll step out for a bit. I need to deal with the rat situation. Helena nodded, skillfully casting 2 blessings on Blake, then said, I wish you all the best, my lord. Blake waved his hand. All right, I'll take my leave. Once Blake and Helena left, Leon asked, Lena, why didn't you let me say anything? Carl is from our orphanage. Lena helplessly facepalmed, my silly brother. Carl has already missed one opportunity. Whether he can have a second chance is not up to us. It's up to him. Bringing up Carl now only adds to the frustration. If we really need to find him, it should be after some time, when asymptomatic carriers are truly scarce. Leon opened his mouth, then finally said, That seems to make some sense, forget it. You're always smarter than me. I'll listen to you. Blake naturally didn't know about the conversation between the two little ones. After exiting the tent, he headed straight out of the camp. As long as the vaccination was underway, he didn't need to intervene. The church had considerable experience in organizing such large-scale activities. The epidemic zone was bustling. The expressions of those who had been vaccinated and those who hadn't were clearly distinguishable. Those who initially got vaccinated just for a meal couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority seeing those who hadn't been vaccinated begging now. There had been quite a bit of trouble because of this over the past 2 days, which the church members had to deal with. Blake shook his head. Where there are people, such things are inevitable. He had no good solutions for this. As he quickly left the epidemic zone, at the entrance, Ellie waved to Blake. Blake, we're here. Blake nodded slightly and said, sorry I'm late. Molly smiled. The timing is just right. At the entrance stood Blake's temporary task team for this outing. Ellie, Jenny, and Molly, along with Phoebe. The first 3 were old friends, and Phoebe was mainly there for scouting. Phoebe had previously told Blake that she found a rat's nest, and Blake's main task this time was to clear out these annoying creatures. There were many infectious diseases carried by the rats, and this time it happened to be the Black Death. If the plague god were to research something else next time, it would be disastrous. So Blake planned to take advantage of the current time to clear them out. Phoebe, are you ready? Blake curiously looked at the girl. This alchemist was not wearing her signature robe, but had changed into a fitted leather outfit, with her leather boots polished to a shine. She had 3 potion belts hanging around her chest and waist, filled with her own concocted potions. These potions were her main offensive tools. Her outfit had just been modified recently, with a hood sewn on that had a bird beak mask that could be put on or taken off at any time. On her shoulder was a plump white rat with a constantly twitching nose. This was Phoebe's pet, a rat that barely squeezed into the first-level magical creatures due to its rarity and functionality, an olfactory rat. Reporting, my lord. Phoebe is ready. Phoebe shouted loudly after hearing Blake's words, her face turning red from her own shout. Blake laughed heartily good, full of spirit. But once we're in the wild, there's no need to shout like that. Just speak normally. Yes, Phoebe shouted, then quickly covered her mouth, scratching her head and whispering, okay. Blake patted Phoebe on the shoulder. Don't be nervous. Lead the way. Phoebe nodded and threw her plump rat off her shoulder. Snowflake, let us go. Chapter 094. The Dead Village Snowflake is the name of Phoebe's sniffing mouse and is also her great asset in locating mouse colonies. Although it has been half a month since the last trace was found, Snowflake still skillfully followed the scent. For it, as long as the smell exists, finding the location of the mouse colony is not difficult. The group gradually moved away from Blackstone City and stopped at a village outside the city. Snowflake ran back to Phoebe's shoulder, gesturing with its paws. Phoebe nodded in a somewhat understanding manner and said, Snowflake says the scent trail is in this village, but the smell here is too overwhelming for it to distinguish. Blake looked at Phoebe in confusion. It just gestured a couple of times. And you say it communicated all that? Phoebe scratched her head. I guess. I might have embellished a bit, but that is indeed the gist of it. Blake nodded and took the lead into the village. This is a very typical village that relies on Blackstone City for its livelihood. The village is not large, with about 30 households based on the houses. There are many such sparsely distributed villages near Blackstone City, which have slowly developed from previous camps into settled areas. However, due to the plague, the entire village is eerily silent. Apart from the sounds made by the mice, there is no other sound. These people should have gone to the plague zone, Ellie asked. It's possible, Jenny replied. Maybe after some time, once the vaccine is distributed, they'll return to live here. Blake stepped on a mouse and complained, there are too many mice here. Even if they want to come back, they'll have to clean up for a while. Mice are everywhere in the village. Many doors and windows of the houses have been gnawed at and are leaking air. It's understandable that the sniffing mouse is at a loss in this place. The overwhelming and complex smells here are too much for it, and even Phoebe, an ordinary person without enhanced sense of smell, finds it hard to bear. She had put on her bird beak mask early on. The village is small, and Blake had no other ideas, so he directly took the simplest and most brutal approach, going door to check. These houses have been looted countless times, with many ordinary homes having their locks violently broken. Blake didn't even need to kick the door down to see the insides. Going from house to house, apart from the mice, there was nothing of interest. Blake mechanically kicked open a wooden door, and inside, as usual, there was nothing. He looked around, and his gaze fixed on a wooden cabinet in the room. There's still a cabinet that hasn't been opened? Blake wondered. Since the plague started, this village has been raided countless times. In the rooms where Blake had previously kicked the doors, there was nothing left unturned. Not even 2 stones in the corner that hadn't been checked for hidden items. Now, Suddenly finding a tightly closed cabinet aroused Blake's suspicion. Holding his popo sword, he cautiously shielded his upper body behind his shield and pried the door open. There was indeed something pulling at the door from inside. Blake used all his strength to open the door. A corpse? The thing inside the cabinet puzzled Blake. A decayed corpse with visible white bones was lying sideways inside the cabinet. Its arm was tightly clutching the cabinet's door bolt. If not for Blake's strength, it would have been difficult to open the cabinet door without breaking its arm. Is this going to turn into a touching little drama? Blake joked. Little drama? What little drama? Ellie asked curiously. A father or mother, like a mountain of love, holding onto the cabinet door to protect their child, refusing to let go even in death. This kind of scene often appears in storybooks, Blake explained. The corpse's face was severely decayed, and its figure was average, making it impossible to tell if it was male or female. Jenny was taken aback and asked, "You also enjoy reading storybooks?" Blake scratched his head. "I don't like the genres you enjoy." Jenny's face flushed. "How do you know?" Blake waved his hand. "What you read is too kitsch. When I have time, I'll write you some intertwined love and hate stories that will definitely keep you up at night." Jenny looked puzzled. "You can write storybooks?" Blake glanced at her. "What of it? Although I come from the mountains, I'm still a mage's attendant, and Ellie taught me to read and write long ago. Without the rewards from the crafting flame, it would be quite challenging for Blake to replicate the memories of the novels in his mind. After all, even the most classic novels, if solely based on memory, could only recall bits like fighting strength, 3 stages, XX fist, XXXX, and similar catchphrases. But now, thanks to the blessings of the crafting flame, Blake can easily retrieve these novels from his memory. That's not the same. Writing storybooks and literacy are worlds apart. Jenny didn't finish her sentence when the corpse in the cabinet suddenly let out a shriek, stood up, and began to claw with its remaining paw. This action startled everyone present for a moment, but they quickly regained their composure. So, this thing is actually a magical creature? Blake wondered. The corpse acted like a wild dog on a leash, its body leaning outward as it tried to claw at Blake. However, because Blake had been chatting with Jenny just now, he didn't approach the cabinet after prying open the door. This poor, immobile magical creature struggled, but could never reach Blake. It should be some kind of zombie. I don't know how it formed, but zombies that can only move their upper bodies are rare, Ellie analyzed. Zombies, also known as ghouls, belong to the undead category, which has many variations, at least 100 types, if not more. Given Ellie's current level of knowledge, not being able to recognize it is quite normal. Although the rank of a zombie is not high, they are toxic and can easily form hordes. If an adventurer party lacks a priest, recklessly fighting such magical creatures can significantly hinder their progress. Adventurers who have been on missions know that negative effects like poisoning are not necessarily fatal, but they are definitely annoying. Blake cautiously signaled everyone to keep their distance, and, with a sword stroke, sent this zombie to the afterlife. "Be careful." The quickest to react, Molly shouted. Just as the zombie's head fell off, it surprisingly launched a barrage of mice from its neck like cannonballs. Blake reacted quickly, raising his shield to block the incoming mouse projectiles one by one. The mice that flew out exploded upon contact with the shield, spraying plague-infested toxic liquid everywhere. What a sinister, magical creature. Blake frowned. Chapter 095. Re-entering the underground, Blake swung his sword several times, completely shredding the corpse. Many live rats scurried out from the corpse, along with several dead ones that had been sliced in half by Blake's sword. He stepped forward to examine the cabinet. The bottom of the cabinet was covered in a dense network of black roots, which Blake noticed were still wriggling. Many rats were also crawling out from the bottom of the corpse. "Is it empty down there?" Ellie leaned in to observe and asked. "Empty," Blake nodded. "Jenny, come help me," he called out, standing to the side of the cabinet. Jenny nodded and walked over to help Blake push the cabinet over. The roots beneath the cabinet snapped, spitting out some unknown black liquid before quickly turning transparent. "This looks like some kind of mycelium." Jasmine picked up a root and examined it for a moment before saying, "There's a type of fungus that grows on corpses called black zombie velvet. It's a fungus that can symbiotically live with corpses. This fungus feeds on decay and mainly serves a defensive and stabilizing role." Jasmine explained. Many corpses can move around intact because the easily breakable parts of their bodies have been reinforced by this fungus. "Is this one of them?" Blake asked. Jasmine shook her head. No, black zombie velvet only grows on flesh or bones, never on the ground. And it doesn't have the habit of spitting out black water and then turning transparent. Jasmine explained, you should know that this habit is very rare. If it did exist, it would definitely be recorded in herbology books. It feels like someone specially cultivated a unique variety based on black zombie velvet. In short, we need to be careful. Snowflake, go take a look. Phoebe half-knelled at the entrance, speaking to the sniffing rat in her hand. The big white rat looked at the hole and then at Phoebe, hesitating and seeming reluctant to go down. When you come back, I'll make you something delicious. Phoebe promised. Snowflake raised its two little paws, seemingly bargaining. Phoebe said, all right, 3 portions it is. Snowflake nodded and dashed into the hole. The hole was not small. Even Blake, fully armored, could squeeze through. However, if they couldn't determine what was at the bottom of the cave, it would be easy to get stuck. Therefore, it was indeed wise for Snowflake to go down first. Snowflake went down quickly and returned just as fast. Despite its fat appearance, this big rat was surprisingly agile. It burst out of the hole like a white fur ball and ran up Phoebe's pant leg in her arms. The two began their abstract conversation again. Phoebe looked at Snowflake, who was gesturing and squeaking, and finally said, Snowflake says the hole isn't deep. Just a few steps down leads directly to an underground space. Another underground space, Jenny muttered. Blake said, according to previous intel, the entire Blackstone City is built on an underground ruin. Since this place is not far from Blackstone City, having an underground space here is quite normal. He then looked at Phoebe and asked, did Snowflake say if there were any dangers below? Phoebe looked at Snowflake, who gestured with its paws. Snowflake says there are a few corpses down there, Phoebe relayed. Blake nodded and said, then I'll go down first. Although Blake wasn't the tankiest in this temporary team, he had the most combat experience aside from Ellie. His adaptability was also the strongest. So leading the way in this unknown situation was the most suitable choice. He strapped his round shield on his back, and Bobo transformed back into his slime form, sticking securely to his shoulder. With both arms raised high, he slid down smoothly. The entire passage had a slope, and Blake felt like he was sitting on a not-so-wide slide. It felt a bit constricting, but he quickly reached the end. As Blake landed, several wandering corpses ahead turned to look at him. He swiftly took off his round shield from his back, and Bobo skillfully transformed into a long sword, attacking these corpses. After days of fighting, Bobo and Blake had developed a better synergy, and Blake found it increasingly easy to work with his pet. There were only a few corpses in this room, and Blake quickly cleared them out. He hadn't seen any corpses that could shoot rat bodies. These were all ordinary ones. You can come down now, Blake called up. The others heard him and began sliding down one by one. Blake steadily caught Phoebe, Ellie, and Jasmine as they landed. Their expressions varied. Phoebe's face turned a shade of purple as she hurriedly wriggled out of Blake's arms, apologizing as she stepped back. I didn't mean to fall on you, sir. Only when Blake waved his hand and reassured her that it was fine did she calm down. Ellie and Jasmine were less flustered. After being caught by Blake, Ellie let out a silly giggle and directly wrapped her arms around Blake's neck. Only when Blake let go did she come down. Jasmine was the third to jump down. Her heavy armor landed hard on Blake's hand, and she looked at him with a flirtatious smile. If it weren't for the others around, little Blake would probably have been flustered. Blake felt that Jasmine's feelings towards him were changing too quickly. The last to jump down was Jenny, wearing full heavy armor. Blake didn't dare to catch her for fear of dislocating his arm. Jenny didn't seem to realize she was treated differently. She merely glanced at the rosy-cheeked Phoebe with some confusion. Are you scared? Jenny kindly asked. A little Phoebe admitted. Jenny laughed heartily. It's all right, just stay behind me. I'll protect you. Okay, Phoebe replied. Blake took a quick look around the vicinity. This was just an ordinary underground space. There was a door directly across from where they fell, while the other 3 sides were walls. Blake knocked on the wall and muttered, it's all solid? Then it looks like there's only one way to go. He approached the door and listened carefully to the sounds outside. There was no sound. He grasped the handle and gently pushed open the large door. What met his eyes was a long, narrow corridor. Blake frowned. So long. This is already outside Blackstone City. The corridor was pitch black, and Jasmine snapped her fingers, conjuring a beam of light in her hand to illuminate the path ahead. Strange. Where are the rats? Not a single one. Blake wondered. The path ahead was very clean. There were no rats at all. And aside from the smooth floor tiles, there was nothing else. Everyone be on guard. I feel something is off here, Blake warned. Chapter 096. The elven tomb. Blake's thoughts were correct, but they still fell into the trap. The group cautiously walked to the middle of a narrow passage when suddenly there were crackling sounds near the walls, followed by a dense, rustling noise. By the time Blake and the others realized something was wrong, the frenzied rats had already charged out en masse. The entire dark tunnel was filled with the red eyes of the crazed rodents. Blake stood at the front with his shield and said, "You all handle the back. I'll take care of the front." As he spoke, he swept his long sword, using both the mercy holy feather and the talent slash simultaneously. After a large number of rats died, they stood up to help Blake continue the attack. Although it was simple and unadorned, it was highly efficient. The rats in front couldn't hold out for long against Blake's chopping. The battle in the back was relatively more exciting. Jenny held a large shield to protect the front, while Ellie released burning hands from his side, incinerating a large number of rats. Phoebe pulled out several vials of potion from her satchel and threw them, claiming they contained rat poison that worked quite well. Molly's holy light thorns were responsible for crowd control and support, specifically for picking off targets. This wave of rat attacks was swift and left just as quickly. Before long, the entire passage was littered with rat corpses. The various means of killing the rats created a terrible stench inside. The group could only hurry forward to leave the place. Little did they know that this quick move actually saved them. The ground where they had been standing suddenly collapsed, revealing a spike trap below. If Blake and the others had been even a bit slower in dealing with the rats, they would have surely fallen victim to the trap. Ellie patted her chest and said, "That was close. We almost got into trouble." Blake then looked at the stone door and pushed it hard, puzzled. How does this door open? The stone door in front of them had strange patterns carved into it by someone else. The patterns were clear and complex, not like something carved randomly. The door appeared to be very thick or had some kind of restriction. Despite Blake's extraordinary physique, he could not budge it even a little. "Shall we try together?" Jenny suggested. Although she and Molly were not as strong as Blake, their strength was not far off. Blake nodded, and he and Jenny positioned themselves on either side of the door, while Molly summoned her holy light thorns and pressed them against the door. 1, 2, 3. "Push," Blake said, and the three of them exerted their strength together. However, the door did not move at all. When Molly's holy light thorns touched the stone door, they triggered a ripple. "It's a protective magic array," Ellie exclaimed. Blake leaned against the wall, catching his breath. "A protective magic array? What is that?" "It can be simply understood as a magical door. If you don't break the restriction on the door, it's very hard to open it by brute force," Ellie explained. After thinking briefly in front of the door, she placed her hands on the stone wall and began to channel her magic. The magic flowed along the patterns on the stone wall, and the entire stone door began to slowly loosen. However, when the entire pattern was completed, the stone door suddenly became solid again. Ellie withdrew her magic and frowned in thought, as expected. The magic patterns in this place are quite particular. Blake glanced at it and asked, "So, the closer the magic array is to being correct, the looser the door becomes?" Ellie nodded. "That's right." Saying this, she placed her hands back on the stone door and began to channel her magic again. Blake also placed one hand on the door. Although he couldn't provide Ellie with magic, he could keenly sense the changes in the stone door. "It's loosening." "Loosening? No, it's tightening, so tight." No, now it's loosening. This should be right." "Tight, tight, tight. The pattern here is wrong," Blake said. The seasoned adventurer Jenny, hearing Blake's words and coupled with Ellie's occasional sound, felt a bit strange. However, with Blake's assistance, Ellie quickly succeeded in tracing a proper pattern, and the stone door opened. A putrid smell wafted from inside the door. Blake frowned and waved his hand in front of his nose. "What is that smell?" Inside the room, there were a few luminous stones providing light. This kind of self-luminous but non-magical material was common near Blackstone City and served as a simple light source. In the center of the room were 3 coffins, one large and 2 small. From their appearance, they did not seem to be of recent origin. The 2 smaller coffins on the left and right sides had already been pried open, and the decaying smell was emanating from there. Blake stepped forward to take a look. The small coffin on the left was filled with bones. From Blake's limited medical knowledge, These did not appear to be human bones, but rather resembled those of slender, tall beings like elves. Judging from the traces, it was clear that the contents of this coffin had been taken out, indicating the presence of tomb raiders. This pattern, and this emblem. This is a drow elf's tomb, Molly said. Blake was taken aback. Drow elves? Do elves also build tombs? Ordinary elves prefer sky burials or water burials, but drow elves have a view of death that is somewhat more similar to humans, which is why they also create coffins. Molly explained. Sky burial involves wrapping the body in grass leaves and throwing it out into the wilderness for animals to eat, seen as a choice that aligns with nature. Water burial involves tossing the body into a river, allowing it to flow downstream, ultimately becoming nourishment for fish and shrimp, similar in concept to sky burial. After hearing Molly's explanation, Blake nodded. That's true. The habits of drow elves and ordinary elves are vastly different. He then went to observe the coffin on the right. Inside the right coffin, there were no elven corpses, but rather two relatively fresher human corpses. They were considered fresh because their bodies still had flesh, unlike those that had only bones left. However, judging by the degree of decay, they had likely died before the plague began. The scene was too grotesque, with white maggots crawling about, and even Blake was reluctant to look for too long. These are members of the Adventurers Guild. Jenny pointed to the emblem on the chests of the two corpses and said, Silver Adventurers, which means these two at least were first-tier professionals. The Adventurers Guild also accepted ordinary people, but ordinary people could only have black iron and bronze levels. Above silver, all were professionals. Blake had previously been a bronze adventurer, but after being promoted to a professional, he hadn't gone back to update his status at the Adventurers Guild, so he only had the bronze emblem now. Why did these two die? Phoebe asked curiously. Blake pointed to the large hole in their chests and said, It looks like they were pierced through the chest by some sharp object. Could it be a backstab? Something to do with uneven sharing of loot? Jenny asked curiously. Blake shook his head. It shouldn't be. He pointed to the scattered items around that looked like antiques. If it were a backstab, these things should have been taken by the victor. Could it be that the two stabbed each other? Jenny asked again. Chapter 97. The Cave and the Missed Opportunity. No. If it was a mutual stabbing situation, the bodies shouldn't be arranged like this. Jenny pondered for a moment and spoke to herself. She was right. Both bodies in the coffin were lying face up. If they had attacked each other, they should have been facing each other. There's another question. Phoebe suddenly spoke up. Why were these two fighting in a coffin? She asked. Blake was taken aback. That's true. Rather than saying these two were fighting in the coffin, I leaned towards the idea that someone killed these two adventurers and then threw them into the coffin. Why is that? Ellie asked. Blake shook his head. I don't know. It's the first time I've seen someone kill in the wild and then take away the bodies. Blake said. He glanced at the two corpses again and abandoned the idea of checking their gear, mainly because they were too decayed to handle. Molly then cast a detection spell on the largest coffin, muttering, This big coffin has a magical aura, but it's not on the outside, it's on the inside. Blake looked at the coffin. From the patterns on the outside, it looked the same as the smaller coffins on either side, but the coffin lid was tightly sealed, making it appear as if it had never been opened. After a moment's thought, Blake finally said, Let's not worry about it for now. We have more important matters to attend to. The women nodded and followed Blake to the opposite side of the chamber. There was also a stone door on the opposite side, adorned with intricate patterns. Jenny spoke up. I know. This thing is a magical door that needs to be infused with magical energy, right? Ellie shook her head after looking at it for a moment. Did you see this spot? She pointed to a corner of the stone door. There are 4 elemental hubs for earth, fire, wind, and water here, she explained. To open this door, we need to simultaneously use these 4 types of elemental energy. She sighed. Of the 4 elements, I can only use fire magic. Molly spoke up. I can use both light and fire element spells, which seems to overlap. Janie and Blake exchanged a helpless glance. Neither of us knights can use magic. Phoebe weakly raised her hand. I have elemental vials. Ellie's eyes lit up. Elemental vials? Then I have a solution. The elemental vial was one of the basic materials in alchemy. They are elemental bases extracted from other items through the purification technique. After going through transformation techniques or magical craftsmanship, they can become direct spell-casting materials or the raw materials for other advanced potions. Phoebe took out 4 small vials. What should I do? Ellie placed her staff against the stone door, magical energy building up. On my command, when I say throw, you throw the 4 elemental vials onto the door in order, Ellie instructed. Phoebe nodded. I'm ready. Ellie's magical energy surged, connecting to the stone door. Top left earth element. Throw, Ellie said. Phoebe accurately threw it into the top left gap. Ellie's magic flowed swiftly along the patterns of the stone door, reaching the hub and combining with the earth element, producing a loud bang in the air, after which the entire hub lit up. Bottom right wind element. Bottom left water element. Throw, Ellie said. The two of them worked in perfect harmony to easily light up the 2 hubs. I'll handle the last fire element. You two conserve your materials and magic, Molly said, and suddenly the holy light thorns burst into flames, instantly igniting the last hub of the stone door with a rich fire element. The stone door began to turn, briefly exposing the decayed and ancient mechanism to everyone before quickly closing again. The door opened, and a refreshing sensation filled the hearts of the group. Is this a cave? Janie asked curiously. Ellie pointed not far away. There's also an underground river. Blake observed briefly and said, Molly, throw a light orb into the sky. Molly nodded and, following Blake's instructions, threw a bright spell upwards into the cave. The next moment, a large number of bats were startled and began to fly around chaotically. Blake felt relieved seeing those dark little creatures. Bats are important indicators of whether a cave is safe. If a cave doesn't have a single bat, it indicates a lack of oxygen, food, or toxic effects, at least one of which will be present. Looks like this place is at least livable, he said, stepping out of the stone door first. The cave outside the stone door was not small, and Blake could keenly sense that there seemed to be wind flowing. The underground river was very clear, but the cave was dark, and humans do not possess the innate ability of dark vision. Even someone as perceptive as Blake could only tell there was something in the underground river from the ripples on the water surface. There are many rat holes nearby, Phoebe said. Blake turned to look at the place Phoebe was pointing at. On the rock wall near the stone door, there were numerous rat holes, but it was uncertain if it was because Blake and the others had killed too many rats in the tunnel. At this moment, no rats were seen running out of the holes. I found a key, Ellie also spoke up. It should be the correct unlocking method for this stone door. Found near the entrance, Ellie said. There are also signs of a struggle around, and there are some long-dried bloodstains at the stone door's entrance, Janie added. Blake looked at these clues, and then at the 2 corpses, muttering. It seems the first crime scene of those 2 adventurers was actually at the entrance. Everyone nodded, and Ellie raised the key. This key is quite interesting. It actually contains tiny elemental cores of the 4 elements. So, we just had such a hassle to open the stone door, and this small key could have done it? Phoebe asked. Ellie nodded. That's right. This thing's design is extremely exquisite. It must be the work of elves, Molly said. Elves and dwarves not only live longer than humans, but their history is also much deeper. They know much more about things like magic and elements than humans do. But that was in the past. Today's elves are not what they used to be, Blake said. He knew real elves and understood their current situation. Ever since the world tree of the elves withered away twice, many of their legacies have been lost. Such exquisite alchemical craftsmanship, like condensing the 4 elements into a palm-sized key, had long been lost among the elves. Blake chuckled. You know, it's fortunate that there were no mages or alchemists among these adventurers. Otherwise, we might not have been able to pick up this key. This thing isn't very useful, but it has high collection and research value. Whether sold to alchemists or noble collectors, it could fetch a nice profit. These adventurers clearly didn't understand the true value of this key when they left it behind. Chapter 098, Cave Exploration Alley, put away the key, and everyone began to explore the entire cave. The cave wasn't large, but it had many small branches. Outside the tomb of the Drow Elves, a brief exploration revealed at least 7 passages leading outward. For safety's sake, Blake instructed the women to return immediately upon finding a passage and not to explore alone. So the destinations of these passages remained unknown. The number of mice had increased. Blake returned to the stone door area and stepped on a mouse, saying, Previously, this area had been relatively mouse-free, but over time, these mice began to emerge from all directions. With so many tunnels in the cave, it looked like a transit station. To be honest, The absence of mice before was the abnormality. Being close to a mouse nest, it was only normal to have mice around. Why had these mice become active again? Phoebe asked curiously. It was all clean before. I didn't expect there to be mice again so soon. Jenny shook her head. Personally, she really disliked mice. Blake glanced at the pond, reaching down to touch the ground near the water. It's wet, he said. Everyone stay away from this pond. I suspect there are creatures in it that eat mice. Mice cannot just disappear. And the bats hanging from the cave ceiling wouldn't eat mice either. Therefore, the reason this cave was so clean before could only be one possibility. There are predatory creatures in the pond. Blake held up the dead mouse he had just stepped on and threw it toward the shore. The smell of blood gradually caused ripples on the water's surface. And a purple-black fish head suddenly sprang up from the water, snatching the mouse corpse before quickly sinking again. Fishmen! Jasmine exclaimed. Blake's expression darkened as he nodded. It's a kutu fishman, a creature that lives only underground. The kutu fishmen once had a glorious period. The rulers of this continent were not the races of elves, dwarves, or humans, but a mysterious race that has now been lost to history. The kutu fishmen were the servants of this mysterious race. Under the transformation of this mysterious race, the fishmen became creatures with simple intelligence, sturdy bodies, manageable minds, and remarkable reproductive abilities, making them born to be slaves. However, that was all ancient history. Subsequent changes have been lost to time, but from fragments of information, it can be inferred that the mysterious race that once ruled the continent has completely disappeared, and the kutu fishmen have been driven underground and into the sea by intelligent beings like dwarves and elves, vanishing from the sight of land. Blake wasn't surprised to see them in the underground river. Let's go. We need to leave here quickly. Blake said, Kutu fishmen do not act alone. The presence of one fishman indicates that there is at least a nest living in the underground river. Everyone hurriedly left, and Allie patted her chest. Luckily, I didn't try to drink the underground water earlier. Just thinking about those ugly creatures living in it makes me. She shivered as she spoke. Blake reached the fork in the path and said, Phoebe, let Snowflake scout ahead. We can follow it to find the mouse nest. Phoebe nodded and tossed Snowflake out. Snowflake skillfully began to weave through several passages, and Blake curiously asked, Why is there no trade this time? Phoebe smiled. Snowflake is quite clever. It knows we're in a hurry, so it went to work first, and we can discuss the trade later. The big fat mouse returned quickly, jumping onto Phoebe's shoulder and gesturing. Phoebe nodded. Follow me. The group moved forward, with Blake and Phoebe at the front, the two spellcasters in the middle, and Jenny bringing up the rear. As a seasoned knight who had been working in the Adventurers Guild since before reaching level 3, Jenny had a lot of experience covering the rear. Therefore, as soon as she sensed something was off, she immediately turned around. Clang! A rusty long knife struck Jenny's shield. If she had turned just a moment slower, the long knife would have hit her back, causing blunt damage. Cough! Indeed, the weapons these fishmen wielded were ancient antiques. The rust had tightly enveloped the entire long knife. It would be more accurate to call a rusted stick than a long knife. Jenny drew her long sword and slashed at the fishman. Surprisingly, her once unstoppable long sword got stuck at the fishman's neck, unable to advance an inch. The fishmen behind charged forward, wielding spears without tips, making a ruckus. Jasmine began to chant, and the thorns of holy light started to pick off these disgusting creatures one by one. Jenny finally drew her weapon. The slime on the fishmen was very peculiar. After receiving a heavy blow, the slime would become extraordinarily thick. If luck was not on her side, her weapon could easily get stuck in it. Jenny had just fallen victim to this. Fortunately, her level 3 strength was there, and after pulling out her weapon, she continued to slay the fishmen. Let's go. The fishmen will only keep coming. Seeing the battle behind going smoothly, Blake didn't change positions to help, but continued to move forward. Jenny and Jasmine quickly finished off the fishmen and turned to follow. Thank goodness Blake spotted those fishmen early. Otherwise, if they had jumped out to catch mice, we might have been taken by surprise. Jenny said. Jasmine nodded. They were in the dark while we were in the light. They probably noticed us as soon as we entered the cave. Blake said, as ancient mysterious creatures' servants, Kuta fishmen naturally have some skills. They possess a very special and powerful ability called otherworldly observation, which allows them to observe surrounding creatures without using their eyes. Blake explained, this skill can not only observe our current plane, but also creatures in hiding and those in the ethereal plane. Allie listened enviously. I wish I had such an ability. If I could observe the ethereal plane, wouldn't my path as a mage take off directly? The ethereal plane is actually a layer between various planes. For instance, the gap between the human realm and the celestial realm is called the celestial ethereal plane. The gap between hell and the abyss is called the abyss ethereal plane. Skills like teleportation and blink used by mages are achieved by temporarily jumping into the ethereal plane through magic, and then instantaneously moving in the human realm through the ethereal plane. It can be said that if a mage can master the ethereal plane, they would be the freest person in the entire human realm. Blake felt the air ahead flowing faster and said, everyone get ready. We should be reaching the end soon. Could a fishman really have this skill? I'm not just covering for Blake. Chapter 099, Mouse. Just as Blake had guessed, as the airflow increased, a huge underground space appeared before his eyes. This is the Goblin Valley. Blake was stunned. In the enormous underground space, there were many spire castles styled like drow elves. These castles were very distinctive, and with Blake's current memory, it was impossible for him to forget. This was the place beneath the Goblin Valley, the site of his first exploration after arriving in Blackstone City. It was also where he first encountered the minions of the Plague God. However, at that time, he had no idea that a deity was involved and only thought it was a green dragon causing trouble. Right, I should have thought of that earlier. The Goblin Valley is easy to defend and hard to attack, and it is not far from Blackstone City. If I were to attack Blackstone City, I would definitely not overlook this place. Blake said, not to mention that there is an underground city built by the drow here, which could easily be modified for immediate occupation. I'm afraid the dragonborn priest I encountered here before was merely the advance party. Blake suddenly recalled, if we hadn't come to stop that dragonborn priest, who knows what else he would have summoned. Blake stroked his chin. His thoughts were correct. The dragonborn priest they had killed in the Goblin Valley was meant to activate the teleportation array. Unfortunately, due to Blake and the others' arrival, his subsequent plans were shattered, and he could only manage to summon a stitched monster before being killed by Blake and the others. The follow-up was quite simple. After Lady Elizabeth took over the matter of the stitched monster, she handled it briefly and then forgot about it. Even the blockade was just a show. By the time the information reached the soldiers responsible for the actual blockade, it had already become a project for eating empty rations. Blockading the Goblin Valley? It's in the wilderness, and with no superiors coming to check. Anyone who comes would be a fool. How we get in? Ellie asked curiously. Blake pulled himself back from his thoughts and said, follow me. Having been here once before, this time it was smooth sailing. The group followed Blake's footsteps into the largest spire castle. Upon entering the castle, everyone was frightened and stepped back repeatedly at the sheer number of rats. There was hardly any space to stand inside the castle. Everywhere they looked was filled with rats. Many rats had their tails tangled together, forming multiple rat kings. Don't even think about looking up what a rat king looks like. Blake felt disgusted. There were so many rats that he couldn't kill them all, so he had to lift his head and grit his teeth to move forward. There were no traps inside the castle. This was originally a place where drow elves lived, and like an ordinary city, it was still quite safe inside. As they stepped over numerous corpses and reached the center of the castle, everyone saw something strange. What is that? Phoebe asked curiously. In the center of the castle was a huge golden chalice, the base of which was made of countless continuously moving rats, and inside the chalice flowed a pitch-black, liquid. Almost every moment, rats crawled out from this liquid, and the liquid showed no signs of diminishing, looking like an endless pit. The moment Blake saw this chalice, he felt his heart race. I seem to really need this chalice? Blake muttered to himself. Jasmine spoke up. This is the chalice of the divine. A special sacred artifact created in imitation of divine authority. It is a precious treasure for various churches. Jasmine looked at it and said, from the patterns on this chalice, it is indeed something of the Plague God, and the divine authority represented by this chalice is probably Mouse. Jasmine said, the great power of deities is often composed of various life authorities, although the number of authorities isn't directly related to the deity's power. Like the two dragon gods Bahamut and Tiamat. One is a good dragon god, and the other is an evil dragon god, both only having dragon as their authority, yet they are still of high divine power. Note, regarding the status of these two dragon gods, there are many versions even in the D&D core. So here we adopt the simplest version, which is that these two dragon gods are the pinnacle of dragons, without any nine-faced dragon gods or cosmic colossal serpents. But for most deities, the more authorities, the stronger the divine power. Just like Blake as current boss, the Lady of Fate, who inherently carries authorities like fate, good luck, bad luck, time, travel, ash, etc. The main divine authority of the plague god is certainly related to plagues, but having the authority of mouse is also reasonable. While the few of them were present, the surrounding rats had already gathered, forming an enormous rat king. Blake swallowed hard at the sight of this mass of rats. This aura, at least a fourth tier, Blake muttered. However, he looked at the chalice and said, "Our goal is to destroy the rat swarm. Theoretically, this monster can be ignored. We should prioritize dealing with the chalice." The women nodded, but their expressions remained serious. Blake said this, but the monster stood guard in front of the chalice, not attacking, purely defensive. It seemed to have already anticipated Blake and the others' goals. Ellie tentatively shot a few fire arrows, taking down a dozen rats. But it seemed the monster didn't even lose a fraction of its health. Blake unleashed all his firepower, but soon he was stunned. No, Booty. It was the first time since becoming a professional that he encountered an opponent that countered him. The monster before him, composed of countless living rats, was not a single entity. Each rat had its own thoughts, independent yet cooperating with one another. Whether it was Blake's ring of humility or the wheel of fate, they could only be used on one rat at a time. Blake dared not unleash his skills freely. If he applied a set of skills to all the rats on this monster, whether the monster would die was uncertain. But Blake would definitely be the first to have his head blown off. He took a deep breath, turned off the pirated ring and the wheel of fate, and chose to cast on himself. The wheel of fate spun, and luck was on his side, landing a tenfold amplification. Not bad. It seems fate is on our side. Blake felt the power surging within him and spoke. Ripping sounds echoed as Jasmine's clothes tore apart, and the holy light thorns on her body were fully released, putting her in a very alluring state. However, the situation was urgent, and no one noticed. Ellie had a serious expression and began to chant spells rapidly. Jenny stood guard beside Ellie, helping her eliminate anything that would obstruct her casting. Phoebe was also busy pulling out her bottles and jars, starting to concoct alchemical explosives. "We're on. Success or failure hinges on this," Blake said as he charged forward first. Chapter 100. Seizing the Holy Grail, following closely. Jasmine's holy light thorns cleared the path, helping Blake eliminate the surrounding rats. She spoke. "There are many ways to destroy the Holy Grail, and the simplest method is to directly summon a deity. The only drawback of this method is that the deity may not respond, but if it's you," Jasmine said. Blake nodded. "I'll give it a try, but I can't guarantee anything. Are there other methods?" "Profanation," Jasmine replied. "Doing something blasphemous to the Holy Grail or splashing it with profane substances." Blake nodded. "I understand. The range of profanation is vast. Anything a deity dislikes can be considered profane." Blake didn't have many items on him, but he was sure of one thing. This deity would definitely dislike his own bodily fluids. As a divine grantor and the grantor of Lady Fate, he was inherently in opposition to it. Previously, Blake had gained popularity among the people due to the alchemical bomb incident. He was certain he was already on the blacklist. If he urinated a steaming cup of iced tea into the Holy Grail, wouldn't that be delightful? However, making a quick draw and shoot in front of this rat monster was a bit difficult. He had to get the Holy Grail first. Blake observed the rat monster being attacked, yet continuously regenerating, and he had an idea. "Attack the monster's chest," Blake shouted. "Keep the attacks coming." Ellie stepped forward, unleashing her burning hand again, and a massive fan-shaped flame burned a hole through the monster. The power startled everyone present. Ellie looked at Phoebe, who nodded. "I just threw a few accelerants." Ellie nodded. "Then I'll continue." Ellie's current level allowed her to cast 3 first-tier spells in succession. With the help of the accelerants, the enormous fan-shaped flame created a supersized hole in the rat-form monster. Although the rat monster was protected by the rats, it wasn't truly infinite. It was difficult to replenish once a large hole suddenly appeared. Blake and Jasmine charged ahead, with Jasmine amplifying Blake with divine magic while using holy light thorns to continue attacking the feet of the clustered monster. The larger the gap on the cluster monster, the slower the replenishment and the more actions Blake could take. Blake felt various powers within him, not just his own, but also the divine magic boost provided by Jasmine. He placed a shield behind him, and the Baobab sword in his hand began to change, transforming in an instant into a lance. Have you heard of the killing move that takes to the skies? Blake grabbed the lance with both hands and quickly pushed off the ground. Though he was a two-legged human, he charged forward with the momentum of 4 legs. The sharpness on the lance grew stronger. Knight, charge forward, live through death. Blake shouted, bending his legs slightly and leaping into the air. The tremendous impact caused him to spin in midair. He and the lance almost merged into one, transforming into a drill that plunged straight into the monster's chest. The monster let out a wail, accelerating its body as recovery. More and more rats seemed to go mad, trying to fill the gap in its chest. Unfortunately, it had its limits. Even with the accelerated pace of filling the void, it was still too late. Blake had already drilled into the gap and was burrowing deeper. Everyone present took a deep breath. No, Ellie and Jasmine exclaimed almost in unison. The monster was heavily guarded, and it was nearly impossible to approach from the side. If they wanted to obtain the Holy Grail, then this path was the shortest. Between 2 points, the straight line is the shortest. As long as there is the courage to move forward, then this is the right choice. So I choose to directly pass through this monster made up of countless rats. At this moment, Blake had closed his eyes, surrounded by a mass of rats. Although the Baobab, transformed into a lance, was still spinning, Blake felt uncertain inside. He wished he could be like the protagonists in novels. Boasting, I've calculated the monster's injury level and recovery speed. If I charge in at XX speed, I can break through this monster's body in XX seconds and successfully reach the Holy Grail. But he couldn't do that. Blake could shamelessly admit he had many strengths, but he also acknowledged he was never good at calculations. Even in cooking, his specialty, it was all about approximate amounts. Thus, when he drilled into the monster's belly, he had no full confidence, but he understood the Holy Grail was right in front of him. There was no reason not to take it. Fate was in front of him. Whether to advance or retreat, it was all fate. He took the gamble, even if the outcome was being swallowed by this monster. Turned into a pile of bones by the swarm of rats, he would accept it. Baobab, drill for me. Blake shouted. Baobab seemed to sense its master's fervent heart and desperately drilled forward. Tenfold amplification, divine magic boost, flames clearing the way. Everything I could do has been done. The rest is up to. Suddenly, he froze. Wait, I did it. A feeling of breaking free from a cage lingered in his heart. Blake opened his eyes and saw that his plan had succeeded. Jasmine, who was closest and in a frenzied state attacking the cluster monster, was the first to see the scene. The black-haired youth in white armor, wielding a special azure lance, had indeed pierced through the monster's body and broken through the obstruction. The lance in his hand instantly transformed into a piece of cloth to help him slow down. Every action happened in an instant. Ellie and Jasmine's wails were still echoing, yet Blake had successfully broken through. His actions were clean and swift, without any hesitation. I was right to bet. Blake laughed heartily, embracing the Holy Grail. The moment Blake touched the Holy Grail, it suddenly changed color. The originally pure golden exterior instantly turned into a pile of rust and crumbled in Blake's hands. Blake reacted quickly, preventing his armor from getting stained by the strange liquid in the Holy Grail. A golden light flew out from the rust and drilled into Blake's body. Blake was taken aback. What is going on? Jasmine, witnessing this scene, suddenly stood frozen. Candidate? Lord Blake is actually a candidate. Jasmine swallowed hard. Her eyes filled with fervor. It made sense. After all, this was Lord Blake. Shouldn't he naturally be a candidate? Jasmine murmured. Blake scratched his head, looking at his panel and muttering. So, I was a candidate? Saying this, he snapped his fingers. The previously rampaging cluster monster instantly disintegrated into countless rats, scattering in all directions. In just a minute or two, there wasn't a single rat left in the entire hall. Chapter 101. Divine Proxy War and Candidates. The Divine Proxy War is a reshuffling war conducted by the deities of the heavenly realm every 300 years. Specifically, all deities choose one or a group of individuals as their proxies to carry out various actions in the mortal realm. Ultimately, the world source conducts a comprehensive scoring. Naturally, the higher the score, the better, but if things go awry during the proxy war, their divine authority will be divided, transforming one deity into multiple deities. In severe cases, it may even lead to their death. For example, before the first proxy war began, there were no deities known as the Father of Holy Light and the Flame of Craft in the world. The authority of these two deities was held by the Sun God. However, during the first proxy war, the Sun God suffered a crushing defeat, resulting in the birth of 17 new deities from his corpse, with the current Father of Holy Light and Flame of Craft being two of them. Take, for instance, Blake's superior, the Lady of Fate. Initially, it was actually the gods of good luck and bad luck competing against each other. Yet, during a certain proxy war, the two merged into one, a controversial point. And since the end of that war, there have been no gods of good luck and bad luck in the world. Only the Lady of Fate. This knowledge is part of the secrets within the Church of the Eight Gods. And Jasmine only recently gained the qualifications to access it after joining the Inquisition. In summary, the Divine Proxy War is a situation where divine authority is contested, and the heavenly realm undergoes a major reshuffle. So why suddenly bring this up? It mainly relates to the candidates mentioned by Blake and Jasmine. In the Divine Proxy War, divine authority is completely open, meaning that if possible, ordinary people can also obtain a divine seat in this war. Generally speaking, the proxy who performs the best, also known as the Chosen One, will become the sub-deity of that god. Proxies are divided into divine grantors and chosen ones. The former can have many, while the latter is usually only one. The ultimate winner of the last round was the Father of Light, who chose a light chosen one. Previously just a village woman, now transformed into the god of blazing sun and victory. Ordinary people with the potential to become deities are referred to as candidates. Candidates do not possess any outward traits, but they often appear among the chosen ones, and most of them have participated in significant events, with many legends circulating among the people. Blake clearly meets both criteria now. Although on the surface he is still a divine grantor, Blake knows that he is not a divine grantor, but a true chosen one of fate. This realization dawned on him when he successfully contracted with Bobo. Bobo is also a divine grantor of a Lady of Fate, but the gap between it and Blake is not small. As for the spread of folklore, it actually refers to the popularity among the people. Blake possesses this as well. Therefore, it is not difficult to understand why he can become a candidate. Once a candidate is established, they gain a special ability related to the Holy Grail, plunder. In the Divine Proxy War, in order to gain greater benefits, each deity becomes a chess player in the heavenly realm. The hand they hold, apart from the proxies they find, consists solely of the Holy Grail transformed from their divine authority. These Holy Grails are treasures capable of changing the course of the battle, representing a weakened form of divine authority that can be freely used in the mortal realm. Typically, the Holy Grail can only be desecrated or requested for divine punishment from other deities. In these two cases, while the Holy Grail becomes ineffective, the deity can create a new one. In other words, according to the conventional storyline, after Blake pours iced tea with foam onto this Holy Grail, although it becomes ineffective, the God of Plague can still create a new one. Creating a Holy Grail does require time and resources, but the Holy Grail can still continue to be used. The card is still in hand. However, Blake is a candidate with popular acclaim among the people. The moment he touches the Holy Grail, due to the difference in camp, he directly plunders this Holy Grail. Mouse Holy Grail plundered. Divine Authority. Mouse LV. 1. Effect. Can control all rodent species within your line of sight, whose rank cannot exceed your own. You can communicate with any rodent, and all rodents will default to seeing you as a friendly unit. You can grant your followers certain special abilities through the analysis of divine authority. Yes, this is the power of the candidate. As a future apprentice deity, they can directly plunder the Holy Grails cast down by the deities during the proxy war. After plundering, The candidate becomes the new master of the deteriorated divine authority within the Holy Grail. And the plundered deity cannot recreate the Holy Grail in this war unless the candidate dies. However, candidates cannot plunder Holy Grails without limit. The number of Holy Grails a candidate can bear depends on their own popular acclaim. For Blake right now, with only one point of acclaim, he can only plunder one Holy Grail. All this information flooded into Blake's mind, and he instantly understood his situation. Wait, doesn't that mean I'm on the God of Plague's death list? Blake murmured. Jasmine, who approached to congratulate Blake, heard his words and asked in confusion, "You were on the death list too?" Blake was taken aback, scratching his head. That's true. Moreover, what you took was just Mouse, not Plague. Jasmine said, the God of Plague might not necessarily destroy her own plans just to reclaim this not-so-important Holy Grail. Blake nodded, recognizing that Jasmine's point did make sense. Although he is a candidate, he is currently only at the second rank, and the God of Plague is unlikely to send out any super big shots, like the yet-to-appear Green Dragon Plague King, to incinerate him with dragon breath. After all, the God of Plague has already taken action against Blackstone City. The Church of the Eight Gods in Blackstone City is not a soft target. If the Green Dragon dares to show up, it might not be clear who would hit whom. The God of Plague will likely only send nearby, idle mid-tier combatants to deal with Blake. Underworld, Sarah, who was originally entangled with Adi on the bed, suddenly stopped. Lying on the bed, Adi curiously asked, "Why did you stop?" Sarah got up to clean herself and put on her clothes, then knelt down on the spot. Immediately, a dark green light shone from above her head, and the symbol of the God of Plague appeared in the air. Adi was slightly taken aback at this sight and impatiently put on his robe, kneeling on one knee behind Sarah. Although he claimed to serve only the Plague King and not the God of Plague, he still dared not act recklessly in front of the oracle. The glowing mark on Sarah's head was the eye of the God of Plague, and Adi's every action would be observed. Fortunately, the oracle was not long, and the mark above their heads soon disappeared. Adi stood up and sat by the window, asking what's going on. Sarah said, "Our God has commanded us to kill the chosen one of fate." Chapter 102. Red-haired Emma, let us move quickly. If the Mother God really said that we should act together, how come I haven't heard a thing? He glanced at the dust on his knee and said nonchalantly, "I didn't receive any news while I was just kneeling on the ground." The oracle that Sarah spoke of is true, and what Eddie said is also true. Eddie has always worshipped the Plague King, that dragon, rather than the God of Plague. It is normal not to receive an oracle when there is almost no belief in the God of Plague. Sarah did not refute Eddie's words. Instead, she coiled around him like a water snake, her fingers affectionately stroking the scales of the big lizard, and said, "Just help me a little, help you? To be the chosen of fate?" "I want to do it," Eddie replied. "That's a chosen one." Eddie grasped Sarah's grinding wheel and toyed with it in his hands, saying, "Since the God of fate dares to choose a chosen one now, that person must have some abilities. If we can't crush him immediately, we will suffer the consequences later. Moreover, this person directly came into contact with the soul of Plague, that alchemical nuclear bomb, and didn't die, which shows how hard he is to kill." Eddie shook his head. "This is too risky. I want to do it." Sarah stood up in anger, but quickly sat back down. She was a pragmatic person. With many powerful figures in Blackstone City, to kill Blake here, she must have Eddie's help. There are 5 bishops in the Plague Church, and Sarah's status is the lowest, so the resources she can access are the least. In fact, her sudden arrival to assist Eddie, the Dragon Man, shows that in the eyes of the God of Plague, her strategic position is comparable to that of the first bishop, the Plague King's followers. The powerful followers on the outskirts of Blackstone City are all Eddie's subordinates. Although they superficially listen to Sarah, when it comes to taking action, they still need Eddie's command. Those who directly obey Sarah are actually only the believers who have been lurking in Blackstone City. Their levels vary, with the highest being Eve, who is forcibly promoted. And now, Eve has become a soul under Blake's sword. With the little resources Sarah has, threatening Blake is nothing short of a fantasy. So she had no choice but to fawn over Eddie. Even if Eddie defies the oracle, she has no options. After all, the God of Plague did not pass the oracle to that mutated green dragon, which is quite telling. The master doesn't care. Inside the Drow castle, Blake sent all the rats out to search for things. You wouldn't believe it. The rats that used to look disgusting now seemed quite amiable after Blake obtained the rat holy grail. Of course, the most exaggerated is the fat sniffing rat, Snowflake. This fellow directly worships Blake as a deity, showing far more enthusiasm for Blake than for her own master. Phoebe felt helpless about this. What can you do? Your silly rat worships your superior. What can you do about it? The rats quickly returned, bringing Blake many different messages. There are captured people in the lower levels of the castle. The outside Kodo fishmen are fighting with others. A path has been found. Blake muttered, "Let us find out who was captured in the lower levels of the castle," Blake said as he led everyone down. Although the castle is underground, there is still a basement. In the basement, several young red-haired people were chained, their bodies covered with numerous bite marks from the rats. They looked extremely weak, showing signs of illness. Several of them had already fainted, just a breath away from death. The only one who still seemed somewhat okay raised an axe upon seeing Blake and the others, shouting, "Don't come any closer." Blake's ears perked up. The voice sounded familiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized this person was indeed familiar. "You're Magni's apprentice, Emma?" Blake asked tentatively. This person looked about 70 to 80% like Emma, but her face was smeared with unknown patterns, and her hair was a mess, making it hard to distinguish her in the dim basement. As soon as Emma saw Blake, she threw down the axe. "Brother Blake," Blake said, "looks like you remember me." Emma took a couple of steps forward, anxiously saying, "Brother, please help my people. Their health is poor, and they urgently need." Emma was also holding on, but before she could finish her sentence, she collapsed onto the ground. Blake shook his head and said, "Jasmine, stabilize their injuries first. We can discuss the details once we return to Blackstone City." Jasmine nodded and briefly used her divine magic to stabilize the injuries of these people. However, it was a pity that Blake and the others arrived a little late. Out of the 7 people in the basement, only 3 were still breathing. Blake took out a few sticks and some cloth from his backpack, quickly assembling a makeshift stretcher. He lifted the people onto the stretcher and followed the rat's guidance out of the entrance of the Goblin Valley. Back on land, breathing in the fresh air, a sense of comfort washed over him. The rats were still telling Blake about what happened underground, and Blake frowned, saying, "The Plague Church is moving this quickly. We need to hurry." In the underground tomb, the fishmen that Blake had previously provoked happened to encounter a small team from the Plague Church that came to hunt Blake. There were simply too many fishmen directly blocking this small team in the tomb and killing them. The bloated-headed leader retreated step by step, shouting, "Charge! Don't retreat! Get in there! How can you not handle a few fishmen? Have you not eaten?" The bloated-headed leader yelled. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back. Turning around, he saw a coffin. "Grab the coffin board. The coffin board is thick and can be used as a shield." The bloated-headed leader shouted, "Drive these fishmen out and close the door. Damn it. That whore only knows to send us brothers to do the dirty work. Why not let the dragon men do it? One of those dragon men could take on a whole group of us." One of them cursed angrily. The bloated-headed leader frowned and said, "Stop talking. Hurry up and lift the coffin board to use as a shield." "Hey, you wouldn't believe it. This thing is quite heavy." Another said. What they didn't notice was that the moment they opened the coffin, the fishmen, who had been excitedly shouting, began to retreat in unison. A purple-black light shot out from the coffin, instantly covering the entire tomb. When the light completely dissipated, the tomb returned to its original state. However, this time what was inside the small coffin was no longer those 2 adventurers, but the bloated-headed leader and his companions. Chapter 103. Assassination News. 10 days later, with Blake obtaining the Mouse Holy Grail and the vaccine being rolled out, the threat of the plague around Blackstone City gradually diminished, and more people returned to their normal lives. Even the martial law in Blackstone City was lifted. However, the consequences and changes brought about by this plague are difficult to explain in just a few sentences. Blake got up from his room and stretched lazily. The Mage Tower is really nice, full of a sense of security. In just 10 days, Blake had experienced no less than 3 assassination attempts. Fortunately, he was tough, and the assassins sent were somewhat weak. That's why nothing serious happened. In fact, he didn't find the assassination attempts as dangerous as he had imagined. After all, to kill Blake now, at least a 4th-tier assassin would be needed, and a 3rd-tier one simply wouldn't be enough for him to handle. But finding a 4th-tier professional is not something that can be done easily. There are at most 30 to 54th-tier individuals in Blackstone City, and these people are all well-known figures. Unless Sarah comes herself, she simply cannot afford the price to hire a 4th-tier professional to assassinate Blake. However, it was very annoying. It was like suddenly encountering a ghost face popping up while playing a horror game. You never know when or who might attack you. Even if they can't kill you, they can still annoy you. Fortunately, there are guards at the entrance of the Mage Academy, so ordinary people cannot enter. Blake opened his door and saw Jenny coming out next door. Sister Jenny stretched without any image, and her rather small outfit, due to her magnificent chest, lifted to reveal her smooth and strong abdomen. "Good morning, Blake," Jenny said. "Good morning, Sister Jenny. Want to go eat together?" Blake asked. Jenny nodded. "Let's go." The two walked downstairs. There is a dedicated chef at the Mage Tower, reportedly brought by Lady Elizabeth from the royal capital, and the food tastes pretty good, much better than the church's. As they headed to the dining room, Jenny said, "Did you hear? Yesterday, there were crows dropping plague bombs outside the city again." Blake shrugged. "What's the point of dropping them now?" Jenny said, "Yeah, the people of Blackstone City are somewhat used to it now. These bombs land and don't even make a splash. I've also heard that there are hardly any rats seen near Blackstone City anymore." Jenny looked at Blake and said. Blake shook his head. "I didn't issue that order. It's probably because the church's attacks during the recent plagues didn't trigger any rat tides, so everyone thinks there are fewer rats. Originally, the Holy Grail was in the hands of the gods and could infinitely produce rats. After it came to Blake, that effect disappeared, and now the remaining rats in Blackstone City are hunted down by everyone." Blake had let a batch of rats lie low and quietly develop. As for those outside Blackstone City, Blake simply let them roam free. His Holy Grail is only level 1, and he can't control that many rats yet. The big cat, Tiz, was also in the dining room. She was leisurely enjoying the fish head Blake made for her yesterday, since returning to the Mage Tower. Aside from the first couple of days when Tiz didn't let Blake cook for her, she had to make fish every day afterward. This big cat is quite loyal. After making dinner for Blake, she would give him some rare items. Some biological materials, special ingredients, etc. show that she is not a stingy cat. Or rather, she is not stingy when it comes to food. "Good morning, Tiz," Blake said. Tiz licked her paw and said, "I still miss the time when you first came." Blake laughed. "Why do you say that?" Tiz pouted. "Back then, you still knew to call me Lady Tiz and would insincerely praise me, rather than how you are now." Blake took the meal from the chef and sat down to eat while saying, "I actually prefer the current you. You don't have that kind of arrogance anymore." Tiz sighed. "You're a lucky guy." The change in their relationship was actually due to Blake's rise in status. After this crisis, everyone who knows Blake understands that he is a rising star of the Fate Church. And people of Elizabeth's level understand Blake's position in the divine proxy war even more. As Elizabeth's special familiar, Tiz naturally understands this as well. This is the fundamental reason for her change in attitude towards Blake. Cooking for him is merely a bonus. In Carry-On's words, Tiz is no different from an ordinary cat. She only treats you well if you show strength, and since you've become stronger, she treats you as a person. Blake didn't mind this. Comprehensive strength is not just about personal capability, but also the abilities behind oneself. He can bow to Tiz when he is weak, and he can also accept her change in attitude when he is rising. "I found out what you asked me to investigate," Tiz said. Blake asked curiously, "What did you find?" "Among the 3 people who tried to assassinate you, all were under the Assassin Alliance," Tiz said. Blake nodded. "That was expected. Any other special news?" Tiz smiled mischievously. "There is indeed." Blake raised an eyebrow. "Go on." "Among these 3, 2 placed orders," Tiz said. Blake frowned. "What do you mean? I have 2 groups of people targeting me?" Tiz nodded. "Since you've been giving me extra meals every day, I 1TB'd around the bush. One of them should be from the Plague Church. At this time, the only outsiders trying to assassinate you can only be them. Tiz is herself a top assassin in the Alliance, and also responsible for part of the operations in the Blackstone City branch. Therefore, she knows the assassins in Blackstone City very well, which Blake had only recently learned." Hearing Tiz's words, Blake muttered, "So, the second person who ordered my assassination is a local?" Tiz smiled. "Smart. Want to take a guess who it is?" Blake shook his head. "I can't guess. I haven't been in Blackstone City for long, and those who openly had a grudge against me are mostly dead. I can't think of anyone else alive." Tiz meowed a couple of times and said, Let me give you a hint. This client has a bit of status in Blackstone City and a solid backing. Seeing Blake frown in thought, Tiz felt very satisfied. She enjoys the feeling of slowly uncovering secrets, like playing with mice. It's in a cat's nature. A solid backing? Blake muttered. Tiz continued. Let me give you another hint. This matter actually involves a woman. Blake was taken aback. It can't be the Duke of Blackstone's idiot son. Can it? Or that foolish kid from the Tulip family? Tiz laughed. Correct. The person who placed the order is indeed the Duke of Blackstone's youngest son, Chapter 104. Why are you fooling around instead of studying to become mage? Blake rubbed his chin. Is this kid crazy? Tiz licked her lips and said, I've said everything I needed to say. What are we having for lunch today? Blake casually replied, get a fish with a lot of meat. Let's have grilled fish for lunch today. Grilled fish. Tiz frowned. Isn't that a bit too simple? When adventurers are out in the wild, the most common cooking method is grilling, and Tiz was already tired of it. Blake said, your grilled fish won't do. Let me grill it for you. It will be delicious. Tiz nodded. All right, I'll go catch some fish. Grilling is really just about two things, the freshness of the ingredients and the seasoning. Blake had been working on the spices these past few days, and the grilled fish he made would definitely taste good. He quickly finished his meal and said to Jenny, Sister Jenny, I'm going out for a bit. Jenny, who had been engrossed in a novel she pulled out from somewhere, waved her hand and said, Go on, go on. By the way, when are we eating lunch? Jenny asked curiously. She wanted to have grilled fish too. Blake replied, Same time as usual, just don't leave the Mage Tower at noon. You'll smell the aroma anyway. Oh, okay, Jenny responded. Blake returned to his room and picked up Bobo, who was sleeping soundly by the window. Bobo? Bobo slowly woke up and looked around. Is it morning? Blake nodded. Yes, it's morning. You've been sleeping more and more lately. Are you all right? Bobo shook his head, growing. What about that little dragon's soul? Is it still in your body? Blake asked. Bobo nodded. We get along well. Blake was taken aback. You two can chat? Yes. Bobo replied quickly this time. She's a good dragon. Blake scratched his head. Souls were a bit beyond his understanding. But seeing that Bobo seemed to be unaffected eased his mind a little. If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, make sure to tell me, Blake said. He also thought to himself, I should find some time to ask Jasmine if there are any priests knowledgeable about souls. Bobo replied. The two of them walked outside the Mage Tower, and Blake looked around. A few slick, fat rats scurried out from elsewhere, their clever eyes darting around. After confirming no one was around, they crept up to Blake's feet. Do you know Chuck Blackstone, the youngest son of Duke Blackstone? Blake squatted down and asked. The largest rat nodded. This rat had a very pointed nose, was quite plump, and its fur was shiny. It was the rat boss around the Magic Academy, a peak-level sniffing rat, nicknamed Long Nose. Indeed, Long Nose and Phoebe Snowflake rat were the same species, but Long Nose was much stronger. It was said that he was once a pet of a certain mage. Find him, and then come back to tell me, Blake instructed. Long Nose stood up, clasped his front paws together in a knightly salute, and quickly left with his little brothers. In the eyes of the rats, Blake was like a pure land deity, and after receiving his orders, they executed them with full commitment. Soon, Long Nose's little brother returned. Squeak. This long, thin rat gestured. Blake frowned. This kid really doesn't stop? Lead the way. The thin rat indicated that Chuck Blackstone, this second-generation heir, was forcefully abducting a girl in the small garden. Although Blake wasn't exactly a good person, he also couldn't stand such behavior. Bobo transformed into a short stick in his hand, ready to strike at any moment. Although he wanted to behead Chuck for a quick resolution, Chuck was after all the Duke's son, so he couldn't die so quickly. He needed to be tortured first. In the eastern garden of the Magic Academy, this was the most beautiful place in the entire academy, with an abundance of various ecosystems and strange flowers, plants, insects, and fish. Many students loved to come here to relax during their free time because the lush greenery and secluded atmosphere made it a popular spot for many small couples to meet secretly. After all, apprentice mages couldn't leave the school freely. Blake followed the thin rat and quickly arrived at the scene. Little beauty, you wouldn't want your mother's shop to close down, would you? Chuck's voice rang out, sounding like he had a mouthful of phlegm. Our house has a complete land deed, and taxes are paid on time. Why can't we operate? A familiar voice responded. Blake frowned. Enya? Why is she here? Enya was from the first recruitment of Blake's study group, a half-elf. She was an important member of the future Breeze Mage group, and, in Blake's eyes, she was like a future little brother. He looked into the woods. Inya's hood was still on, and there was a bit of distance between them, so it seemed Blake arrived in time. Chuck crossed his arms and leaned back. Why? Just because my last name is Blackstone. The entire Blackstone city is mine. If I say your shop is violating the rules, then it is violating the rules. What? Since you came here at my command, don't you understand the reason? Chuck elongated his tone. Blake frowned. It really is a case of forceful abduction. They will definitely start fighting soon. You. Inya repeated you twice, but was too choked to say anything else. Chuck's hand indeed reached out. Blake flicked Bobo's stick and with his left hand, pulled out a sack from who knows where and directly put it over Chuck. Two cries of surprise rang out. Inya originally thought of running away when she saw Chuck being bagged, but when she saw who it was, she suddenly covered her mouth and stopped in place. Blake waved at her with a smile, then stepped on Chuck's calf and used Bobo's stick to strike at Chuck's back and rear. As a second-tier knight, Blake could easily overpower Chuck. Chuck couldn't break free from the sack and couldn't cast spells either. Outside the dense forest, there were two of Chuck's attendants. One of the smarter ones asked, "What's with the yelling coming from the forest?" The older knight attendant, calm and collected, said, "Don't worry. Young master is just playing that kind of game. My loyalty badge keeps transmitting the damage young master is taking. So for what I can tell, he is just playing that kind of game." The middle-aged knight said. He was also a third-tier loyal knight, one of Chuck's attendants. The young, clever attendant asked curiously, "Brother, what kind of game are you talking about?" The middle-aged knight chuckled. "Haven't you heard? Appropriate pain can bring pleasure." Chapter 105. Subduing Taya. Blake's methods of punishment were quite skilled. He had already guessed that there would be Chuck's followers nearby, and one of them was likely to be a loyal knight. Therefore, Blake's first punishment was designed to make Chuck feel only physical pain and psychological harm, rather than actual loss of limbs. Chuck's wailing was somewhat loud, prompting Blake to take off his shoes and force his socks into Chuck's mouth through the burlap sack. How generous of you, Blake thought. Ahem. Given the poor sanitary conditions of the medieval era, it was quite normal for the socks to have a smell. Blake handed the short club to Taya, who was standing beside him, stunned. She opened her mouth without speaking, merely forming a shape with her lips, gesturing with her hands. "Get a try?" Taya pointed to herself. "Me?" Blake grabbed her hand and directly handed the club to her, then pointed to the burlap sack, miming, "Once you miss this opportunity, there won't be another." Taya understood, and she struck hard at Chuck's vital area. Blake was taken aback. This woman is tougher than I imagined.